Chapter 104. The Commencement of Battle. Mu Yunting, please step onto the stage to challenge. As Lin Mo firmly established his stance on the arena, the voice of Luo Changfeng resonated through the air. Soon after, a strikingly handsome young man with a cold demeanor gradually advanced towards the platform. Indeed, it is him. The moment Lin Mo laid eyes on the young man, a wave of realization washed over him. This individual was the very one who had scrutinized him when he submitted his challenge application. At that time, Lin Mo suspected that this young man was Mu Yunting, and now it appeared that his conjecture was correct. Before long, Mu Yunting ascended the stage and, without uttering a word, summoned forth his pet beast, the colossal elephant, towering over 3 meters and measuring over 5 meters in length, adorned with golden patterns. Name: Jinban, Ju Xiang. Attribute: Gold qualification, Advanced Silver. Species level: Low level Tier 5. Talent skills: Trample Advanced, Charge Advanced. As Lin Mo beheld the information displayed on his wristband, a hint of gravitas crept into his gaze. The sheer size of the Jinban, Ju Xiang, far surpassed that of an ordinary pet beast. With such a disparity in stature, a mere brush from an elephant would likely result in catastrophic injury for Xiaobai. Moreover, given the elephant's robust physique and formidable defense, engaging in combat under such a level discrepancy would only render the challenge more daunting for Xiaobai. A fierce determination surged within Lin Mo as he pretentiously traced a summoning array in the air, calling forth Xiaobai. Roar! After a few hours of rest, the spirited and energetic Xiaobai emerged, letting out a jubilant low growl before nuzzling affectionately against Lin Mo. Yingling Hu! What a rare pet beast! As the crowd below gasped in astonishment at the sight of Xiaobai, many voices erupted in excitement. Strictly speaking, the Yingling Hu could not be classified as a rare pet beast, but rather as an uncommon one. Especially when compared to pet beasts like the Shuang Tulang, it fell short of that designation. However, in comparison to the majority of students' pet beasts, the Yingling Hu indeed stood as a rarity. Most students' pet beasts originated from the high school's breeding center, while apprentice beast tamers lack the financial means and capability to contract superior beasts. Not only is it rare, but it also possesses a qualification of Gold Intermediate. Another voice from the crowd sparked yet another wave of commotion. Up to this point in the challenge, including Lin Mo's Yingling Hu, they had only witnessed 3 gold-level pet beasts, highlighting the rarity of such qualifications. What a pity that Lin Mo is up against Mu Yunting. 1. Could only say it is unfortunate for him. Had his opponent been anyone other than Mu Yunting, he might have had a chance at victory. Many spectators began to express their sympathy for Lin Mo. At the judges' table, Hu Yin gazed at the Yingling Hu, his expression filled with surprise. Thoughts raced through his mind. He was well aware of Lin Mo's performance during the admission examination. Having successfully battled 2 levels above his own and overcome challenges, this precedent indicated that Lin Mo possessed the potential for level-defining challenges. However, he soon shook his head, dismissing the notion. The ferocious beasts within the illusion were incomparable to the pet beasts of a beast tamer. Even if Lin Mo had triumphed in a previous level-defying encounter, the prospect for success this time remained exceedingly slim on the judge's platform. Wu Rongzhong pondered briefly. I still favor Mu Yunting. I also lean towards Mu Yunting, replied Sangzi. Setting aside the level discrepancy purely from an attribute standpoint, the Yingling Hu does not hold an advantage. The Yingling Hu is of the water attribute, while the Jinban Ju Xiang is of the gold attribute. Although they do not directly counter one another, gold attributes generally exert greater dominance in combat. Vice principally chuckled at this remark, but remained silent. Wu Rongzhong and Sangzi exchanged glances, both bearing expressions of astonishment. Sangzi inquired, Principal, does your reaction suggest a different perspective? Vice Principal Li remained non-committal, merely gesturing towards the arena. Let us observe the match barring unforeseen circumstances. This duel between the 2 young talents is bound to be exhilarating. Upon uttering this, he turned to Luo Changfeng. Director Luo, please serve as the referee, ensuring that neither of these young beasts suffers excessive injury. Upon hearing this, Wu Rongzhong and Sangzi exchanged another glance, their eyes filled with shock. Did Vice Principal Li imply that Lin Mo might engage in a mutually destructive confrontation with Mu Yunting? Understood. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Changfeng leaped into action, effortlessly covering a distance of over 100 meters and landing in the center of the arena. Once a human becomes a junior beast tamer, they can share a portion of their pet beast attributes. thereby enhancing their own physical capabilities significantly. Furthermore, as the level of the beast tamer rises, they may, under certain circumstances, directly unleash their pet beast skills. In some instances, a beast tamer and their pet can unite in combat, yielding a synergistic effect that surpasses mere arithmetic. Thus, students like Lin Mo are merely at the threshold of beast taming, with a vast chasm separating them from true beast tamers. Consequently, witnessing Luo Changfeng's agile entrance ignited a sense of yearning among the students present. Standing at the center of the arena, Luo Changfeng addressed the two challengers. "I shall serve as the referee for this match. The only rule is to refrain from attacking the beast tamers themselves. There are no other restrictions. If you are both prepared, the battle commences now." As he spoke, the unspoken truth remained. Prior to becoming formal beast tamers, the individuals themselves were exceedingly vulnerable. Thus, official duels between apprentice beast tamers typically adhered to the unwritten rule of not targeting the tamers directly. Just as Luo Changfeng uttered the word begin, Mu Yunting's voice rang out. "Xiao Jin, charge!" In the next moment, the Jin Banju Xiang, resembling a small mountain, surged forward with astonishing speed, as if propelled by rocket thrusters, hurtling towards the position of Xiao Bai. Chapter 105. Anticipating the anticipation of the opponent, charge, advanced. The pet beast charges toward the enemy at an astonishing speed and delivers a powerful impact. Due to its considerable size, the JNBNJ Xing does not boast high mobility. However, the charge skill compensates for this limitation entirely. Thus, almost the moment MYNTing activated the skill, the JNBNJ Xing had already reached the position where Xiao stood. Given the substantial difference in size between Xiao and the JNBNJ Xing, if Xiao were to be struck, the outcome of this battle would likely be determined. Many onlooking students instinctively closed their eyes at the moment they witnessed the JNBNJ Xing initiate its charge. Such a skill, so advantageous for ambushes, combined with its sudden execution, would render it nearly impossible for them to evade if they were in the same situation. However, L&M was not like them. During the months spent on Xiao NSHN, although it could not be equated to a true wilderness environment, L&M and Xiao had engaged in nearly 100 battles of varying scales, amassing a wealth of combat experience. They understood better than anyone the significance of taking the initiative, particularly for a pet beast like Xiao, which possessed the concealment skill. Seizing the initiative was almost an instinct ingrained in its very being. Therefore, as soon as the 4 words "the battle begins" fell from Lu Ching's lips, Xiao had already activated concealment. By the time the JNBNJ Xing charged forward, it had long since vacated its original position. Bang! The massive body of the JNBNJ Xing crashed down upon Xiaobi's former position, producing a thunderous sound. The entire arena trembled from this impact. The students who had initially gathered at the edge of the arena were startled by the force and instinctively recoiled. Yet, in the next moment, it missed. It failed to make contact. When had L&M managed to evade with his pet beast? What an astonishing reaction. A chorus of gasps erupted among the crowd. However, they were afforded little time to speculate, as a new development occurred in the arena. Swish! At the very moment the JNBNJ Xing came to a halt, a blade of water materialized in the air beside it. Shooting forth like an arrow, MYNTang's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately commanded, "Dodge." The JNBNJ Xing reacted swiftly, attempting to evade. However, its size hindered its movement. It exerted all its strength, but could only avoid a critical hit. The blade of water struck the JNBNJ Xing's thick back, carving a 2-inch deep, half-foot long wound. Vivid red blood gushed forth instantaneously. The students observing below erupted in astonishment. My heavens, could it be true? The JNBNJ Xing actually sustained an injury first, something I would have never imagined. Although the JNBNJ Xing was not of the earth attribute, its high defense and thick blood meant that L&M's water blade had inflicted a significant wound. The proficiency of this skill must surely be at least at a competent level. If that were the case, L&M might indeed have a chance of victory. The students wore expressions of disbelief. In their minds, L&M was destined to lose this challenge. Many had even speculated that he might not last 2 minutes. Yet now, in less than 10 seconds since the battle commenced, L&M had injured MYNTang's pet beast. Although this did not guarantee L&M's victory, the crowd was captivated. Within the throng, Shoning and Du NMCHNYing exchanged looks, both equally astounded. While they had benefited from L&M's prowess during training, their impression of him was that his greatest strengths lay in his extensive wilderness experience and meticulous approach to tasks. It was these very qualities that had allowed them to achieve commendable results during training. However, they had little faith in Lin Mo's combat capabilities. Yet, a true expert reveals their skill immediately. On the podium, Wring and S exchanged glances, both equally taken aback. As instructors of the academy, their insights far surpassed those of the students below, and they perceived the situation differently. While the students marveled at Lin Mo's ability to wound the Jinbinj Xiying, they discerned the depth of his combat experience. In truth, Myn was astute. He recognized that his Jinbinj Xiying lacked the advantage in speed and agility, which led him to implement an unexpected strategy from the outset. Had the charge been successful, the match would have concluded immediately. What he did not anticipate was that Lin Mo had foreseen his strategy. Lin Mo likely surmised Myn's battle tactics the moment he beheld the Jinbinj Xiying, allowing him to prepare a countermeasure in advance. This would explain why the Yuling was able to react with such swiftness. To anticipate Myn's strategy required a wealth of combat experience. Vice Principal L observed the two with a smile. What are your thoughts on the outcome now? Lin Mo is indeed formidable. Yet I believe Myn still holds the greater likelihood of victory, Wring replied. Though the Jinbinj Xiying has sustained some injury to it, such damage is insignificant and will hardly affect its combat effectiveness. While Lin Mo may appear to have the upper hand now, he must not make a single error. If his pet beast is struck by the Jinbinj Xiying, the outcome will be swiftly determined. Xing reflected for a moment before stating, I may have to revise my perspective. Based on that water blade just now, Lin Mo's water blade has likely reached a competent level. A water blade of this caliber is not only powerful but also swift, and it can be unleashed multiple times. As long as Lin Mo is clever enough, even the Jinbinj Xiying's resilience will be in vain. Thus, he indeed has a chance to win. Wring responded. But his victory hinges upon not making a single mistake. Xing nodded. That is indeed the case. Yet my intuition tells me that Lin Mo may very well avoid any errors. Wring was taken aback, then chuckled. Director Xing, you must understand that Lin Mo is at a disadvantage due to being 2 levels lower in battle, under the pressure of level suppression. His pet beast inherently bears a greater burden than Myn's. While I also recognize Lin Mo's excellence, under such circumstances, the likelihood of him not faltering is extraordinarily slim. Xing countered. I'm aware of that, but you should also know that a woman's intuition is often unexplainable. I simply feel that Lin Mo can win. Wring shook his head in resignation. If that is the case, let us wait and see. Chapter 106. How about we negotiate your surrender? In the arena, upon witnessing the Jinbinj Xiying sustain an injury, Myn's demeanor was nearly devoid of any emotion. On one hand, this was not the time to lament for his pet beast. If he could not secure an advantage from the outset, achieving victory would indeed prove challenging. On the other hand, as Wring had mentioned, while the injury appeared severe due to its tough skin and thick flesh, this wound would have minimal impact on its combat capabilities. Thus, after enduring the water blade, he unhesitatingly commanded another charge, directing the Jinbinj Xiying toward the now revealed Xiaobi bang. The resounding crash resonated once more. The arena trembled again. Yet, it still failed to make contact. Although Xiaobi would reveal itself momentarily after launching the water blade, it would immediately conceal itself again and relocate at the fastest speed possible. Therefore, by the time the Jinbinj Xiying charged forth, Xiaobi had already moved to a different position. Subsequently, the same scene unfolded once again. A water blade manifested in the air behind the Jinbinj Xiying, hurtling toward it like an arrow. However, drawing from previous experience, Myn had evidently anticipated this scenario, recognizing that the Jinbinj Xiying's size and speed would prevent it from evading. He commanded the Jinbinj Xiying to lie flat on the ground. Swish! The water blade glided past the back of the golden-spotted giant elephant by mere millimeters, and then, due to the considerable distance, it gradually vanished into the void. The surrounding students were taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment. Could this skill be evaded in such a manner? Even Lin Mo, standing on the arena, momentarily froze in surprise. He had not anticipated that the opponent would employ such a tactic to evade his skill. However, this did not significantly affect him. For at the instant the water blade missed its target, Xiao Bai had already minimized its power. Without hesitation, he commanded Xiao Bai to immediately conceal and relocate. Indeed, almost simultaneously with his intent, the golden-spotted giant elephant charged toward Xiao Bai's previous position. Had he hesitated for just a second longer, Xiaobai would likely have suffered dire consequences. He then focused his thoughts once more, conjuring another water blade that shot forth towards the golden-spotted giant elephant. Observing the incoming water blade, Mu Yunting furrowed his brow, for this time, the water blade aimed at the elephant's leg. At this height, even if he wished to replicate his previous strategy, it would be impossible. Nevertheless, he directed the golden-spotted giant elephant to crouch down. With a swift slice, another wound appeared on the elephant's back. As he watched the blood flow, a tinge of pain flickered across Mu Yunting's face. Although the thick skin would soon staunch the bleeding, the sensation of pain was undeniably real. Yet, this was a necessary sacrifice. Sustaining an injury to the leg would clearly have greater repercussions than one to the back. He then commanded the giant elephant to rise. However, this time, he refrained from initiating a charge, instead instructing the elephant to remain vigilant. Previously, he had been so focused on seizing the initiative that he overlooked the fact that such an approach could leave him at a disadvantage. Now, he had come to realize that as long as he prompted the spirit tiger to launch a water blade, a charge would ensure the tiger could not evade it. Upon witnessing the giant elephant's actions, Lin Mo instantly comprehended Mu Yunting's intentions, and a faint smile emerged at the corners of his mouth. Mu Yunting was indeed clever, quickly devising countermeasures against him. However, if Mu Yunting believed this would effectively curb Xiaobai, he was sorely underestimating the spirit tiger. With a mental signal, he advised Xiaobai to move cautiously, then seated himself on the arena and commenced meditation. The onlooking students were momentarily bewildered. What was Lin Mo attempting to achieve by meditating on the arena? Soon, someone grasped the situation. Oh no, Lin Mo is resorting to underhanded tactics. Indeed, it became clear he was leveraging the spirit tiger's ability to conceal itself to prolong the match, knowing that the giant elephant could not maintain its vigilance indefinitely. Was this truly a glorious victory? The expressions of the crowd were mixed, with many struggling to accept Lin Mo's approach. Yet, some held a different view. What mattered was winning, not the manner of victory. If this were a real battle, would they still consider Lin Mo's tactics dishonorable? Indeed, Lin Mo's spirit beast's skill was concealment. Must one always confront their opponent head-on to be deemed honorable? In the chaos of battle, discussions of honor seemed utterly misplaced. The two opposing factions stood firm in their beliefs, unable to persuade one another. The murmurs among the spectators swelled until Luo Qingfeng, the referee, intervened to restore order. His gaze swept over the assembled students. Before the match commenced, I stated that aside from not attacking the Beastmaster directly, there are no restrictions. Therefore, any combat method is permissible on the arena. This matter is settled, no further discussion is allowed. On the judges' platform, Wu Rongzhong turned to Sang Zi. You previously mentioned that as long as Lin Mo was clever, the golden-spotted giant elephant would be of no use. Did you anticipate this outcome? Sang Zi appeared somewhat bewildered. I thought that if he targeted the giant elephant's leg, limiting its charging ability, his odds of victory would naturally increase. I truly did not foresee this approach. Wu Rongzhong smirked. His strategy to prolong the match is indeed tactical, but it seems this contest may take longer than expected. He glanced at the sky. The sun had set, and the surrounding light had dimmed considerably. No need to rush. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the fight should conclude shortly. Vice Principal Li suddenly interjected. Conclude shortly? Both Wu Rongzhong and Sang Zi paused, turning to observe the arena below. Lin Mo remained seated in meditation, while Mu Yunting and the golden-spotted giant elephant stood alert, wary of the spirit tiger's attack. In this situation, they could not fathom how the battle could possibly be nearing its end. However, since Vice Principal Li had made such a claim, it was evident he had his reasons, and thus they chose not to question further, directing their attention back to the arena. At that moment, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, stretched languidly, and gazed at the watchful and furious Mu Yunting. Shall we discuss this? How about you concede? Concede? Mu Yunting scoffed, his anger palpable. On what grounds? Just because of your underhanded, roguelike combat style? Lin Mo nodded. Precisely. Do you have any means to counter it? Mu Yunting clenched his fists tightly, rage boiling within him. He felt an overwhelming urge to charge at Lin Mo and deliver a few blows. Since becoming a trainee Beastmaster, he had never felt so humiliated. Just then, a water blade appeared unexpectedly behind the golden-spotted giant elephant, plunging down onto its hind leg and inflicting a horrific wound 3 inches deep. The giant elephant emitted a pained roar for the first time, its massive body trembling and half kneeling on the ground. Mu Yunting's expression darkened to an extreme as he suddenly realized he had been deceived. Lin Mo's earlier taunts about conceding were merely bait to provoke him and create an opportunity to strike. No, Lin Mo's strategy did not begin with demanding his surrender. It commenced with meditation. By employing this delaying tactic to incite his anger, Lin Mo then suggested he concede, fully intending to provoke him. Otherwise, had he simply asked for a concession, Mu Yunting would not have felt such rage, nor would he have afforded Lin Mo an opportunity. Lin Mo had meticulously ensnared him in a trap. How could he devise such a sophisticated battle strategy in such a short time? Mu Yunting gazed at Lin Mo, his emotions a tumultuous swirl. Yet, at that moment, he had no time for contemplation. As the golden-spotted giant elephant knelt, the spirit tiger seized the moment. Launching another water blade, Mu Yunting immediately commanded the giant elephant to evade. However, given the elephant's already slow speed and the injury to its hind leg, it was unable to escape. With a familiar slicing sound, another wound was inflicted upon the giant elephant's back, causing its massive body to shudder once more. Through mental connection, Mu Yunting could vividly sense the pain endured by the golden-spotted giant elephant. Yet, he understood this was his final chance. He swiftly ordered the giant elephant to charge towards Xiaobai's location. In the next instant, the giant elephant surged forward as if propelled by a booster, racing toward where Xiaobai awaited. At this moment, Xiaobai, having unleashed 2 water blades in quick succession, had not yet managed to enter a state of concealment. Lin Mo was destined to lose. This was the thought that simultaneously surged through the minds of all present. Given the formidable stature of the Jin Ban Zhuxiang, a collision with it would undoubtedly spell defeat. Bang! In the next instant, the Jin Ban Zhuxiang crashed down upon the very spot where Xiaobai stood. The tremendous impact sent a violent tremor through the arena. Simultaneously, the Jin Ban Zhuxiang itself began to spout blood from its hind legs, kneeling heavily upon the stage. Yet, Xiaobai remained unscathed, positioned 3 feet away from the colossal creature. Witnessing this scene, the observing students were left in a state of bewilderment. How did the ghost tiger evade such a powerful attack? Mu Yunting's previous strike had been executed with impeccable timing, leaving no room for error. On the judge's platform, Sang Zi cast a glance at Wu Rongzhong, who bore a complex expression. As the deputy director of the combat department, he understood precisely how Xiaobai had evaded the attack. It was, in fact, rather simple. Xiaobai had merely leapt 2 or 3 meters to the side as the Jin Ban Zhuxiang charged forward. In previous assaults, Xiaobai had utilized concealment to reposition and evade. This had led the onlookers to develop a cognitive bias, believing that evasion could only be achieved in that manner. Consequently, they failed to notice Xiaobai's slight movement. Although it was merely a distance of 2 to 3 meters, it was sufficient to escape the range of the charging skill. This capability compelled Wu Rongzhong to once again acknowledge Lin Mo's extensive combat experience and keen battle awareness. The Jin Ban Zhuxiang had only executed a few attacks, yet Lin Mo had mastered its skill range entirely. Such an accomplishment was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. In the arena, Mu Yunting was equally astonished. He had initially deemed this strike a guaranteed success, but to his surprise, it had missed. However, his astonishment was short-lived. Just as the Jin Ban Zhuxiang descended, Xiaobai unleashed another water blade. At this juncture, the two were merely 3 feet apart. The water blade had nearly formed when it struck the Jin Ban Zhuxiang. Yet, it was evident that Lin Mo had held back. Given the proximity, the water blade could have targeted vital areas such as the eyes or neck. But Lin Mo opted to strike its back instead. Hiss! A new wound appeared on the Jin Ban Zhuxiang's back. At the same moment, the Jin Ban Zhuxiang raised one of its front legs and slammed it down with great force. Bang! A muffled thud resonated as the arena shook violently. Lin Mo distinctly felt a surge of power emanating from beneath the stage, which erupted beneath Xiaobai's feet. Tread advanced, with fierce strength, stomped the ground to launch all enemies within a 5-meter radius into the air. Boom! Having just launched a water blade, Xiaobai was abruptly lifted off the ground, soaring over a meter high. At the same time, the Jin Ban Zhuxiang lunged forward, its massive head swinging, and its long trunk lashed out like a whip, sending Xiaobai flying. Roar! Xiaobai was propelled 5 to 6 meters away, crashing to the ground with a painful cry. Lin Mo's eyes twitched, signaling Xiaobai to conceal itself, while his gaze turned coldly towards Mu Yunting. Below the stage, the gathered students fell silent, their expressions complex. It was evident to discerning eyes that Lin Mo had shown mercy with his previous water blade. Had that strike targeted the Jin Ban Zhuxiang's vital areas, the creature would not have had the chance to utilize tread, let alone strike Xiaobai down. This was not merely a matter of honor. It was shameless. Indeed, Lin Mo had spared the creature out of camaraderie, while Mu Yunting seized the opportunity to strike ruthlessly. Such behavior was utterly disgraceful. Individuals with integrity would find it impossible to respect him, regardless of his strength. The students exchanged murmurs, but this time, those who had previously criticized Lin Mo's combat style remained silent. He had not truly resorted to underhanded tactics. Chapter 108. Victor, Lin Mo. On the judge's platform, the school leaders wore expressions of concern. Only Vice Principal Li maintained his previous demeanor, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. Sangzi hesitated for a moment before addressing Vice Principal Li. Should we have Director Luo comment on this situation? Comment on what? Vice Principal Li countered. Sangzi was taken aback, realizing she had nothing further to say. She understood the implication behind Vice Principal Li's words. The Academy had consistently emphasized treating this training as real combat, and this challenge was indeed a part of that reality. Thus, Lin Mo's decision to show mercy in a combat scenario was inherently flawed. The injury sustained by the pet was the price Lin Mo had to pay for this error. As for Mu Yunting's actions, while morally indefensible, they could not be deemed particularly despicable within the context of actual combat. Her gaze shifted to Lin Mo on the arena. Although he had suffered due to his consideration for his classmate, if this experience could serve as a lesson to prevent similar mistakes in the future, it would not be without merit. In the arena, Lin Mo glared coldly at Mu Yunting, stating, "Surrender, or I cannot guarantee the safety of your pet." Unlike his previous request for surrender, this time, he was earnest. Mu Yunting regarded Lin Mo, a flicker of trepidation crossing his gaze. He sensed Lin Mo's anger. Unlike the overt display of rage, Lin Mo's fury was a turbulent undercurrent concealed beneath a placid facade. It appeared tranquil, yet danger lurked beneath. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. He had confidence in the Jin Band Zhuxiang's offensive capabilities. Given the previous encounter, he believed the ghost tiger had likely lost its fighting spirit. Thus, there was little probability it posed a threat. At this moment, conceding was an impossibility. Simultaneously, he overheard discussions surrounding the arena but remained indifferent. In the game of power, the victor is the one who prevails. As long as he ascended to the top of the freshman rankings, today's events would soon fade from memory, leaving only his title as the top freshman in people's minds. Therefore, his sole objective was to defeat Lin Mo. He fixed his gaze on Lin Mo, a smirk playing on his lips. "I believe it is you who should surrender. Does your pet still possess any fighting capability?" As he spoke, he mentally urged the Jin Band Zhuxiang to remain vigilant. Although he suspected the ghost tiger had been rendered incapable of fighting, it was merely a conjecture. Lin Mo regarded him with indifference. "If that is the case, I cannot be blamed." The moment his words fell, a familiar slicing sound resonated. A water blade materialized behind the Jin Band Zhuxiang, inflicting a wound on one of its hind legs. Hiss! The Jin Band Zhuxiang emitted a pained cry, its hind legs buckling as its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. How could this be possible? Mu Yunting was filled with disbelief as he felt the Jin Band Zhuxiang's agony. The ghost tiger had been flung over 5 meters away by the Jin Band Zhuxiang. How could it possibly be unscathed? The observing students were equally astonished. When Xiao Bai was struck, they shared Mu Yunting's sentiment, believing there was a high probability that Xiao Bai would lose its fighting spirit. Given the Jin Band Zhuxiang's size and strength, any pet struck by it would either be dead or gravely injured. Thus, witnessing Xiao Bai launch an attack despite the circumstances left them utterly stunned. However, the water blade was merely the beginning of their astonishment. As the golden-spotted giant elephant collapsed, Xiao Bai leapt gracefully onto its back. With a swift motion, its claws, sharp as hooks, extended and viciously tore into the creature's hide. A chilling sound echoed as 5 deep gashes appeared instantly. The golden-spotted giant elephant let out a pained roar, yet due to its injured legs, it was unable to shake off Xiao Bai. With a fierce roar, Xiao Bai continued to claw relentlessly at the elephant's back, creating a cacophony of tearing sounds. The once mighty back of the giant elephant was reduced to a bloody mess, resembling meat shredded by a grinder, with blood gushing forth abundantly. In response to such an onslaught, the fallen giant could only roll on the ground in agony, attempting to crush Xiao Bai beneath its bulk. However, this maneuver proved ineffective against the nimble Xiao Bai, which effortlessly leapt to the side of the giant elephant. A water blade shot forth unhesitatingly towards the elephant's head. "I concede." Faced with this lethal strike, Mu Yunting's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly chose to surrender. Yet, it was too late. Just as the water blade was about to strike the giant elephant, Luo Changfeng appeared in front of it, his fist enveloped in a faint crimson glow. Meeting the blade head-on, with a resounding thud, the water blade exploded into mist. Calmly, Luo Changfeng withdrew his fist and cast a glance at Lin Mo, sensing that at the critical moment, the water blade's power had diminished. Otherwise, even if he had managed to block it, his fist would likely have sustained injury. He also understood that had he not intervened, the water blade would have struck the giant elephant with full force, likely leaving it in need of months of recovery. Unexpectedly, the creature demonstrated a spirited resilience, Luo Changfeng mused. He held no resentment towards Lin Mo's actions. Rather, he admired them deeply. He had witnessed everything unfold on the arena with clarity. Mu Yunting's initial wrongdoing naturally could not be blamed on Lin Mo's subsequent actions. With a smile directed at Lin Mo, he announced, "Mu Yunting concedes. The victor is Lin Mo." A sudden hush fell over the crowd below, quickly followed by a thunderous applause. Lin Mo's victory was well-earned and hard-fought, and most importantly, in contrast to Mu Yunting's conduct, Lin Mo's actions were evidently more commendable, earning him the genuine support of the spectators. Only Mu Yunting wore a grim expression, his face reddening with each thunderous clap that echoed around him. Filled with frustration and confusion, once the applause subsided, he turned to Lin Mo and inquired, "How did you manage that? Why did your pet sustain such heavy attacks yet remain unscathed?" Chapter 109, A Woman's Intuition. Upon hearing Mu Yunting's question, the students below all turned their gazes toward Lin Mo, sharing the same curiosity. The officials on the podium also leaned in, intrigued. In truth, Xiaobai had not emerged unscathed. It was impossible for it to have endured such a brutal assault without injury. Therefore, its final few attacks were executed while it bore wounds. However, Lin Mo had no intention of revealing this to Mu Yunting, nor could he publicly disclose such information, as it would mean divulging his true capabilities. He preferred to maintain an air of mystery that would serve him better. Despite Mu Yunting's growing frustration, he found himself powerless to act. Lin Mo then addressed Luo Chengfeng, requesting, "Director Luo, please allow the match to continue." There were 3 individuals qualified to challenge, and Mu Yunting was merely the first. Luo Chengfeng nodded, turning to Mu Yunting, "You may take your pet to receive treatment." He then looked towards the audience and called out, "Fu Zihao, it is your turn to challenge Lin Mo." Fu Zihao sighed, saying, "I forfeit the challenge." Observing the combat prowess displayed by Lin Mo and Mu Yunting, he realized he stood no chance. Luo Chengfeng then turned to Bai Yunjing, who lamented, "I also concede." His voice was laden with disappointment and reluctance. He had been unbothered by his defeat to Gu Shi, believing he still had opportunities to rebound. However, after witnessing Lin Mo's battle against Mu Yunting, he comprehended that he had no hope left. Luo Chengfeng nodded, stating, "In that case, I declare Lin Mo the first place in this month's new student rankings." A fresh wave of applause erupted. Being ranked first signifies the strongest prowess among newcomers. Prior to this challenge, many had doubted Lin Mo, with some even mocking him upon learning of his talent level. Yet now, all acknowledged Lin Mo's rightful claim to the top position, fully aware of the challenges he had overcome to achieve it. Luo Chengfeng waited for the applause to fade before continuing. "This challenge concludes here. All students who have made it onto the new student rankings should report to the academic office tomorrow morning to collect your rewards. Additionally, I hope you all remember the rules regarding the new student rankings." He then addressed the gathered students, "Starting next month, each of you will have 1 challenge opportunity per month. Moreover, those on the new student rankings must accept at least 3 challenges each month. Therefore, challengers, I urge you to seize your opportunities wisely and select opponents you feel confident against. Do not squander your chances. Those being challenged cannot refuse the first 3 challengers who approach you. If you refuse, it will be considered a concession. Is that understood?" The students gradually departed. However, the officials on the podium remained, engaged in discussion. Sang Zi smiled at Wu Rongzhong, saying, "Director Wu, it seems my judgment was the more astute." Mu Rongzhong, preoccupied, turned to Vice Principal Li and asked, "Vice Principal, did you foresee Lin Mo's victory?" Although Vice Principal Li did not express a definitive opinion, his demeanor clearly favored Lin Mo. He nodded and replied, "I did not know who would win, but I indeed held greater hope for Lin Mo." Wu Rongzhong, perplexed, queried, "Why is that?" Before the battle commenced, all indicators suggested Lin Mo was at a disadvantage. He genuinely found this puzzling. While he had previously witnessed underdogs triumph, those instances were rare and typically involved a significant advantage in some aspect. This was understandable, as a Beastmaster's talent could often determine the outcome of a battle. Yet, Lin Mo's talent level was inferior to that of Mu Yunting, and his beast was also of a lower rank. He seemed to possess no advantages whatsoever. Yet, remarkably, he emerged victorious, and decisively at that. Consequently, Wu Rongzhong found himself utterly bewildered. "Because you have overlooked a crucial point," the Beastmaster himself, Vice Principal Li stated. "Talent level is indeed significant, as is the level of the beasts, yet one must not disregard the Beastmaster's own capabilities. A student with level talent who has navigated numerous challenges to enter the academy as the top student must possess extraordinary qualities. This certainty led me to have even greater faith in Lin Mo." Wu Rongzhong remained skeptical. "Is that truly the sole reason?" "Of course not." Vice Principal Li turned his gaze towards Sang Zi, inquiring, "Director Sang, what prompted your sudden change of perspective?" Sang Zi replied, "I have come to realize that Lin Mo is exceptionally intelligent. He adeptly leverages his advantages and possesses a remarkable acumen for combat." "Indeed, that is precisely the case." Vice Principal Li nodded, then shifted his attention to Wu Rongzhong, stating, "As the head of the combat department, your focus solely on talent and the level of pet beasts seems rather one-sided. Wu Rongzhong nodded, his expression filled with contrition. Thank you for your guidance, Principal. I shall be more mindful in the future. From his standpoint, it was somewhat understandable, as examples like Lin Mo were exceedingly rare, with perhaps only one emerging every few years. Consequently, he had gradually developed a habit of emphasizing talent and pet beast levels. Nevertheless, Lin Mo's emergence had indeed served as a wake-up call for him, which he perceived as a positive development. Vice Principal Li then nodded slightly and rose to depart. Once Wu Rongzhong saw that Vice Principal Li had walked away, he turned to Sang Zi and asked, Director Sang, your change of heart is not solely due to the reasons you mentioned, is it? Sang Zi smiled slightly, not entirely. There is another reason I have previously shared with you. Wu Rongzhong paused, then asked, a woman's intuition? Sang Zi replied earnestly, precisely, it is a woman's intuition. For some reason, after witnessing Lin Mo's performance once the battle commenced, I had an inexplicable feeling that he would emerge victorious. I cannot explain why, but that sensation was particularly strong. Wu Rongzhong appeared skeptical. Are you serious? Sang Zi raised her hand to the heavens. Absolutely true. Wu Rongzhong's lips twitched as he turned to leave. If Sang Zi was not deceiving him, then he could only concede that he had genuinely lost to her this time. After all, he lacked a woman's intuition. Chapter 110, The Evolution of Pet Beasts. In Dormitory 108 of Building 9, Lin Mo found himself pinned to his bed. Opposite him sat Xiao Ning, Chuan Muqinyang, and Kong Zhihao in a row. At that moment, both Xiao Ning and Duan Mu bore the expression of interrogators, determined to extract an explanation from Lin Mo. What on earth do you want? Lin Mo asked, feeling quite helpless. Shouldn't the top of the new students treat us? Xiao Ning queried. Absolutely. One meal is insufficient. It should be 3 to 5, chimed in Duan Muqinyang. All right. Kong Zhihao, the honest one, was dragged along by the other two, utterly at a loss for words. However, upon sensing the cold glints in Xiao Ning and Duan Muqinyang's gazes, he involuntarily shivered and blurted out, You are incredibly strong. What the heck? Xiao Ning and Duan Mu exclaimed simultaneously. Lin Mo felt a shiver run down his spine. Although being told he was strong was a compliment, it felt peculiar coming from another man. Nonetheless, considering Kong Zhihao's honest nature, he dismissed it. I will certainly honor my promise of a meal, but if you have no other matters, I need to step out for a moment. My Kunping in the beast space is still hungry. The eyes of Xiao Ning and Duan Muqinyang instantly ignited with curiosity. At this hour, are you going on a date? Lin Mo smiled slightly. If I say no, would you believe me? Damn. Xiao Ning and Duan Mu felt as though they had been fed a mouthful of dog food and promptly made way for him. Lin Mo chuckled and swiftly exited. Once Lin Mo had departed, the playful expressions on Xiao Ning and Duan Mu's faces gradually faded, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Duan Mu, we need to work hard from now on, Xiao Ning remarked, gazing out at the darkening night. Indeed, we must strive diligently, Duan Mu echoed, his expression solemn as he also looked out the window. Although they had just been joking with Lin Mo, it was because he was their dorm mate. The stark reality was that Lin Mo was the top of the new student rankings, while they were merely ordinary students among the multitude at Qingyuan Academy. If they did not exert themselves, the gap between them and Lin Mo would undoubtedly widen. At that point, they would likely lose the right to joke with him. I have a question, Kong Zhihao suddenly interjected. Xiao Ning and Duan Mu exchanged glances, both sensing an ominous premonition. However, considering there was no one else around, they nodded. Go ahead. When you talk about working hard, why do you both always look out the window? Kong Zhihao asked, perplexed. Xiao Ning and Duan Mu exchanged glances again, realizing he was attempting to stir trouble. Fortunately, with no one around, they were not particularly concerned. Xiao Ning continued gazing out the window. Lin Mo is truly formidable. Indeed, Duan Muqinyang also looked out. Who could have predicted that a dorm mate would suddenly become the top of the new student rankings? The top of the new student rankings means the academy will provide the best beast food for free, Xiao Ning said, filled with envy. 3 million a month. More than my allowance. I can no longer claim to be a rich second generation, Duan Mu lamented. Kong Zhihao interjected. So you mean your effort is for this purpose? Xiao Ning and Duan Mu exchanged glances before simultaneously erupting, pinning Kong Zhihao down. Damn. The honest one always manages to stab people in the back, huh? I have tolerated you for too long. Today we settle old and new scores together. The following morning at 9 a.m., in the classroom of Class 1 of the Comprehensive Department, only 51 out of 52 seats were occupied. What a pity. Duan Muqinyang sighed as he looked at the empty seat. He did not harbor particularly deep feelings for Chu Yuying, but she was nonetheless his chosen pursuit, making her departure somewhat melancholic. Lin Mo patted Duan Mu on the shoulder. The academy had intended to remove Chu Yuying's desk and chair, but Hu Yin intervened. stating that the empty desk should serve as a constant reminder to the students of the dangers and lessons learned. Moments later, as the class bell rang, the students prepared for their first theoretical lesson since entering Qingyuan Academy. Huyan entered the classroom with empty hands and announced, "Today's first lesson will be taught by me. And our topic is the evolution of pet beasts." Hearing this topic, many students, including Lin Mo, were momentarily taken aback. They understood that pet beasts could grow and level up, but the concept of evolution was new to them. Huyan continued, "Many of you may not know that pet beasts can evolve, which is quite normal, as the first condition for evolution is entering maturity." A student asked, "What do you mean by evolution, teacher Hu?" Huyan explained, "Evolution, to put it simply, refers to the enhancement of a pet beast's bloodline and species. In simpler terms, it is the elevation of your pet beast species level. For example, a first-level low-grade green-shell turtle." Lin Mo felt a strange sensation, as if he had been subtly prodded. Huyan's voice continued, "According to years of research by the Beastmaster Association, the green-shell turtle currently has 86 evolutionary paths. For instance, one path is from a first-level green-shell turtle to a second-level thick-shelled turtle, then to a third-level rock-shelled turtle, and finally to a fourth-level iron-shelled turtle. Another path is from a first-level green-shell turtle to a second-level flame-shelled turtle, then to a third-level flame turtle, and finally to a fourth-level spirit fire turtle. 86 different evolutionary paths mean 86 growth plans, allowing Beastmasters to choose the most suitable one based on their circumstances. However, facilitating a pet beast's evolution is not an easy task and requires tremendous effort from the Beastmaster. Teacher Hu, is there a limit to evolution? A student inquired. My pet beast is of the 4th tier, and if I can fulfill all the requirements for its evolution, can I cultivate it into a divine beast? Chapter 111, Evolution Path. Upon hearing this question, every member of Class 1 in the comprehensive department perked up, as this was a matter of shared curiosity. This was indeed a pertinent question. Huyan responded, "Regrettably, I must inform you that there is a limit to the evolution of pet beasts. As you are aware, the racial tier of pet beasts ranges from 1 to 9, each divided into low, mid, and high levels. Generally speaking, the pinnacle of evolution is a high 9th tier. Achieving the king tier, overlord tier, or the ultimate mythological tier above the 9th is exceedingly difficult through evolution." A student asked, "But, Mr. Hu, if you say it is difficult, does that imply there is still a chance?" "Indeed," Huyan affirmed. "To evolve a pet beast beyond the 9th tier, 2 prerequisites must be met. First, the pet beast qualifications must reach the corresponding level, that is to say, to evolve into a king beast. It must possess at least king-level qualifications. Second, it requires the blood essence of a ferocious beast of the corresponding level. Thus, to evolve into a king beast, one would need the blood essence of a king ferocious beast. Moreover, these 2 are merely prerequisites. Additional conditions must also be satisfied to complete the evolution." Upon hearing this, the students' faces fell in disappointment. Given such stringent conditions, they felt hope was fleeting. Setting aside the requirement for the corresponding ferocious beast's blood essence, the issue of the pet beast's qualifications alone was enough to bar them all from the path. Only Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, for the qualifications of a pet beast posed no challenge for him. With his qualification enhancement, whether it be king level, overlord level, or the coveted mythological level, it was merely a matter of time. As for the other conditions, once he resolved the primary challenge of qualifications, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. In truth, you need not be overly disheartened, Huyan observed the students. King-tier pet beasts are already rare entities, while those above, overlord and mythological tiers, are even more elusive. For the vast majority of beast tamers, achieving a racial tier of 7 or 8 for their pet beasts in their lifetime is already commendable. First, understand the evolution path of your pet beast. The library at the Academy holds extensive information on this. You may consult it after class. Second, select one of the paths and begin your preparations. Upon hearing this, the expressions of disappointment among the students gradually dissipated. Divine tier pet beasts were indeed a distant dream for most beast tamers. They had perhaps been overly ambitious. Seeing this, Huyan continued, "Next, let us discuss the considerations for pet beast evolution. The first point, which I have mentioned before, is that a pet beast must reach maturity before it can evolve. The second point is that evolution is not guaranteed to succeed. Even with meticulous preparations, there remains a possibility of failure. Third, if a pet beast fails to evolve, it cannot attempt evolution again for at least 6 months. Otherwise, it may incur permanent harm." Fourth, Huyan outlined a total of 6 key points. As Lin Mo absorbed this information, he truly grasped the arduous nature of evolution. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, evolution entails an enhancement of bloodlines and species, akin to altering the very essence of the pet beast's race. Thus, the challenges were to be expected. As the class drew to a close, Hu Yin shifted topics. You all know that once a pet beast enters maturity, it signifies your eligibility to become a formal beast tamer. Therefore, you may begin preparing for the professional assessment of beast tamers in advance. Furthermore, upon becoming a formal beast tamer, you may contract a second pet beast. Those who meet the conditions can also start preparing related matters for their second pet. With that, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Hu Yin turned and departed, while the students immediately began to discuss the evolution of pet beasts, the assessment for beast tamers, contracting a second pet beast. The wealth of information from this class was overwhelming, and they needed time to digest it. Lin Mo, however, was lost in contemplation. He did not need to ponder the matter of a second pet beast. He had already acquired a third pet beast, let alone a second. His primary concern was the evolution of his green armor turtle. Moreover, his green armor turtle possessed a spatial attribute. Typically, green armor turtles are predominantly of earth attribute, with occasional instances of fire, metal, or water attributes. However, a spatial attribute green armor turtle was something he had never even heard of prior to encountering Xuanwu. Thus, he was uncertain whether any of the 86 known evolution paths were suitable for a spatial attribute green armor turtle. If none existed, he would be at a loss. With this thought, he found himself abandoning considerations of the beast tamer assessment, rising swiftly to head for the library. The library of Qingyuan Academy was vast, comprising 12 floors and housing millions of volumes. After inquiring with the librarian, he found resources regarding the evolution paths of the green armor turtle on the second floor. Yet, after thoroughly reviewing the 86 evolution paths, Lin Mo could not help but smile wryly. The outcome he dreaded most had materialized. Among the 86 evolution paths, there was no path for spatial attribute evolution. This meant that even if he elevated Xuanwu's qualifications to the divine level, it would be futile, as evolution would remain unattainable. This posed a significant dilemma. Lin Mo slowly set down the materials in his hands, his brow furrowed in a deep crease. Although his primary pet beast had always been Xiaobai, he held high expectations for Xuanwu, as its spatial attribute harbored infinite potential. However, if Xuanwu could not evolve, its achievements would be severely limited, even with its spatial nature. Many spatial skills have racial tier requirements. If the racial tier is not met, numerous skills cannot awaken or be utilized. Even without an evolution path, there must be other solutions. I just do not know them yet, Lin Mo reassured himself, silently encouraging his spirit. Spatial attribute pet beasts are exceedingly rare, rarer still than golden tier two-headed wolves. Having fortuitously discovered such a spatial attribute pet beast, he could not allow it to languish. Chapter 112, Spirit Stones. Leaving the library, Lin Mo headed directly to Hu Yan's office. Lin Mo, what brings you here? Hu Yan greeted him warmly. He genuinely admired and valued this student, who had distinguished himself in training and brought him considerable pride. Mr. Hu, I have a few questions I would like to ask, Lin Mo said, glancing at the other teachers in the office, hesitating momentarily. Follow me. Hu Yan immediately understood, leading Lin Mo to an empty conference room where they sat down. What questions do you have? Ask away. Lin Mo pondered his phrasing before inquiring. I would like to know if the evolution paths of pet beasts collected by the Academy represent the entirety of known routes. Hu Yan looked at Lin Mo, astonished by his perceptiveness. Lin Mo was taken aback, not comprehending. Hu Yan chuckled. In fact, even if you had not come to find me, I intended to discuss this matter with you. The Academy collects evolution paths based on 3 criteria: safety, cost, and success rate. You can understand these standards without further elaboration. After all, most students at the Academy come from ordinary backgrounds and cannot afford high risks or costs. Lin Mo nodded in understanding. Take, for example, the evolution paths of the green armor turtle he had previously reviewed. Among the 86 evolutionary pathways, the most economical route from the first to the second tier requires an initial investment of approximately 2 million, and even then, success is not guaranteed. This is indeed a burden that most individuals cannot bear. Hu Yan continued, this is also the reason I sought to speak with you. While the pathways provided by the Academy are characterized by their high safety, low cost, and elevated success rates, they share a common flaw. The ultimate results of evolution are not the strongest. I did not mention this in class, but different evolutionary routes signify distinct evolutionary outcomes, and there exist disparities in strength among these outcomes. He gazed at Lin Mo. You should be able to comprehend this, right? Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. Even among 5th-tier advanced ferocious beasts, there remains a variation in strength. He inquired, so, do you wish for me to consider the evolutionary routes not compiled by the Academy? Hu Yan nodded. That is indeed my suggestion. On one hand, you are currently ranked first on the freshman leaderboard, so financial constraints are not an issue. Even if you fail, you can absorb the loss. On the other hand, I believe your phantom tiger is quite remarkable. To merely choose an ordinary evolutionary path would be somewhat of a disservice to its potential. However, the stronger the evolutionary pathway, the greater the risks and investments involved. So ultimately, the decision rests with you. Lin Mo nodded. Where should I go to learn about those other evolutionary pathways? The Beastmaster Association. Huyan paused slightly. In fact, the Academy has also compiled some formidable evolutionary routes, but they are currently only accessible to students on the combat leaderboard. Nevertheless, what you find at the Beastmaster Association will be similar. The evolutionary pathways the Academy possesses are available there, and if they are absent, it likely indicates that such a route does not exist. Lin Mo nodded. Then I shall pay a visit there. I have afternoon classes. Go ahead, you have my permission. Huyan was quite understanding. Thank you. Teacher Hu. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude before rising to leave. For him at present, the inability to locate the evolutionary pathway for the green armored turtle was a source of great unease. The Beastmaster Association is the official organization of Huaxia, with branches in every city across the nation. The branch in Qiyun City is located in the heart of the city, a towering structure of 66 stories. Using his student ID from Qingyuan Academy, Lin Mo successfully accessed the data repository of the Beastmaster Association. The repository consists of 6 levels, each requiring a different security clearance. Lin Mo was permitted entry only to the lowest level. However, according to Huyan, the evolutionary routes he sought were not classified, so his clearance was entirely sufficient. Within the expansive first floor, thousands of computers were arranged, with numerous individuals seated before them. Lin Mo selected a position in a corner and began his search for relevant information. He first looked up the evolutionary route for the phantom tiger. The results yielded 72 options, whereas he had only found 38 in the Academy's library. After a thorough review, he confirmed Huyan's assertion. The Academy's compilation was indeed relatively safer. After careful comparison and selection, he chose several of the more potent options and copied the data. He then searched for the evolutionary route of the green armored turtle. The Academy listed a total of 86 routes, but he discovered 132. However, upon close inspection, Lin Mo's brow furrowed once more. He still could not find the spatial variant of the green armored turtle's evolutionary route. According to Huyan, if even the Beastmaster Association failed to provide such information, it likely indicated that the desired evolutionary pathway did not exist in the world. What should he do now? Lin Mo felt a surge of anxiety. He possessed a spatial-type pet, yet could not evolve it. It felt akin to grasping a treasure chest without the means to unlock it, a most disheartening sensation. Do not panic. Remain calm. Lin Mo urged himself to regain composure. If indeed there were no evolutionary methods for the spatial variant of the green armored turtle, then worrying would be futile, for it was beyond his control. The known evolutionary routes had been painstakingly researched at great cost by predecessors. Attempting to forge a new path single-handedly was utterly implausible. Then, a thought struck him. He began to search for information regarding the stone he had found in the lair of the golden-winged rock. When he had gone to purchase beast food for the Kunping, he had initially considered having the staff at Dashamal appraise it. However, for safety's sake, he abstained, suspecting that the Kunping's exceptional initial attributes were closely tied to that stone. If his hypothesis were correct, the stone's origin must be extraordinary. Thus, he resolved to investigate it himself. Unfortunately, this world lacked features such as image recognition or visual search, making the search cumbersome. However, after investing considerable effort, he eventually located relevant information about the stone. Spirit Stone. That was the name of the stone. Yet, upon reading its description, Lin Mo was left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 113, A Million Bounty. Spirit Stone contains an unknown component that significantly enhances a pet's potential and the probability of awakening innate skills. He had anticipated that the Spirit Stone could enhance a pet's potential, but he had not foreseen its ability to increase the likelihood of awakening innate skills. This function was indeed astonishing. Aside from awakening innate skills at birth, pets have a chance to awaken such skills every time they level up. But this probability is exceedingly low. This is evident from Lin Mo's experiences with Xuanwu and Xiaobai. Both Xuanwu and Xiaobai were nurtured by Lin Mo, yet to date, they had only awakened one internal space between them, which was already quite commendable. For the vast majority of Beastmasters, the probability of pets awakening innate skills beyond their birth is truly minuscule. The value of this item was simply immeasurable. Lin Mo gazed at the data on the Spirit Stone, unable to refrain from murmuring to himself. The information indicated that the usage of the Spirit Stone was straightforward. Simply place it alongside the pet. Moreover, this item is permanently effective, allowing him to rotate its use among several pets. Thus, aside from its extraordinary capabilities, he found it difficult to describe further. Fortunately, he was grateful he had not sought an appraisal at Dashamal. Innocent people can suffer from the crimes of the guilty. If someone with ulterior motives were to learn of this item, he would likely not know how he met his end. He immediately made a silent vow. This item would remain in his Beastmaster space henceforth. It would not be revealed unless absolutely necessary. As he descended from the repository, Lin Mo fell once more into contemplation. While the value of the spirit stone was indeed astonishing, the predicament he faced remained. He still lacked knowledge of the evolutionary route for the green armored turtle. Moreover, if all went as expected, there were no evolutionary routes for the spatial variant of the green armored turtle throughout Huaxia. This left him in a state of evolutionary impasse. Lin Mo sighed, his expression one of resignation. At present, he felt powerless. However, he had no intention of conceding defeat. To relinquish so easily was not in his nature. A spatial-type pet holds boundless potential. As long as there remains even the slightest possibility, he would strive with all his might to pursue it. Thus, he resolved to prepare for two contingencies. On one hand, he would continue searching for the evolutionary route of the green armored turtle. On the other, he would begin gathering the materials required for Xiaobai's evolution. With this in mind, Lin Mo promptly turned and made his way to the task hall on the first floor of the Beastmaster Association. The task hall is open to all Beastmasters. Upon entering the hall, Lin Mo first noticed 3 enormous display screens. Each of these colossal screens, exceeding 10 meters in length, width, and height, was positioned in the left, front, and right directions of the hall, continuously scrolling with information. In the center of the hall, there was a circular array of workstations. Lin Mo proceeded directly to the nearest workstation, number 8. Behind the workstation stood a young woman, approximately 25 or 26 years old, clad in the uniform of the Beastmaster Association, her face adorned with a warm smile. "Hello, sir, I am customer service Li Wei at workstation 8. How may I assist you today?" she inquired. "I would like to post a bounty," Lin Mo replied. "The association's bounties start at a minimum of 1 million. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Li Wei asked. Lin Mo nodded affirmatively. For him, even 10 million would be worth it if it meant discovering the evolutionary path of the space-type green-shell tortoise. "Very well, please fill out this form," Li Wei said, handing Lin Mo a sheet. As he examined the personal information section, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Can the bounty be posted anonymously? Revealing personal information would indicate to everyone that I possess a space-type green-shell tortoise, which would be quite disadvantageous." "What type of bounty are you looking to post?" Li Wei inquired. The association stipulates that revenge and exploration-related bounties must meet specific criteria to be posted anonymously. However, for bounties concerning missing persons or items, anonymity is permitted. "I am seeking an item," Lin Mo stated. "Then anonymity is possible," Li Wei responded. "However, please note that the association will charge an additional 10% service fee on the bounty for anonymity. This fee is non-refundable, regardless of whether the bounty is successful." "Understood," Lin Mo acknowledged. "Please follow me," Li Wei said, leading him to a room resembling a private chamber. She explained, "This room contains a computer, and once you enter, you can directly post your anonymous bounty through it. The computer is equipped with time distortion technology, ensuring that the bounty you post will not display the current time. There are numerous similar rooms on the first floor, so even the association will not know the details of your bounty, ensuring your absolute safety. Additionally, for security reasons, I recommend you pay in cash." "All right," Lin Mo nodded and stepped into the room. The chamber was entirely enclosed, measuring only 7 or 8 square meters. Inside, there was merely a computer and a desk lamp. Lin Mo glanced around and noted the exceptionally smooth and even walls, devoid of any potential hiding spots for cameras. Approaching the computer, he easily located the form for anonymous bounties. Unlike the previous form, this one only required a code name. After some contemplation, he filled in the name Zhu Long. Next, he crafted the bounty details. Bounty target: clues regarding the egg of a pet beast with king-level qualifications. Bounty amount: 1 million. Bounty duration: 3 months. He then clicked to publish. In the next moment, the computer screen displayed an 18-character code composed of numbers and letters, along with a message. "This code is the sole proof of your posted bounty. Please safeguard it carefully." Lin Mo took out his phone and captured an image of the code. After sitting in the room for another 5 minutes, he opened the bounty form once more. Though Li Wei had assured him of the anonymity's security, he believed that one could never be too cautious. This time, he chose the code named Jiuyu. Zhu Long, also known as Zhu Jiuyu, was a detail only he was privy to, alleviating any concerns about the two code names being linked. He then posted the bounty regarding the evolutionary path of the space-type green-shell tortoise, with the same amount of 1 million and a duration of 3 months. After taking a photo of the second code, he exited the room. Li Wei awaited his return outside and approached him. "You should have received your code. You can now proceed to the counter to pay using that code. Once the payment is successful, your bounty will be officially posted." Lin Mo did not immediately make the payment. 3 days later, he withdrew 3 million in cash from a bank near the academy. On that very day, Kunpeng leveled up. Name: Golden-Winged Arrow Pong. Attribute: Wind. Qualification: Low-level Platinum. Species level: High-level Tier 5. Talent skills: Wind Control, Advanced. Sky-Splitting Claw, Advanced. Windblade, Advanced. Lin Mo calculated the time elapsed since he had contracted Kunpeng, which had been precisely 5 days. This rapid upgrade rate mirrored that of Xiaobai. Of course, this was also due to the fact that he had provided Kunpeng with 14 times the amount of beast food. The most notable change was that its golden soft fur had begun to harden, gradually resembling the golden-winged arrow pong. Then, Lin Mo unexpectedly discovered that the spirit stone he had placed in the beast space was now with Xiaobai. Initially, he had stored the spirit stone in the beast space and had not given it further thought, intending to understand its purpose before proceeding. It seemed that the pet beasts possessed intelligence and recognized the benefits of such items. Lin Mo did not intervene and checked on Xuanwu's injuries instead. After 5 or 6 days of recovery, Xuanwu's injuries had significantly improved and it could now begin low-intensity training. In about a week, it should fully recover. 3 days later, Lin Mo returned to the Beastmaster Association to pay for the first bounty. The bounty amount was 1 million, plus the association fee, totaling 1 million. After another 3 days, Lin Mo visited the Beastmaster Association for the third time to pay for the second bounty. Thus, he had spent nearly 10 days and 220,000 in total to complete the posting of both bounties. If someone could still trace him after all this, he would have no choice but to accept it. The curriculum at the Advanced Beastmaster Academy comprised only a few theoretical classes, with the majority focused on practical training. Most students, aside from attending classes and visiting the library, spent the bulk of their time in the training grounds. This made Lin Mo appear somewhat unconventional, as his pet beasts could cultivate in the beast space, resulting in infrequent visits to the training grounds. Nonetheless, he remained diligent, spending his time in the library researching various materials on pet beast evolution, particularly the evolutionary paths of other tortoise-type beasts, which he closely monitored. Unfortunately, he had yet to make any substantial progress. He had reviewed the evolutionary paths of over 46 types of tortoise beasts, totaling thousands of variations, but none met his criteria. Not even a single path was suitable for reference. This left Lin Mo feeling a sense of despair for the first time, forcing him to place his last hopes on the bounties. If there were no results from the bounties, he would truly be at a loss. A week later, Lin Mo returned to the Beastmaster Association. Since anonymous bounties could not leave contact information, he could only periodically check for updates at the association. As expected, the results were disappointing. This upgrade occurred just 13 days after the last one. Lin Mo analyzed that the reason was the extended time Kunpeng had spent in his beast space. Since their contract, Kunpeng had never left his beast space, which naturally resulted in a faster upgrade rate compared to Xiaobai. Another week passed, and Lin Mo made an early visit to the Beastmaster Association. However, the outcome remained disappointing. Yet, as he was preparing to leave, he unexpectedly encountered Wang Hao at the entrance. Their eyes met briefly, and they passed by each other in silence, neither speaking a word. However, Lin Mo astutely discerned a hint of cold amusement and smugness in Wang Hao's gaze. Is he planning to make a move against me? It seems I must exercise caution when leaving the academy in the future. A sense of alertness arose within Lin Mo. If Wang Hao were indeed to issue a bounty on him, the opponent would undoubtedly strike when he departed from the academy. Upon returning to the academy, Lin Mo's demeanor suddenly shifted, a smile gracing his lips as he realized Xiaobai had leveled up. Name: Baihu Ghost Tiger. Attribute: Water. Qualification: Intermediate Gold. Race level: High level, Tier 5. Talent skills: Stealth, Advanced, Proficient. Waterblade, Advanced, Proficient. Water Mist, Advanced, Unfamiliar. To his astonishment, Xiaobai had awakened a new talent skill. Sensing the transformation in Xiaobai, Lin Mo's spirit surged, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Xiaobai was nurtured and hatched by him. Yet aside from the 2 skills it possessed at hatching, it had not awakened any new skills. Now, the long-anticipated wish had finally come to fruition. However, he was aware that while Xiaobai's inherent qualities contributed, the role of the Spirit Stone could not be overlooked. Without the Spirit Stone, Xiaobai might have awakened skills eventually, but certainly not at this moment. He then communicated with Xiaobai to learn about the effects of Water Mist. Water Mist Advanced. A water-based skill that envelopes the target in a dense mist, obstructing their line of sight. Upon reading the skill's description, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled anew. This water mist perfectly complements Xiaobai's stealth and waterblade abilities. Just imagine, if Xiaobai were to first envelop the opponent in mist, and then unleash the waterblade, who could possibly evade it? Alternatively, if Xiaobai were to cast water mist before using stealth, the opponent's attempts to track Xiao Bai would be utterly futile. In summary, the emergence of water mist would undoubtedly enhance Xiao Bai's combat capabilities significantly. If the current Xiao Bai were to face the golden-spotted giant elephant, victory would be effortlessly secured without injury. However, previously, Xian Wu had upgraded first, and only then did Xiao Bai follow suit. This time, Xiao Bai's advancement came first, indicating that injuries have a considerable impact on the growth rate of pet beasts, Lin Mo pondered. Just then, his phone rang. It was Hu Yan. Lin Mo answered. Teacher Hu, is there something you need? Hu Yan's voice came through the receiver, tinged with excitement. Do you remember I mentioned that the results of your first outdoor training are crucial? I remember, Lin Mo replied. Hu Yan had emphasized this point multiple times before. You're in luck, the opportunity has arrived. Come to my office immediately. Chapter 115, The Secret Realm Team. Hu Yan's office. After receiving the call, Lin Mo hurried over. Sit. Hu Yan gestured to the chair across from him, then inquired, how much do you know about the Secret Realm? I only know that the Secret Realm is filled with rare treasures that greatly benefit beast tamers and their pets, but it is also quite perilous. Beyond that, I am unaware, Lin Mo responded. He had often heard of the Secret Realm and seen some related information in the news, but that was merely surface knowledge. The only secret realm he had entered thus far was during the entrance exam, which hardly qualified as a true secret realm, as it had already been cleared beforehand and illusions had been set up within. Hu Yan nodded. You are correct. The secret realm is indeed fraught with danger. According to statistics from the Beast Tamer Association, over the past decade, only 50% of beast tamers who entered the secret realm have returned alive. Lin Mo's pupils widened in shock. 50%. This meant that only half had survived. In other words, each individual entering the secret realm faced a 50-50 chance of life or death. Moreover, Hu Yan continued, this mortality rate pertains only to previously explored secret realms. If it is a newly discovered one, the death rate will be even higher. Lin Mo's expression shifted again. He understood the secret realm was perilous, but he had not anticipated such severity. At this moment, Hu Yan looked at Lin Mo. If I were to offer you a chance to enter the secret realm now, would you be willing to go? Absolutely. Lin Mo replied without hesitation. Danger and opportunity have always coexisted. Furthermore, he aspired to stand atop the world. If he were to retreat at the first sign of danger, he would likely never achieve his goals in this lifetime. You're quite decisive, Hu Yan remarked with a smile. Don't you want to think it over? No, Lin Mo replied with unwavering determination. Good, then go find some teammates. Hu Yan instructed. A 5-person team is the standard for entering the secret realm. As he spoke, his expression shifted. You should be aware of the personnel configuration for secret realm teams, right? I know, Lin Mo affirmed. He had indeed gathered some knowledge on this, as the configuration of a secret realm team somewhat resembled the 5-person teams in Earth's online games. There is typically 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 damage dealers. In the context of Lanxing, a tank generally refers to a beast tamer with defensive talents and a pet that possesses high defense and health. The healer refers to a medical-type beast tamer. Meanwhile, the damage dealers are those whose talents and pets lean towards offense. That's good to know, Hu Yan said. However, there are 2 additional requirements you must keep in mind. First, due to the restrictions of the secret realm itself, there cannot be any team members whose pets have reached maturity. Lin Mo nodded, indicating his understanding. The reason medical-type beast tamers could bypass this level restriction is that they are exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, Lin Mo had already thought of a suitable candidate. Thus, after leaving Hu Yan's office, he immediately called Ren Yuan. Oh, the illustrious top of the freshman rankings is calling a nameless nobody like me. I am truly honored. Ren Yuan's teasing voice came through the receiver. Lin Mo chuckled, unfazed by her banter, and asked, how have you been lately? In truth, he was not particularly close with Ren Yuan, Lu Qingyang, and the others. However, reconnecting after arriving at Chiyun imbued a sense of camaraderie akin to meeting a fellow townsman. All right, enough of the fake pleasantries. The busy person who called me surely has something to discuss, so let us get to the point. Ren Yuan remained straightforward. I just arrived a few days ago. Why do you ask? Ren Yuan inquired. I have an opportunity to enter the secret realm, and I would like to invite you to form a team with me, Lin Mo stated. The secret realm. Ren Yuan's voice shot up an octave. Such a great opportunity. Are you sure you want to invite me? Absolutely. But I must clarify beforehand that the secret realm is dangerous and could very well pose a threat to life, Lin Mo said earnestly. Of course. How could the secret realm be without danger? But regardless of the risks, if you're inviting me, I will definitely go. Wherever you are. We can meet and discuss further, Ren Yuan replied, already brimming with anticipation. After all, the secret realm represents immense opportunities for any beast tamer. Wait a moment. When you come, could you also invite Li Yingying for me? I don't have her contact information, Lin Mo added. Li Yingying was also a student from Chuanning. They had met once when they collectively transferred from Chuan Ning to Qing Yuan. At that time, Li Yingying introduced herself, revealing that she had awakened a healing talent, leaving a deep impression on him. Thus, regarding the role of healer in the team, she was the first person that came to mind. I can extend the invitation, but I can't guarantee whether she will agree, Ren Yuanyuan replied. Understood, Lin Mo acknowledged. After all, he was not particularly familiar with Li Yingying. The exploration of the secret realm indeed carries a certain degree of peril, making it quite understandable for others to decline participation. Another question arose from Ren Yuanyuan. You are not inviting me merely to persuade me to invite Li Yingying, are you? Certainly not, Lin Mo replied. I have few acquaintances in Qingyuan, and when such an opportunity arises, I naturally think of you first. He spoke sincerely. As he left Hu Yan's office, he had already largely settled on the team members. He, Lin Ryu, Ren Yuanyuan, Li Yingying, and one yet to be determined. Initially, he would have thought of Sun Lei for this opportunity, but he had to seek another candidate. Fortunately, output-oriented beast masters are relatively easy to find. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances with Li Yingying, his team of 5 was practically formed. Subsequently, Lin Mo called Lin Ryu to inform her about the secret realm. Naturally, she complied with his request without hesitation. After hanging up, Lin Mo began to contemplate the final team member. Among the 3 individuals in his dormitory, apart from Kong Jihao, both Xiao Ning and Duanmu met the criteria. However, with only one spot available, he needed to ponder carefully whom to choose. Chapter 116, Reaping What One Sows. Soon enough, Lin Mo arrived at a decision. He decided to invite Duanmu Qinyang. Strength is crucial in the secret realm, and on another note, Duanmu possesses considerable wealth. Team members must prepare in advance before entering the secret realm, and customarily, these preparations are self-funded. Xiao Ning might feel some financial pressure in this regard. Thus, Lin Mo immediately called Duanmu. Upon learning about the expedition to the secret realm, Duanmu reacted with the same excitement as Ren Yuanyuan, filled with exhilaration. Lin Mo informed him that they would depart in a few days, allowing Duanmu to calm down before hastily rushing off to train. He understood the dangers of the secret realm and aimed to enhance his abilities as much as possible before their entry. That afternoon, Lin Mo received a response from Ren Yuanyuan. Li Yingying accepted his invitation and was willing to accompany them into the secret realm. With that, all members of his team were assembled. Lin Mo promptly called Hu Yan to report this development. You gathered them so quickly. Hu Yan expressed astonishment. He had allotted Lin Mo 10 days to form the team, yet Lin Mo had accomplished it in merely half a day. This efficiency was indeed remarkable. Hu Yan hesitantly inquired, have you also found a medical beast master? Yes, I have, Lin Mo confirmed once more. Good, good. As long as you found one. Hu Yan's tone brimmed with cheerfulness. If you managed to form the team so swiftly, I presume they are all acquaintances of yours. Thus, I must remind you to discuss the distribution of rewards before entering the secret realm. I have witnessed numerous teams disband over distribution issues, even turning into adversaries. So it is best to address these matters up front. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Hu. Lin Mo expressed his heartfelt gratitude. He was already aware of this principle, and such advice, though a reminder, was not easily articulated. Hu Yan's willingness to speak candidly demonstrated his genuine concern for Lin Mo's well-being. 3 days later, Xuanwu leveled up. Name, Xuanwu, Green Armored Turtle. Attribute, Space. Qualification, Low-Level Silver. Race level, Low-Level First Stage. Innate skill, Internal Space, Super. Acquired skills, Turtle Shrink, Advanced, Entry, Void Leap, Advanced. Not entered. Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. This meant he could begin preparing for the Beastmaster assessment. After a brief moment of exhilaration, he quickly regained his composure and examined Xuanwu. Its shell diameter had dramatically increased from 2 meters to 3 meters, with the highest point approximately 2 meters off the ground. Lying there, it resembled a small green hill. Furthermore, the internal space had expanded once more, reaching an area of 64 square meters and a height of 4 meters. If the previous internal space could be likened to a studio apartment, it had now transformed into a modest 2-bedroom suite. A smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips. With such a movable abode, he could live comfortably wherever he went. Next, he turned to Xuanwu's skills. After 28 days, his Turtle Shrink, Advanced, finally reached the entry level. Without hesitation, Lin Mo tore apart the scroll for Turtle Shrink, Super. When the white light enveloping Xuanwu dissipated, its skills transformed to Innate Skill, Internal Space, Super. Acquired skills, Turtle Shrink, Super, not entered, Void Leap, Advanced, not entered. Thus, he had invested a total of 43 days to elevate Xuanwu's Turtle Shrink from a lower level to Super. Now, once Xuanwu mastered Turtle Shrink, Advanced, at the entry level, its defensive capabilities would increase at least 2-fold compared to before. However, this time, Lin Mo did not compel Xuanwu to focus solely on turtle shrink, but encouraged it to practice void leap as well. Previously, he had been too eager, solely fixated on hastening Xuanwu's skill enhancement, neglecting the dangers associated with such haste. For instance, had Xuanwu possessed void leap during their encounter with the golden-winged arrow hawk, it might have evaded that claw. 4 days later, Lin Mo arrived punctually at the Beastmaster Association once more. This day marked the 3rd week since he posted the bounty. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Mo approached workstation number 8, seeking out Li Wei. "Lin, are you here to check the bounty results again?" Li Wei greeted him warmly. After several encounters, they had become somewhat familiar with each other. However, Li Wei only knew that Lin Mo bore the surname Lin and was a student from Qingyuan Academy. Beyond that, she was unaware of anything else. "There are no results." Lin Mo shook his head. "I came to ask if I could accept someone else's bounty." "That depends on the type of bounty," Li Wei replied. "Some bounties are open to everyone, while others can only be accepted by members of the association." Lin Mo pondered for a moment before asking, "Can I view all the bounties posted by others?" "Not quite," Li Wei said apologetically. "If the individual who posted the bounty set a higher confidentiality level, only those corresponding to that level can see it." Lin Mo nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he walked over to the query terminal in the hall for a brief search. He found no bounties related to Lin Mo nor any initiated by Wang Hao. According to Li Wei, if Wang Hao had indeed posted a bounty, he had surely elevated its confidentiality level. The higher the confidentiality level in the Beastmaster Association, the stronger the Beastmaster's abilities, which seemed to complicate matters. Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. In such circumstances, unless he remained at Qingyuan Academy indefinitely, he would constantly be at risk. Lin Mo resolved silently that only by becoming a formal Beastmaster could he join the association as a member. Once a member, he could anonymously post assassination tasks. At that point, he would ensure that Wang Hao understood the meaning of retribution. Chapter 117, Distribution Method. In the days that followed, Lin Mo began preparing for his venture into the secret realm. As it was his first experience, lacking in expertise, he sought advice from Hu Yan. Hu Yan's advice to him was to prepare according to the highest standards for venturing into the wilderness, provided conditions allowed. Although the Mi Jing is an isolated alternate space, its level of danger rivals, if not surpasses, that of the wilderness. Therefore, no amount of preparation is excessive. To this end, Lin Mo summoned the members of his team. Once all 5 were gathered, Lin Mo suddenly realized that his team comprised 3 women and 2 men, creating an imbalance that leaned towards the feminine. Upon seeing the 3 women, Duan Mu's expression dramatically shifted as he looked at Lin Mo, exclaiming, "Boss, I never realized you had such charm with the ladies." Lin Ruo Yu needed no introduction, being the top of the school beauty rankings. Although Ren Yuan and Li Yingying did not quite match Lin Ruo Yu's beauty, they were nonetheless stunning in their own right. This prompted Duan Mu, who had just lost his romantic pursuit, to feel a spark of interest. He then got straight to the point. "The reason for gathering everyone here today has 2 purposes. First, we need to establish a method for distributing our gains. Although we are uncertain of what we might acquire in the Mi Jing, it is prudent to set clear terms to avoid discord later." He turned his gaze to the 3 individuals aside from Lin Ruo Yu. "What are your thoughts or suggestions on this matter?" "I haven't considered this yet," Li Yingying replied, shaking her head gently. Her gentle demeanor and polite speech made her seem very approachable. "I haven't thought about it either," Duan Mu added. "I've been focused on training these past few days." "Then allow me to share my thoughts," Ren Yuan interjected. "In accordance with customary practices regarding the distribution of gains from the Mi Jing, the healer typically receives 5%, while the remaining 95% is distributed based on each member's contribution. In simpler terms, the more effort one puts in, the more they gain. Additionally, should anyone or their pet sustain injuries, they are entitled to extra compensation for treatment. However, given the unique circumstances of our team, I believe we ought to modify this distribution method. Since Lin Mo is the initiator of this team and the one who possesses the qualification to enter the Mi Jing, without him, we would have no opportunity to venture in. Thus, my suggestion is for Lin Mo to receive 20% of the total gains, while the remaining 80% should be divided with Ying receiving 5%, and the remaining 75% distributed among the 5 of us based on the principle of contribution. What do you all think?" "I agree." Duan Mu was the first to echo. He was not particularly concerned about money. What mattered more to him was the opportunity to experience the Mi Jing. Thus, the distribution was of little consequence to him. "Am I receiving too much?" Li Yingying expressed some hesitation. "Not at all. This is merely a customary practice. And you deserve it," Lin Ruo Yu replied with a smile. She then turned to Ren Yuan, saying, "Your proposed distribution is already quite fair, but I would like to add one point. If we find treasures in the Mi Jing that are particularly suited for one of us, That individual should have the option to purchase the treasure at 80% of its market value. I agree. Ren Yuan was the first to affirm this condition, with Duan Mu and Li Yingying quickly following suit. This condition was beneficial for all involved. Lin Ruoyu then turned to Lin Mo, asking, "Do you have anything to add?" Lin Mo pondered for a moment before shaking his head. This distribution method is already quite reasonable and comprehensive. He looked at the 4 individuals, saying, "Now that we have reached a consensus on the distribution method, I will proceed to the second matter, the level of danger associated with the Mi Jing. You should all be mentally prepared for this, correct?" The 4 nodded in agreement. This was something that could be easily verified with a bit of research. Since you are all aware, I shall refrain from further elaboration. However, I must confirm once more. Lin Mo's expression turned solemn. "Are you all certain you wish to enter the Mi Jing, knowing that there exists a possibility of death within?" Without hesitation, the 4 nodded in unison. "Very well," Lin Mo acknowledged. "Since you have all made your decision, we must expedite our preparations." He produced several sheets of paper and distributed them to each of the 4. "These are essential preparations I have compiled based on my research. Each of you should take a copy and prepare accordingly." He then looked at Ren Yuan and Li Yingying, adding, "If you face any financial difficulties, I can lend you the necessary funds." Ren Yuan glanced at the list and looked back at Lin Mo. "Preparing according to this list will cost at least 1 million. Are you not worried that we might perish inside and be unable to repay you?" Lin Mo chuckled. "If we all die inside, what use would money be to me?" "That is a valid point," Ren Yuan nodded. "Then please lend us some. Both Ying and I are rather short on funds." Lin Mo acquiesced, promptly asking for the account details and transferring 3 million to Ren Yuan. Based on his prepared list, approximately 120,000 would be necessary. 3 million would be more than sufficient for both Ren Yuan and Li Yingying to make their preparations. "Are you afraid?" Lin Mo inquired after the 3 departed. Turning to Lin Ruoyu. He and Lin Ruoyu had already made their preparations prior to the meeting at the Xiao Mall. "I'm not afraid," Lin Ruoyu replied, grasping Lin Mo's hand. "In fact, I have previously ventured into the Mi Jing before you arrived at the academy." "You have been to the Mi Jing?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, surprised, as he had no knowledge of this. Lin Ruoyu stuck out her tongue playfully. "I didn't want to worry you, and besides, I was accompanied by a mentor, so the risk was significantly lower." Lin Mo nodded, his curiosity piqued as he asked, "What treasures can one find within the Mi Jing?" He was aware that the Mi Jing contained valuable items that could greatly benefit both beast tamers and their pets, but he lacked specifics. "That varies," Lin Ruoyu replied. "Different Mi Jings yield different treasures. For instance, in the Mi Jing I visited last time, I found a Tong Ling Chao." Tong Ling Chao. Lin Mo was taken aback. He didn't possess extensive knowledge about rare treasures, but he was well aware of Tong Ling Chao due to its significant reputation. Tong Ling Chao is a key ingredient in crafting Tong Ling Dan, which serves to rapidly enhance a pet's skill proficiency. For example, if a pet requires 6 months to elevate a skill from novice to proficient, a single Tong Ling Dan can reduce that time to 3 months. The potency of its effects is evident. Consequently, Tong Ling Chao commands an exorbitant price, with purchasing prices at the Xiao Mall generally exceeding 10 million. For an ordinary person, discovering a treasure akin to Tong Ling Chao in the Mi Jing would instantaneously alter their social standing, transforming them from impoverished to affluent. This prospect heightened Lin Mo's anticipation for their impending expedition into the Mi Jing. Chapter 118. The ultra-rare pet, Unicorn. Ren Yuan and her companions worked efficiently. By the afternoon of the same day as their meeting, they had completed all necessary preparations. The following day, under Lin Mo's organization, the 5-member team arrived at Lin Ruoyu's exclusive training ground to commence their pre-Mi Jing coordination training. This was a suggestion made by Hu Yan, as the 5 individuals had diverse personalities, combat styles, and habits. If they did not coordinate in advance, they could easily encounter significant errors due to improper collaboration once inside the Mi Jing. In the training ground, when Lin Ruoyu summoned her pet, it immediately elicited gasps of astonishment from the others. "Heavens, it's a unicorn. This is a super rare pet that is rumored to appear only once every 100 years. Duan Mu's expression was exaggerated, as if he had never seen such a creature before. He then looked at Lin Mo, his eyes filled with questions. Lin Mo understood Duan Mu's gaze, which seemed to ask, "What is your girlfriend's true identity?" This was a question Lin Mo himself could not clearly answer. Initially, he had assumed Lin Ruoyu's family merely belonged to the ranks of the wealthy in Xuanning. However, when he learned about Lin Ruoyu's attributes as a unicorn, his thoughts began to shift. Name: Unicorn. Attributes: Light, Electricity. Qualification: Intermediate King. Race level: Monarch level. Talent skills: Holy Light Baptism, Super. Thunderstrike, Super. Mental Shock, Super. Dual attributes of Light and Electricity. King qualification: Monarch level race. 3 super skills, one of which is a rare mental skill. Such a beast is undoubtedly beyond the reach of a mere billionaire from Chuanning. Nonetheless, he refrained from inquiring about the specifics of Lin Ryu's family situation. The fact that Lin Ryu chose not to disclose this information undoubtedly had its reasons. Whenever she was willing to share, or when it became appropriate to do so, she would naturally inform him. Wow, how beautiful. Indeed, I have never seen such a stunning pet. Ren Yuanyuan and Li Yingying's reactions to the unicorn were entirely different from Duanmu's. Their eyes sparkled with admiration as they gazed at the unicorn, utterly captivated. Lin Mo was not surprised by their reaction, as the unicorn was indeed exquisite. Its appearance resembled that of a white horse, adorned with a single horn on its forehead. Its body entirely pure white, without a hint of blemish. Moreover, the unicorn's white was not an ordinary shade. It radiated a divine glow, rendering it extraordinarily sacred. It is truly beautiful. Just looking at it gives me a sense of spiritual purification, Li Yingying exclaimed in awe. Indeed, Ren Yuanyuan nodded. It is said that unicorns are so inherently pure that only the most innocent and kind-hearted maidens can successfully form a contract with them. She turned to Lin Mo, saying, I must say, you are indeed very fortunate. Lin Mo chuckled, I think so too. Subsequently, the other 3 summoned their own beasts. Name, black-bellied python. Attributes, wood. Qualification, high silver. Race level, advanced 4th tier. Talent skills, strangulation, advanced. Bite, intermediate. The python is, in fact, a type of constrictor snake, but it is significantly larger than an ordinary python. Next was Ren Yuanyuan's beast. Name, purple-winged flying snake. Attributes, poison. Qualification, low gold. Race level, low 5th tier. Talent skills, venomous bite, advanced. Venom spray, advanced. Lin Mo had previously encountered this beast once on Shaolin Mountain, although at that time he was unaware of its qualifications. To his surprise, it turned out to be low gold. However, considering Ren Yuanyuan's talent level, he quickly came to terms with it. After all, this level of talent would surely be favored by high schools. For instance, his phantom tiger was provided by the school to Lin Ryu, only for her to later gift it to him. Then came Li Yingying's beast. Name, phosphorescent butterfly. Attributes, light. Qualification, low silver. Race level, intermediate 3rd tier. Talent skills, healing, intermediate. Lin Mo had previously seen the phosphorescent butterfly. During the enrollment examination, the doctor who treated Xiao Bai's injuries utilized this very creature. At that time, he was quite impressed with the healing capabilities of the blue star. To his astonishment, Li Yingying's beast was also a phosphorescent butterfly, in comparison to the other's beasts. Li Yingying's creature fell short in various aspects. However, this was unavoidable. Similar to the healing beast masters, the number of healing pets was exceedingly rare. It was likely that the school invested considerable effort to secure Li Yingying's beast. Otherwise, it would have been challenging for her to find one on her own. After familiarizing themselves with each other's beast attributes, the group gained a preliminary understanding of their teammate skills. Lin Mo then devised a simple attack plan. When encountering enemies, Duanmu's black-bellied python would lead with its strangulation skill, while the other 3 would seize the opportunity to launch their attacks. Meanwhile, Li Yingying would provide support from the sidelines, ready to assist with healing at a moment's notice. The plan was straightforward, yet executing it proved somewhat complicated. For instance, they needed to coordinate their attack angles and the timing of their strikes to avoid interference with one another. After all, this was not a game. Skill collisions would lead to energy depletion. For example, if Lin Mo's Wine Blade collided with Lin Ryu's Thunder Strike, they might dissipate before even reaching their target. During their practice, Lin Mo's expression suddenly shifted. He calculated the time. It had been precisely 15 days since his last upgrade. This aligned perfectly with Xiao Bai's previous upgrade speed. However, at that moment, Lin Mo was too engrossed in the training with his companions to pay attention to Kunpeng. 3 days passed, and he received a call from Hu Yan, instructing him to gather early the following morning to embark on their expedition to the Secret Realm. Chapter 119, Arrival at the Secret Realm. Early the next morning, Lin Mo and his team arrived at Hu Yan's office. Upon seeing the team's configuration, Hu Yan regarded Lin Mo with a knowing look. I had heard some rumors about you at the academy. I was initially skeptical, but now I believe them. Lin Mo was taken aback. What rumors? The rumors regarding you and the renowned school belle, Lin, Duanmu interjected. The entire academy is aware that a new student named Lin Mo has captured the heart of the school belle upon his arrival. Lin Mo replied. Is gossip so rampant among the students of Qingyuan Academy? Let's go. I'll take you to the assembly point, Hu Yan chuckled, leading the way as he explained the details of the secret realm. The secret realm you will be visiting is called Qingyuan's Secret Realm. This realm was discovered many years ago by the Academy's predecessors, hence it bears the Academy's name. Due to certain unknown reasons, only immature beasts can enter the realm. So the slots are typically allocated to new students, selected from the top 20 during their first outdoor training after enrollment. Lin Mo's expression shifted. So, there will be a total of 20 teams entering the secret realm? Hu Yan nodded. 20 teams, 100 individuals. That is the maximum capacity of the secret realm each year. It's not that the realm lacks space, but to prevent the overexploitation of its resources. You all understand the reasoning. Lin Mo and the others nodded in agreement. Therefore, the Academy imposes strict requirements on teams entering the secret realm. Hu Yan's expression turned serious. Firstly, when collecting resources, do not uproot them, especially immature spiritual herbs and fruits. Harvesting is strictly prohibited. This is of utmost importance. If anyone is caught doing so, the Academy will impose severe penalties, including possible expulsion. Lin Mo and the others nodded again, acknowledging their understanding. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before asking, what if a dispute over resources arises? He had been waiting for Hu Yan to mention that teams were forbidden from engaging in conflict. However, Hu Yan did not say that. His expression grew grave. Do you know why the death rate in the secret realm is as high as 50%? In reality, only about 30% of those who enter perish due to the realm itself. The remaining 20% fall victim to others. Hu Yan looked at Lin Mo. Since you asked this question, remember this. In the secret realm, other people are the greatest danger. Lin Mo's expression tightened slightly as he nodded. The Academy does not prohibit teams from competing against one another. Given Hu Yan's remarks, it was evident how to handle disputes if they arose. Soon, the group arrived at the Academy's main square, where the other 19 teams had already gathered. Lin Mo recognized several familiar faces from the new student rankings. Mu Yunting, Fu Zihua, and Gu Shichuan were all present. Thus, he remained the second on the freshman ranking. Mu Yunting was initially engaged in conversation with his team members, but upon seeing Lin Mo, his expression darkened slightly. Due to his actions in the arena, many harbored a strong disdain for him, and he unjustly attributed this animosity to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, however, paid him no mind, directing his gaze past Mu Yunting to the other teams. Following Hu Yan's suggestion, it was evident that competition among these teams was inevitable, and familiarizing themselves with the other teams would prove advantageous. Yet, after surveying the teams, he found little of significance. He recognized few of the members. Without their summoned beasts, he could not ascertain their strengths. Nevertheless, he did commit to memory the distinguishing traits of these team members, enabling him to identify their respective teams even in isolation. Simultaneously, the members of the other teams cast glances in their direction, engaging in furtive whispers. Lin Mo was not surprised. After all, wherever Lin Ryu was present, she invariably drew the attention of others. After a brief wait, 20 magnificent Qingming cranes, under expert control, descended onto the square. At the same moment, Luo Chengfeng arrived at the square. Your class instructor has likely briefed you on the precautions for entering the secret realm, so I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. Now, the 20 teams will board the Qingming cranes in order of their rankings, and we shall depart immediately. With that, he stepped forward to the foremost Qingming crane and leaped aboard. Let us proceed. Lin Mo called out, leading his team onto the same Qingming crane as Luo Chengfeng. The Qingming crane, a flying beast they had encountered during their journey from Chuanning, felt familiar to them. Once all 20 teams were settled, Luo Chengfeng issued a command, and the 20 Qingming cranes soared into the sky in unison, a truly spectacular sight. The Qingming cranes were swift, and within mere minutes, Lin Mo spotted the checkpoint they had encountered during their previous bus journey. Luo Chengfeng seemed to sense his gaze and stated, "Flight of beasts is prohibited within the city. To exit the city, you must either pass through the checkpoint on foot or report in advance. Otherwise, you will be regarded as enemies and subjected to military attack. The same applies. You must either report in advance or land at the checkpoint to undergo inspection. Failure to do so will result in being treated as hostile intruders." He continued, "When you first arrived, you could fly directly to the academy because you had reported in advance." Pausing slightly, he added, "Let us not dwell on this. Take the opportunity to rest while you can. We will arrive at the secret realm in approximately an hour, and there will be little chance for rest once we arrive." Lin Mo nodded, choosing not to respond further. Before long, an hour passed. A vast forest shrouded in dense mist appeared before them. The Qingming cranes gradually decelerated, finally landing in a small clearing outside the forest. Due to the limited size of the clearing, as soon as Lin Mo and his companions alighted, the Qingming crane took off, followed by the slow descent of the second crane. After more than 10 minutes, all team members had disembarked. Only then did Luo Chengfeng lead the 100 individuals from the 20 teams into the forest. After traversing the forest for half an hour, Luo Chengfeng halted before an ancient tree so massive that it would take 10 people to encircle its trunk. Here lies the entrance to the secret realm. Chapter 120, The Stone Forest Maze. This is the entrance? The onlookers were momentarily stunned by the imposing ancient tree. Ignoring their reactions, Luo Changfeng continued. Before entering the secret realm, I need to clarify two matters. First, regarding the duration of your stay in the secret realm. In theory, you may remain there indefinitely. The Academy places no restrictions on this. However, if any member of your team wishes to exit, all members must leave together. In other words, if one member of a team is in the secret realm, all must be present, and if one wishes to leave, they all must exit. The second point concerns the method of leaving the secret realm. This is particularly crucial, so pay close attention. You must remember the exact location where your team entered the secret realm. If you attempt to exit from another team's location, you will be unable to leave. If someone forgets the entry point, I regret to inform you that the Academy cannot assist you. You will be left to perish within the secret realm. Such incidents have occurred in the past, so heed this warning well. Luo Changfeng surveyed the crowd. Do you all understand my words? Understood. Although the prospect of being trapped in the secret realm was somewhat daunting, as long as they remembered their entry point, they felt reassured. Luo Changfeng nodded, signaling the group to step back, and then produced a palm-sized object resembling a formation plate, placing it on the ground. In the next moment, several branches from the massive ancient tree extended like tendrils, entwining the formation plate and securing it to the tree trunk. Subsequently, the formation plate gradually sank into the tree, and a pale purple vortex resembling a portal to another dimension slowly materialized. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers, including Lin Mo, were momentarily dumbfounded. This method of opening a portal was entirely novel to them. The Academy had theorized about such phenomena, but the specifics remained unverified. Luo Changfeng addressed the crowd. Now, in order of the freshman ranking, please enter one by one. Lin Mo nodded and, accompanied by Lin Ruyu and others, stepped swiftly into the vortex. As they entered the vortex, a whirlwind of chaotic, flickering colors enveloped them. When their vision cleared, Lin Mo found himself in a dim red space, surrounded by towering bizarre rocks that extended as far as the eye could see. Above them, an indistinct dark red entity, whether sun or moon, hung in the sky, casting the entire area in a crimson hue. No wonder the Academy did not impose a time limit. After prolonged exposure, it was likely that 9 out of 10 individuals would lose their sanity. This environment is quite oppressive, Duan Mu remarked, scrutinizing their surroundings. First, summon the beasts. Then take note of the area's features and landmarks. Upon uttering these words, Lin Mo's brow furrowed involuntarily. The bizarre stones surrounding them towered over 10 meters in height, with others measuring 3 or 4 meters, and the labyrinthine expanse seemed endless, complicating their ability to memorize their location. Isn't this simple? We can just use a compass for navigation, Duan Mu began, only to halt mid-sentence upon realizing that the compass function of their information wristbands was entirely non-functional. Did you not consider this? The secret realm is an alternate space. The positioning compass from Blue Star would be utterly ineffective here, Ren Yuanyuan retorted without hesitation. The days of collaborative training had fostered familiarity among them, allowing for more candid exchanges. If the compass is of no use, we can simply make marks. Duan Mu dismissed the critique, retrieving a mountain-cutting knife from his backpack and began carving into the ground. Lin Mo did not intervene. While he felt this method might prove futile, exploring various strategies was undoubtedly worthwhile. All of you stay put. I will assess the surroundings. Lin Mo placed a bottle of water at his standing position and, accompanied by Xiao Bai, cautiously circled around the area where the 4 of them stood. As he had anticipated, the peculiar stones within the stone forest were irregularly shaped, and even a slight change in perspective could drastically alter their visual perception. Fortunately, the photographic capabilities of the mobile phone remained unaffected. He immediately captured various angles of their surroundings, meticulously annotating and saving the images. It was only then that he began to contemplate their next course of action. Duanmu, have the Hifu Anaconda guide you to the summit of the rock. Survey which direction is closer to the exit of the Shirlen. Duanmu promptly complied and swiftly descended from the rock, shaking his head. There's no end in sight from any direction. Lin Mo furrowed his brow even tighter. The compass was ineffective, as was the directional needle, compounded by the labyrinthine nature of the stone forest. After a moment of silence, he gazed up at the dimly glowing crimson body in the sky. If this entity served as the sun or moon of this space, it must adhere to a regular cycle of ascent and descent. With this thought, he plopped down on the ground, stating, "Let us rest for now. We shall wait 2 days before proceeding." Wait 2 days. What if the treasure is seized in the meantime? Duanmu expressed his anxiety. This expedition into the secret realm had been long anticipated, and now that they had finally entered, the prospect of delay was disheartening. Lin Mo replied with a chuckle, "It is better for the treasure to be taken than for us to remain trapped here indefinitely. Surely, you would not wish for us to be confined in this place forever?" Upon hearing this, Duanmu shuddered and fell silent. Meanwhile, Lin Mo quietly glanced at the time displayed on his information wristband. Although the passage of time here did not synchronize with the outside world, he could at least ascertain how much time had elapsed. After 4 hours had passed, the glowing entity in the sky gradually descended below the distant horizon. Simultaneously, the surrounding light completely vanished, plunging them into utter darkness. It was at this moment that Lin Mo suddenly heard a rustling sound emanating from not far behind them. Chapter 121, Perception Through Subtlety. The inky blackness was unsettling for Lin Mo and his companions. Even on Blue Star, the night was accompanied by faint light. While visibility might be compromised, one could still discern some shapes. Yet here in the secret realm, once the crimson glow faded, it was an impenetrable void. Just then, the rustling noise returned from behind them, causing an immediate tightening in their chests and a prickling sensation on their scalps. In the next instant, powerful flashlight. Lin Mo's voice broke the tension as a brilliant beam illuminated the direction from which the sound had come. Following that, several more beams flickered to life. Also directed towards the same area Lin Mo was illuminating. Among the items Lin Mo had prepared for his companions, a powerful flashlight was included, so they were all equipped. The rustling. It seemed that the creature in the darkness was averse to light. At the moment the illumination reached it, Lin Mo caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow before it vanished entirely. For the next few minutes, they heard no further sounds. Lin Mo turned to Lin Ruyu, saying, "Set up the tent, we will camp here. For safety's sake, it would be best if the three of you stayed in one tent." Lin Ruyu nodded and quickly assembled the tent. "Store the beasts and enter the tent. Switch off the flashlight," Lin Mo instructed. Lin Ruyu and the others complied immediately. Then, Lin Mo had Duanmu turn off his flashlight, leaving only his own still lit. After a moment's thought, he commanded Duanmu to direct the Hifu anaconda to encircle Lin Ruyu's tent. This way, any unusual movement would be detected at once. "Boss Lin, what do you think that creature was earlier?" Duanmu asked, glancing uneasily into the surrounding darkness. The void was already unsettling, but the knowledge that it might be concealing danger heightened their anxiety. "I don't know. Perhaps it is some sort of ferocious beast," Lin Mo replied, simultaneously adjusting the flashlight to its lowest setting and pretentiously beginning to draw a summoning array. Once the array's glow dissipated, a large pile of firewood appeared before them. "No way, Boss Lin. You even prepared firewood in advance," Duanmu exclaimed, astonished. Firewood is something that, if insufficient, is quite useless, and if excessive, takes up too much space. Moreover, firewood is extremely easy to find, as it is virtually ubiquitous. Thus, under normal circumstances, no one would carry firewood while venturing out. Yet Lin Mo had done just that. His meticulous preparation left Duanmu in awe. Among the many teams visiting the secret realm, few could match such thorough readiness. Lin Mo remained silent, merely retrieving a lighter to ignite the firewood. In truth, he had not brought firewood. Otherwise, he would have kindled a fire immediately rather than pull out the flashlight. After all, the deterrent effect of flames against ferocious beasts far surpasses that of a powerful flashlight. The wood was collected by Xuan Wu and Kuanpeng from his beast space, where a lush island made gathering firewood an effortless task. As the fire blazed, it quickly formed a campfire. Lin Mo then stowed his flashlight and divided the firewood into 2 piles, pushing one closer to Lin Ruyu's tent. With the glowing entity's disappearance, he noticed that the ambient temperature began to gradually drop. Inside the tent, Lin Ruyu and her companions, initially tense, relaxed upon witnessing the warm glow of the campfire. "Lin Mo is truly remarkable," Li Yingying expressed with admiration. Ren Yuanyuan looked at her and asked, "Is it merely because of this pile of wood?" Li Yingying nodded. "Perception through subtlety. I believe this alone is sufficient." Though it appeared to be a small pile of firewood, the fact that all 4 of them lacked it spoke volumes. Ren Yuanyuan, with a somewhat complex expression, nodded in agreement. "Indeed impressive. While I have always believed I could surpass him one day, I must admit the gap between us seems to be widening." She turned to Lin Ruyu, saying, "Earlier, I mentioned that his finding you was fortunate for him. But in truth, your discovering him is equally lucky." Lin Ruyu smiled. "You may not know, but it was I who pursued him." Ren Yuanyuan, Li Yingying, both were momentarily taken aback. Li Yingying nodded vigorously, clearly in agreement with this notion. For someone of Lin Ruyu's beauty, it was incredibly fortunate for Lin Mo to have her as a girlfriend. The fact that she had pursued him was rather difficult for them to accept. "Don't you think my taste is exceptional?" Lin Ruyu asked with a hint of pride in her voice. Had she not bravely taken that step, Lin Mo might have been snatched away by someone else. After all, the current Lin Mo was far more dazzling than he had been before. "While your taste is commendable, I believe no man is worthy of a woman like you pursuing him," Ren Yuanyuan asserted candidly. "I concur." Li Yingying raised her hand in agreement. Their support for Lin Ruyu was not merely because they were women. Rather, It was due to Lin Ryu's remarkable beauty, physique, and grace. They felt that any man pursued by such a woman did not deserve her. My perspective differs from yours, Lin Ryu replied with a smile. To me, doing anything for him is worthwhile. Rin Yuan and Li Yingying exchanged glances and fell silent. They had come to realize that Lin Ryu's feelings for Lin Mo ran deep. It was precisely for this reason that she believed any effort was justified. Outside the tent, due to the three women speaking in hushed tones, Lin Mo and Duanmu heard nothing. Moreover, they were too preoccupied to listen to what the three were saying, for just moments ago, they heard the rustling noise again. This time, the sound originated from a different direction, yet it was noticeably closer than before. Instantly, their nerves were on high alert. Lin Mo rose to his feet, grasping a burning log and hurling it in the direction of the sound. The flames illuminated the pitch-black space, revealing the source of the noise. It appeared that the creature had not anticipated Lin Mo's boldness and did not evade immediately. This allowed Lin Mo to finally discern the creature's form, a massive scorpion. Over 4 meters long, its body as dark as ink. Just as he exhaled in relief, a rustling sound emanated from behind them. Chapter 122, Audacious Speculation. Upon hearing the sound from behind, Lin Mo's expression tightened momentarily, yet he unhesitatingly seized another burning log and threw it in that direction. The light revealed yet another scorpion of similar size. Lin Mo breathed a slight sigh of relief. According to Hu Yan's instructions, mature beasts were generally absent from this secret realm. However, it seemed that fears often materialized. As this thought crossed his mind, another rustling noise emerged from their left front. This caused Lin Mo's heart to plummet. By the time he and Lin Ruoyu dealt with their respective adversaries, the three individuals would likely have already become prey for the beasts. Add more wood to the fire to make it burn brighter, Lin Mo suggested thoughtfully. They had been there for 4 hours, and the armored scorpions had not appeared. However, once the luminescent entity vanished from the sky, the first armored scorpion emerged. When he had shone his flashlight on it, the creature disappeared. Subsequently, 3 armored scorpions appeared one after another, yet they had not approached despite their prolonged presence. This led him to a bold hypothesis. The armored scorpions in this secret realm were exceedingly averse to light. If his conjecture were correct, they merely needed to keep the flames burning until the luminescent entity reappeared, which would allow them to navigate through this crisis. Of course, if his assumption proved incorrect, they would need to contemplate how to escape. Duanmu immediately followed Lin Mo's orders, stoking the fire into a roaring blaze. The bright flames illuminated a vast area around them. The 3 armored scorpions, sensing the light, retreated further into the darkness. This brought Lin Mo a modicum of relief. Judging by the scorpion's response, his hypothesis seemed accurate. Their immediate danger was temporarily alleviated. Duanmu also sighed in relief, but soon added, Boss Lin, while this fire indeed keeps the scorpions at bay, our wood supply may not last long. Lin Mo pondered briefly before responding. Control the flames to deter the scorpions. And do not worry about the wood, I have more. With that, he produced additional logs to place beside the fire. In truth, the wood in his beast taming space could burn for a month or 2 without issue. However, there was no need for such extravagance. And he could not explain the space occupancy problem. While bringing a reasonable amount of wood was justifiable, carrying an excessive quantity would raise questions. Is there trouble? At that moment, Lin Ruoyu emerged from the tent. She had sensed the fire's changes from within. Although the 3 armored scorpions had fallen silent, she could feel that they had not departed but were lurking nearby, waiting for the opportune moment. In such a scenario, if the darkness did not persist for long, it would not pose a significant problem. However, if the darkness were to linger, their crisis would merely be beginning. Fortunately, Lin Mo's concerns did not materialize. 8 hours later, the dark red luminescent entity slowly reappeared on the horizon, continuing its ascent. As the entity emerged, the surrounding space gradually transformed to a dark red hue. This confirmed for Lin Mo that the dark red luminescent body was indeed the sun of this secret realm. He also noted that the direction of the rising sun was the same as the direction from which it had set the previous day. Thus, if the direction of sunset were considered west, then the sun in this secret realm rose and set in the west. This was promising news for them, Lin Mo mused. After waiting another hour, the sun had fully risen, and the secret realm transformed once more into a dark red landscape. The 3 armored scorpions had vanished without a trace. Lin Mo promptly called Lin Ruoyu and the others, leading the group toward the direction of the sun. This was the most advantageous strategy for them to confirm their bearings. Moreover, traveling toward the sun offered the benefit of not straying off course. After 2 hours of walking, the 5 companions finally emerged from the stone forest. Before them lay a vast expanse of Gobi Desert, and at its end, a range of mountains stretching endlessly. Let us venture into the mountains, Lin Mo said, first taking a photograph of the spot where they exited the stone forest before heading toward the mountain range. However, despite the mountains appearing close, they had walked for 4 hours without reaching the foot of the mountains. Taking advantage of a moment's respite, Lin Mo gazed up at the dark red sun. He discerned certain patterns. According to his calculations, it took about 6 hours for the sun to ascend from the horizon to its zenith. Thus, the daylight in this secret realm lasted for 12 hours. Additionally, he observed that during their daytime journey, they encountered no dangers, not even the shadow of a beast. Reflecting on the previous day's similar occurrences, he surmised that the beasts in this secret realm were likely nocturnal. With this thought, he turned to his companions. Mount your beasts. We must hasten our pace and reach the foot of the mountain before nightfall. In this vast gobi, if we are besieged by beasts, escape will be nearly impossible. Conversely, once we enter the mountains, we can better utilize the terrain to our advantage. 2 hours later, the group finally arrived at the base of the mountains. But the sight before them caused a collective heaviness in their hearts. Chapter 123, Taking the Initiative. Scattered remnants of grayish-white bones, unrecognizable in shape, and tattered cloth that would crumble with the slightest touch, lay among the decayed wilderness supplies. All these signs indicated to Lin Mo and his companions that a fierce battle had once transpired here. Lin Mo, look over here. Lin Ruoyu pointed to a nearby stone. Following her gesture, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the stone, and his eyes twitched slightly. A half-foot-long dark brown mark marred its surface. He immediately recognized it as a stain from coagulated blood, appearing quite fresh, likely left by the team that had entered the secret realm this time. It seems this place is not safe, Rin Yuan remarked gravely. Looking at Lin Mo, what should we do now? Lin Mo glanced at the time on his wrist device. You all rest here. I will survey the surroundings. If my previous assessments are correct, there should still be 3 hours until nightfall. In other words, we should be safe for the next 3 hours. With that, he took Xiao Bai and ventured into the mountains, following the trail of the blood mark. They were precisely at the entrance of a canyon, and he deduced that someone had fled into the mountains, leaving a trail behind. What had become of that person? Lin Mo pondered to himself. Though he did not hold optimistic expectations regarding their fate, from the traces of blood, it is evident that this individual has sustained grave injuries. Under such circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult to evade the relentless pursuit of the ferocious beast. Indeed, after walking approximately 500 meters, he encountered a vast expanse of disordered marks on the ground. Numerous dried black patches of blood stood out starkly against the earth. Gazing at these remnants, Lin Mo's mind involuntarily conjured the image of that person being devoured by the beast. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, he began to survey his surroundings. The mountains here are primarily composed of stone, resulting in sparse vegetation. A glance at the mountainsides reveals that there are not many places to conceal oneself. So where could these beasts be hiding? Lin Mo pondered, his gaze fixated on the crevices in the stone. He then shook his head lightly. Given the size of the ferocious beasts, it would be impossible for them to hide within those gaps. Even if there were, they would likely be low-level beasts, posing little threat. This leaves only caves and underground layers as potential hiding spots. The mountains are riddled with jagged rocks, and due to the angles, even if there were caves, he would not be able to see them. After a moment of contemplation, a thought struck him, and Kunpeng appeared by his side. Its feathers were black, but those on its wings shimmered with a delicate golden hue, exuding an extraordinary grace. Lin Mo caressed the feathers around Kunpeng's neck and commanded, "Go and seek out any caves or burrows nearby." With a chirp, Kunpeng took to the skies like an arrow, wings beating gently. 3 minutes later, Kunpeng descended gracefully beside Lin Mo, uttering a few soft calls. Lin Mo's eyes widened in surprise. "Did you say there are 8 caves and 12 burrows within a 5-kilometer radius?" Kunpeng nodded affirmatively. Lin Mo's expression grew solemn. After a moment's consideration, he inquired, "Where is the nearest cave?" Kunpeng responded with 2 more chirps. "So, do you intend to take the initiative?" Lin Ruoyu asked. Lin Mo nodded. After exiting the canyon and reuniting with the others, he shared his findings and plans with the 4 companions, omitting any mention of Kunpeng, simply stating that it was a serendipitous discovery. Before officially becoming a beast master, neither Kunpeng nor Xuan Wu could be revealed. "Isn't this a bit too risky?" Rin Yuan questioned. "Indeed, it carries certain risks," Lin Mo replied, "but in comparison to being besieged by ferocious beasts after dark, I believe this course of action is relatively safer. Moreover, the lair of the beasts would serve as the most secure camping spot for us." This assertion ignited a spark of interest in the eyes of the 4. If they were to reside within the lair of the beasts, the scent of the beasts would undoubtedly mask their own. Thus, they set forth under Lin Mo's guidance. The mountain path was rugged and treacherous. After half an hour, they finally located the nearest cave. The entrance was situated mid-slope, obscured by bizarre stones, rendering it exceedingly concealed. It would be quite difficult to detect unless one was very close. The others stared in astonishment at the cave's opening, their faces reflecting curiosity as they regarded Lin Mo. How on earth did you discover such an entrance? To this, Lin Mo could only attribute it to chance. He silently marveled at the remarkable vision of birds, which truly surpassed human capabilities. Without coimping, they would never have found such a hidden entrance. Prepare yourselves. Lin Mo halted a few dozen meters from the cave entrance. I will first assess the situation. With that, he signaled for Xiao Bai to enter a state of concealment and cautiously made his way into the cave. Lin Mo could not see the interior, but through his mental connection with Xiao Bai, he could glean the general conditions within. The cave's entrance was modest, measuring just over 2 meters in diameter, yet the interior space was expansive, reaching a height of 7 to 8 meters and covering an area of 50 to 60 square meters. Deep within the cave, a massive centipede, 5 to 6 meters long and as thick as a water bucket, lay sleeping on the ground. Lin Mo recognized this creature as a ferocious beast, for the Chuijia centipede was a venomous entity. Although Li Yingying could heal injuries, she could not cure poison. Conditions such as poisoning, curses, slumber, and freezing typically required multiple types of healing beast masters to address, making them quite troublesome. Thus, they must exercise utmost caution when confronting venomous beasts. After signaling to Lin Ryu and the others to prepare, Lin Mo felt a surge of determination and issued a command to Xiao Bai. In the next moment, a water blade materialized out of thin air, shooting towards the slumbering Chuijia centipede. At the instant the water blade appeared, Xiao Bai's form also materialized. Almost simultaneously, the sleeping centipede abruptly opened its eyes and gazed at Xiao Bai. This elicited a faint admiration from Lin Mo. Truly wild, ferocious beasts possess an acute sense of danger. Had it not been for Xiao Bai's concealment, which masked even its scent, they would have been discovered before entering the cave. In the following second, a familiar sound of slicing pierced the air. A gash, half a foot long, appeared where the centipede's head connected with its body, and dark green blood erupted forth. The intense pain prompted the centipede to emit a piercing shriek, its many legs thrashing as it lunged toward Xiao Bai. At that moment, a dense mist of water enveloped the area surrounding its head, obscuring its vision. Water mist advanced, a water-based skill that creates a vast expanse of mist around the target, concealing their line of sight. This marked the first use of this skill since Xiao Bai's awakening. Although still rudimentary and limited to a 2-meter radius, it was sufficient to temporarily obstruct the centipede's view. With its vision impaired, the Chuijia centipede hesitated to act rashly, instead spewing forth a torrent of venom toward the direction of Xiao Bai. Venom spray was one of the centipede's innate skills. However, by the time the mist appeared, Xiao Bai had already turned and fled from the cave, causing the venom to miss its mark. The venom splashed onto the cave floor, eroding the stone surface and creating numerous pits, a testament to its potency. As Xiao Bai departed, the mist quickly dissipated. Realizing Xiao Bai was no longer present, the Chuijia centipede let out an enraged hiss, its many legs propelling it out of the cave. Just as its massive form emerged from the entrance, a bolt of lightning struck. With Lin Ryu's voice echoing, the unicorn's horn discharged a flash of electricity that struck the centipede. A crackling sound erupted as the centipede's back shell became scorched, accompanied by a faint smell of charred flesh. The Chuijia centipede shrieked frantically, yet was rendered immobile by the paralysis induced by the lightning. Simultaneously, a water blade accurately struck the previous wound on the centipede. The initial half-foot gash was instantly widened to a foot, with a depth nearly reaching half a foot. A torrent of blood gushed forth, resembling a fountain. Venom sprayed forth. At that moment, Ren Yuanyuan's Diu flying snake approached, unleashing a torrent of venom into the gaping wound. The sound of flesh being corroded echoed through the cave. This time, the Chuijia centipede could not even emit a shriek. Its massive body writhed in agony, crashing into the surrounding boulders, which shattered upon impact as it tumbled down the mountainside, an awe-inspiring sight. Yet this violent struggle lasted barely half a minute before the Chuijia centipede lay still on the ground, devoid of life. Lin Mo commanded Xiao Bai to unleash 2 water blades towards the body of the Chuijia Wugong, and upon confirming its demise, he finally exhaled in relief. In the past, such a scenario would have been beyond his wildest imagination. The credit primarily belonged to Lin Mo and Ruoyu. Ren Yuan's expression was complex. Without Xiao Bai's intervention, the Chuijia Wugong would have sensed their approach before they could get close, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with. Moreover, had it not been for the paralysis effect of the lightning strike, my venom could not have been so precisely delivered into its wound. This is not flattery, but a fact. It further reminded her of the gap between herself and Lin Mo. Enough of this talk. Let us set up camp inside the cave, Lin Mo said, advancing to store the Chuijia Wugong's corpse in the Beastmaster space. The The group, along with their pets, worked together to move several large stones to block most of the cave entrance. They sprinkled some insect repellent inside the cave, and after ensuring their safety, they each set up their tents to begin their meal and rest. At this moment, there was still more than an hour before the darkness Lin Mo had calculated would descend. Now, let us discuss the distribution of the contribution from the Chui Jiao Wu Gong, Lin Mo said, taking a sip of water. My proposal is that Ruo Yu and I each receive 30%, Yuan 15%, Ying 15%, and Duan Mu 10%. Of course, if anyone has differing opinions, feel free to voice them. This distribution was calculated after deducting his own 20%. In truth, Duan Mu and Li Ying had contributed little to the defeat of this fierce beast. Nevertheless, since this was their first earnings after entering the secret realm, it was only fair to share the spoils evenly. Future gains would be distributed according to actual contributions. The equal share for Li Ying and Ren Yuan was due to Li Ying's fixed 5% as a caretaker. In reality, the contributions allocated to both Li Ying and Duan Mu were 10% each. I have no objections. Duan Mu was the first to express. He understood that his share symbolized more than just contribution. I have no objections either. Li Ying followed suit. It is quite reasonable. I agree, Ren Yuan added. Then it is settled, Lin Mo concluded. Next, let me outline our plan moving forward. Upon hearing this, Duan Mu and the others turned their attention to Lin Mo. He paused briefly before continuing. I believe there must be more caves in this vicinity. At this revelation, all but Lin Ruoyu widened their eyes in astonishment. They had grasped Lin Mo's intent. He aimed to sweep through all the surrounding fierce beasts. The three were first struck by the madness of this idea, followed by an illumination in their eyes. Given their team's strength, this plan was entirely feasible. If they could slay 10 or 8 beasts, their expedition to the secret realm would not be in vain. If they could surpass 20, they would reap substantial rewards. Thus, Lin Mo's plan was undoubtedly worth pursuing. In the following 2 days, Lin Mo's plan was executed flawlessly. They used the Chui Jiao Wugong's lair as a base, striking at night and venturing out during the day, thoroughly clearing 7 additional caves and 12 burrows. Thus, for days had passed since they entered the secret realm. This is the first time I have earned so much on my own. It feels absolutely exhilarating. Duan Mu exclaimed with utmost excitement. You should refrain from speaking. Ren Yuan shot him a glance, her face unable to suppress a smile. While this may be your first time earning such a sum, I have never seen so much money in my life. Beside them, Li Ying remained silent, yet her flushed face revealed her own excitement. She, like Ren Yuan, would find this sum to be a considerable fortune. All right, let us not rejoice too early. What we have is merely the corpses of fierce beasts. To convert them into money, we must ensure our survival out of here. Lin Mo interjected with a dose of reality. Their actions over the past 2 days had been too smooth and easy, which could easily lead to overconfidence. Thus, a sobering reminder was necessary. Upon hearing this, Duan Mu and the others indeed sobered up. Lin Mo continued. Now that we have dealt with the surrounding fierce beasts, there will be no further gains if we remain here, so we must determine our next course of action. I have devised 2 plans. The first is to change locations and continue our hunt for fierce beasts as we have done these past 2 days. The second is to avoid fierce beasts as much as possible and seek the treasures of the secret realm. Each plan has its own merits and drawbacks. The first plan is relatively safe. If we exercise caution, it is highly probable that we can leave the secret realm alive, and everyone will earn a substantial sum. However, the downside is that the chances of obtaining other benefits apart from money are minimal. The second plan, should we strike gold, offers immense rewards, as the value of treasures far surpasses that of fierce beast corpses. Yet, the risks are glaringly high, with the possibility of fatal consequences. Thus, I would like to hear your thoughts on what we should do next. Upon hearing this, the remaining 3, apart from Lin Ruoyu, fell into deep contemplation. This decision warranted careful consideration. As for Lin Ruoyu, she would naturally follow Lin Mo, requiring no further deliberation. Lin Mo smiled and shook his head. You need not concern yourself with me. Make your choice based on your own judgment. He inherently favored the second plan. Even if everyone else perished in the secret realm, he was confident in his survival and in safeguarding Lin Ruoyu. However, he could not guarantee the same for Ren Yuan and the others. Hence, he chose to withhold his preference to avoid influencing their decisions. I wish to select the second option, Ren Yuan declared. Danger and opportunity coexist. I am willing to take the risk for the chance at opportunity. Lin Mo nodded, turning to Li Ying and Duan Mu. My choice mirrors Yuan's. Li Ying said, biting her lip as she made her decision. Our team's female members are so courageous. As a man, I cannot falter. I shall choose the second option, Duan Mu exclaimed, slapping his thigh in determination. Lin Mo glanced at Lin Ruoyu, and upon receiving her approving gaze, he smiled. In that case, let us rest well today, and tomorrow we shall embark on a thorough search for the treasures of the secret realm. He checked the time on his wristband. With less than 2 hours until darkness fell, he abandoned the idea of scouting the surrounding environment. In truth, there was a crucial point he had omitted when discussing the two plans. He possessed a Kunping. The Kunping not only boasted exceptional speed, but also possessed the extraordinary vision unique to birds, making their search for treasures far easier and safer. While the Kunping sought treasures, it could also detect potential threats and issue warnings in advance. This was one of the reasons he favored the second plan. With such a fortuitous advantage, failing to utilize it effectively would be a grave waste. As night approaches, let us set up camp on this hillside. A voice suddenly echoed from outside the cave. Following that were the sounds of footsteps and stones tumbling down the slope. Clearly, another team had arrived in their vicinity. Rin Yuan and the others remained silent, turning their gazes towards Lin Mo. Their cave was well concealed, further obscured by the large stones blocking most of the entrance, making it difficult for anyone to discover them without approaching closely. Therefore, whether or not to reveal themselves hinged on Lin Mo's decision. You all rest first. I will go take a look. Lin Mo pondered briefly before rising to head outside the cave. Lin Ruoyu hesitated for a moment before following suit. Upon exiting the cave, Lin Mo immediately spotted the other team. On a slope approximately 50 to 60 meters away from them, there lay a relatively level expanse of land. Among the 5 individuals, one was tasked with vigilance while the other 4 were engaged in setting up a tent. However, due to the obstruction of stones, the group remained oblivious to Lin Mo's presence. Leading the team was Xiao Ming, ranked 7th on the freshman list. Lin Mo's observations of various squads during his time at the academy had proven beneficial. He then scrutinized the companions of the 5 individuals. In terms of overall strength, they were on par with his own team. However, Lin Mo's brow furrowed as he noticed one of their beasts had sustained an injury. Although it was not severe and had received rudimentary treatment, it had not healed completely. If they were to camp here, it could pose a significant threat to us. Lin Ryu whispered behind Lin Mo. Beasts are exceedingly sensitive to the scent of blood. Even though they had cleared all beasts within a 5-kilometer radius, there was no guarantee that others from farther away would not be attracted. The most troubling aspect was that there were less than 2 hours until nightfall, and nighttime was the domain of ferocious beasts. Confronting such creatures in the pitch darkness was far more perilous than during the day. Even their team, which had successfully slain numerous monsters, could pay a heavy price for a single misstep. I will make them leave, Lin Mo declared as he stepped forward towards the group. Chapter 126. Uninvited favor often conceals malice. Someone. As Lin Mo emerged from behind the stones, he was immediately spotted by the vigilant member of the opposing team. The 4 members setting up the tent responded to the alarm, summoning their respective beasts and adopting combat stances. Clearly, after several days in the secret realm, a degree of camaraderie had developed among these team members. Lin Mo, one of the youths with a crew cut, recognized him and inquired with genuine concern. What are you doing here alone? Where are your teammates? As he spoke, his gaze was darting around, seemingly in search of others. Lin Mo glanced at Xiao Ming and replied, they are nearby and will arrive shortly. That's good, Xiao Ming smiled. I thought something might have happened to your teammates and was about to invite you to join us. Your kindness is appreciated, but I must decline the invitation. Lin Mo responded, I am here to request that you vacate this area. On what grounds? The vigilant member retorted coldly from behind Xiao Ming. Lin Mo replied calmly, firstly, we were the ones to establish camp here first, so by the principle of first come, first served, it is you who should leave. Secondly, he gestured towards the injured beast, you must understand what this implies in the secret realm. What if we choose not to leave? The same vigilant member challenged. Lin Mo ignored him and focused on Xiao Ming. It was evident that the true authority within this team lay with Xiao Ming. With a smile still on his face, Xiao Ming responded, Lin Mo, even if you are first on the freshman list, it is not up to you to dictate where we camp, is it? Indeed. It is not my place to dictate, nor do I wish to, but if your camping here endangers us, that is an entirely different matter, Lin Mo articulated. Xiao Ming's gaze flicked behind Lin Mo, finally settling back on him. Are you implying that we must leave? Indeed, you must, Lin Mo stated with a calm demeanor. Xiao Ming's smile gradually cooled. We are, after all, classmates. Are you certain you wish to be so resolute? Lin Mo could not help but laugh. I am quite curious. The academy does not offer a course in hypocrisy, so where did you acquire this talent? He was hardly acquainted with Xiao Ming, having exchanged no words prior to this day. In truth, although they were alumni, they were mere strangers. Yet, upon his appearance, Xiao Ming feigned concern for his teammates and even proposed forming a team. What could lead a stranger to suddenly show such care for you? The answer was simple. Uninvited favor often conceals malice. Xiao Ming's concern was merely a facade, a ploy to extract information regarding the whereabouts of his companions. If they were absent, it was likely that Lin Mo would soon face danger. Initially, he had not been certain, but upon observing Xiao Ming's repeated glances behind him, he realized his suspicions were at least partially justified. When he insisted they leave, the abrupt shift in Xiao Ming's demeanor confirmed his other suspicion. Xiao Ming had never harbored good intentions toward him. Thus, when Xiao Ming questioned whether he was truly resolved to be so uncompromising, Lin Mo could not suppress his laughter, finding it amusing to witness a hypocrite feign sincerity before him. Xiao Ming's eyes twitched, his expression betraying irritation. Lin Mo, you are forcing me to take action against you. Lin Mo shook his head lightly, amused at the irony of Xiao Ming seeking a noble pretext for his aggression. Hypocritical individuals even cloak their threats in false righteousness. He was disinclined to engage in further dialogue. You now have two choices. Either attack me directly or gather your comrades and leave. I will only grant you 1 minute to decide. After that, I will take action. Xiao Ming's eyes twitched again. While speaking, he had scanned every corner behind Lin Mo. He could ascertain that no one was concealed nearby, indicating that Lin Mo's teammates were likely not present. However, Lin Mo's audacious stance began to sow doubt in his judgment. If they were to confront Lin Mo 5 against 1, he would be confident. Yet, if Lin Mo's companions indeed lurked nearby, the outcome would be uncertain. Their team could potentially suffer grave consequences. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ming waved his hand. Pack up, we are leaving. Brother Xiao, he is alone. There is no need to fear him. The vigilant member protested, visibly reluctant. Brother Xiao, this is rather embarrassing for us. Another robust team member added. Silence. Xiao Ming snapped. Follow my orders. Pack your things, we are leaving. The team members, though still discontented, ceased their complaints and swiftly gathered their belongings to depart. Lin Mo's gaze remained fixed on them until they vanished around a bend in the mountain before he turned to a nearby stone. Xiao Bai, come out. In the next moment, Xiao Bai's figure gradually materialized, affectionately rushing to his side. Concurrently, Lin Ryu and the others emerged briskly from the cave, accompanied by their beasts. When Lin Mo had spoken with such conviction, they had already prepared to act. Had Xiao Ming refused, they would have unleashed a tempestuous assault upon him. Brother Xiao, are we truly leaving like this? It is quite humiliating. Even after they had walked a considerable distance, the vigilant members still wore a disgruntled expression. Indeed, Brother Xiao, we want to be able to hold our heads high when we encounter Lin Mo again. Brother Xiao, what are you worried about? He is alone. We could easily overpower him. The burly team member chimed in. Xiao Ming surveyed his teammates. Do you genuinely believe that Lin Mo is alone? The group was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Ming shook his head. Did you notice Lin Mo's beast? Their expressions shifted instantaneously. Xiao Ming continued. Lin Mo's beast is a ghost tiger, possessing the innate skill concealment. If I am not mistaken, that ghost tiger was hiding nearby just now. If we were to attack Lin Mo, even if we succeeded in killing him, our team would likely lose at least one member. In fact, this was the situation with Lin Mo's team member absent. Had Lin Mo's companions been nearby, the consequences would have been even more dire. The other team members, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of fear. Had they acted recklessly moments ago, the aftermath would have been truly unimaginable. Knowing when to yield is wisdom, remarked Zhuang Shua, commending Xiao Ming. Indeed, without Xiao Ming's intervention, we would likely have met our demise, added the team member responsible for vigilance. Yield. A cold smile crept across Xiao Ming's lips. Who told you I intended to bow to Lin Mo? The teammates were momentarily taken aback. Xiao Ming narrowed his eyes. Remember, dealing with a person is not solely about brute force. Chapter 127. The Malice of Humanity. Fortunately, Xiao Ming and the others had backed down. In the cave, Duanmu Qinyang wore an expression of relief. Beside him, Rin Yuan and Li Yingying shared similar sentiments. They were not afraid of Xiao Ming's team, but rather the act of killing. The contest within the secret realm was not a regulated arena battle. There were no rules to adhere to. Once combat commenced, both parties could directly assault the beast masters themselves. Given their current beast levels, any successful attack would likely result in either death or injury. Thus, the mere thought of potentially taking a life weighed heavily on the trio. Lin Mo regarded the three of them. Things may not be as simple as you think. He could comprehend their feelings. After all, they were still students. Although they lived in a perilous world and were aware that beast masters faced battles from a young age, those encounters mostly involved ferocious beasts. The notion of killing was something they would struggle to accept for quite some time. What do you mean? Duanmu inquired, somewhat puzzled. Lin Mo shook his head, offering no further explanation. You all rest. I will check if Xiao Ming and the others have left. With that, he took Xiao Bai and exited the cave, swiftly making his way in the direction that Xiao Ming had departed. After covering a certain distance, he felt a stirring within him, summoning Kunpeng, who soared into the sky. Were Xiao Ming and the others collecting the blood of the ferocious beasts? As Lin Mo packed his tent, he elaborated. Xiao Ming and his team are gathering the blood from the ferocious beasts' corpses. I suspect they intend to use it to attract the beasts to counter us. They truly plan to kill us. Li Yingying found it hard to believe. It seemed they had harbored such thoughts of murder and treasure seizing all along. Duanmu's expression grew complex, equally struggling to accept this revelation. How could Xiao Ming's team, like them, still be students, be so ruthless? Lin Mo cast a glance at the trio, but remained silent. This world is fraught with danger, and in such a perilous realm, human hearts are especially treacherous. These three need to gradually come to understand this truth. As for himself, having lived 2 lives, he possessed a wealth of experience and maturity, allowing him to grasp this principle early on. As for Lin Ruoyu, she seemed to have recognized this fact long ago, maintaining her calm demeanor throughout, which only piqued his curiosity about her background. However, he refrained from asking any questions. 3 minutes later, all 5 had packed their belongings. Riding their beasts, Lin Mo commanded, "Follow me." Without hesitation, he mounted Xiao Bai and charged forward. The other 4, uncertain of Lin Mo's destination, followed suit without question. Half an hour later, Lin Mo halted in a small valley. The valley was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, forming a standard, gouging shape, with the peaks towering into the clouds, their cliffs steep as if chiseled by a knife. Lin Mo pointed to the southern peak. "This will be our shelter for tonight. This place is simply the perfect refuge." Rin Yuan gazed at the indicated location with awe. On the mountain peak Lin Mo had pointed out, approximately 30 meters off the ground, there was a cave. This cave was the shelter Lin Mo referred to. This spot was undoubtedly far superior to the cave they had previously occupied, not to mention the height alone, which would effectively keep most ferocious beasts and dangers at bay. With less than 10 minutes until darkness fell, Rin Yuan and the others felt a sense of relief as they observed the sky gradually darkening. They were no longer in the area they had previously swept through. If they remained outside when night fell, they could only imagine the dangers that awaited them. "I need to step out for a moment." Once everything was settled, Lin Mo turned to Lin Ruoyu. "You stay here with them and wait for me. But the night is about to fall. What you're doing is too dangerous." Lin Ruoyu, having anticipated Lin Mo's intention, voiced her concern. "Rest assured, I am confident." Lin Mo squeezed Lin Ruoyu's hand. "As for you all, it is best to remain here, as long as you do not leave this cave. Your safety is highly likely assured." "All right." Lin Mo understood that even if he did not agree, Lin Ruoyu would act accordingly. Moreover, he had calculated in his mind that 3 hours would be more than sufficient. Leaving the cave, the night had fully descended. Here, he found no trace of Xiao Ming and the others, but caught a whiff of a strong metallic scent. This confirmed his suspicion. Xiao Ming and his team indeed sought to lure ferocious beasts to confront them. Thus, he could not be blamed. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. He had no intention of becoming an adversary. Even after learning from Hu Yin that mutual plunder was permissible within the secret realm, he had never considered taking someone else's possessions. However, now that others had wronged him, he would not tolerate it. Turning off his flashlight, he and Xiao Bai silently awaited the source of the pungent scent. The night wind in the mountains brought a chill, carrying the foul odor far away. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes. A rustling sound, the distinctive noise of reptiles moving, emanated from the depths of the mountains. Lin Mo turned to locate the sound, only to see pitch darkness. Yet, from the previous sounds, he deduced that at least 10 ferocious beasts lurked within that darkness. Roar. Sensing danger, Xiao Bai emitted a low growl, filled with unease. "Go." With a command from Lin Mo, Xiao Bai instantly turned and sprinted towards the direction where Xiao Ming's team was located. The rustling sounds behind them merged into a chorus as the ferocious beasts pursued Lin Mo's departing figure. Chapter 128. A stinging blow to the face. In a small hollow, Xiao Ming's team had set up camp. At that moment, the 5 were gathered around a campfire, consuming their meal. "Xiao Gu, what do you think Lin Mo and his group are up to now?" asked a burly team member as he bit into some jerky. "Defong, that question is pointless. What else could they be doing but feeding the ferocious beasts?" replied the team member on watch, grinning. "What a pity. Lin Mo is so powerful. He must have collected a lot. Yet now it all benefits those ferocious beasts," remarked another teammate named Feng Xin. "Once a beast master dies, the beast space collapses, and all items within will burst forth. In a normal battle, the victorious side could still loot the spoils. However, they dared not do so now. The mere thought of Lin Mo and his team being surrounded and devoured by numerous ferocious beasts sent shivers down their spines. Such a pity, that is all money. Defeng's face contorted in pain as if he had lost something of his own. "Enough lamenting." Xiao Ming's tone held a hint of amusement. "As long as one has their life, there will always be opportunities to acquire what one desires. If one loses their life, then what good are all those possessions?" "Xiao Gu, are you implying Lin Mo?" The team member on guard chuckled, remarking, "It is truly ridiculous how foolish Lin Mo is. Had he simply surrendered his belongings, he could have at least preserved his life. Instead, he chose to be obstinate and now has lost everything, including his life. Let us see how he continues to flaunt his arrogance. Indeed, such a lack of awareness is foolish. It is apparent that even if he were to rank first on the new student list, he would still meet his demise," as Defeng concurred. Xiaoming, buoyed by the praise of his companions, nodded in agreement. "You speak the truth. Remember, in the wilderness, intellect surpasses sheer strength. Those without wit, like Lin Mo, are destined for ruin." Suddenly, Defeng interrupted, pointing in the direction behind Xiaoming. "What is that?" "It appears to be a beam of light from a strong flashlight." Feng Xian's expression darkened. "Does this fool dare to run around with a flashlight at night? Is he seeking death?" The guard's voice trembled, and the expressions of the others turned grave. "What should we do now, Xiaogu?" Defeng asked anxiously, and the other three turned their worried gazes toward Xiaoming. "Quick, add more firewood and stoke the flames." Xiaoming's expression twisted in anger. This scoundrel clearly intends to bring about our demise. Yet, even with this realization, there was no means of escape. The ferocious beasts in this secret realm were fearful of light. As long as they maintained the fire, they held a glimmer of hope. However, should they abandon the flames or let them extinguish, their fates would be sealed. The four immediately complied, ensuring the fire blazed brightly. Meanwhile, the beam of light drew closer. Illuminated by the fire, the five finally discerned the figure approaching. It was Lin Mo. He was alive. How could this be possible? The guard was incredulous, and Xiaoming's face darkened to an extreme. Behind him, Defeng suddenly pointed, trembling, unable to articulate his fear. No words were necessary. As they beheld Lin Mo, they also witnessed the scene behind him. A dozen ferocious beasts of various kinds were hot on Lin Mo's heels, barreling toward them. In this eerie environment, the sight was all the more chilling. Had he known this would ensue, he would have acted recklessly earlier that afternoon. To prevent Xiaoming and his team from attacking him, he had halted a considerable distance away. The beasts behind him also paused, deterred by the firelight. Yet they appeared restless, poised to charge at any moment. Xiaoming glared at Lin Mo with malice. "I underestimated you. Just moments ago, they had mocked Lin Mo's lack of intelligence, but in the blink of an eye, they had shot themselves in the foot, a stinging slap to their pride." Ignoring the comment, Lin Mo scrutinized Xiaoming and his companions. "Shall we strike a bargain?" The team members immediately turned their attention to Xiaoming, who narrowed his eyes and queried, "What sort of deal?" "If you hand over your gains from the past few days, I will ensure these beasts are led away. You may suffer some financial loss, but your lives will be spared," Lin Mo proposed. "Dream on." Xiaoming's face was filled with fury. It was he who sought to seize Lin Mo's possessions, and now the tables had turned, leaving him feeling humiliated. "Consider it a dream if you wish." Lin Mo replied with a faint smile. "But your fire may not last until dawn." Xiaoming's eyes twitched slightly, and the others bore expressions of dread. Under normal circumstances, the firewood they had collected would suffice for a night. However, they had intensified the flames to fend off the beasts, leaving them insufficient. Without Lin Mo to divert the beasts, they would surely perish. Lin Mo regarded them expressionlessly. "Choose. Relinquish your belongings for your life, or join your treasures in the grave." "Xiaogu, perhaps we should concede to him," suggested the guard. The others remained silent, but shared glances of agreement with this course of action. Xiaoming clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in frustration. "How can you guarantee your words? If we surrender our belongings, what assurance do we have that you will lead the beasts away?" Lin Mo pondered for a moment before responding. "I can swear an oath by the heavens." Xiaoming scoffed. "Do you think I would trust your empty promises?" Lin Mo sighed. "What would convince you?" Xiaoming fell silent. In this dire situation, no matter what Lin Mo proposed, he would remain skeptical. It seemed the deal was doomed. Lin Mo shook his head. "If that is the case, we need not waste further words." With that, in an instant, Xiaobai lunged towards Xiaoming's direction, and a water blade materialized out of thin air. Xiaoming's expression shifted in alarm. Instinctively, he attempted to evade. However, before he could react, boom, the water blade struck the blazing fire, erupting in a violent explosion. The fire was scattered, and its intensity diminished significantly. Rustling sounds echoed around them as the ferocious beasts moved closer, emboldened by the sudden darkness. Xiaoming's eyes filled with panic as the beasts approached. He had not anticipated that Lin Mo's target was the fire. Given the power of the water blade, if Lin Mo unleashed a few more, the fire would be utterly extinguished, and they would be overwhelmed by the advancing beasts. His companions were already pale with fear. "Xiaogu, perhaps we should just give him what he wants," urged the guard. "Xiaogu, we cannot afford to lose our lives over mere possessions." Defeng echoed. "Xiaogu, did you not say that life is paramount? This is not the time for pride," added Feng Xin. Listening to their pleas, Xiaoming's expression shifted multiple times. finally settling into a begrudging resolve. You swear to divert the beasts, or I swear you will meet a miserable end in the future. At this juncture, even if he did not trust Lin Mo, he had no choice but to resort to an oath. Agreed. But you must also swear to surrender all your gains without reservation, Lin Mo stipulated. Fine. Xiaoming gritted his teeth, acquiescing. They both proceeded to swear their oaths. A smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips. Now, you may present your belongings. Xiaoming inhaled deeply, suppressing his fury, and began to draw the summoning array. His teammates followed suit. Simultaneously, a water blade slowly materialized in front of Xiao Bai, remaining suspended without being launched. Xiaoming's eyes twitched violently at this display. Lin Mo was issuing a warning. Should they attempt any tricks, that water blade would descend upon the fire. After a brief moment, the summoning array radiated light, prompting Lin Mo to frown. Is this all? Surely you do not have more hidden away. What do you expect? Xiaoming's face was ashen. We are in a secret realm, not a treasure trove. For us to survive this long with some gains is already a feat. Lin Mo cast a dispassionate glance at Xiaoming, choosing not to respond further. Xiaoming spoke the truth. For most teams, acquiring anything in this secret realm was a considerable challenge. Their group had managed to slay over 20 ferocious beasts in just 4 days, thanks to the reconnaissance artifact, Kunping. Yet, such an advantage was not common among all teams. Nevertheless, Lin Mo was almost certain that Xiaoming had more to conceal. Since Xiaoming had resolutely decided to hide, any further words from him would be futile. Lin Mo's lips curled into a faint smile as he remarked, in that case, keep an eye on the fire, and we shall meet again. With that, a thought flickered in his mind, prompting Xiao Bai to dash off to the side. Behind him, the ferocious beasts, intimidated by the flames, abandoned their pursuit of Xiaoming and his companions, instead surging after Lin Mo. The group watched the direction Lin Mo departed until the pack of beasts vanished into the darkness, leaving no trace of sound, allowing them to collectively exhale in relief. Finally, they were free. The team member on guard let out a heavy sigh, collapsing onto the ground. Safety had returned. Dafeng, too, felt a sense of relief, stating, I never expected Lin Mo to be so trustworthy. Fortunately, Xiao Gu was clever. Although they had lost a few beast corpses, the most crucial item remained intact. Feng Xian, while feeling a tinge of fear, also wore a relieved expression. Upon hearing this, smiles crept onto the faces of the others. As long as that item was still in their possession, their expedition into the secret realm would not be in vain. Only Xiaoming wore a frown. Seemingly deep in thought, Dafeng, sensing the change, inquired, Xiao Gu, are you worried about the oath you made? Previously, to gain Lin Mo's trust, Xiaoming had sworn a very serious oath. Xiao Gu, there's no need to worry. Oaths are merely tools for deceiving fools, utterly useless, Feng Xian advised. How could I care about such matters? Xiaoming shook his head. I am merely pondering Lin Mo's words before he departed. The other four paused, looking at each other in surprise. That statement seems correct, Dafeng remarked. I don't see any issues either, Feng Xian added, glancing at the guard. Lu Zi, what about you? Neither do I, Lu Zi replied, shaking his head. Xiaoming contemplated. Lin Mo asked us to watch the fire, which I can understand. But why did he say we shall meet again? Feng Xian hesitated. I initially thought that phrase was harmless, but now that you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. What seems odd? Lu Zi asked. Feng Xian shook his head. I cannot articulate it. Just then, Xiaoming's expression changed dramatically. This is bad. We've been fooled. Quickly gather our things. We must leave immediately. Before he could finish, a rustling sound emerged from the darkness ahead. Suddenly, the beam of a flashlight illuminated Lin Mo's figure as he emerged from the shadows, the light revealing that the pack of ferocious beasts had halted in their tracks. Yet their numbers had evidently increased. Lin Mo, you are untrustworthy. Dafeng glared at him with anger. Ironically, he had been the one to vouch for Lin Mo's integrity, only to be met with the bitter taste of his own words. Lin Mo, you swore an oath. Are you not afraid of its consequences? Lu Zi's face was also filled with fury. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy as he directed his attention towards Xiaoming. You confidently claimed there was no hidden agenda, yet that item remains unreturned. Is that not the true violation of your oath? Xiaoming's face paled. How did you know? Just moments ago. Lin Mo had been far away, unable to overhear their conversation. A mocking smile graced Lin Mo's lips. Does it truly matter? I had my Kunping inform me. Unbeknownst to them, the Kunping continued to circle above their heads. Indeed, it no longer matters, Xiaoming sighed. His expression filled with despair, as if he had suddenly lost all will to fight. He had always prided himself on his intellect, believing he could manipulate his adversaries at will. Yet, in this confrontation with Lin Mo, he had gained no advantage whatsoever, and the overwhelming defeat left him feeling intellectually crushed. After a brief silence, Xiaoming raised his hand, filled with hope as he looked at Lin Mo. If I surrender that item now, can you spare us? What do you think? Lin Mo retorted coldly. Xiao Ming froze for a moment, a bitter smile forming on his lips, if I am not mistaken. You never intended to let us go from the very beginning, did you? Lin Mo replied coolly. If it were merely a few words exchanged this afternoon, I would not have cared. However, since you sought to kill me, I must respond in kind. I do not harm others unless they harm me first. But if they do, I shall repay the offense in kind. From the moment Xiao Ming intended to end his life, their fates had become irreversibly intertwined. In that case, let us end this. Xiao Ming bellowed in fury, madness gleaming in his eyes. Attack together, kill him, determined to take Lin Mo down with him. Xiao Ming's companions understood their perilous situation. Upon hearing his command, they acted without hesitation. In an instant, their 5 beasts launched an assault on Lin Mo. However, just as the 5 attacks were unleashed, Lin Mo's figure suddenly flickered and vanished. Simultaneously, Xiao Bai also entered a state of concealment, disappearing from sight. The 5 attacks struck where Lin Mo had been, creating a nearly foot-deep crater in the ground. How is this possible? Xiao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He's merely an apprentice beastmaster. How can he utilize the skills of beasts? His companions shared his astonished expressions. To become a full-fledged beastmaster, it was imperative for one's beasts to reach maturity, as only mature beasts could share attributes with their hosts and even allow them to wield their abilities. Just then, a sudden explosion jolted the stunned group back to reality. Their expressions shifted again as they heard the sound of water blades striking the fire pile. The flames that had been roaring brightly began to dwindle significantly. Accompanying this, the ferocious beasts crept ever closer. Watching the beasts lurking at the edge of the firelight, ready to pounce the moment the flames extinguished, panic seized Xiao Ming and his companions. Xiao Ming glanced into the darkness beside him and called out, Lin Mo, we can negotiate. If you spare us, I will not only hand over that item, but also offer you additional compensation. What do you say? The response was another explosion. The fire dimmed further. The surrounding beasts had now approached within 20 meters, and the stench of their breath filled the air. Xiao Ge, what do we do? I don't want to die. Lu Zi trembled, unable to stand steady. This is all your fault, Xiao Ming. If it weren't for your greed and desire to kill for treasure, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Feng Xian chastised, dropping the honorific Go. Yet Xiao Ming was too preoccupied to heed his companion's grievances. His mind raced as he searched for a solution. Lin Mo, don't you want to know what we found? Another explosion echoed in response. The flames flickered once more, and the beasts drew within 15 meters. However, this time, Xiao Ming caught a glimpse of Xiao Bai, only to see it vanish in an instant. The surrounding darkness favored Lin Mo's phantom tiger immensely. Xiao Ming swallowed hard as he gazed at the beasts but continued to speak aloud. The item we mentioned is a Shungjie grass. Shungjie grass? Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly. Intrigued within the confines of the Xuanwu's inner space, he certainly would not remain hidden. In the absence of his pet's maturity, even with a divine-level beast space at his disposal, he was incapable of utilizing his pet's skills. His earlier disappearance was merely a transition into the internal space of Xuanwu. He had surmised that, in their desperation, Xiao Ming and his companions might attempt to drag him down with them, and reality confirmed his foresight. The misunderstanding regarding Xiao Ming and his group believing he had employed his pet's abilities stemmed solely from the resemblance between his sudden vanishing and Xiao Bai's concealment. It was purely coincidental. As for the Ascension Grass, it is one of the essential materials required for pet evolution. Different pets necessitate different materials for their evolution. However, all pets require 2 primary categories of preparation: main materials and auxiliary materials. Generally, auxiliary materials are relatively easy to gather due to their substitutability. In contrast, main materials are more elusive. On one hand, the rarity of these main materials makes them difficult to procure, especially at higher tiers where some can be unattainable even with wealth, relying solely on luck. On the other hand, main materials are irreplaceable, rendering them even more coveted. And when they appear, they are often seized in a frenzy. Consequently, the price of Ascension Grass is staggering, starting at no less than 8 figures. Lin Mo's interest was not spurred by the value of the Ascension Grass, but rather because one of the main materials in Xiao Bai's evolution route he had previously organized was indeed Ascension Grass. Thus, he could not afford to overlook this particular specimen. Finding another would likely take years. At this moment, Xiao Ming's voice echoed once more, though I may perish. The items in my beast space will explode forth. But at that moment, the ferocious beasts will swarm, and the Ascension Grass will be destroyed. Rather than killing us for naught, why not take this Ascension Grass and let us go? Within the internal space of Xuanwu, Lin Mo pondered for a moment, a cold smile gracing his lips. The next second, a water blade struck the campfire, which was already flickering like a candle in the wind, causing it to explode. The surrounding light dimmed instantly, plunging into darkness, save for the faint sparks on the ground, twinkling like fireflies. However, these feeble glimmers held no significance for the ferocious beasts. Nearly 20 of them surged forward, charging toward Xiao Ming and his companions. Chapter 131. The Ascension Grass in Hand. Kill. In the face of the charging beasts, Xiao Ming roared fiercely, commanding his pets to engage. His companions reacted similarly, knowing that escape was impossible in the pitch-black darkness. Their only option was to fight with all their might. Lu Zi was the first to be attacked, letting out a scream before being torn to shreds by the oncoming beasts. At the same moment, a sound akin to a bubble bursting echoed through the air. A chaotic assortment of debris appeared out of nowhere, crashing to the ground. In the internal space of Xuanwu, Lin Mo, utilizing Xuanwu's night vision, clearly witnessed this scene. He understood that this was the result of Lu Zi's death causing his beast space to collapse. A quick glance at the pile of debris confirmed the absence of any valuable items, prompting him to disregard it. Then, Feng Xin, and the others soon fell prey to the beasts as well, their beast spaces devoid of anything of worth. Lin Mo's gaze shifted to Xiao Ming, who, as the seventh on the freshman leaderboard, was the strongest among them and thus endured the longest. However, without his teammates, he was unable to hold out. Mere seconds later, he too was torn apart. At the moment Xiao Ming's beast space collapsed, Lin Mo distinctly saw a plant emitting a soft green glow even in the darkness, resembling a mimosa pudica, fall to the ground. It was the Ascension Grass. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Simultaneously, beside the Ascension Grass, a massive snake, thick as a bucket and several meters long, covered in purple spots, also brightened its eyes and lunged toward the Ascension Grass. Rare treasures are not only effective for pets, but also for ferocious beasts. In that instant, a shadow shot down from the air like an arrow, snatching the Ascension Grass before soaring back into the sky. The entire process unfolded in less than a second, its speed so swift that even the snake could not react in time. With a hiss of anger, it looked up at the sky, but saw nothing. Within the internal space of Xuanwu, Lin Mo smiled and issued a command. The shadow that had just darted away was, of course, Kunpeng. Even before Xiao Ming's demise, he had instructed Kunpeng to safeguard the Ascension Grass after Xiao Ming's death. This was also the reason he had acted without hesitation despite Xiao Ming's threats concerning the potential destruction of the Ascension Grass. With Kunpeng present, no beast could match its speed. Once Xuanwu had quietly distanced itself from the ferocious beasts, Lin Ruyu, blushing slightly, cast a concerned glance at Lin Mo. Are you all right? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Lin Mo replied with a somewhat apologetic smile. Sorry to worry you. With only a few minutes left until the 3 hours he and Lin Ruyu had agreed upon, she was undoubtedly anxious. I'm fine. Lin Ruyu shook her head, inquiring. Did everything go smoothly? Yes. Lin Mo nodded, refraining from elaborating further. The expressions of Ren Yuan and the other two reflected complexity as they overheard their conversation. While they were uncertain of Lin Mo's exact actions, they could surmise some aspects. This revelation was a significant shock to them. Lin Mo noted their reactions, but chose to ignore them. If these three could not overcome this hurdle, he would never seek to team up with them again in the future. However, once Kunpeng grew a bit more, and if he were to contract a healing-type pet, his plan of being a one-man team would essentially be in its preliminary stages. At that point, he would no longer need to form teams with others. Though this current team offered greater combat strength than he possessed alone, it brought considerable inconvenience. For instance, with Xuanwu and Kunpeng, he felt constrained. If he were alone, he could fully exploit the advantages of both. In such a scenario, his gains might be even more substantial. Of course, Lin Ruyu could continue to form teams, as aside from his ability to traverse worlds and his divine beast space, revealing other secrets to her would not be an issue. I have something to discuss. With that thought, Lin Mo addressed Ren Yuan and the others. I obtained 5 ferocious beast corpses and an Ascension Grass from Xiao Ming's team. Aside from a 5% share for Ying, the rest belongs solely to me. That should be acceptable, right? Of course, no problem. Ren Yuan and Duanmu both nodded in unison. These items were acquired solely by Lin Mo and thus had nothing to do with them. I can't accept that 5%. Li Ying interjected. Since entering the secret realm, she, as a healer, had not contributed significantly. The previous income from over 20 ferocious beasts felt almost like a windfall for her. Accepting a further 5% would leave her feeling rather embarrassed. Especially considering the high value of the Ascension Grass, 5% was no trivial sum. Please don't decline. After all, this was our previously agreed upon distribution method, Lin Mo stated. Moreover, do not feel guilty about this income simply because you believe you have not made a contribution. You must understand that the presence of a healer is, in itself, a source of confidence for battle-oriented beastmasters. In fact, not having to exert yourself is often the best outcome for the team. He spoke the truth with sincerity. A healer is indispensable for any team, yet no one truly wishes for their services to be required, as that often signifies danger, injury, or even death. Very well. Li Yingying ceased her refusal. Lin Mo nodded. If there are no further questions, let us all rest. I shall take the watch tonight. Let me take the watch. Duanmu interjected. You must be weary after being out for so long. No need. You should rest. I still have to contemplate our action plan for tomorrow. In truth, he had already devised the plan. Taking the watch was merely an excuse. His true intent was to prepare in advance for their undertaking the next day. Once the others in the tent had drifted into slumber, he felt a stirring within him. Kunpeng silently appeared at the cave entrance and then soared into the night sky. Chapter 132, Ling Xinghua. As he watched Kunpeng vanish into the darkness, Lin Mo's thoughts gradually entered a state of emptiness. There was another reason for him to take the watch. He needed to process his emotions. He had taken 5 lives. Although he had mentally prepared himself for such an act after gaining a certain understanding of this world, when it truly transpired, he found that his heart was far from the calm facade he projected. After all, despite having lived 2 lives, this was his first experience with killing, and he had done so in bulk, especially when recalling the horrific image of Xiao Ming and the others being torn apart and consumed by ferocious beasts. Something within him seemed to surge uncontrollably. It was an indescribably complex feeling, pity, fear, discomfort, or perhaps a combination of all these emotions. In any case, his heart could not find peace at that moment. Just then, he felt a warm, gentle hand softly grasp his own, simultaneously accompanied by a familiar fragrance. Lin Ryu gradually settled beside him, resting her head upon his shoulder. She said nothing, yet Lin Mo felt as though he could hear 1,000 unspoken words. Strangely, his restless heart began to calm. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he embraced Lin Ryu, and together they quietly gazed into the distant darkness, which appeared to be an extraordinarily beautiful landscape. The following day, marking the 5th day since they entered the secret realm, the sun gradually rose, casting a dark red hue over the surroundings. Let us set forth, though I must warn you that today's journey may prove challenging. After packing their belongings, Lin Mo led the way. It soon became clear to Ren Yuan and the others what he meant by a difficult path, as Lin Mo had led them to climb a mountain, specifically, one of the 3 peaks forming the small valley. The cave where they had spent the night was located on the southern peak, while they were currently ascending the northern one. Given that the valley's cliffs were nearly vertical, climbing was impossible. Hence, Lin Mo had to lead them on a detour, ascending from the opposite side of the mountain. However, traversing through the mountains was not as simple as walking on flat ground. They scaled 3 small hills, and only when the sun was directly overhead did they finally reach the base of the peak. Let us take a break. Lin Mo sat upon a large boulder, retrieving beast food to feed Xiaobai. Although the likelihood of encountering ferocious beasts during the day was low, and he had successfully avoided their nests thanks to Kunpeng's reconnaissance, they had kept their summoned beasts at the ready just in case. Boss, I do not question your decision, but may I inquire why we are climbing this mountain? Duanmu asked, feeding his own black-bellied python. I have read that treasures often grow in places difficult for humans to reach, so I speculate that there may be something valuable atop this mountain. Lin Mo replied earnestly. This was, of course, a fabrication. The reality was that Kunpeng's reconnaissance had revealed a fruit tree atop the steep cliff. Lin Mo, through his mental connection with Kunpeng, recognized it as a Ling Xinghua tree, which sent a surge of excitement through him. The purpose of Ling Xinghua is to enhance the intelligence of summoned beasts. Although these creatures can communicate mentally with their beastmasters after forming a contract, their intelligence is typically quite low. This is one reason why beastmasters must command their summoned beasts during battle. The benefits of enhancing intelligence are manifold. Firstly, it facilitates better communication between the summoned beast and the beastmaster. For instance, if a beast's intelligence was akin to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child, consuming Ling Xinghua could elevate it to that of a 10-year-old. A 10-year-old, in terms of cognitive and expressive abilities, is certainly superior to a 7- or 8-year-old. Consequently, communication becomes significantly easier and more efficient. Furthermore, the level of intelligence is a crucial indicator of a beast species rank. It is said that some king-level beasts can even speak human language, while higher-ranking overlord or divine beasts possess intelligence comparable to that of humans. Secondly, it enhances the combat prowess of the summoned beasts. As wild creatures, they possess an instinct for battle, yet this instinct often leans towards savagery. For example, if 2 beasts of equal rank were to fight autonomously, the outcome would likely be mutual destruction. However, if 2 different beastmasters were to command them, the results could vary significantly, potentially leading to a decisive victory for one side. This is because the battle between beastmasters is a fusion of human intellect and the skills of the summoned beasts. Ling Xinghua specifically enhances the intelligence of the beasts. In essence, if two beasts possess equally formidable physiques, but one is more intelligent, the latter will naturally hold an advantage in combat. Furthermore, a more intelligent beast will cooperate better with its beastmaster, potentially yielding a result greater than the sum of its parts. Thus, Lingxin Gua is a treasure that can enhance the overall combat strength of both the beastmaster and the summoned beast without elevating the beast's rank. This is a coveted item for all beastmasters, and Lin Mo would certainly not let it slip through his fingers. Most importantly, Kuanping had discovered not just a single Lingxin Gua, but an entire fruit tree. According to Kuanping's prior observations, there were at least 10 fruits on the tree. Given that a single Lingxin Gua is valued at approximately 6 to 8 million, if they could harvest these fruits, it would amount to a staggering 60 to 80 million. This was undoubtedly a small fortune for them. After resting for an hour, Lin Mo stood up. Let us continue our journey. The mountain stood at a height of 700 to 800 meters, and although this side had steep slopes, the ascent was no easy feat. It took over 4 hours for the group to finally reach the summit. The Lingxin Gua tree was situated about 100 meters away on the cliff face. However, the cliff was suspended and the tree grew at its edge, jutting outward. Below the tree lay a bottomless abyss, making the task of retrieving the fruits exceedingly difficult. Yet, these concerns were not Lin Mo's immediate focus. Chapter 133. Has Lin Mo's mouth been blessed? Upon seeing the Lingxin Gua tree, Ren Yuan and her companion's eyes sparkled with astonishment as they turned to Lin Mo. Though they held trust in Lin Mo, the notion that there could be rare treasures atop the mountain was met with skepticism, as it seemed improbable that every remote location would harbor such wonders. To their surprise, the mountain indeed bore treasures, leading them to feel as if Lin Mo possessed some sort of magical ability. However, the next moment, upon spotting the 3 dark green lizards, their expressions shifted in unison, instinctively holding their breath. A moment's carelessness could lead to injury or even death. In contrast, Lin Mo remained composed. He had already discerned the presence of the 3 green lizards during his reconnaissance with the Kuanping and had devised a strategy to confront them. Let us do it. The 3 exclaimed almost in unison, a plan they had prepared before entering the secret realm. Lin Mo nodded. In that case, I will handle one. Ruo, you will take another, and the 3 of you will manage the last one. Remember, your task is to distract the beast without engaging in a direct confrontation. As long as you can keep it occupied until Ruo you or I finish our battles, victory will be ours. Understood. Ren Yuan and her companions nodded, albeit with a hint of anxiety. They recognized that this was indeed the best course of action. Soon after, the 5 of them approached the vicinity of the 3 green lizards, and Xiao Bai stealthily advanced to initiate the attack. With a swift motion, a blade of water materialized, striking the first green lizard's eye with astonishing precision. This was a deliberate tactic by Lin Mo, aiming to maximize damage and minimize battle duration. As the eye represented the lizard's most vulnerable spot, the sound of the eyeball bursting echoed, and the lizard's left eye exploded, leaving a gaping wound around it. The green lizard let out a piercing scream, its forked tongue flickering as it slammed into the ground. Meanwhile, the other 2 green lizards reacted, charging toward Lin Mo. A bolt of lightning descended, striking the second green lizard's back, causing it to emit a pained roar as its back charred and its body momentarily stiffened. However, it quickly pivoted, racing toward Lin Ruoyu and the unicorn, who had both attacked it moments earlier. At the same time, Duanmu Qinyang commanded the black-bellied python to assault the 3rd green lizard. The python's most formidable skill was its constriction, if it ensnared an enemy weaker than itself. Victory was all but assured. He simply directed the python to hurl a stone at the green lizard. Concurrently, Ren Yuan's purple-winged flying snake glided swiftly, unleashing a venomous spray at the same green lizard. The sound of the venom corroding the skin filled the air. In pain, the green lizard turned, charging toward the purple-winged flying snake, which had inflicted greater harm. Thus, the 3 green lizards were successfully diverted. Lin Mo felt a slight sense of relief and then shifted his focus entirely to his own battle. At that moment, the green lizard was less than 15 meters away. Advancing rapidly, with a glint of determination in his eyes, Lin Mo commanded, Xiao Bai, unleash your full might. Let us conclude this swiftly. Almost instantaneously, a blade of water appeared behind the green lizard and struck its hind leg. The lizard's leg was nearly severed, and the excruciating pain, coupled with its forward momentum, caused it to stumble and crash to the ground. Simultaneously, another water blade struck its other hind leg, completely severing it. The green lizard screeched wildly, yet it could only thrash helplessly on the ground, having lost all mobility. Well done, Xiao Bai, Lin Mo exclaimed, invigorated. After several days of relatively easy battles, it was only now that he recognized the gravity of the situation. Facing a green lizard that could no longer move, the subsequent fight became significantly simpler. Xiaobai needed only 3 water blades to end its life. Remarkably, only 30 seconds had elapsed. If this speed were to be shared, it would undoubtedly leave many in awe. However, Lin Mo had no time to ponder such thoughts. He immediately rushed toward Duanmu and the others. Though only 30 seconds had passed, Duanmu and his companions found themselves in dire straits. Duanmu and Rin Yunyun's beasts were already hesitant to confront the green lizard directly. The 3-level gap in their ranks further hampered their abilities. Despite this, during a few brief skirmishes, both beasts sustained significant injuries. Although Li Yingying was diligently healing them, her limited level restricted the speed of recovery, only alleviating their wounds without fully restoring them. Fortunately, Lin Mo arrived just in time. With a water blade striking the green lizard, the tide of battle shifted instantly. Rin Yuan and her companions felt a wave of relief wash over them. However, their astonishment grew as they gazed at Lin Mo, who had dispatched his beast with remarkable speed. They exchanged glances, each harboring complex emotions, particularly Rin Yuan, who felt the gap between herself and Lin Mo had widened once more. Yet, they had little time for reflection, as Lin Ruoyu also joined the fray. Together, their combined efforts swiftly overpowered the last green lizard, leaving it with virtually no capacity for resistance. Tend to your wounds first. Lin Mo instructed them before he and Lin Ruoyu hurried toward the Lingxin fruit tree at the cliff's edge. Standing at the precipice, Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly. The trunk of the Lingxin fruit tree stretched out at an angle over the cliff, and while it extended more than 3 meters, its girth was no thicker than an adult's arm, rendering it incapable of supporting a person's weight. Consequently, climbing the tree to gather the fruits was out of the question. They needed to devise a clever solution to obtain the Lingxin fruits. In truth, he was not devoid of options. He simply could not employ them. For instance, directly cutting down the Lingxin fruit tree would be an excellent method of harvesting, yet it was strictly prohibited by the academy. Alternatively, he could have summoned the Kunpeng to retrieve the fruits, a straightforward and efficient task, but that option was also unavailable. This left him feeling somewhat constrained. Turning to Lin Ruoyu beside him, he inquired, "Do you have any good ideas?" "Isn't it simple?" Lin Ruoyu replied casually. "Just use clothing or something similar to create a net." Lin Mo paused, then couldn't help but chuckle. This exemplified the difference in thinking between boys and girls. After contemplating for so long without a viable solution, Lin Ruoyu's suggestion resolved the matter effortlessly. Without hesitation, he retrieved a piece of clothing from his beast's space and tore off one of its sleeves. With one end of the sleeve secured, a rudimentary net was swiftly fashioned. He then retrieved some firewood from the beastmaster's space, binding it together with rope to create a long wooden pole. Attaching a net bag to one end, he fashioned a rudimentary tool resembling a scoop net. Utilizing this simple implement, the two successfully harvested 8 Lingxin fruits. Although there were 4 more on the tree, they were not yet ripe, so they refrained from picking them. On one hand, it was the Academy's directive to avoid root severance. On the other hand, unripe Lingxin fruits would be of little use even if consumed. Thus, rather than waste them, it was wiser to leave them for those fated to find them. As they finished gathering the fruits, Rin Yuan and her 2 companions completed their healing and approached, albeit with solemn expressions. Lin Mo, sensing the shift in mood, inquired, "Has the injury to your beast affected subsequent battles?" Li Yingying nodded. "I have treated the external wounds, but the LVMO lizard is a poison-type beast, and their pets have all been poisoned. Only by leaving the secret realm can we resolve this completely." Lin Mo furrowed his brow and asked, "Is it serious? If we do not exit the secret realm, how long until it deteriorates?" "It's not overly severe. After all, they fought the LVMO lizard for a brief period. If left untreated, they should manage for 7 to 10 days. Beyond that, complications may arise, but during this time, they certainly cannot engage in battle," Li Yingying explained. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and turned to Rin Yuan and her companions. "My thought is that for the next few days, you should rest in the cave while Ryu and I search the vicinity for any potential gains. If we truly find something, each of you would receive a 10% contribution. What do you think?" According to the Academy's regulations, team members must advance and retreat together. Given their current state, they could indeed request to leave the secret realm, so he could not expect them to wait idly. Resting was acceptable, but contributions should not be disregarded. Rin Yuan shook her head. "I have already benefited greatly from accompanying you into the secret realm. If you insist on this, I would lose face in the team." "You are right. This is my sentiment as well," Duanmu concurred. Lin Mo responded, "You truly need not be so courteous." Li Yingying added, "You have given us so much. We genuinely feel undeserving." Lin Mo smiled. "All right then, let us set aside this discussion for now and focus on making camp." When they reached the foot of the mountain, the sun was already overhead. After resting for an hour and climbing for over 4 hours, coupled with the day's earlier battles and fruit gathering, dusk was rapidly approaching. They decided to camp in a sheltered area at the mountain summit. On one hand, they were running out of time to descend. On the other, the presence of 3 LVMO lizards made this spot relatively safe. The 5 members of the team gathered around the campfire to tally their gains from the day. The 8 Lingxin fruits were valued between 600,000 to 8 million each, yielding a total worth of approximately 48 to 64 million. This figure left Ren Yuan and the others somewhat astonished. Indeed, rare materials and treasures were the true moneymakers. Duanmu exclaimed in shock. Just these few fruits are equivalent to my company's total revenue for a year. Can you not flaunt your wealth? Ren Yuan shot Duanmu a glare, unable to suppress a smile. Such a substantial sum, even if she could only claim a small portion, left her at a loss for how to spend it. It feels as if this money is simply found, Li Yingying remarked, her face full of emotion. Without Lin Mo, they could not have achieved such remarkable results even if they had entered the secret realm. The other two nodded in agreement. Their ability to clear out over 20 fierce beasts' nests in 4 days was thanks to Lin Mo's efforts, as was their discovery of these 8 Lingxin fruits. Thus, Lin Mo was indeed the key contributor to their success. Now then, since we are a team, let us not dwell on this, Lin Mo stated. Regarding the contribution of these 8 Lingxin fruits, shall we allocate 10% to each of you 3, while Ryu and I split the remaining 70%? That should be acceptable? This distribution was calculated after deducting his own 20%. No objections, they replied in unison. I would like to purchase one. That should be permissible? Ren Yuan inquired. Lin Mo nodded. According to their agreement, team members could purchase the treasures they acquired at 80% of the market price. He directly handed one to Ren Yuan. The cost will be deducted from your share. All right. Ren Yuan accepted the Lingxin fruit and stored it in her Beastmaster space. Lin Mo then turned to the other two. Would you like to buy one? I do not need one. My beast has consumed it before. Duanmu replied. Consuming the same type of treasure repeatedly would significantly diminish its effects. Though he was not short on funds, he did not wish to waste them. I do not need it either. Li Yingying shook her head. Her beast was a healing type and did not engage in battle, so enhancing its intelligence was of little utility. Lin Mo nodded, taking out one fruit to give to Lin Ryu, then another to feed to the nearby Xiaobai. Some treasures require special treatment before consumption, while others can be ingested directly. Lingxin fruit belonged to the latter category. As Xiaobai swallowed the fruit, Lin Mo immediately sensed a refreshing, fragrant aura emanating from it. This filled him with anticipation regarding the fruit's effects. What remarkable changes would occur after Xiaobai absorbed the energy of the fruit? Approximately 10 minutes later, the cool aura surrounding Xiaobai gradually dissipated. Lin Mo attempted to communicate with Xiaobai, discovering that its intelligence had indeed increased somewhat. The most notable change was that Xiaobai's ability to express its thoughts had become clearer and more coherent. Moreover, it could now display some anthropomorphic expressions, which it had been unable to do before. However, the increase was not substantial. For instance, when he asked Xiaobai, "What is your aspiration?" it did not even comprehend the meaning of aspiration. Observing the puzzled expression on Xiaobai's face, Lin Mo could not help but chuckle. It was indeed a bit unreasonable to expect Xiaobai to grasp such a concept at this moment. However, he believed that as long as he continued to facilitate Xiaobai's evolution, it would eventually come to understand as its species level and intelligence improved. He then began to contemplate the plans for tomorrow. He and Lin Ryu could expand their search radius and explore farther afield. Previously, during Kunping's reconnaissance, they had not ventured too far for safety reasons. Now, temporarily parting from the other 3 provided him with a convenient opportunity for action. He wondered if there had been any updates from the Beastmaster Association regarding his bounty. Calculating the time. Yesterday marked the 4th time he had visited the association for news. This meant his bounty had been posted for nearly a month. Li Wei had previously informed him that for the vast majority of bounties, the likelihood of receiving information was highest within the first month of posting. As interest peaked during this period, if no news emerged after a month, the chances of receiving updates subsequently diminished significantly. This left Lin Mo feeling somewhat helpless. Based on the growth rate of the Xuanwu, it would likely reach maturity in about 20 days. His original plan was to assist with its evolution as soon as it matured. However, it appeared that this plan would have to be temporarily shelved. Although a slight delay in evolution would not have major repercussions, the overall attributes and combat capabilities of the beast would see a considerable enhancement post-evolution. Especially regarding his plan to act as a one-man team, the strength of Xuanwu, this tank, is of paramount importance. Thus, he naturally hopes for Xuanwu to grow stronger sooner. Unfortunately, fate does not always align with one's wishes. Lin Mo shook his head in resignation and then recalled the matter of the Beast Tamer assessment. Once a pet reaches maturity, the Beast Tamer can participate in the assessment, which is broadly divided into 3 parts: basic data testing, theoretical examination, and practical combat assessment. There should be no issues with Xiao Bai's basic data or practical skills. However, I must prepare for the theoretical portion in advance, Lin Mo mused. A formal beast tamer is required to possess extensive theoretical knowledge, which encompasses combat techniques, wilderness survival, treasure identification, and information on ferocious beasts, among other aspects. While they had covered some of this knowledge in high school, it falls far short of the requirements for the beast tamer assessment. Thus, what others perceive as the simplest theory has become his greatest shortcoming. Nevertheless, he intends to have Xiao Bai participate in the assessment. Lastly, there is Wang Hao's bounty on him. Although he could not find any information on the bounty list of the Beast Tamer Association, he is certain that it is due to his insufficient access rights. Therefore, this issue also needs to be addressed urgently. Otherwise, being constantly targeted by others is quite uncomfortable. However, these matters are to be dealt with after leaving the secret realm. His immediate priority is to seek out more rare treasures. The next day, after escorting Ren Yuan and her companions to the cave and sealing the entrance with stones, Lin Mo and Lin Ruoyu continued their journey into the depths of the mountain range. Where are we going? Lin Ruoyu asked, holding Lin Mo's hand. That will be decided by it, Lin Mo replied with a slight smile, as the figure of Kunping materialized beside him. Your second pet, Lin Ruoyu gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Lin Mo. How can you contract a second pet before becoming a formal beast tamer? Because my talent is rather unique. Lin Mo explained. He only mentioned it as unique without elaborating. It was not that he distrusted Lin Ruoyu, but explaining this matter would inevitably involve Zhu Long, which is related to his crossing over. Thus, this was destined to remain a secret hidden deep within his heart. Lin Ruoyu, understanding the unspoken, refrained from asking further and instead remarked, so, your ability to discover those ferocious beast nests and the Lingxin fruit was actually due to it. Lin Mo nodded with a smile. Lin Ruoyu examined Kunping. The golden-winged Jianpeng is heralded as one of the fastest flying pets. It is indeed very suitable for reconnaissance. However, her expression suddenly turned serious. You must not reveal the existence of your second pet to anyone before you become a formal beast tamer. Rest assured, I understand. Lin Mo replied. Actually, you should keep it from me as well, Lin Ruoyu said, her tone somewhat complex. Lin Mo squeezed her hand gently. There's no need to overthink it. I told you this simply because I felt you should be aware of certain matters. Moreover, I will soon become a formal beast tamer, so informing you will not have any adverse effects. Lin Ruoyu nodded, saying nothing further, but her grip on Lin Mo's hand tightened. 5 minutes later, tongling grass. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Tongling grass, which Lin Ruoyu had mentioned before, is the primary material for refining the tongling pill. The tongling pill significantly accelerates the proficiency of pet skills. He currently has 3 pets with a total of 8 skills. Among them, the internal space is a special skill that does not require proficiency. Of the remaining 7 skills, aside from Xiao Bai's Waterblade and Invisibility, the other 5 are still at the novice level. If he can obtain this tongling grass, he is confident that all 3 pet skills can be elevated to proficiency in a short time. Note, this is not just from novice to beginner, but from novice to proficient. Raising a pet's skill proficiency by 2 levels in a short time will undoubtedly yield a significant enhancement in their strength. He looked at Lin Ruoyu, unable to suppress a smile. It seems our luck is quite good. Lin Ruoyu nodded. Although tongling grass is not an extremely rare treasure, it is still a rare find. I had previously discovered one, and now you have found another. Indeed, our luck is remarkable. Chirp, chirp. At that moment, Kunping called out twice. However, Lin Mo's expression became slightly tense. Kunping indicated that there was a human team not far from the tongling grass, and their direction coincidentally led toward the location of the grass. Lead the way, let us set off, Lin Mo said without hesitation, immediately leaping onto Xiao Bai's back. He absolutely cannot miss this tongling grass. Chapter 136, Lin Ruoyu's Loss of Composure. On the rugged mountain path, Xiao Bai galloped at full speed with Lin Mo. As the ruler of the mountains and forests, the rugged terrain posed little challenge to it. Behind them, Lin Ruoyu rode on a white unicorn, closely following. The unicorn, resembling a horse, was not slow in its sprint. Above them, Kunping circled in the sky, continuously guiding their route. Finally, after 2 hours, Lin Mo spotted the team that Kunping had mentioned. The darkness was drawing near, and the team was setting up camp. However, upon seeing one person, Lin Mo's brow furrowed. The second on the new student ranking, Mu Yunting. Due to the incident in the arena, Mu Yunting had faced considerable criticism within the academy, and he had attributed the blame to Lin Mo. Therefore, encountering Mu Yunting at this moment was not a favorable situation for him. What should we do now? Lin Ruoyu inquired. Although she had not witnessed the arena battle between Lin Mo and Mu Yunting, she was aware of the events that transpired that day. However, the most pressing issue now was that night was falling, and the position of Mu Yunting's team was less than 500 meters in a straight line from the cliff where the tunneling grass was located. If they intended to pick the tunneling grass tomorrow, they would inevitably have to bypass Mu Yunting's team, which could lead to a potential conflict. They were only 2 people, whereas the opposing side had 5. A confrontation would put them at a significant disadvantage. Conversely, if they acted at night, their risk would escalate dramatically. Thus, they seemed to find themselves in a dilemma. Lin Mo contemplated and said, "Once it is dark, I have a method to safely bypass them." Had Rin Yuan and her companions been present, he would indeed have few good options. However, with only Lin Ryu accompanying him, he felt little need for caution. Half an hour later, the dark red sun disappeared beyond the horizon, plunging the entire secret realm into darkness. Lin Mo and Lin Ruoyu concealed themselves in the shadows, observing the direction of Mu Yunting's team from afar. Because a bonfire had been lit in that area, they could clearly see the movements of the 5 individuals. "What exactly is your plan?" Lin Ruoyu asked, gazing curiously at Lin Mo. Since he had mentioned having a plan, she had been pondering it. Yet, now she could not conceive of any method that would allow them to proceed safely in the dark. It is essential to note that the ferocious beasts in this secret realm are primarily active at night. This means that even if Lin Mo sends Kuenping to scout the surrounding nests, it would be of no use, as the beasts would not be in their nests. They would have ventured out. No one could predict where they might roam. Thus, even if they could avoid all the nests, they still faced a significant chance of encountering ferocious beasts. Lin Mo grasped Lin Ruoyu's hand and said, "You will know soon." As his words fell, he focused his thoughts, and in the blink of an eye, they found themselves within the inner space of Xianwu. Upon observing the arrangement of the interior, Lin Ruoyu was astounded, her mouth forming an A shape as she stood there in disbelief. This was the first time she had lost her composure in front of Lin Mo. The scene before her was simply too astonishing. Despite her distinguished background and extensive experience, she momentarily failed to comprehend how they had instantaneously moved from the mountains to this place. Lin Mo did not disturb her, patiently waiting for her to process the information. He nodded slightly, silently marveling at Lin Ruoyu, recognizing that if it had been anyone else, they would likely never have guessed the existence of the inner space. After a brief silence of 7 or 8 seconds, Lin Ruoyu finally asked, "So, is this your 3rd pet beast?" "Yes, it is a low-tier green-armored turtle," Lin Mo replied. Lin Ruoyu was momentarily taken aback and then exclaimed in astonishment, "A space-type green-armored turtle? How is that possible?" Lin Mo chuckled and recounted the peculiar circumstances under which he had contracted the green-armored turtle. Lin Ruoyu listened in disbelief. "So, you just acquired a space-type green-armored turtle like that?" Lin Mo nodded. "However, when I contracted it, the green-armored turtle only possessed the turtle shrink skill and had not awakened any space-type abilities." Lin Ruoyu remarked, "Fortunately. Otherwise you would have been unable to form a bond with it." The reason Chuanning No. 1 High School did not value this space-type green-armored turtle was that, despite being a space-type, its innate skill was merely turtle shrink, a skill exclusive to turtles. Under normal circumstances, such a green-armored turtle would have no chance of awakening any space-type skills. The fact that it later awakened inner space was evidently related to Lin Mo's beast taming space. This meant that if the green-armored turtle had fallen into the hands of another, it would have been rendered utterly useless. Only in Lin Mo's possession did it become a true space-type pet beast. Reflecting on this, Lin Ruoyu couldn't help but glance at Lin Mo. She realized that the man she admired seemed increasingly extraordinary. Lin Mo had previously mentioned that his beast taming space was special, allowing him to contract 2 pet beasts. However, it now appeared that his beast taming space could not merely be described as special. Nevertheless, she had no intention of pursuing further inquiries, regardless of Lin Mo's secrets. As long as he remained himself and cherished her, that was sufficient. "What are you thinking?" Lin Mo inquired, noticing her silence. "I was contemplating," Lin Ruoyu replied, her expression a mix of fierceness and charm, "whether I should resort to killing for a pet, considering this is a coveted space-type pet beast." Lin Mo smiled slightly, stepping closer to Lin Ruoyu until their bodies nearly touched. "No need for violence. If you were to offer yourself to me, wouldn't that make it mine?" What do you mean?" Lin Ruoyu's gaze faltered, unable to meet Lin Mo's eyes. Although they had been together for over 3 months, they had only recently confirmed their relationship and had since been apart. Aside from the kiss during their confirmation, they had not engaged in any intimate behavior. Thus, Lin Mo's sudden advance, combined with the intimate atmosphere of the inner space, flustered Lin Ruoyu. "What do you think?" Lin Mo wrapped his arm around Lin Ruoyu's waist, drawing her into his embrace. "I cannot," Lin Ruoyu replied, her face flushed, her voice barely audible. Lin Mo was taken aback. He had merely intended to tease Lin Ruoyu, considering their time together had not been extensive. However, He did not anticipate her response implying that if she were comfortable, it would be acceptable. Initially, he felt a surge of desire, followed by a wave of affection. How remarkable it was that a girl would be willing to entrust him with her most precious gift. Even he found himself questioning what merit he possessed to deserve such affection. He lifted Lin Ruoyu's chin and gently pecked her lips, reassuring her, "Don't worry. I was just joking. You are insufferable." Lin Ruoyu protested playfully, her cheeks still red, as she lightly punched Lin Mo's chest. He smiled faintly and turned his gaze outward. Continuing at this pace, they would likely reach the vicinity of the mountain cliff where the tongling grass grew in about 2 hours. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, that precious herb would soon be within his grasp. 2 hours later, they arrived at the vicinity of the mountain cliff where the tongling grass was located. Simultaneously, Lin Mo received a signal from Kuan Peng, indicating that fierce beasts guarded the area. This did not surprise him. Rare treasures often attracted formidable beasts, and the beasts near such treasures tended to be even stronger. This realization caused Lin Mo's brow to furrow. The Zilin Mang, named for its entire body covered in purple scales, was exceedingly venomous. Once a pet beast was struck by its venom, without an antidote within 24 hours, death was almost inevitable. Furthermore, its purple scales possessed a hardness comparable to steel, providing formidable defense. In simple terms, it was a creature with high attack and thick defense, making it quite challenging to deal with. Most critically, their current location was 2 days' journey from the stone forest maze where they had entered the secret realm. This meant that if Lin Mo and Lin Ruoyu's pet beasts were to become poisoned in their confrontation with the Zilin Mang, there would be no time for rescue, and they would be left to their fate. Thus, although there were only 2 Zilin Mang, the threat they posed was far greater than that of the previous 3 green demon lizards. We cannot confront them head-on. We must devise a clever strategy. Lin Ruoyu declared upon understanding the situation. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cannot afford to take risks. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, "How about this? I will lure the 2 Zilin Mang away, and you take the opportunity to gather the tongling grass. And then we will find a chance to regroup." "No, that is too dangerous for you." Lin Ruoyu immediately shook her head. The risk was substantial for both of them to face the 2 Zilin Mang together, let alone Lin Mo facing them alone. "Indeed, the danger is real. But this is the most prudent plan," Lin Mo replied. "Moreover, my Xiaobai possesses concealment, greatly reducing the chances of being targeted. In truth, if Kuan Peng were strong enough, it could easily handle the 2 Zilin Mang, even while playing a diversionary role. Thus, they were left with this somewhat perilous approach. How about I lure them away? You would be in greater peril." Lin Mo interrupted Lin Ruoyu. "I have Kuan Peng assisting me with reconnaissance, making it easier to avoid other fierce beasts. There is no need for you to dispute this." "Very well." Lin Ruoyu acquiesced without further protest. Without delay, Lin Mo exited the inner space and summoned Xiaobai, swiftly making his way toward the area where the Zilin Mang resided. In the darkness, where his hand could hardly be seen, he could barely discern anything. Fortunately, animals possess a degree of night vision. By utilizing his mental connection with Xiaobai, he could just barely sense his surroundings. Coupled with Kuan Peng's constant alerts from above, he need not worry about slipping and falling down the mountain. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo spotted the 2 Zilin Mang. Or more accurately, he saw their eyes, for walnut-sized, eerie green slits glowing ominously in the night, creating a chilling sight. If I were to start a fire here, would it scare them away? Lin Mo suddenly had a flash of inspiration. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. On one hand, this was the dwelling of the tongling grass and the Zilin Mang. Fierce beasts have a strong territorial instinct, even if afraid of the flames. The likelihood of abandoning their lair was minimal. On the other hand, the light from a fire would be too conspicuous in the darkness. If he ignited a fire, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Mu Yunting team. Should they arrive to contest, it would be even more detrimental for them. It appears that he must take a calculated risk. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, signaling Xiaobai to conceal itself nearby. Then he unleashed a water blade aimed at the eye of the purple-scaled python to the left. With a metallic clang, the python reacted with remarkable speed, veering its head just as the water blade was about to strike its eye. The water blade struck its scaly head, emitting a sound akin to metal clashing. However, the adeptly executed water blade possessed considerable power, managing to breach its scale defenses, though the resulting wound was shallow. Hissing in fury, the purple-scaled python arched its massive body, as thick as an adult's thigh and measuring 7 to 8 meters long, and lunged towards Xiaobai's position. "Water mist," Lin Mo commanded. Before the python, a cloud of water mist materialized, enveloping its entire head. Suddenly deprived of its sight, the python let out an enraged hiss and unleashed a torrent of venom. The venom sprayed forth, covering a wide area 2 to 3 meters in front of it. Any surface tainted by the venom would immediately corrode, forming numerous small pits. Lin Mo's brow twitched slightly. Fortunately, the water mist was not intended for attack. Otherwise, Xiaobai might have succumbed to poisoning by now. Concurrently, as the purple-scaled python expelled its venom, Xiaobai released its second water blade, this time directed at another purple-scaled python. With another metallic clang, the water blade struck the python's body, resulting in a similarly minor wound. For the colossal python, this injury was trivial. Yet, this second python was incensed. Immediately launching toward Xiaobai, Xiaobai swiftly enveloped its head with water mist and turned to flee. The two purple-scaled pythons, hissing in anger, pursued Xiaobai. Observing this, Lin Mo leapt onto Xiaobai's back, signaling it to maintain a safe distance while continuing to strike and retreat. The two pythons attempted to attack with venom several times, but Xiaobai deftly evaded each onslaught, further inciting their fury and accelerating their pursuit. After the two pythons had chased for approximately 100 meters, Lin Ruoyu's figure suddenly appeared atop the cliff, quickly locating the Ling Tong Chao with the help of her glow stick. However, she refrained from uprooting it with her hands, instead retrieving a small knife to excavate around the mountain. The harvesting of Ling Tong Chao requires careful attention. The root system must be extracted as well, or its medicinal efficacy and value would significantly diminish. This was one of the reasons she deemed it too perilous for Lin Mo to divert both purple-scaled pythons alone. Ling Tong Chao grows in rock crevices, and extracting it demands considerable time. This meant Lin Mo must continually outmaneuver the two pythons, posing a great danger. Thus, Lin Ruoyu could not afford even a moment's delay. Meanwhile, Lin Mo found himself facing a new predicament, perhaps due to the commotion they had caused. Kuan Peng had just alerted him that two ferocious beasts were approaching his vicinity. Chapter 138, A Pincer Attack. Lin Mo's brow furrowed into a deep frown. He needed to devise a strategy. As he contemplated, Kuan Peng's reconnaissance indicated that the two beasts were still 5 to 6 minutes away, granting him a bit of time. In the current situation, fleeing was impossible since Lin Ruoyu remained on the cliff. He had received word from Xian Wu that the Ling Tong Chao had yet to be excavated, necessitating his continued engagement with the two purple-scaled pythons. Fighting was out of the question. If only he could incite the four ferocious beasts to turn on one another. Lin Mo's mind raced. Typically, when humans are absent, ferocious beasts may battle each other for food and territory. However, when humans are present, they invariably prioritize attacking humans. Thus, provoking these four beasts to fight amongst themselves while he was around presented a formidable challenge. Suddenly, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with an idea. With a thought, a fist-sized stone radiating a soft white light appeared in his hand. Yuling Stone. It significantly enhances the potential of pet beast attributes and the likelihood of awakening their innate skills. According to the information he retrieved from the Beast Tamer Association, its value is at least in the 9 figures. His entire net worth would barely cover a fraction of it. If he were to present this stone, it should incite the four beasts to turn against each other. However, doing so carried inherent risks. Should the Yuling Stone sustain any damage or be seized by one of the beasts, he would suffer a considerable loss. Yet, given the current circumstances, he seemed to have little choice. With this thought, he guided the two purple-scaled pythons towards the other two ferocious beasts. The originally 5 to 6 minute journey was completed in just over 2 minutes due to Lin Mo's and the beast's rapid movement. As he approached the oncoming two ferocious beasts, a sense of trepidation gripped him. The bone-eating bee resembled a colossal hornet, measuring over 3 meters in length and exceeding 1 meter in diameter. Its tail, more than a meter long and resembling a sword, appeared particularly menacing. Another venomous creature. Lin Mo felt a wave of resignation. The threat posed by the purple-scaled python was already considerable, but the bone-eating bee was equally perilous. Its tail could be launched like an arrow, with a striking distance of at least 10 meters, while its venom was not as potent as that of the purple-scaled python. Being hit would induce a rapid state of paralysis, rendering him helpless. Thus, upon sighting the bone-eating bee, Lin Mo immediately directed Xiaobai to retreat towards the purple-scaled pythons. Although the python's venom was fearsome, it had a shorter attack range of about 3 meters, making it seemingly easier to dodge. Hissing, the two purple-scaled pythons, having pursued for a long while, emitted excited hisses upon seeing Lin Mo turn towards them, accelerating their approach. Simultaneously, the two bone-eating bees flapped their wings, pursuing Lin Mo. He found himself caught in a precarious pincer attack. At that moment, his nerves were taut as never before. He understood that, given the current situation, even the slightest misstep could lead to his demise. As he neared the purple-scaled pythons, just 5 meters away, and the two bone-eating bees still around 20 meters behind, he raised his hand, brandishing the Yuling Stone. The stone, glowing with a soft white light, stood out vividly against the night. The two purple-scaled pythons were the first to notice the Yuling Stone. Lin Mo observed as their forward momentum halted, their walnut-sized vertical pupils illuminating with a brilliant green light. This green glow radiated heat and urgency, as if they could hardly wait to seize the stone. The Yuling stone was effective. Lin Mo exhaled in relief. Luring the four ferocious beasts into a frenzy of mutual destruction was merely his plan. However, he held no absolute confidence in the stone's efficacy. Thus, his earlier actions were fraught with risk and gamble. Should the Yuling stone prove ineffective, he would likely be left with no choice but to flee in disgrace. Fortunately, at present, the efficacy of the Yin sh appears exceptionally splendid. It allowed Xiao Bi to cast a mist upon the two Zlnming, temporarily obscuring their vision. Lin M promptly turned around, directing the Yin sh towards the two shgf-ing. Upon sighting the Yin sh, the shgf-ing exhibited an almost identical reaction to that of the Zlnming, eagerly charging towards Lin M simultaneously. The two Zlnming surged forth, breaking free from the enveloping mist. Observing this, Lin M placed the Yin sh on the ground and signaled Xiao Bi to flee. In the next moment, the hissing of the Zlnming and the buzzing of the shgf-ing's wings reverberated simultaneously. Lin M glanced back to witness the four fierce beasts swiftly approaching, engaging in combat. This brought him a measure of relief, marking a partial success of his plan. Nonetheless, his heart remained in a state of apprehension, primarily concerning the Yin sh. By placing it on the ground, he was gambling on the notion that these ferocious beasts would hesitate to destroy it. If the Yin sh were to be damaged, its effects would be rendered null. Yet, there exists the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Should these four beasts become frenzied, the Yin sh might very well sustain harm. Thus, he found it impossible to remain at ease. Through Xiao Bi's vantage, he caught a glimpse of the four beasts embroiled in battle. However, at that moment, he could not afford to focus on them. Instead, he urged Xiao Bi to monitor the situation of the Yin sh. Gradually, the tension in his heart began to ease. As he had anticipated, the four beasts were reluctant to destroy the Yin sh, consciously avoiding the area during their skirmish. Only then did Lin M turn his attention to the combat between the four beasts. However, upon observing, his brow furrowed once again. Chapter 139, Let Us Go Big. The battle had only just commenced, and the two shgf-ing were already at a distinct disadvantage. Their stingers posed a significant threat to Lin M, yet were negligible against the Zlnming as they struggled to breach their defenses. He could not allow them to conclude the fight so swiftly. In an instant, Lin M made a decisive choice. On one hand, the Ling Co had yet to be unearthed, necessitating a prolongation of the battle. On the other hand, should the fight end now, the safety of his Yin sh would be jeopardized. Thus, Lin M resolutely commanded Xiao Bi to launch an attack against the two Zlnming. With a clash, two water blades struck the Zlnming, inflicting minor wounds. Although the injuries were not severe, they successfully captured the attention of the Zlnming, momentarily alleviating the pressure on the shgf-ing. The two shgf-ing, not lacking in intelligence, seized the opportunity to retaliate against the Zlnming. Of course, this was possible solely because Xiao Bi was the only one engaging, with Lin M remaining concealed. Otherwise, the moment the shgf-ing and Zlnming laid eyes on Lin M, they would have cast aside their grudges and immediately attacked him and Xiao Bi. With Xiao Bi's involvement, the dynamics of the battle shifted dramatically. 3 against 2, the shgf-ing were no longer at a disadvantage, exchanging blows with the Zlnming. Lin M felt a slight relief upon witnessing this, then quickly communicated with Su Nw through mental connection, inquiring about Lin Rui's status. Given the current circumstances, enduring a few more minutes should not prove challenging. Lin M's thoughts raced as he continued to observe the conflict between the beasts. At that moment, both sides remained evenly matched. This was primarily due to Xiao Bi focusing on interference rather than delivering substantial force, as Lin M had tasked it with maintaining balance. However, if only a few more minutes were needed, perhaps they could seize a greater victory. With a glint in his eyes, Lin M issued a command. Xiao Bi, attack with full force. Almost simultaneously with his command, a water blade from Xiao Bi struck one of the Zlnming directly in the eye. Under normal circumstances, it would be exceedingly difficult for Xiao Bi's water blade to hit the eye of a Zlnming, as its eyes were disproportionately small in comparison to its massive body. However, at that moment, The ZL-NM-ing was preoccupied with battling the SHGF-ing, presenting Shi-O-Bi with the perfect opportunity. With a piercing sound, the fragile eyeball ruptured, the intense pain eliciting a deafening scream from the ZL-NM-ing. Its colossal body thrashed violently, sending debris flying around, creating a formidable spectacle. Nonetheless, the two SHGF-ing did not cease their assault, adhering to the principle of striking when the enemy is vulnerable. They surged fiercely towards the injured ZL-NM-ing. The other ZL-NM-ing, witnessing this, rushed forward for support. Just then, with a swift motion, a water blade shot towards it with a sharp cutting sound. Having learned from the previous ZL-NM-ing's fate, this one dared not confront the attack head-on, opting instead to retreat slightly to evade the onslaught. Thus, the battle transformed into a scenario where two SHGF-ing faced one ZL-NM-ing, while Shi-O-Bi contended with the other. This arrangement placed considerable pressure on Shi-O-Bi. However, at that moment, a shadow descended from the void, followed by a wind blade coalescing in the air, launching itself towards the ZL-NM-ing. Wind blade advanced. Harnessing the wind elements in the air, it is unleashed in the form of a wind blade. This is one of the innate skills of the JNCHGNP-ing. However, it suffices for distraction. Most importantly, this significantly alleviated the pressure on Shi-O-Bi, ensuring that no problems would arise in the short term. Now, it was time to observe the performance of the two SHGF-ing. Lin Mo shifted his gaze aside. As he had anticipated, approximately 3 minutes later, one of the ZL-NM-ing was struck in the eye by the tail of one SHGF-ing. The potent paralyzing toxin gradually slowed the ZL-NM-ing's movements, ultimately leading to its demise at the hands of the two SHGF-ing. However, the ZL-NM-ing's final desperate strike resulted in one of the SHGF-ing losing a wing, rendering it unable to continue flying. Subsequently, the two SHGF-ing charged towards the YNL-ing on the ground. Though they had triumphed in their 2-on-1 battle, it was a Pyrrhic victory, and they were already contemplating retreat. However, how could Lin Mo allow them to have their way? KNP-ing move. With a commanding shout, Lin Mo signaled Shi-O-Bi to lead the remaining ZL-NM-ing towards the two SHGF-ing. In a flash, KNP-ing descended like lightning, seizing the YNL-ing and soaring into the sky. The two SHGF-ing erupted in fury, with one of them launching its tail weapon at KNP-ing. However, compared to the speed of KNP-ing's flight, the tail weapon was far too slow, destined to miss its mark. At that moment, Shi-O-Bi arrived with the other ZL-NM-ing in tow. After launching a water blade at each of the two SHGF-ing, it then vanished from sight. With a soft sound, the two SHGF-ing each sustained a wound, their viscous green blood gushing forth. The excruciating pain ignited their fury, prompting them to charge towards their sole visible adversary. The ZL-NM-ing, upon seeing the two SHGF-ing, also bore a fierce grudge and rushed forward without hesitation. What followed was a spectacle. Lin Mo retrieved the YNL-ing from KNP-ing and stored it in the Beastmaster space, gazing with a smile at the three fierce beasts engaged in combat. Although the SHGF-ing had the advantage of numbers, both of them were in a rather poor condition. In contrast, the remaining ZL-NM-ing, aside from the minor wounds inflicted by Shi-O-Bi, remained virtually unscathed. Thus, despite being outnumbered, the ZL-NM-ing exhibited no signs of weakness. The fierce battle captivated Lin Mo, allowing him to learn numerous techniques for engaging multiple foes simultaneously. However, even the most thrilling conflicts must eventually reach a conclusion. After approximately 5 minutes, the confrontation ended with a Pyrrhic victory for the ZL-NM. One of the two Shirko-Bs suffered from severe poisoning, its head grotesquely eroded by venom. The other met its demise at the hands of the ZL-NM, which constricted it with relentless force. Yet, the victory was bittersweet, as the ZL-NM itself lay weakened, having succumbed to the poison of the Shirko-Bs, helplessly sprawled on the ground. At that moment, footsteps echoed in the air, and Lin Mo's figure gradually came into view. Chapter 140, Gains and Surprises. Hissing with fury, the ZL-NM emitted an angry shriek upon spotting Lin Mo. Its vertically slit, green eyes tinged with red from rage. At that instant, despite its limited intelligence, it comprehended the intricacies of the human scheme, a plot to lure them from their lair, orchestrate their mutual destruction with the Shirko-Bs, and ultimately reap the rewards. Thus, the animosity the ZL-NM harbored towards Lin Mo escalated to an extreme. Even now, your realization comes too late, Lin Mo declared. With that, a blade of water pierced the open maw of the enraged ZL-NM. Blood surged forth as it thrashed in a desperate struggle, ultimately succumbing to its fate. Lin Mo murmured softly as he stored the carcass in his Beastmaster space. Concurrently, he received a signal from Xian Wu indicating that the tunnelling grass had been successfully unearthed and was en route with Lin Ruoyu. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he mounted Xiao Bai and rode toward Xian Wu's location. The ground was slick with the blood of the Lin Mang and Shirko bees, a potential attractant for other ferocious beasts. A few minutes later, they met. "Are you uninjured?" Lin Ruoyu inquired anxiously upon seeing Lin Mo. She had excavated the tunneling grass as swiftly as possible, yet it took her over 10 minutes, leaving her heart in a state of suspense until she found him. "I'm perfectly fine," Lin Mo replied with a grin. "Not only am I unscathed, but I also acquired 4 beast corpses." He briefly recounted the events leading to the self-inflicted carnage among the beasts. "You took an enormous risk," Lin Ruoyu exclaimed, her excitement overshadowed by anger. If the Ling Stone had failed, or if there had been an error in execution, the consequences could have been dire. "Everything turned out well, didn't it? Moreover, even if the plan faltered, I had confidence in my escape," Lin Mo reassured her. This was the truth. With Xiao Bai and Kuan Peng by his side, even if he was no match for the 4 beasts, evasion would not pose a significant challenge. Relieved, Lin Ruoyu handed over the tunneling grass to Lin Mo. "You handle this." "Certainly." Lin Mo accepted it without hesitation, knowing the tunneling grass required refinement before use. Unlike the Lingxin fruit, which could be consumed directly. "What plans do you have next?" Lin Ruoyu inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo replied, "Tomorrow, I shall have Kuan Peng scout the vicinity. If no other rare treasures are found, we shall continue our hunt for ferocious beasts. There must be other treasures within the secret realm. They simply haven't ventured far enough." With Ren Yuan and Duan Mu's beasts poisoned, they had a mere 7 days remaining. The distance from their current location to the exit of the Stone Forest maze was approximately 2 days. Excluding today, only 4 days remained. While they could traverse considerable ground on the plains, the mountains would only allow them to scale a few peaks. In truth, they were already limited in their ability to travel far. After a restful night in the spatial realm, the next day, Lin Mo took advantage of breakfast to send Kuan Peng out for reconnaissance. He specifically instructed Kuan Peng to expand the search radius, confining it to a distance manageable within 4 days. However, the outcome was disappointing. No rare treasures were discovered within this range. This did not imply the absence of treasures, as they could be hidden beneath the water, underground, or within dense forests and caves, locations even Kuan Peng could not access. Nevertheless, Kuan Peng did uncover over 100 nests of ferocious beasts, alleviating their concerns about inactivity in the coming days. Thus, for the next 3 days, the duo was either slaying ferocious beasts or en route to do so. In a mere 3 days, their spatial realm accumulated 18 additional beast corpses. They maintained a nocturnal schedule, successfully arriving at the entrance of the Stone Forest maze within 2 days. At that juncture, Ren Yuan and her companions turned their gazes toward Lin Mo. Previously, he had marked and recorded their path, so they relied solely on him now. Sensing their collective scrutiny, Lin Mo offered a faint smile, a reaction that momentarily puzzled Ren Yuan and the others, as such an expression was unprecedented on his face. "What's the matter?" Lin Ruoyu asked with concern. Lin Mo produced his entirely black-screened phone. "The photos I took are stored here, but the battery is dead." As of now, they had spent 11 days in the secret realm, and he had lost track of when the phone ran out of power. It was only when he needed to check the photos that he realized the issue. Ren Yuan and Duan Mu's expressions darkened. Their team had chosen this moment to depart primarily due to their beast's poisoning, leaving no room for delay. Thus, if they could not exit promptly, they would bear the brunt of the consequences. "Boss Lin, what should we do now?" Duan Mu inquired, as was his habit. "Let us rely on memory," Lin Mo replied. "After taking those photos, I made detailed markings for distinction, so I still have a rough recollection, though it may take longer than initially anticipated." While speaking, he turned to Li Yingying. "Can their beasts endure?" Li Yingying calculated the time. "If we can exit within 3 days, we should be fine." 7 days had already passed since the poisoning of their beasts, with 10 days being the ultimate deadline. Failure to detoxify within 10 days could result in permanent harm to their beasts. 3 days, Lin Mo noted, glancing at his information wristband. "Let us hasten our departure." They had over 5 hours until dusk, and they had previously exited the Stone Forest in just 2 hours. Thus, if the phone had been functional, they would have been able to leave the secret realm in just 2 hours. Now, none could predict how long their exit would take. Lin Mo even feared they might remain trapped in this secret realm forever. Chapter 141, Astonishing Value. As they entered the Stone Forest, the pace of the team visibly slowed. The others could offer no assistance, standing quietly in wait. However, this experience prompted reflection among the group. Reliance on others should be avoided. Had they all taken the initiative to prepare like Lin Mo during their departure, they would not be burdened by this predicament. After a laborious 3 hours of travel, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon a peculiarly shaped rock, and he smiled. Our luck is favorable. I now know the way forward. The shape of this stone is extraordinarily unique, leaving a profound impression on him. If his memory serves correctly, this stone is not far from the point where they initially entered the secret realm. Upon hearing this, Ren Yuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, their expressions brightening with joy. Previously, they had feared they might never escape. Lin Mo silently rejoiced, grateful he had meticulously annotated his photographs, which had indirectly reinforced his memory. Otherwise, it would have been quite the challenge for them to navigate their way back to this location. The group continued for approximately 20 minutes. Here it is. Lin Mo pointed to a small pit on the ground ahead. This was the spot where Duanmu had dug with his knife when they first entered the secret realm, now appearing remarkably distinct. Excellent, we can finally leave. Duanmu eagerly approached the small pit, with the others following suit. 3 minutes later, they all silently recited their desire to exit the secret realm. Suddenly, a faint violet vortex-like portal gradually materialized before them. Let us go, Lin Mo called out, leading the way into the portal. The next moment, they emerged from the trunk of an ancient tree so vast that it could be encircled by 10 people. It was noon, and the long-awaited sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting speckles of golden light on the ground, evoking a surreal sensation among the group. After spending 11 days in the secret realm, emerging together in one piece was no small feat. Luo Changfeng approached with a smile. Hello, Director Luo. The group greeted in unison. Director Luo, have the other teams returned? Lin Mo inquired. Luo Changfeng replied. You are the 14th team to emerge. However, including you, only 9 teams have returned intact, while the others have suffered varying degrees of loss. Lin Mo nodded, refraining from further questions. He was aware that one of the remaining 6 teams would undoubtedly not return. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Qingming he arrived. Upon landing in the front square, Ren Yuan and Duanmu immediately dashed to the infirmary, while Lin Mo and Lin Ryu headed straight to the Daxiao Mall to address their gains from the secret realm. This sort of task was familiar to Lin Mo. They had a total of 49 beast corpses, which sold for 31 million. This figure left Lin Mo astonished, as the most money he had ever had in his bank account since arriving in Blue Star was just over 30 million. This single transaction nearly matched his long-term savings. Lin Ryu, however, remained calm, merely reminding Lin Mo to ensure the distribution was correct. Among the 49 beast corpses, 9 did not require sharing with Ren Yuan and the others. Furthermore, the 18 beasts they had slain in the final days only warranted a 10% share for each of the other 3. Therefore, a moment's inattention during distribution could lead to errors. She was not particularly concerned about the money. Rather, she understood that any injustice could breed resentment. Their 5-person team had collaborated pleasantly, and it would be a loss if financial disputes strained their camaraderie. Lin Mo nodded, and then produced the Tongling Ko. Tongling Ko, the manager responsible for the transaction, named Li Zhua, was visibly excited upon seeing the Tongling Ko. Such a rare treasure, even in a place like Daxiao Mall, is seldom seen in a year. He looked at Lin Mo expectantly. Do you plan to sell this Tongling Ko to the mall or refine it into a potion? I will refine it into a potion, Lin Mo replied without hesitation. Currently, he was not in need of money. Rather, the ability of Tongling Ko to significantly enhance the proficiency of pet skills was of utmost importance to him. Li Zhua's expression slightly dimmed, but he quickly regained composure. Refining it into a potion is fine, but the mall will charge a commission, typically 1 potion per batch. Lin Mo asked. How many potions can 1 Tongling Ko produce? Li Zhua answered. During the refining process, some auxiliary herbs will be added, so the yield is quite decent. Approximately between 9 to 12 potions. That works. Lin Mo agreed, handing over the Tongling Ko. Although it could enhance proficiency, each pet could only consume it twice, with the second dose yielding significantly diminished effects. Therefore, even with the mall deducting 1 potion, the remainder would suffice for his needs. Li Zhua carefully accepted the Tongling Ko and then handed Lin Mo a receipt. Come back in 3 days with this receipt to collect your potions. Excellent. Lin Mo left Daxiao Mall with Lin Ryu. As for the Shengjiko and Ling Xingua, he did not present them. The Shengjiko was essential for Xiaobai's evolution, and he could not part with it. He had given 1 Ling Xingua to Ren Yuan, 1 each to his 3 pets, and 1 to Lin Ryu, leaving him with 3 remaining. Considering he might contract additional pets in the future, he was not entirely opposed to selling them. However, even if they could not be liquidated, he had inquired about their prices from Li Zhua. A Ling Xingua was worth 8 million, while the current listed price for Shengjiko was 60 million. However, it should be noted that this 60 million is merely a listed price. In reality, there are no Shengjiko available on the market. making it a case of having a price without availability. This implies that the value of the Shinjiko would exceed 60 million. Taking all this into account, Lin Mo's team's total haul from the secret realm was approximately valued at around 1.5 billion. This is undoubtedly an astonishing figure, one that most people in this world might never encounter in their lifetimes. Fortunately, the Shinjiko did not require sharing with others, Lin Mo mused. Otherwise, this price would likely deplete his account balance entirely. Over 10 days had passed, and he wondered if there had been any news regarding his 2 bounties. Chapter 142, News of the Bounties. Beastmaster Association. As evening approached, the place remained bustling with people. Lin Mo arrived at the hall and went directly to the inquiry terminal to check on the status of the bounties. The results were still disappointing. The bounty for the evolution route of the green-armored turtle remained untouched. Lin Mo contemplated seriously, remembering that the content of his bounty was a lead on a champion-quality pet egg. This bounty was essentially a ruse he had concocted to throw people off the scent, and he had not held out much hope. After all, champion-quality pet eggs are exceedingly rare, even in a provincial capital like Chiyun. It was posted by someone using the alias Yin 3 days ago. Lin Mo pondered silently for a moment before turning to the service desk and finding Li Wei. I would like to reserve a private room. The private room is a supplementary service offered by the Beastmaster Association for bounties. Meeting in the association's private room offers the highest level of security. When? Li Wei asked. 3 days from now, Lin Mo replied. He then exited the Beastmaster Association and headed toward Qingyuan Academy. Along the way, he remained vigilant for any signs of being followed, not wishing to involve Lin Ruiyu in any danger due to him. Upon returning to the academy, Lin Mo reported to Hu Yin. You actually came back to report your safety. I suppose you have a bit of conscience, Hu Yin remarked with a smile, not inquiring further. Although the opportunity to enter the secret realm was provided by the academy, any fortunes gained there were solely the student's responsibility, and the academy would not interfere. As he lay down in his bed, he truly felt as though he could remain there forever, not wanting to rise again. The journey through the secret realm over the past 10 days had not exhausted him physically, but rather had drained him mentally. This sense of responsibility was, in fact, a significant pressure for him. This is one of the reasons he has consistently pursued a singular companion. It allows him to bear sole responsibility, making life considerably more manageable. Over the next 2 days, Lin Mo occupied himself solely with attending classes and resting. He refrained from visiting the library or the training grounds, opting instead for a well-deserved relaxation period to rejuvenate his spirit to its fullest potential. On the 3rd day, Lin Mo first ventured to Dashiamal, where he acquired medicinal concoctions refined from tongling grass from Lijua. Fortune favored him, as he successfully produced 11 batches this time, a notably high yield. After deducting 1 batch for Dashiamal, he retained 10 for himself. He then assessed the skill proficiency of his 3 companion beasts, starting with Xiaobai. Its skills were as follows: Concealment, Advanced, Proficient, Waterblade, Advanced, Proficient, and Water Mist, Advanced, Beginner. Except for Water Mist, which was recently awakened and still in its infancy. The other 2 skills had reached a proficient level. Particularly, Waterblade had been at proficiency for over 60 days, indicating mastery was not far off. Next, he examined Xianwu, Shell Retreat, Advanced, Beginner, and Void Leap, Advanced, not yet begun. The latter had yet to be initiated, as Xianwu had previously devoted all its energy to mastering Shell Retreat, which had ascended to a super level in less than 20 days. Achieving even a beginner level in such a short span was commendable. As for Void Leap, Xianwu was indeed practicing, but its limited energy and the inherent difficulty of spatial skills had delayed its progress. However, Lin Mo estimated that it was on the verge of initiation. Lastly, he reviewed Kunpeng, Wine Control, Advanced, Beginner, Sky Rend Claw, Advanced, not yet begun, and Windblade, Advanced, Beginner. Of these 3 skills, only 2 had reached the beginner level, primarily due to Kunpeng's brief incubation period. Achieving 2 out of 3 innate skills to the beginner level in such a short time frame was quite impressive. After careful consideration, he administered a dose of the medicinal concoction to each of his 3 companion beasts and designated their primary skills for practice. Xiaobai would focus on Waterblade, Xianwu on Void Leap, and Kunpeng on Sky Rend Claw. It was not to imply that after consuming tongling grass, they could only practice 1 skill. Rather, the efficacy of the medicine during its active period significantly enhanced their efficiency in skill training. In this context, concentrating on a single skill would yield greater benefits than dispersing their efforts across all skills. In simpler terms, mastering 1 skill while having 2 at the beginner level was more advantageous than having all 3 at the beginner level. Subsequently, Lin Mo returned to the Beastmaster Association. He first checked the terminal. However, the meeting was scheduled for 10 p.m., which furrowed his brow. By that time, the meeting would conclude well into the night. After all, if Wang Hao's associates intended to harm him, nightfall would undoubtedly provide them with an advantage, necessitating caution on his part. Nonetheless, after a moment's hesitation, he resolved to remain and meet, as the lead on the royal quality beast egg held immense allure for any beast master, including himself. A slight risk for such intelligence was deemed worthwhile. After lingering in the lobby of the Beastmaster Association for a while and noticing that time was still on his side, he once again made his way to the archives to review some documents regarding the Beastmaster assessments. With the date for his participation in the assessments drawing near, he deemed it imperative to prepare accordingly. He remained in the archives until nearly 10 p.m. Finally, he donned a hooded cloak and a mask before using his access card to enter the appropriate secret chamber. Chapter 143. Challenge from the newcomer rankings. The secret chamber was dimly lit. After a brief moment of acclimatization at the entrance, Lin Mo gradually discerned the layout within. The chamber was modest in size, measuring approximately 10 square meters. Centrally located were a table and 2 chairs, with no other furnishings in sight. He approached calmly, taking a seat in the chair directly opposite the door, adjusting his cloak to obscure his form. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the chamber door creaked open at precisely 10:05 p.m. A figure, also cloaked and masked, entered and seated themselves in the chair across from Lin Mo. Please share your lead, Lin Mo began, his voice subdued. If I disclose my lead, will I receive the reward? To Lin Mo's surprise, the voice that responded was distinctly feminine, albeit altered to obscure its true identity. Only after I confirm the authenticity of the information will the reward be dispersed. Lin Mo replied. What if, upon verification, you refuse to pay the reward? Then I would gain nothing, the figure countered. This statement caused Lin Mo to momentarily falter beneath his mask. The Beastmaster Association's reward system included a comprehensive guarantee service, ensuring the interests of both parties were safeguarded. The woman's ignorance of this system suggested she was either young or lacked experience in society. Nevertheless, Lin Mo chose not to reveal any of this. Who knew whether this was a deliberate smokescreen to conceal her identity? He took the time to explain the guarantee service to her before inquiring. Now, can you divulge your lead? After a moment of silence upon hearing about the guarantee service, she replied, I need to consider it further. Let us reconvene another day. With that, she rose and exited without further ado. Lin Mo did not attempt to stop her. This reaction could signify 2 possibilities. Either she was a fraud attempting to lure him with false information to claim the reward, or she genuinely harbored reservations. As for which scenario it was, he could not ascertain at present. Only time would reveal her true intentions. Should she vanish henceforth, her deceit would be undeniable. Conversely, if she reinitiated contact, the likelihood of her sincerity would increase. After remaining in the chamber for an additional 20 minutes, Lin Mo departed through an alternate exit. Given his current circumstances, venturing out at night posed significant risks. Thus, he resolved to stay overnight. Although this decision might appear cowardly, exercising caution before officially becoming a beastmaster was undoubtedly prudent. Not long after settling in front of a computer in the archives, Lin Mo's demeanor shifted, a faint smile gracing his lips. Kuanpeng had leveled up. Name, Kuanpeng, Golden-Winged Arrow Peng. Attribute, Wind Qualification, Low-Level Platinum, Racial Level, Stage 5. Advanced, Talent Skills, Wind Control, Advanced, Beginner, Sky Rend Claw, Advanced, Not Yet Begun, Wind Blade, Advanced, Beginner. The Stage 5 Kuanpeng now measured an impressive 1.5 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, appearing remarkably majestic and no longer resembling its previous diminutive form. This development elicited a smile from Lin Mo, as he no longer had to worry about his safety. In dire circumstances, he could simply take flight with Kuanpeng. Unless his adversaries possessed companion beasts with comparable aerial speed, capturing him would be nothing more than a fanciful dream. The following day, however, upon entering the academy grounds, he was intercepted. By Yunjing? Lin Mo queried, puzzled as he regarded the strikingly handsome youth before him. What brings you here? I wish to challenge you. Bai Yunjing declared directly. This afternoon at 3 p.m., you should be available, correct? A challenge? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback before realizing that Bai Yunjing was referring to the challenge on the freshman ranking. According to the regulations of the freshman ranking, students listed must accept at least 3 challenges each month, and the first 3 challenges of the month cannot be declined. With time on his side, Lin Mo nodded. All right, let us meet at the arena in the front square at 3 this afternoon, and make sure not to be late, Bai Yunjing stated before turning and departing. Lin Mo chuckled softly as he continued on his way to the classroom. He had a profound impression of Bai Yunjing, whose pet was a rare 2-headed wolf with dual ice and water attributes. During their outdoor training, Bai Yunjing ranked 4th on the freshman ranking. But after being defeated by the challenger Gu Shi, he lost his qualification to challenge others and fell off the ranking. Now, After more than a month of effort, he boldly initiated a challenge against Lin Mo, clearly coming well prepared. However, Lin Mo was unconcerned. Unless Bai Yunjing's two-headed wolf had reached maturity, it could not possibly rival him. Upon returning to the classroom, the bell for the first lesson rang. Hu Yan entered briskly, clutching a stack of materials. After signaling the front-row students to distribute the documents, Hu Yan explained, "This is a registration form for the items required for pet evolution. Please fill it out at your convenience and return it to me in a few days. The Academy will compile the information you provide and procure the necessary materials collectively. Of course, to obtain these materials, you will need to pay a fee to the Academy. However, since this is a group purchase, the prices should be significantly lower than those in the market, which is one of the benefits the Academy provides you. Additionally, for some particularly rare materials, even the Academy might not be able to acquire them, so I urge you to be cautious in selecting your evolution paths. After all, a path that does not meet the evolution requirements is futile, no matter how powerful it may seem." The students nodded in agreement. Every beast master aspired to choose the strongest evolution path, yet not everyone possessed the capability to meet the necessary conditions. Thus, choosing an evolution path within one's means was indeed a wise approach. Lin Mo, without any hesitation, wrote down the items required for Xiao Bai's evolution. He had long since decided on Xiao Bai's evolution path and had already obtained the most elusive ascension grass. If the Academy could provide the remaining items, he would be able to commence Xiao Bai's evolution as soon as it reached maturity. Therefore, rather than worrying about Xiao Bai, he was more troubled about how to handle Xian Wu. Calculating the days, Xian Wu's maturity was not far away. Yet he still had not found any information regarding its evolution path. This thought plunged him into deep contemplation. Where else could he seek out Xian Wu's evolution information? Chapter 144, The Mature Youth. Lin Mo had exhausted every possible means to find information about Xian Wu's evolution. He had scoured the Academy Library's various resources, but to no avail. According to Hu Yan, if even the Beastmaster Association had no information, it meant that there might not be any evolution path related to Xian Wu in this world. Consequently, he felt a sense of gloom every time he thought about Xian Wu's evolution. After all, Xian Wu's current racial level was merely a low tier 1. The racial level significantly impacts a pet's basic attributes and skill potency. To put it plainly, if Xian Wu's racial level could not be elevated, it would, despite being a space-type pet, be the weakest among its kind. Of course, even the weakest space-type pet was still stronger than many others of different attributes. However, that was not the outcome Lin Mo desired. Space-type pets were the ultimate dream for countless beast masters, treasures that many yearned for yet could not attain. Having fortuitously acquired a space-type pet, failing to cultivate it into the strongest of its kind would be a waste beyond measure. Thus, he had never given up on searching for Xian Wu's evolution path. Yet now, having exhausted all avenues without making any progress, he truly did not know where to turn next. "Lin Mo, I heard Bai Yunjing is challenging you. Is that true?" At that moment, Xiao Ning nudged his arm. Bai Yunjing had issued the challenge just before entering the classroom, so the news could not have spread so rapidly. "How would I know?" Lin Mo replied. "Bai Yunjing announced days ago that he would challenge you. Now, I suspect the entire Academy is aware of it," Xiao Ning remarked. Lin Mo realized that Bai Yunjing had likely planned this from the start. If nothing unexpected occurred, the news of his duel with Bai Yunjing in the afternoon had probably already circulated. Nevertheless, he was indifferent to it. He could guess Bai Yunjing's intentions. It was a typical display of youthful bravado. Speaking of which, he too was a youth, but perhaps due to the experience of 2 lifetimes, he approached matters with a maturity and steadiness far beyond his peers. This was both a blessing and a curse. The advantage was that he was not impulsive and less likely to make mistakes. The disadvantage was that he lacked some of the vigor and spiritedness characteristic of youth, making him appear somewhat older than his years. He did not particularly enjoy this state, but recognized that in this perilous world, his maturity was far more suited for survival than youthful exuberance. Thus, he had no intention of altering this aspect of himself. "Are you implying that he truly challenged you?" Xiao Ning, not receiving a definitive answer, pressed further. Lin Mo nodded. "At 3 this afternoon, at the arena in the front square." Xiao Ning was taken aback. "You've already agreed. What's wrong?" Lin Mo found his reaction a bit excessive. "I see." Lin Mo's expression remained calm. This was likely the confidence that emboldened Bai Yunjing to challenge him. Without some form of assurance, challenging him would be tantamount to humiliation. However, Xiao Ning's revelation heightened Lin Mo's anticipation for the afternoon's challenge. Observing Lin Mo's reaction, Xiao Ning wisely chose not to say more. Having spent considerable time with Lin Mo, he had come to understand him somewhat. Clearly, Lin Mo was confident in his victory, leaving Xiao Ning feeling more anxious than Lin Mo himself. At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Mo arrived punctually at the Academy's front square. However, Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was momentarily stunned. The arena at the center of the square was surrounded by layers of onlookers, and a rough estimate indicated there were at least 1,000 people. He knew that once Bai Yunjing spread the word, spectators would flock to observe, as this was precisely the outcome Bai Yunjing desired. Yet, he had not anticipated such a massive turnout. It was merely a challenge from the freshman ranking, and this spectacle was rather exaggerated. He scanned the crowd, noting that most were freshmen, with some upperclassmen mixed in. It's Lin Mo. Lin Mo has arrived. As he stepped into the square, someone recognized him. Upon hearing the shout, the crowd parted to form a path. Thank you. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude as he calmly walked forward and confidently ascended the arena under the gaze of all present. On the arena, Bai Yunjing had been waiting, previously seated in meditation to adjust his state. As Lin Mo stepped onto the stage, he stood up, saying, "You've finally arrived, summon your pet." With that, he began to draw the summoning formation, displaying an eagerness to commence the duel. Lin Mo smiled slightly, drew the summoning formation, and summoned Xiaobai. The moment Xiaobai appeared on the arena, Lin Mo was taken aback for an instant, but then a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. As he summoned, Xiaobai leveled up. Name, Baihu Ghost Tiger. Attribute, Water. Qualification, Intermediate Gold. Race level, High 5th rank. Innate skills, Stealth, Advanced, Proficient. Water Blade, Advanced, Proficient. Water Mist, Advanced, Beginner. Unexpectedly, it coincided with the moment of his summoning. However, due to its innate transparency, it exuded a majestic aura coupled with a delicate beauty reminiscent of crystal craftsmanship. The coexistence of strength and elegance was truly breathtaking. Its growth rate was almost on par with Mu Yunting. Could Lin Mo's talent also accelerate beast growth? I heard Lin Mo ventured into the secret realm a few days ago. He must have discovered some fortuitous opportunity for accelerated growth. The spectators below the arena witnessed the moment Xiaobai leveled up, erupting in gasps of astonishment and loud discussions. In their eyes, Xiaobai's growth rate was nothing short of miraculous. Meanwhile, Bai Yunjing's expression darkened to an extreme. Chapter 145, The Heavens Have Their Own Calculations. Bai Yunjing had always believed that Lin Mo could defeat Mu Yunting's golden spotted giant elephant for two reasons. First, Lin Mo's strength was indeed formidable. Especially noticeable was the synergy between him and his beast, indicating he had invested considerable effort into meditation. Second, Lin Mo's beast was a natural counter to the golden spotted giant elephant. Although the elephant had a significant advantage in size, it appeared overly cumbersome due to its bulk. Lin Mo's ghost tiger was not only agile but possessed the stealth skill, making it a natural nemesis of heavy beasts. Thus, despite the level advantage the elephant had, it was not surprising that it lost to Lin Mo. Among these two reasons, he felt the second carried more weight. On one hand, his two-headed wolf was not restrained by the ghost tiger. On the other hand, he held a considerable level advantage. Combining these factors, he believed his chances of victory were quite high. As long as he could defeat Lin Mo, he would immediately ascend to the top of the freshman rankings, redeeming his earlier disgrace. Therefore, he had meticulously planned for this challenge, not only preparing thoroughly, but also deliberately spreading the news. This way, once the challenge concluded, he would instantly become a figure of prominence within the academy. Yet, the heavens had their own plans. He never anticipated that at the very onset of the challenge, Lin Mo's beast would level up. This meant that the level advantage he relied on for victory had entirely vanished. Without this advantage, he felt no confidence in defeating Lin Mo. Hence, his expression became so grim. He suddenly pondered a question he had never considered before. What if he lost this challenge? Previously, he had been utterly confident in defeating Lin Mo and had not contemplated this issue at all. However, at this moment, the thought incessantly swirled in his mind. Refusing to dissipate, he had orchestrated such a grand spectacle for this challenge to bolster his victorious self. But if he lost, it would be akin to attempting to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. He would be lifting a stone to smash his own foot. Thus, he even contemplated whether to forfeit the challenge outright. However, the moment this thought arose, he immediately dismissed it. With so many people watching, if he withdrew, they might speculate about him in ways far more derogatory than if he lost. With this in mind, Bai Yunjing took a deep breath and encouraged himself. He clenched his fists, glanced at his two-headed wolf beside him, and then looked toward Lin Mo. Are you ready? All right, Lin Mo replied. Then I will make my move. As Bai Yunjing spoke, his two-headed wolf immediately charged toward Lin Mo's ghost tiger. With a low growl, without needing Lin Mo's command, Xiaobai entered stealth mode. At that moment, to the spectators' eyes, Xiaobai had completely vanished. Yet Lin Mo could distinctly sense Xiaobai's location. He observed that after entering stealth, Xiaobai swiftly darted toward the edge of the arena, then maneuvered around to the back of the two-headed wolf. This action piqued Lin Mo's curiosity, as this series of movements was entirely orchestrated by Xiaobai without any intervention from him. Previously, such maneuvers required his guidance. It seemed that the effect of the Ling Xian Guo was indeed remarkable. Lin Mo mused internally, deciding to continue observing quietly. This was Xiao Bai's first battle against another beast master after consuming the Ling Xian Guo, and he wished to see the extent of Xiao Bai's autonomous combat abilities following its intelligence enhancement. Seeing Xiao Bai disappear, the two-headed wolf, rushing forward, immediately halted and began to vigilantly scan its surroundings. At this moment, the advantage of having two heads manifested. With 4 eyes, it could simultaneously observe a full 360 degrees of its surroundings. No matter from where Xiao Bai emerged, it would be able to detect it instantly. The two-headed wolf's advantage seemed considerable. Indeed, with 360-degree vigilance, it would be quite challenging for Lin Mo's ghost tiger to gain the upper hand. Just when Lin Mo's beast leveled up, he believed victory was assured, but now, the situation appeared to hold a semblance of suspense. Not only had he lost the initiative, but he also had to face simultaneous attacks from 2 heads, rendering the situation rather unfavorable for Lin Mo. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, as the outcome of this challenge directly pertained to the freshman rankings, thus garnering their keen interest. On the arena, while the two-headed wolf maintained its 360-degree vigilance, Xiao Bai paused its flanking maneuver, donning an expression of hesitation as if unsure of its next move. This expression elicited a chuckle from Lin Mo. A face filled with uncertainty was indeed comical. Just then, Xiao Bai made its move. It edged closer to the two-headed wolf and launched a water blade. Whoosh! The sound of the water blade slicing through the air alerted the two-headed wolf, prompting it to leap aside and evade the attack. The water blade missed, dissipating slowly into the air. Simultaneously, Xiao Bai re-entered stealth mode and began repositioning itself. Observing this, Lin Mo gently shook his head. Had he been in command, he would have first used water mist to obscure the two-headed wolf's vision before launching the water blade. In that case, it wouldn't matter if the wolf had 2 heads, even 10 heads would be futile. However, while Xiao Bai recognized the possibility of missing its attack and moved closer to the two-headed wolf, it completely overlooked the use of water mist. Of course, such oversight was understandable. After consuming the Ling Xian Guo, its intelligence was only slightly superior to that of other beasts, still far from human comprehension. The spectators below the arena, witnessing this scene, became increasingly convinced of their previous assessment. Indeed, the ghost tiger's initiative advantage was entirely non-existent before the two-headed wolf. Lin Mo found himself in a genuine predicament. The two-headed wolf was highly agile, making it difficult for the ghost tiger's water blades to connect, while the dual-headed attacks, if well coordinated, posed a significant challenge for the ghost tiger to evade. It appeared that the title of first in the freshman rankings might very well change hands. The murmurs among the crowd grew louder. Meanwhile, Bai Yunjing on the arena felt invigorated, his eyes shining brightly. He had always been concerned about the ghost tiger's initiative advantage, as it had previously rendered the golden-spotted giant elephant utterly helpless. He feared that his two-headed wolf might suffer a similar fate. However, this concern dissipated the moment the Shuangtou Lang evaded the water blade. The initial advantage of the Yuling who proved futile against him. His chances of victory had significantly increased. In Chapter 146, A Stroke of Genius, Lin Mo also heard the discussions of those below, yet he chose to disregard them. At this point, Xiao Bai had barely begun to exert its power. The previous exchange could only be regarded as a mere appetizer before the real battle commenced. However, upon noticing Bai Yunjing's expression, Lin Mo found it puzzling. Had he merely avoided one attack from Xiao Bai? Why was he so elated? Shaking his head, Lin Mo refrained from speculating on Bai Yunjing's thoughts and swiftly commanded Xiao Bai with his mind. In the next instant, a mist of water enveloping a 4-meter radius materialized, completely shrouding the area where the Shuangtou Lang stood. Immediately thereafter, a water blade appeared out of thin air, darting into the mist with lightning speed. The familiar sound of slicing and the agonized howl of the Shuangtou Lang rang out simultaneously. How could the Shuangtou Lang, which was supposed to dodge the water blade, have been struck? It was then that he noticed the mist surrounding the Shuangtou Lang. This was a new skill of the Yuling Hu. Bai Yunjing was taken aback. While it was indeed possible for a pet to awaken new skills upon leveling up, the odds were exceedingly slim. Thus, he had never anticipated such a scene would unfold before the battle began. Simultaneously, the spectators below the stage were equally astonished. To awaken a new skill was an extraordinary stroke of luck. Envy surged within them. If only their pets could awaken another skill, they would wake up smiling from their dreams. What skill was this? It appeared to be Shui Wu, and judging by its coverage, it was likely of a high level, with proficiency already reaching the beginner stage. The combination of stealth, water blade, and water mist was indeed formidable. It was a perfect match. With the Shui Wu skill, the Shuangtou Lang's multiple heads became irrelevant. Bai Yunjing was genuinely unfortunate in his first challenge against Lin Mo. He lost his qualification due to a poor choice and plummeted down the newcomer rankings. Now, during his second attempt, he faced Lin Mo's pet that had just leveled up and awakened a new skill. Many began to feel that Bai Yunjing's chances were dwindling. The crowd was abuzz with fervent discussions. When Lin Mo fought against Mu Yunting's Jin Banju Xiang, he had not yet awakened Shui Wu. Thus, everyone was witnessing this new skill for the first time, leading to a collective reassessment of the battle's outcome, with many concluding that Bai Yunjing was destined to lose. At this moment, Bai Yunjing was utterly bewildered. Just a second ago, he had been reveling in his increased odds of victory, and now he found himself labeled as the one certain to lose. Especially upon hearing the crowd's assertions of his inevitable defeat, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. He had not yet lost, yet the audience was already discussing him as if he had. If he were to lose, would he not be drowned in their derision? With this thought, Bai Yunjing clenched his teeth and cast a cold glare at Lin Mo. He resolved that he must emerge victorious today, no matter the cost. With this determination, he commanded the Shuangtou Lang to charge through the mist towards Lin Mo. Was Bai Yunjing truly attempting to attack Lin Mo? Attacking the Beastmaster directly during a newcomer challenge could lead to expulsion. Had he lost his sanity? The onlookers' expressions shifted in unison. In battles between aspiring Beastmasters, it was generally accepted that one could not attack the Beastmaster themselves. The Academy had regulations prohibiting such actions in newcomer challenges. Yet now, Bai Yunjing was directing his pet to charge at Lin Mo, a clear violation of the rules. On the arena, as Lin Mo observed the Shuangtou Lang rushing towards him, his brow furrowed. He had not anticipated Bai Yunjing's audacity. Nevertheless, he remained composed and swiftly issued several commands to Xiao Bai. In the next moment, a mist of water materialized between him and the Shuangtou Lang. The Shuangtou Lang hesitated upon seeing the mist, but soon maneuvered around it, continuing its charge. Just then, a water blade appeared, hurtling towards the charging Shuangtou Lang. I was waiting for this, Bai Yunjing exclaimed in a low voice. The frenzied Shuangtou Lang suddenly halted, and its left head opened its mouth, unleashing a chilling breath towards the water blade. Ice breath, an ice-type skill that freezes opponents with an extremely cold exhalation, capable of immobilizing or slowing them down. The air where the breath passed seemed to freeze in place. Xiao Bai's water blade was instantly transformed into an ice blade, which then fell to the ground and shattered into fragments. Simultaneously, the other head of the Shuangtou Lang also opened its mouth, conjuring a water arrow nearly half a foot long before launching it at Xiao Bai. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. From the moment Xiao Bai released the water blade to the Shuangtou Lang's counterattack, and finally to the water arrow being fired, merely 2 seconds elapsed. At this point, Xiao Bai had yet to re-enter its stealth state, making it an easy target for the water arrow. The surrounding spectators finally grasped the situation. Bai Yunjing's command for the Shuangtou Lang to charge at Lin Mo was merely a ruse. His true intention was to force Xiao Bai to reveal itself, allowing him to launch a subsequent attack. However, in the next moment, their perception shifted. As the water arrow was fired, Xiao Bai had already relocated and launched a water blade in response. This calm reaction indicated that Xiao Bai had anticipated Bai Yunjing's strategy. In simpler terms, Lin Mo had likely foreseen Bai Yunjing's plan and had cleverly turned the tables on him. The Shuangtou Lang leaped to evade the water blade, but simultaneously, Xiao Bai vanished once more into stealth, leaving Bai Yunjing's expression darkened. His previous strategy had been a stroke of genius, yet despite this, he had failed to overcome Lin Mo and had not gained any advantage during their skirmish. This left his confidence in victory wavering once more. Did he still have a chance to win? In Chapter 147, Beyond Envy, Bai Yunjing had little time for self-doubt. Just as his thoughts churned, Xiao Bai launched another attack. A mist of water appeared silently, enveloping the Shuangtou Lang once more. The Shuangtou Lang reacted promptly, leaping towards the edge of the mist. Yet, the moment its head broke free from the mist, a water blade shot forth from the side, striking precisely at its neck. Crimson blood sprayed in an arc as the Shuangtou Lang leapt, and only a second later did it let out a painful howl upon landing. The water blade had carved a wound over half a foot long on its neck, and any movement would send excruciating pain coursing through it. Bai Yunjing felt the Shuangtou Lang's agony, a hint of helplessness crossing his features. While the injury was not severe enough to incapacitate the Shuangtou Lang entirely, it would undoubtedly diminish its combat effectiveness. Winning this challenge had become an impossibility. He clenched his teeth and looked at Lin Mo, conceding, "I admit defeat." "Good." Lin Mo nodded and waved his hand towards a certain spot on the arena. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Yunjing felt a sense of relief. The position where Xiao Bai had been was right behind the double-headed wolf, specifically on the side where it had been injured. Had he not conceded in time, the next strike from the Phantom Tiger would likely have left the double-headed wolf severely wounded. At that point, recovery would not merely require a few days of rest. Meanwhile, Observing Bai Yunjing's surrender, the onlookers could not help but engage in spirited discussion. Although I suspected Lin Mo would emerge victorious midway through the match, I never anticipated he would win so effortlessly. It was indeed effortless. It felt as if the phantom tiger had barely exerted itself before the double-headed wolf was already hurt. It wasn't just fast, it was extraordinarily rapid. In my opinion, unless a newcomer becomes a certified beastmaster, Lin Mo, who currently holds the top spot on the newcomer leaderboard, will certainly maintain his position. With 3 million a month, that's 36 million a year, Lin Mo has effortlessly achieved a significant leap in wealth. How enviable. Aside from envy, I have nothing else to say. Bai Yunjing, however, was too greedy. Given his strength, entering the top 20 on the newcomer leaderboard was undoubtedly within his reach, yet he stubbornly chose to challenge Lin Mo. I agree. Even if he had contested against those in the top 10, his chances of winning would have been substantial. Instead, he insisted on clashing with Lin Mo, which was purely self-sabotage. The notion that choice outweighs effort is not without merit. Had he chosen to challenge someone else, he could have made the leaderboard this month, securing at least a few 100,000 in rewards, but now, he has lost everything. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Bai Yunjing's expression darkened. He had long anticipated that he would be discussed after his defeat, but he did not expect the comments to be so piercing. Hearing words like greedy, stubborn, and self-sabotage felt like a dagger to his heart. He suddenly realized that the things they were saying seemed quite reasonable. Although he had previously lost to Gu Shi, the gap between them was not significant. If he had been more cautious during the fight, he might not have lost. Alternatively, had he chosen to challenge others in the top 10 rather than Gu Shi, he would have had a genuine opportunity to win. As long as he could break into the top 10 of the newcomer leaderboard, no one would have anything to say. But why did he insist on challenging Lin Mo? Bai Yunjing himself was at a loss to understand his earlier decision, feeling as if he had been blinded by foolishness. With these thoughts in mind, he promptly recalled the double-headed wolf into the beast space and left in haste. After Bai Yunjing departed, Lin Mo also turned to leave. Indifferent to what Bai Yunjing was pondering, his acceptance of the challenge was merely a formality dictated by the Academy's regulations. It was just a trivial episode for him. His immediate concern was still to seek the evolution path for Xin Wu. However, upon contemplating this, he felt a wave of frustration. He had no idea where to begin his search. The fact that Xin Wu possessed spatial attributes could not be disclosed. Thus, he was unable to ask anyone for help and could only painstakingly search for clues on his own. Lin Mo? Lin Ruoyu's voice suddenly called from behind. Lin Mo turned around to see Lin Ruoyu jogging towards him with a bright smile. Upon seeing her stunningly beautiful face, his mood significantly lifted. What brings you here? I initially came to watch you accept the challenge, but I was delayed by something and arrived late. Lin Ruoyu stepped closer and naturally linked her arm with Lin Mo's. The onlookers, still lingering around, looked on with envy. Being the top of the newcomer leaderboard while having a girlfriend who is the most beautiful in the school, what a quintessential winner in life. Aside from envy, I truly have no other words. Upon hearing the discussions, Lin Ruoyu smiled at Lin Mo and whispered, "They are envious of you." Lin Mo met her gaze, saying, "They indeed have reason to be envious." Lin Ruoyu paused momentarily before playfully punching Lin Mo's arm. Her cheeks flushed. "How come I never noticed before that you are so smooth-talking?" "Smooth-talking? Really?" Lin Mo mischievously looked at Lin Ruoyu. "It seems that Lin the great school beauty knows me quite well." Lin Ruoyu felt that her perfectly ordinary comment had been twisted by Lin Mo's words. Realizing that continuing this playful banter would only lead to her disadvantage, she swiftly changed the topic. "I came to find you to deliver a surprise. Can you guess what it is?" "A surprise?" Lin Mo pondered briefly. "Has your pet entered its mature phase?" "How did you know?" Lin Ruoyu was taken aback, then quickly added, "But let's not discuss that. The surprise I mentioned pertains to you. Give it your best guess." "About me?" Lin Mo's expression shifted, his heart racing with anticipation. A bold thought suddenly crossed his mind. "Is it regarding the evolution path of the green-armored turtle?" he asked, both excited and anxious. Lin Ruoyu was aware of the green-armored turtle's situation and knew how long he had been troubled in pursuit of its evolution path. Nodding, she produced a disc-like object and handed it to Lin Mo. "Everything is in here. I hope it proves useful to you." "How did you find it?" Lin Mo inquired with curiosity. This information was even absent from the Beastmaster Association's database. "My uncle has friends from several hundred-year-old families. I asked them to help investigate the family heritage." Lin Ruoyu casually replied. Lin Mo nodded, saying nothing further. Yet the small disc felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in his hand. The term 100-year family does not merely refer to families that have existed for over a century. It is a collective term for some ancient families on Blue Star. Throughout Blue Star's history, there have been several massive beast tides, resulting in many records being incompletely preserved. These 100-year families, with their long histories and profound backgrounds, possessed their own methods of inheritance, and thus hold many lost legacies and information. However, not everyone is qualified to converse with such families. Furthermore, the information he sought was not available on the market. It belonged to the realm of lost knowledge. Even if Lin Ruoyu's uncle had connections with the 100-year families, acquiring this information would likely have come at a considerable cost. This indirectly confirmed his previous suspicions that Lin Ruoyu's family was far from being just a small, wealthy family in Chuanning. Yet, he refrained from asking any questions and quietly accepted the disc, sincerely expressing his gratitude with a simple, "Thank you." Before today, he could never have imagined that the evolution path he had been desperately seeking without success would come to him in such a manner. Lin Ruoyu had helped him immensely, so much so that he felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness. "If you want to thank me, mere words won't suffice. You must treat me to a nice meal," Lin Ruoyu said with a grin. "Of course," Lin Mo replied without hesitation, gripping Lin Ruoyu's hand. He understood that her words were merely a way to alleviate his burden. The two enjoyed a sweet lunch at the Dasha Mall. In the afternoon, Lin Mo settled into the library to examine the materials Lin Ruoyu had provided. This document outlined 3 distinct evolution paths for the spatially attributed green armored turtle, categorized into simple, difficult, and extremely difficult levels. The simple path comprised materials that were readily available, easily gathered as long as one had the financial means. The difficult path included 2 relatively rare materials, but with some effort, they could also be procured without too much trouble. The route of utmost difficulty possesses a rarity akin to that of ascension grass. To acquire it, one must rely on a certain degree of fortune and serendipity. However, correspondingly, the 3 distinct routes symbolize 3 divergent evolutionary outcomes. Among them, the simple route yields the weakest strength post-evolution, while the arduous path results in the most formidable prowess. Thus, the decision of which route to choose has become an inescapable dilemma for Lin Mo, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Before the evolutionary routes were revealed, he was troubled by how to locate them. Now that the options abound, he finds himself grappling with the question of how to select appropriately. Nevertheless, clarity soon dawned upon him. He had previously declared his intention to cultivate Xuanwu into the mightiest spatial-type beast. Therefore, it was only natural that he should opt for the most potent evolutionary path. Consequently, the paramount task ahead was to seek out Niakong Tong. Lin Mo mused within himself, recognizing Niakong Tong as the principal material whose rarity rivals that of ascension grass and is indispensable for Xuanwu's evolution. With this thought, he retrieved his phone and dialed the number of the manager of Dasha Mall, Li Zhua. "Mr. Lin, how may I assist you?" Li Zhua's demeanor was exceedingly courteous. Although Lin Mo was merely a student, he held the esteemed status of a gold member at Dasha Mall, rendering him a significant client in Li Zhua's eyes, particularly given the rarity of items like tongling grass. "Manager Li, does Dasha Mall have Niakongton?" Lin Mo inquired without preamble. "Niakongton." Li Zhua reacted with surprise, followed by a rueful smile. "I regret to inform you, Mr. Lin, that I have not encountered this item in over 3 years. 3 years? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. The daily turnover of goods at Dasha Mall was substantial, making Li Zhua's absence of sightings all the more telling regarding the rarity of Niakongton. Yet, he remained undeterred. "Do you know where I might obtain Niakongton?" "Mr. Lin, I do not mean to boast, but if Dasha Mall lacks such an item, the likelihood of finding it elsewhere is even slimmer." Li Zhua paused before continuing. "If your need is dire, you could try posting a bounty at the Beast Tamer Association. Perhaps someone might provide you with a lead. However, be wary of the numerous bounty fraudsters nowadays. You must diligently discern the authenticity of the information provided to avoid being deceived." "Understood, thank you." Lin Mo ended the call and fell into contemplation once more. Niakong Tong, such an elusive item, held a price but lacked a market. Even if someone possessed it, they would be reluctant to part with it unless in dire circumstances. Hence, even a bounty might yield minimal prospects of success. If all else fails, he might have to venture into the wilderness. Lin Mo pondered. The treasures currently circulating in the market largely stem from secret realms and the wild. Given the stringent growth conditions of rare materials like Niakong Tong, should he locate a suitable environment, there remains a chance of discovery. However, that is merely a possibility. The actual outcome hinges on fortune. Yet, such considerations are secondary, as the wilderness is fraught with peril, and a moment's carelessness could result in grave consequences. Thus, for the time being, he planned to explore alternative avenues, such as centralized procurement by Qingyuan Academy or, as suggested by Li Zhua, posting a bounty. A portion of Qingyuan Academy's supplies is directly allocated by the state, so while the chances of acquiring Niakong Tong may be slim, it is certainly worth attempting. 3 days passed, and it was once again time to check for updates at the Beast Tamer Association. Lin Mo calculated that 6 weeks had elapsed since he posted his bounty, equating to a month and a half. despite having established a complete evolutionary route. He made his way to the Beast Tamer Association early that morning, unwilling to relinquish the prospect of acquiring a beast egg of kingly quality easily. Chapter 149. The cautious Lin Mo. Observing the information displayed on the query terminal, Lin Mo felt a flicker of surprise. From this perspective, the possibility of the individual being a fraud seemed minimal. He internally mused, retracting the bounty for Xuanwu's evolutionary route and subsequently posting a new bounty for Niekongtung. He opted not to remain anonymous, as Niekongtung's utility extends far beyond the evolution of spatial-type beasts. It is also valuable for medicinal purposes, alleviating concerns about revealing his possession of a spatial-type beast. Following this, he returned to the information repository of the Beast Tamer Association to peruse relevant materials regarding the Beast Tamer assessment. He remained engrossed until 8 in the evening, at which point he donned a cloak and mask and proceeded to the designated secret chamber to meet Yan. Within the chamber, Yan awaited his arrival. Lin Mo approached and seated himself in the chair opposite her. Yan spoke directly. I have devised a solution to address the mutual distrust between us. I am all ears. Lin Mo replied. Yan continued. First, let me confirm that your quest for a king-quality beast egg is intended for personal contract? Indeed. Lin Mo nodded. At present, he did not lack for beasts, so whether to contract depended on the specific circumstances of the beast. However, he saw no necessity to elaborate this to Yan, leading him to simply affirm her question. A hint of mirth tinged Yan's voice as she said, Then my proposal is feasible. You must be aware of the trading platform at the Beast Tamer Association? Lin Mo's expression shifted beneath the mask. Are you suggesting that you sell the beast egg directly to me? Yan shook her head. The beast egg is not mine. I merely happen to know someone willing to sell. If you are interested in purchasing, I can contact that person and have them list the beast egg on the trading platform, allowing you to conduct the transaction directly. As for the bounty fee, I will request that the seller increase the price by an additional 1 million. This way, both our interests will be adequately safeguarded. Lin Mo could not help but concede that Yan's approach was indeed astute. Even without the guarantee services of the Beast Tamer Association, it would secure the interests of both parties. However, he still shook his head. I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to your proposal. Why not? Yan inquired, perplexed. Because I cannot afford it, Lin Mo stated candidly. After many years of the beast era and launching, the prices of beast eggs in the market had become largely transparent. Golden grade beast eggs started at 5 million, platinum grade at 50 million, diamond grade at 5 billion, and king grade at 5 billion. The price escalated tenfold with each major tier of quality. Moreover, these figures represent only starting prices. The actual transaction prices would invariably be higher. For Lin Mo, not only could he not gather 50 billion, but even 5 billion was beyond his means. Nevertheless, even if he could muster 50 billion, he would not expend such a sum on a single beast egg, as he possessed the ability of quality enhancement. Given sufficient time, he could elevate even a beast of bronze quality to kingly status. His Xuanwu served as a prime example. When he first contracted Xuanwu, its quality was the lowest bronze tier, yet it had now advanced to low silver and would continue to rise. Therefore, for Lin Mo, investing exorbitant sums on a high-quality beast egg seemed an extravagant endeavor. This rationale also elucidated why he had initially posted a bounty for information rather than directly seeking to purchase a beast egg. Naturally, he hoped for beasts with higher initial quality, as quality enhancement also required time. However, the key condition remained that the cost must align with his sense of reason. Thus, Yan's proposal held no feasibility for him. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Yan appeared momentarily taken aback. If you cannot afford it, why post a bounty for information? Precisely because I cannot afford it that I sought information. Lin Mo retorted with conviction. If I could afford it, I would simply post a bounty for the beast egg. Why would I let you profit from the price difference? Yan, you make a compelling argument. She found herself rendered speechless. Given this, there is nothing more to discuss between us. As the words fell, Yan rose and departed. Lin Mo chuckled lightly and also stood to leave. Although it was indeed regrettable to miss out on a pet egg of royal lineage, he was not overly concerned, for he would acquire it in due time. Perhaps it was his cautious nature that had led to the silence surrounding Wang Hao's bounty. It made him start to doubt whether he had been overly suspicious and that perhaps Wang Hao had never issued a reward for him. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to remain here overnight to conduct research. Caution is the mother of safety. There exists a significant disparity between an apprentice beast master and a certified beast master. Before becoming a fully fledged beast master, if one were to be seized by others, death would be almost certain. Thus, he must maintain a heightened vigilance. At the very moment Lin Mo entered the database, not far from the entrance of the Beastmaster Association, two middle-aged men dressed in suits, carrying briefcases and appearing to be ordinary office workers, engaged in leisurely conversation at a street corner. That lad is not planning to pull an all-nighter again, is he? remarked the man in the deep blue suit, whose face bore the marks of time. Quite likely, replied the other, attired in a grayish-blue suit. This kid is merely a student. Why is he proving so difficult? The man in the deep blue suit expressed his frustration. Too cautious and too seasoned. He hardly resembles a youth. The man in the light gray suit could not help but comment. They had been trailing Lin Mo for quite some time now. Each time Lin Mo left Qingyuan Academy, they would covertly follow him, seeking an opportunity to strike. Yet, each time, they had failed to find a suitable moment. During the day, they would never dare to act. To attack and kill a student from a prestigious Beastmaster Academy within the city would not be overlooked by either Qingyuan Academy or the officials of Qiyun City. If they left even the slightest trace, they would be pursued to the ends of the earth. Therefore, the most opportune time to act would be at night. Under the cover of darkness, their movements would be considerably easier, and the chances of leaving evidence would diminish significantly. Yet, Lin Mo had never granted them the opportunity during the night. As soon as darkness fell, he would remain at the Beastmaster Association, working through the night, which was quite vexing for the two of them. What should we do now? Asked the man in the deep blue suit. We wait, replied the man in the light gray suit. Even a tiger must rest at times. He is merely a young man. I refuse to believe he can remain this cautious forever. Chapter 150, National Competition. Lin Mo was blissfully unaware of the events unfolding at the street corner. Linda, you have been elusive lately. What have you been busy with? Xiao Ning inquired curiously. Duan Mu and Kong Jihao, overhearing, also leaned in. I am preparing for the Beastmaster assessment, Lin Mo replied. His primary focus was gathering the materials necessary for the evolution of Xiao Bai and Xian Wu, as well as preparing for the Beastmaster assessment. Do you feel confident about passing the assessment? Duan Mu asked. The maturation of a pet beast is a stringent requirement for participating in the Beastmaster assessment. However, not every apprentice Beastmaster with a matured pet can successfully pass the assessment. The assessment is divided into 3 rounds, a basic data test, a theoretical examination, and a practical assessment. Failing to meet the standards in any segment results in a failure, necessitating a minimum wait of 6 months before one can attempt the assessment again. Thus, for an apprentice Beastmaster, achieving a single successful attempt is the ideal outcome. It should not be a significant issue, Lin Mo asserted. The basic data test primarily evaluates whether the pet's attributes meet the standards of a matured beast. The most crucial data point is the pet's energy value, which can be simply understood as akin to a magician's mana, determining the number of times a pet can release its skills. Generally, as long as a pet's energy value supports the continuous release of the same skill over 30 times, it is considered satisfactory. Xiao Bai had long been capable of executing over 30 consecutive water blades. Next comes the theoretical examination, which primarily assesses the beast master themselves. He had been actively preparing for this, and by the time the assessment arrived, he should be adequately ready. Finally, there is the practical assessment. The specific content of this assessment remained unknown to him. It was said that the type of practical examination would be determined by a draw during the assessment. However, regardless of the nature of the practical task, he felt confident. After all, Xiao Bai's combat prowess was well established, having been tested in numerous battles. Therefore, he held substantial confidence in passing the Beastmaster assessment. How enviable! Exclaimed Duan Mu and the others, their faces brimming with admiration. But Linda, you must be cautious lately. Maturation has occurred. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. The talent of Mu Yunting lies in accelerating the growth of pet beasts. So he was not surprised by the maturation of his pets. However, he had to admit that the maturation of Mu Yunting's pets posed a threat to him. If Mu Yunting were to challenge him now, he would likely have to concede immediately. It seems I must hasten my own progress, Lin Mo mused internally. He did not care about the rank of number 1 on the freshman leaderboard, but losing the monthly reward of 3 million would indeed cause him distress. The significant gains from the secret realm comprised primarily of ascension grass and spirit heart fruits, both of which he had yet to liquidate. The remaining funds from selling ferocious beasts, after distributing among himself, Duan Mu, and Rin Yuan, amounted to merely a little over 10 million. Combined with his previous 20 million, he now had just over 30 million. Thus, the monthly income of 3 million was not a trifling sum for him. Just then, as the class bell rang, Huyan hastily entered the classroom. The forms I asked you to fill out a few days ago must be completed and submitted to me by the end of class. He continued. Additionally, the annual National Higher Learning Institutions competition is approaching. Traditionally, each institution forms 2 teams, one for freshmen and one for upperclassmen. Our academy's freshman team is generally selected directly from the freshman leaderboard. So those who wish to participate in this competition and believe themselves capable should seize the opportunity to challenge others, lest they miss out on the selection. Teacher Hu, where will this year's competition be held? A student inquired. The National Higher Learning Institutions competition is considered an annual grand event for Lanxing. to emphasize fairness and impartiality. It is held in a different location each year. We do not have specific details yet, Hu Yan replied. The competition will take place in 3 months, and the exact location will be determined in about a month. What about the rewards? Xiao Ning asked inquisitively, while other students also regarded Hu Yan with curiosity. As a national-level large-scale event, the rewards for the National Higher Learning Institutions competition are exceptionally generous. For instance, last year's champion received a reward of 1 billion Huaxiao coins and a chance for a holy spring baptism. 1 billion Huaxiao coins is already a substantial amount, but in comparison to the opportunity for a holy spring baptism, it seems rather trivial. This is because the 1 billion Huaxiao coins would be divided among the team members, whereas the holy spring baptism can lead to the evolution of a pet beast. It is said that regardless of the pet's level, after undergoing the holy spring baptism, it can evolve within a short period. It is worth noting that some resources required for pet evolution are extremely expensive, such as ascension grass and Niekong vine. Securing a chance for a holy spring baptism is tantamount to saving the cost of an ascension grass. Most importantly, it saves the time and effort needed to seek out ascension grass. Hence, this opportunity for a holy spring baptism is something every beast master yearns for. The rewards have yet to be finalized, Hu Yan remarked. However, based on past experiences, it certainly cannot be worse than last year. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the students brightened with anticipation. Yet, soon after, many of them lowered their heads in disappointment. They lacked the qualifications to participate in the competition, and thus these rewards were destined to be beyond their reach. In contrast, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. The evolution of a pet is not limited to a single occurrence. Take the Xuanwu, for example. Evolving once only elevates its racial rank to the 2nd tier. To further advance, one must prepare the materials necessary for the transition from the 2nd to the 3rd tier. He had chosen the most challenging evolutionary path to cultivate the strongest spatial pet, which meant that with each evolution, Xuanwu would face the arduous task of sourcing rare materials. The same applied to Xiaobai. Therefore, the opportunity for a baptism of holy light would alleviate the burden of seeking materials on 2 occasions, making it immensely appealing to him. Consequently, he was determined to participate in this competition. Chapter 151. The magnificent enhancement from attribute sharing. Now, let us set aside the matter of rewards. Hu Yan raised his hand and continued. The Academy is likely to begin selecting teams next month, so those wishing to compete must act swiftly. He then cast a deliberate glance at Lin Mo, stating, students on the freshman leaderboard must not grow complacent. The competition for the tournament is exceedingly fierce, and securing rewards is no easy feat. Lin Mo recognized that these words were directed at him specifically. As the top student on the freshman leaderboard, he had a high probability of becoming a participant, which instilled a sense of pressure within him. Hu Yan's assertion was indeed correct. Acquiring rewards was far from straightforward. This tournament would see the participation of prestigious academies from all over China. Enqing Yuan Academy ranked merely within the top 30 nationwide. This ranking reflected the academy's overall strength, but it also served as an indicator of the students' capabilities. After all, the higher the ranking, the more stringent the admission standards. Thus, aspiring to win the championship in this tournament was indeed a formidable challenge. Moving forward, he would need to exert considerable effort. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo embraced the pressure as motivation. In the following days, he remained dedicated to his studies, spending every moment in the library aside from meals and sleep. In his beast mastery space, Xiaobai, Xuanwu, and Kunping occupied their respective areas, diligently training. With the enhancement from the Tongling grass, their skill proficiency was visibly increasing at an astonishing rate. Lin Mo felt a profound sense of gratitude. Without his divine-level beast mastery space, balancing library studies and training 3 pets would have been an insurmountable task. On the 5th day, while immersed in research at the library, Lin Mo suddenly felt a stir within him. He quickly rose and concealed himself behind a bookshelf in the corner. Almost simultaneously, a faint white glow enveloped his body, radiating softly and beginning to shimmer. A radiant smile broke across Lin Mo's face. Xuanwu had entered its mature phase. Once a pet reaches maturity, it can share attributes with its beast master. Given that a pet's physical strength significantly surpasses that of its master, the latter experiences a substantial enhancement in their own physical capabilities. The white light surrounding him was a manifestation of this transformation. He could distinctly feel his physical attributes elevating with each flicker of the light, and this enhancement was comprehensive. Strength, speed, agility, endurance, skin toughness, muscle strength, bone density, and marrow concentration. Almost every attribute related to his body was being enhanced. Lin Mo perceived this process not merely as strengthening, but as a profound transformation, as his entire being underwent a complete metamorphosis at the cellular level. For instance, if strength were gained through exercise, it would diminish without consistent training. However, The transformation brought about by attribute sharing directly enhanced cellular strength. Henceforth, the new cells generated by Lin Mo's metabolism would maintain this elevated strength, signifying that this enhancement required no ongoing training to sustain and was permanent. After approximately 5 minutes, the white light dissipated. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the surge of power within him, and his smile broadened. Previously, his physical capabilities were only slightly above average, but now he possessed the strength to deliver a punch exceeding 500 pounds. What level of power was this? The renowned boxer Tyson, at his peak, struck with approximately 700 pounds of force. While Lin Mo could not yet match Tyson, a single punch from him could easily prove fatal if aimed at a vital point. He then tested his jumping ability. He effortlessly grazed the 3-meter-high ceiling with a light leap. With a full effort jump, he estimated he could reach over 4 meters. This height would effortlessly surpass all athletes on Earth. As for speed and endurance, he refrained from testing due to environmental constraints. However, based on his own assessment, he believed he could easily complete a 100-meter dash in under 6 seconds and run a marathon without difficulty. This tremendous enhancement filled Lin Mo with both joy and amazement. In the realm of Earth, such a rapid elevation in physical prowess would be inconceivable. The world of Blue Star, with its beast mastery, was truly extraordinary. After regaining his composure, he began to examine Xuanwu's status. Name: Xuanwu, green armored turtle. Attribute: space. Qualification: low-level silver. Racial rank: low-level first tier. Talent skills: internal space, super. Acquired skills: turtle shrink, super, entry. Void leap, advanced entry. Growth level: early maturity. Having entered its mature phase, Xuanwu experienced a remarkable growth spurt. Its shell diameter expanded from 3 meters to 6, and the height from the shell's apex to the ground increased from 2 meters to 3. It now resembled a green hillock, quite a spectacular sight. Regarding skill levels, with its maturation, Xuanwu's Void Leap finally reached the entry level, allowing it to teleport 16 meters instantly with each skill activation, a life-saving capability in critical moments. Regrettably, it had not awakened any new skills, which left Lin Mo feeling a tinge of disappointment. Since Xiao Bai awakened Water Mist, the Yuling Stone had been transferred to Xuanwu, yet it had not yet acquired a new skill. This indirectly indicated that the awakening probability for spatial skills was lower than that of other types. Lastly, the area of its internal space expanded from 64 square meters to 192 square meters, tripling its original size. If the initial internal space could be likened to a spacious 2-bedroom apartment, it had now transformed into a luxurious flat. This marked a significant step forward in Lin Mo's dream of relocating his villa. He couldn't help but ponder the possibilities. If Xuanwu's internal space continued to expand, what form would it eventually take? Would it evolve into an internal world, or perhaps even an internal universe? Lin Mo's imagination soared, for spatial pets inherently possess limitless potential. Yet, he quickly shook his head, temporarily shelving these thoughts. However, the maturation of Xiao Bai seems to be approaching. Lin is filled with anticipation regarding this development. On one hand, the attribute sharing from Su Nw has significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. Once Xiao Bai reaches maturity, he will be able to further fortify himself. At that point, in terms of physical prowess, he is likely to stand unrivaled among his peers. On the other hand, upon maturing, Xiao Bai will be eligible to participate in the Beast Master assessment. Once he becomes a formally recognized Beast Master, he will be able to anonymously issue bounties for the extermination of humans. Consequently, the issue concerning WH will naturally be resolved. Chapter 152, The Return of the Assassin. The advantages of becoming an official Beastmaster are manifold. The resolution of WHO's complications is merely a secondary benefit. Thus, this notion fleetingly crossed Ln's mind, as he is primarily preoccupied with the evolution of Su Nw. With this thought in mind, he noted that the day was still young and set off directly for the Beastmaster Association. The bounty for Ning had already been published for 5 or 6 days, and it was time for him to check for updates. Upon arriving at the Beastmaster Association, he headed straight for the inquiry terminal. Ln was not particularly disheartened by the results. The bounty was essentially a gamble of fortune. After all, the rarity of Ning is comparable to that of ascension grass, making it inherently difficult to locate. He had already withdrawn the bounty related to the evolution pathway of Su Nw. However, the bounty concerning the clues for the king-tier pet egg remained active. He retrieved his mobile phone, located the 18-digit code associated with the anonymous bounty, and input it into the terminal, which promptly displayed the results. To his surprise, Ln fell into contemplation as he noticed that YN had contacted him again. The message indicated that she had found another lead on a king-tier pet egg and invited him to reach out if he was interested in arranging a meeting. The timing of 1 week was intentional, as it coincided with his next scheduled visit to check for updates. Furthermore, he harbored little hope regarding YN's lead. After several encounters, he perceived her behavior to be somewhat peculiar. Subsequently, she suggested he contact the seller to negotiate the acquisition of the pet egg. It is worth noting that a king-tier pet egg is valued at no less than 5,000,011 coins, a sum that could drive countless individuals to madness or even perilous actions. If she were to encounter a nefarious individual, it was entirely plausible that they could seize her and compel her to divulge the whereabouts of the pet egg. Yet, YN appeared oblivious to this risk, directly divulging her knowledge of the seller's information. Such conduct is beyond that of a rational individual. Therefore, Lin found himself devoid of hope regarding YN. His agreement to meet stemmed solely from the necessity of visiting the association, making the meeting a mere formality. Closing the bounty page, Lin opened the trading platform of the Beastmaster Association. This platform was established by the association, allowing all Beastmasters to engage in transactions upon completing a simple registration process. Transactions can be both sales and purchases. However, each transaction incurs a fee of 1/10,000th of the transaction value collected by the association from both parties. Lin first searched for King, but unsurprisingly found no listings. He then searched for several other materials required for Su NW's evolution. If he found suitable prices, he would purchase them outright. If not, he would simply move on. Fortunately, his search yielded satisfactory results. As for the materials needed for Shi Obi's evolution, the Academy would handle the procurement, alleviating some of his burden. However, just as he was about to exit the Beastmaster Association, he sensed 2 gazes directed toward him from a distance. This was the advantage afforded by his physical enhancements. The improvement in various attributes had sharpened his senses considerably. In the past, he would not have perceived such distant scrutiny. Without revealing any signs of unease, he continued walking forward and discreetly glanced in their direction. 2 middle-aged men in suits, resembling white-collar workers, were standing at the street corner, smoking and engaged in idle conversation. Could they be the assassins who accepted WHO's bounty? Lin pondered as he proceeded toward the bustling city center. It was daytime, and the streets were filled with pedestrians. He was confident that even if these 2 were indeed assassins, they would not dare to act. As he walked, he soon arrived near a shopping mall, where the foot traffic was even denser. Taking advantage of a moment while turning on the staircase, he caught sight of the 2 suited men again. They maintained a distance of approximately 30 to 40 meters, continuing their leisurely conversation as they walked. Anyone encountering such individuals on the street would hardly associate them with assassination. Yet, Lin was now utterly convinced that these 2 were indeed the ones who had taken on WHO's bounty. 2 official Beastmasters, even if they were both at the novice level, would not be opponents he could contend with. Lin calculated in his mind. Official Beastmasters are clearly classified into levels: novice, intermediate, advanced, quasi-master, and master. A trainee like Lin would become a novice Beastmaster upon passing the Beastmaster assessment. Thereafter, advancing to a higher level is not as simple as passing another assessment. For instance, to progress from novice to intermediate, 3 stringent requirements must be met. First, the area of the Beastmaster's space must be expanded by at least double compared to when the talent was awakened. Second, there must be at least 1 pet with a species level above Tier 2. Third, the combined combat power of the Beastmaster and their pet must be capable of withstanding a Tier 2 ferocious beast. The first 2 requirements are relatively easy. The first can be achieved through effort, while the second can be obtained with sufficient funds. However, the third requirement is far more challenging. Once a pet enters maturity, its power is roughly comparable to that of a Tier 1 ferocious beast. To enhance combat power, there are 4 primary methods: improving skill proficiency, enhancing the pet's growth quality, elevating the pet's species level, evolution, and augmenting the pet's qualifications. These methods range from easy to difficult, with the last 2 being particularly complex, not merely attainable through hard work or financial means. As a result, many individuals within the Beastmaster community remain novice Beastmasters throughout their lives. Consequently, one's strength as a Beastmaster cannot be judged by age alone. At this moment, Lin had no intention of confronting the 2 men. Instead, he contemplated how to discreetly detach himself from their watchful gaze. Chapter 153, like thorn in the back. The reason he sought to slip away unnoticed was that Lin did not want them to realize he had detected their presence. Such an awareness could provoke the assassins to act out of desperation. Thus, from the perspective of his own safety, he felt compelled to exercise caution. He suddenly recalled that during his previous visits to the Beastmaster Association, if he became preoccupied until late, he would remain in the database overnight. Therefore, if he continued to stay late today, he should not raise their suspicion. Positioned at a location where his peripheral vision could monitor the street corner, he noted that this time, they were no longer lingering there but had taken a seat at a nearby tavern. It felt like a thorn in his back. Lin murmured to himself. Previously, when he was unaware of being targeted by assassins, he felt little discomfort. Now, knowing that these two men were constantly watching him, he felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Even the act of perusing information had become a challenge for him. He felt an urgent need to swiftly attain the status of a formal beastmaster. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, forcing himself to cast aside distractions, and began to diligently review the materials. It was not until the break of dawn the following day that he set off towards Qingyuan Shuefu, just as he had done previously. On the way back to the academy, the two individuals continued to shadow him, their piercing gazes lingering until he finally entered the institution, at which point he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He hastened to the library. Due to the impending National Higher Education Institution's competitive tournament, the academy had significantly reduced its course offerings, allowing students ample time for self-training. This afforded him the opportunity to prepare thoroughly for the Beastmaster assessment. On this particular day, Xiaobai surprised him yet again. The mastery level of the water blade had reached a new pinnacle. Not only did it condense more rapidly and possess greater power and range, but it also exhibited a crucial new characteristic, the ability to curve slightly. In simpler terms, while the previous water blade could only execute linear attacks, the current iteration could now strike in an arc. One should not underestimate this minor change, for its implications in combat were profound. For instance, during a battle between beasts, the frontal defense is invariably the most fortified. Previously, if Xiaobai launched a water blade head-on, it could easily be dodged or blocked. However, now, the water blade could circumvent the front and attack from the side, significantly complicating the enemy's defensive efforts. When combined with water mist, evasion would become nearly impossible. Contemplating this, a slight smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips. To have a skill reach mastery level before entering maturity was a feat that would surely astonish many. Generally speaking, it takes over a year of rigorous training for a beast skill to attain mastery. It is important to note that this year is only the time frame from proficiency to mastery. For a beast starting from scratch to reach mastery, it would require at least 2 years of dedicated effort, ensuring a minimum of 4 hours of training per day. If the training duration falls short, the timeline extends even further. Thus, achieving mastery before a beast matures is indeed a formidable challenge. Lin Mo had only managed to accomplish this thanks to the attribute, rapid growth, and the enhancement from Tongling grass. As it stood, Xiaobai could likely hold its own against mature beasts. Just as Lin Mo pondered this, a female voice interrupted his thoughts. A tall girl with a neat short haircut and somewhat androgynous features approached him. Gushi? Lin Mo recognized the newcomer, the current fourth on the freshman leaderboard. He remembered her well, having defeated Bai Yunjing, who held the 4th spot at the time. Her beast was a golden-graded poison-type phoenix tail butterfly. Are you here to challenge me? Lin Mo inquired. Indeed. Gushi replied, I would like to schedule a challenge for 20 days from now, on the last day of this month. That is acceptable, Lin Mo responded without hesitation. He understood Gushi's reasoning for choosing the end of the month. The rewards for the freshman leaderboard are distributed on the 1st of each month, and since he had already claimed this month as reward, even if Gushi were to succeed in her challenge now, she would have to wait until next month for her reward. By scheduling the challenge at the month's end, she would receive her reward immediately upon victory. The concern of possibly missing out on a challenge spot also played a role, as the academy mandates that students on the freshman leaderboard must accept at least 3 challenges each month. After 3, they can refuse further challenges. As the current number 1 on the leaderboard, Lin Mo was the target of many aspiring challengers, making Gushi's strategy quite astute. Of course, Lin Mo's willingness to agree so readily was also due to the advantages it presented him. After all, the 20 days would allow him to further enhance his own strength. With rapid growth on his side, his progress would likely surpass that of Gushi. Very well, then, I shall see you at the end of the month, Gushi stated decisively before departing. Lin Mo smiled slightly and returned to his studies. However, another figure soon approached him. As this individual drew near, Lin Mo's heightened senses detected a strong aura of animosity. Without needing to look up, he already knew who it was. Mu Yunting, the current 2nd on the freshman leaderboard. I challenge you, Mu Yunting stated bluntly, without a hint of courtesy. Agreed. Lin Mo responded without hesitation. Although Mu Yunting's beast had reached maturity, since the challenge had been issued, Lin Mo could not refuse. All he could do was prepare to face it head-on. This would also provide him with the opportunity to gauge the disparity between Xiao, Bai, and mature beasts. When shall we meet? He asked. You decide, Mu Yunting replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of confidence. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? While it was customary for the challenger to determine the time, it was rare for the challenged party to change it unless there was a scheduling conflict. Certain, Mu Yunting's tone remained unwavering. Lin Mo chuckled. Then let us make it the end of the month and resolve both challenges at once. Mu Yunting had undoubtedly overheard his conversation with Gu Shi and understood what Lin Mo meant by addressing both challenges simultaneously. You are quite confident. Mu Yunting smirked coldly. I hope you do not regret it by then. With that, he turned and left. Lin Mo watched Mu Yunting's retreating figure, chuckling softly to himself. It is you who should be wary of regret. If all went according to plan, Xiaobai would likely reach maturity in 20 days. In the following days, several challengers from the top 10 of the freshman leaderboard approached Lin Mo. However, he declined all challenges. Having already been challenged by Yunjing and committed to facing both Gu Shi and Mu Yunting, he had exhausted his 3 challenge opportunities for the month. The challengers expressed visible disappointment, with many displaying regret for not having issued their challenges earlier. This reaction left Lin Mo somewhat perplexed. It seemed as though they believed that merely being granted an opportunity would guarantee victory. He could not fathom the source of their confidence. Another 6 days passed, and it was finally the day he had arranged to meet Yin. Early in the morning, he arrived at the Beastmaster Association. After checking the terminal, he noted with annoyance that the meeting was scheduled for the evening. It seemed Yin had a penchant for evening rendezvous. Consequently, he found himself compelled to spend the night in the library for safety, especially since the 2 assassins had once again taken up position at the street corner. Though they had changed their attire and even undergone a simple disguise, Lin Mo recognized them immediately. What patience they have, Lin Mo mused. He wondered how much Wang Hao's bounty had offered to compel these assassins to exert such effort. He had encountered Wang Hao once at the Beastmaster Association. If the bounty had been announced then, it had been at least a month and a half since. In other words, these 2 assassins had been monitoring him for over a month. Such an extended period, merely tailing without finding an opportunity to strike, would have led an ordinary individual to abandon the pursuit long ago. Yet, these 2 individuals remained steadfast in their vigilance. This indicates that their professionalism as assassins is exceptionally high, and such individuals command a substantial price. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Lin Mo resumed his perusal of the database. Now, once Xiaobai enters its mature phase, he would be eligible to participate in the Beastmaster assessment, and he was confident of passing it on his first attempt. Lin Mo reassured himself that once he became a certified Beastmaster, he could issue anonymous assassination bounties. Resolving the issue with Wang Hao, his employer, would naturally eliminate the threat posed by the 2 assassins. At 8 o'clock in the evening, clad in a cloak and wearing a mask, Lin Mo arrived punctually at the rendezvous point with Yin. Although Yin acted in peculiar ways, she was punctual. Upon entering the secret chamber, he found her already seated. As Lin Mo took his seat, she spoke directly. I know of a location where a pet egg with king-level qualifications can be found, but even a master-level Beastmaster might pay with their life to acquire it. Does this qualify as the clue you seek? Lin Mo, concealed behind his mask, cast a penetrating gaze at Yin. Previously, she had mentioned that someone intended to sell a king-level pet egg, and now she claimed knowledge of a location housing one. If both pieces of information were accurate, then her intelligence-gathering capabilities were indeed formidable. Typically, it is a rare feat for anyone to uncover even a single lead on a king-level pet egg. Yet she presented 2 with apparent ease, a capability not possessed by the average individual. After some contemplation, he replied, if what you say is true, then it certainly qualifies as a lead. How much are you willing to sell such valuable information for? Yin responded, you should be aware that your bounty of 1 million is grossly inadequate to cover the cost of this information. 10 million, Lin Mo offered. The value of a king-level pet egg starts at 5 billion. Thus, spending 10 million on such a lead was undoubtedly worthwhile. Yin appeared taken aback by Lin Mo's decisiveness. Pausing momentarily before stating, your offer reflects some sincerity. Lin Mo remained silent, merely observing Yin. The information she had provided thus far was merely an ethereal promise. The veracity of the existence of such a location remained uncertain. Yin then turned her gaze to Lin Mo, saying, 15 million, and I will sell you this lead. Instead of hastily countering, Lin Mo asked, have you considered the transaction method for this lead? Using the guarantee service of the Beastmaster Association. Yin replied. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow beneath his mask. It was noteworthy that she had previously expressed complete distrust in this guarantee service. Nodding slightly, Lin Mo said, now we can discuss the price. I will not pay a single cent more than 10 million for this information. 120 million. That is my lowest acceptable price. Yin asserted with equal determination. Without hesitation, Lin Mo stood and made for the exit. Wait. Yin called out to him. 111 million. Truly the lowest I can offer. Lin Mo continued to walk away in silence. All right, 10 million. Yin conceded. However, Lin Mo could hear the gritting of her teeth from a distance. indicating that this price was indeed difficult for her to accept. A faint smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips beneath his mask. Deal. In truth, he would have accepted the price of 120 million. His departure was merely a bargaining tactic. It appeared that this strategy had proven quite successful. Subsequently, Lin Mo transferred 10 million to the guarantee account and received the lead regarding the king-level pet egg from Yen. He finally understood why Yen had asserted that even a master-level beast master might pay with their life to acquire this pet egg. Chapter 155, Xiaobai's Advancement. This king-level pet egg was located in the wild, specifically within the lair of a 6th-tier ferocious beast. What does a 6th-tier ferocious beast entail? Previously, a 5th-tier high-level golden-winged arrow falcon had effortlessly claimed the lives of nearly 600 individuals from Qingyuan Academy. Even a coalition of over a dozen department heads could not capture it. Lin Mo himself had nearly perished at its hands, saved only by the timely intervention of his Baiyun giant dragon from within his beast space. Otherwise, the grass atop his grave would surely have grown tall by now. Of course, part of this was due to the fact that the golden-winged arrow falcon is one of the fastest flying beasts. Such speed-oriented beasts are inherently more challenging to deal with. Yet, even the golden-winged arrow falcon would have to flee upon encountering a 6th-tier ferocious beast. There exists a significant power disparity between 5th-tier and 6th-tier beasts. A 6th-tier ferocious beast may not be capable of killing the golden-winged arrow falcon, but the falcon would certainly not gain the upper hand. Moreover, one of the rigid prerequisites for a quasi-master level beast master to ascend to a master level is the ability to withstand a 5th-tier ferocious beast. Note that it is a matter of withstanding, not defeating. In other words, even a master-level beast master would not be a match for a 6th-tier ferocious beast. Thus, the difficulty and danger of acquiring this pet egg are abundantly clear. Nevertheless, Lin Mo still felt that his expenditure of 10 million was well justified. He possessed both Xuanwu and Kunping. One could enable him to approach stealthily, while the other could facilitate a rapid escape. If executed well, he had a reasonable chance of obtaining the pet egg. Of course, the risks were not insignificant. However, for a pet egg valued at 50 billion, he deemed the endeavor worthy of the gamble. Given his current predicament, venturing into the wild was not an option, as it would effectively create an excellent opportunity for the two assassins to strike. Yet, he could not afford to wait indefinitely. He needed to verify the authenticity of this lead within 2 months and subsequently make payment to Yen. It seemed that many tasks lay ahead of him. Lin Mo began to organize his thoughts. First, he had to contend with the challenges posed by Gu Shi and Mu Yunting. Next was the Beastmaster assessment. Following that would be the selection process for the national competition. Although the specific selection criteria were still unknown, it was certain that a thorough evaluation would ensue. Finally, he would need to pursue this king-level pet egg. All of these tasks must be completed within 40 days, leaving him with a rather tight schedule. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Mo shook his head to dispel distractions and resumed his diligent study of the materials. In the ensuing days, perhaps due to the fulfillment of each day, Lin Mo felt that time passed swiftly. Before he knew it, 4 days had elapsed, leaving him with just 10 days until his scheduled challenge with Gu Shi and Mu Yunting. On this day, Kunpeng leveled up. Name: Kunpeng, golden-winged arrow falcon. Attribute: wind. Qualification: low-level platinum. Species level: 5th-tier high level. Talent skills: Wind Control, Advanced, Beginner. Skyrending Claw, Advanced, Beginner. Wind Blade, Advanced, Beginner. Its body length had reached 2 meters. With a wingspan of 4 meters, standing taller than Lin Mo himself, resembling the majestic eagle from the tale of the Condor heroes. However, its golden wings shimmered softly in the sunlight, giving it an even more splendid appearance than the mythical eagle. Furthermore, through diligent training and the dual enhancement of the Tongling grass, all 3 of its skills had reached the beginner level. Notably, the skill Windblade, Advanced, felt close to mastery in Lin Mo's estimation. However, the advancement of Kunpeng was merely a pleasant surprise for him. What he looked forward to the most was still Xiaobai's upgrade. Did not let him down. On the morning 10 days later, under Lin Mo's eager anticipation, Xiaobai finally leveled up. Name: Baihu Ghost Tiger. Attribute: Water. Quality: Intermediate Gold. Race level: Advanced Tier 5. Talent skills: Stealth, Advanced, Mastery. Water Blade, Advanced, Mastery. Water Mist, Advanced, Beginner. Growth level: Early Mature. Combat Power Level 1, Low. Upon entering maturity, Xiaobai's physique experienced a significant surge, matching that of Xianwu. Its body length skyrocketed from over 3 meters to 4.5 meters, while its height increased from 1.5 meters to 2 meters, exuding an extraordinary aura of majesty and dominance. Moreover, with its maturity, Xiaobai's innate transparency became increasingly pronounced. In sunlight, its black markings allowed for a faint visibility. However, In shadowy areas, it could nearly blend seamlessly into its surroundings, making it exceedingly difficult to detect, even upon close inspection. A natural assassin, Lin Mo mused. When he first contracted Xiaobai, he marveled at its appearance and skills, deeming it a born assassin. Now, he could not help but echo that sentiment once more. Next came the proficiency of its skills. Following the advancement of Waterblade, through Xiaobai's diligent training and the enhancement of the Spirit Grass, its stealth, advanced, reached mastery level as well. The skill of stealth does not exhibit overt indicators at varying proficiency levels. However, with the rise in proficiency, the efficacy of stealth improves significantly, as does the speed of entering stealth mode. For instance, previously, when Xiaobai released its skill and attempted to re-enter stealth, it was easily detectable. Now, after executing its skill, it appeared as though it merely flickered and vanished from sight. In simpler terms, the process has become swifter, smoother, and more seamless than before. Regrettably, Water Mist, Advanced, did not achieve mastery level, which left Lin Mo somewhat disappointed. Water Mist is a versatile skill, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities, with varying coverage based on proficiency. At the beginner level, its coverage radius is 2 meters. At the entry level, it expands to 4 meters. If it were to reach mastery level, the coverage would extend to 8 meters, undoubtedly amplifying the skill's potency. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. Considering the time elapsed, coupled with the enhancement from the Spirit Grass, Water Mist should not be far from mastery. Then, Lin Mo began to scrutinize his own condition earnestly. As Xiaobai matured, his own body underwent yet another fortification. He was still unaware of the extent of his enhancement. Chapter 156, Extraordinary Attributes. The last time Xianwu reached maturity, it was in the library. Due to spatial limitations, he could only assess the improvements based on his own judgment. Thus, this time, to ascertain the levels of enhancement, he specifically visited Lin Ruoyu's exclusive training ground. This was one of the privileges of Lin Ruoyu's exceptional talent, providing absolute safety and concealment. He need not worry about the leakage of his attribute data. The training ground was modest in size, approximately a few hundred square meters, yet it was equipped with all manner of training and testing apparatus. Lin Mo first approached the strength testing machine and, summoning all his might, delivered a powerful punch to the target. A resounding bang echoed as the device trembled lightly, the red light flashing before settling on the number 512. After a slight warm-up, he struck twice more, recording results of 508 and 515. Averaging these 3 attempts, his current strength stood at 511, equivalent to 1022 gene. Rounding off, it was precisely 1000 gene. This indicated that Xiaobai's maturation had augmented his strength by an additional 500 gene. Now, even Tyson would pale in comparison before him. Next was speed. Lin Mo sprinted 3 times, clocking his 100-meter times at 4:67 seconds, 4:43 seconds, and 4:85 seconds. He could now consistently run under 5 seconds. While this may seem a modest improvement from his previous 6 seconds, it must be noted that each increment in 100-meter speed is quite challenging. This time, he had improved by over a full second, a remarkable enhancement indeed. Then came his jumping ability. He could now effortlessly reach a height of 5 meters. What does this signify? It meant that from a standing jump, the maximum height he could achieve with his feet was at the very top edge of the basketball rim. In other words, he could directly leap to the rim's upper edge. Additionally, his long jump capability allowed him to leap 5 to 6 meters with ease. This distance, combined with his vertical reach, meant that even if he could not match the feats of flying across rooftops as depicted in martial arts novels, he was certainly not far off. Aside from these, Lin Mo also assessed the resilience of his skin. After 2 rounds of enhancement, while the texture felt unchanged, its resilience had significantly improved. He attempted to slice his arm with a small knife. Applying the same force as before, he could easily create a cut previously, but now, it merely left a faint white mark. Next, he examined the changes in bone and muscle density. His physique appeared unchanged, yet his weight had increased by a substantial 40 gene. This indicated that both his bones and muscles had become significantly more robust. These transformations undoubtedly enhanced his defensive capabilities. Previously, a single attack from a ferocious beast could have been fatal. Now, it would likely only result in serious injury. Most importantly, his former strength and speed made it exceedingly difficult to evade assaults from feral beasts. However, now, what does 100 meters in 4 seconds imply? Over 20 meters per second. Unless ambushed or confronted by exceptionally swift beasts, he had a considerable chance to dodge direct attacks. This effectively augmented his survival capability in battle. Such attributes are astonishing. After reviewing all the data, Lin Mo could not help but exclaim in awe. Given such physical prowess, achieving it on Earth is absolutely inconceivable. Nonetheless, Lin Mo discerned some differences between the 2 enhancements. Firstly, Xiaobai's enhancement yielded a greater increase in strength compared to that from Xianwu. After Xianwu's enhancement, his strength was approximately 500 gene, which included his original strength. A typical adult possesses a strength ranging from 100 to 140 gene. Thus, the strength boost provided by Xianwu was roughly between 360 to 400 gene. In contrast, Xiaobai had elevated him by over 500 gene. Secondly, regarding skin resilience, Xianwu's enhancement proved to be more effective. While Xiaobai's enhancement further bolstered his skin's resilience, the overall magnitude was not as pronounced as before. This was something he need not test, as he could clearly perceive the changes in his own body. Lastly, regarding mental fortitude, Xianwu's enhancement had minimal impact on his spirit. However, after Xiaobai's enhancement, he distinctly felt a surge of vitality and fullness in his mental state. An enhanced spirit also brought significant benefits, the most notable being an extension of meditation time. For beast tamers, meditation requires a depletion of mental energy. A more robust spirit translates to longer daily meditation sessions. Extended meditation time greatly benefits both the enhancement of rapport between the beast tamer and their beasts, as well as the expansion of their beast space. Simultaneously, the distinct enhancement effects brought by the two companion beasts allowed Lin Mo to validate a knowledge point he had studied in class. Different companion beasts yield varying enhancement effects, which are closely related to their intrinsic attributes. Xuanwu, being defensive in nature, amplifies defensive attributes more significantly. Xiaobai, leaning towards strength, boosts power to a greater extent. Thus, it stands to reason that Kunpeng's enhancement should be oriented towards speed. This prospect filled Lin Mo with anticipation. In the realm of martial prowess, where no force can withstand, only speed remains unbroken. Should his speed be sufficiently swift, he would possess the ability to strike and retreat at will, ensuring his perpetual invincibility. Merely contemplating this notion was exhilarating. However, Lin Mo quickly dismissed this thought, as it would take considerable time for Kunpeng to reach maturity. Now that the sharing of attributes was complete, the next step was to borrow the skills of the companion beasts. He pondered when he might achieve this feat. Transitioning from shared attributes to skill borrowing is not an instantaneous process akin to leveling up. It necessitates continuous exploration and practice by the Beastmaster. The duration for success varies from individual to individual. Some may acquire it swiftly, while others may struggle for decades. According to Lin Mo's knowledge, the fastest recorded time for a Beastmaster to transition from attribute sharing to skill borrowing is 6 months. This, however, pertains only to the acquisition of a single skill. Companion beasts possess numerous skills, each with varied effects and methods of release. Borrowing a skill equates to learning a new one. Thus, each distinct skill requires its own study and practice. Moreover, once a Beastmaster learns a skill, there exists a notion of skill proficiency. The aforementioned 6 months only accounts for the learning phase, not proficiency, and to enhance proficiency, incessant practice akin to that of the companion beasts is essential. Therefore, despite the companion beast having entered its maturity phase, Lin Mo still has a long journey ahead. Nevertheless, that is a matter for another time. His immediate focus must be to confront the challenges posed by Gu Shi and Mu Yunting. With this thought in mind, he promptly made his way to the front square. Chapter 157, Self-Inflicted Wounds. When Lin Mo arrived at the front square of Qingyuan Academy, the area around the arena was already bustling with spectators. This did not surprise him, as he had previously declined numerous challenges, and news of his impending battles against Gu Shi and Mu Yunting had long since circulated. Upon seeing Lin Mo, the onlookers instinctively parted to create a path. For today's 2 matches, their anticipation surpassed even that of Lin Mo himself, as it held the potential to alter the current rankings on the freshman leaderboard. 2 months had elapsed since the leaderboard's establishment, during which Lin Mo had steadfastly held the top position. Many had challenged him, yet none had managed to shake his standing. However, today presented a different scenario. Mu Yunting's companion beast had reached maturity. It is universally acknowledged that there exists a substantial disparity in strength between the juvenile and mature phases. No matter how formidable or skilled a juvenile companion beast may be, it cannot rival a mature one. Thus, the spectators were eager to witness how Lin Mo would navigate this predicament. On the arena, Gu Shi and Mu Yunting stood apart. Upon Lin Mo's approach, the two exchanged glances. "Is there still a need for you to challenge?" Mu Yun spoke, his tone laced with veiled arrogance. "Why not?" Gu Shi retorted. "Even if you were to defeat Lin Mo, you would surely succumb to me. Rather than face such an outcome, you might as well withdraw," Mu Yunting declared. Gu Shi replied coolly, "Defeating Lin Mo would instill a sense of pride in me. Yet losing to you would not bring me shame." The corner of Mu Yunting's eye twitched slightly as he regarded Gu Shi with cold disdain. "You look down upon me. Why should I hold you in high regard?" Gu Shi scoffed. "Have you accomplished anything worthy of respect?" Her gaze held an air of contempt. Or do you believe that bullying a juvenile with a mature beast is a commendable feat? Mu Yunting's expression darkened further. The rapid advancement of my companion beast is an advantage I possess. Should I not exploit it? You certainly may leverage your advantages. The Academy imposes no restrictions on mature beasts facing juveniles. I merely hold disdain for such conduct, Gushi stated coldly. Mu Yunting found himself at a loss for words. Legally speaking, he was not in the wrong for employing a mature companion beast against a juvenile. Yet morally, his actions did seem somewhat dishonorable. Especially within a student body that tends to be more passionate and principled, such behavior is likely to evoke strong aversion. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his stance, adhering to his previous conviction. As long as he could defeat Lin Mo and claim the top spot on the freshman leaderboard, people would only remember his rank. Hence, he remained indifferent to the moral implications. As their conversation unfolded, Lin Mo ascended the arena. The trio formed a perfect balance of power. He turned directly to Mu Yunting. I initially agreed to challenge Gushi, so I shall face her first. Is that acceptable? Of course. Mu Yunting promptly vacated the arena. Gushi engaging Lin Mo first would serve to his advantage, further amplifying his own strengths. Lin Mo then addressed Gushi. Before we commence, there is something I must inform you. My companion beast has reached maturity. Upon hearing this, the reactions of Gushi and Mu Yunting diverged sharply. Gushi momentarily froze, her eyes widening in astonishment. Such a rate of growth was indeed formidable. Simultaneously, she understood why Lin Mo had chosen to disclose this information before the challenge commenced. She regarded Lin Mo thoughtfully. I forfeit my challenge against you. Thank you. Had Lin Mo revealed the upgrade post-commencement, she would have felt compelled to continue challenging despite knowing she could not win. In that scenario, her defeat would have been inevitable. Now, however, she was proactively stepping back from the challenge. To others, the concepts of failure and voluntary forfeiture are starkly different. At the very least, this decision would spare her from excessive scrutiny. You're welcome. Feel free to challenge me anytime in the future, Lin Mo replied with a smile. Gushi nodded and departed the arena. Lin Mo then turned to Mu Yunting. You may come up now. Mu Yunting's expression was grim. Since learning of Lin Mo's companion beast reaching maturity, his demeanor had remained sour. Even now, he struggled to regain his composure, finding it hard to believe that Lin Mo's beast had also matured. After all, he possessed the accelerated growth talent. This growth rate was staggering, light years ahead of his own. How could this be possible? Yet, despite his shock, he was compelled to contemplate another matter. When he first battled Lin Mo, even with a 2-level advantage, he had still been defeated. Now, both of their companion beasts were at maturity, their strengths equal. Thus, he was even less likely to be Lin Mo's opponent. In essence, this challenge was certain to result in his defeat. However, that was not the crux of the matter. The most critical aspect was his original plan to exploit his level advantage over Lin Mo. Instead, he found himself on the receiving end of Lin Mo's advantage. This realization was deeply unsettling, particularly as it unfolded under the watchful eyes of the crowd, evoking the sensation of being scorched over an open flame. Before him lay a grave dilemma. Should he ascend the arena or refrain? Should he choose to engage? Defeat was an inevitable certainty. Yet, should he decline, he would earn the ignominious reputation of one who fears confrontation. After all, when he challenged Lin Mo's companion beast had yet to reach maturity. Now that he discovered Lin Mo's companion beast had matured, he hesitated to step onto the stage, fearing ridicule and mockery from the crowd. Enduring their discussions was bearable, but becoming a subject of scorn was a burden he could not take lightly, for it could haunt him throughout his life as a source of humiliation from his student days. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, Mu Yunting resolved to step onto the stage, determined to give his all. Though defeat would invite gossip, it was preferable to being the target of derision. As Mu Yunting took his stance, Gushi below the arena wore a smirk, brimming with delight, as if relishing the spectacle about to unfold. In her eyes, Mu Yunting was merely bringing this upon himself, and she eagerly anticipated the impending clash. Chapter 158. A precarious defeat. Not only was Gushi eager for the forthcoming battle, but the onlookers shared her enthusiasm. They were all curious to witness the nature of this encounter. Amidst the collective anticipation, both combatants summoned their companion beasts. Goodness, how colossal! Exclaimed one observer. That is no mere companion beast, it is a behemoth. The sheer size rendered any skill unnecessary. Its presence alone could crush foes. This was indeed excessive. One could only imagine the quantity of beast feed required to sustain such a creature. The crowd gasped at Mu Yunting's companion beast. As it matured, its size had dramatically increased, with the gene band, Juxiang, now measuring 10 meters in length, 5 meters in height, and nearly 3 meters in width. Truly a sight to behold. Yet, Gushi retained her icy demeanor. while size conferred an advantage in battle. One must not forget that size and agility often stand in opposition. Thus, despite the impressive dimensions of the Jinban Juxiang, she remained convinced that it would not alter the outcome of the combat. Meanwhile, Lin Mo stood composed, having anticipated the size of the mature Jinban Juxiang. In fact, he had expected it to be even larger, indicating that Mu Yunting's beast had not developed to its full potential. Wow, Lin Mo's Ling who is strikingly magnificent, someone remarked, drawing attention to the small white figure beside Lin Mo. As the crowd's gaze shifted, enthusiasm burgeoned. That is not just a companion beast, it is a work of art. Another exclaimed, how could a beast be so majestic and beautiful? It defies reason. Now I understand why it is called the Ling Hu. If not for the comments, I might not have even noticed its presence, another added. Indeed, the creature's dark markings rendered it almost translucent. It is simply stunning. I would willingly sacrifice years of my life to possess such a beast. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Even Gu Shi's eyes gleamed upon seeing the Ling Hu. Despite her discerning taste, she could not help but acknowledge the beast's blend of elegance and might. Its beauty undeniable. Particularly, its ice blue fur exuded an air of nobility, reminiscent of aristocracy among companion beasts. As this unfolded, Mu Yunting's expression grew increasingly grim. While the awe directed towards the Jinban Juxiang initially pleased him, the moment attention shifted to the small white creature, the tide turned against him. The astonishment once reserved for his beast now shifted to the Ling Hu, and the admiration it garnered far surpassed that of the Jinban Juxiang. This was a clear indication that, in the hearts of the spectators, the Ling Hu had claimed victory even before the battle commenced. Are you prepared? Mu Yunting called out, his voice cutting through the murmurs surrounding the arena. The hush that followed was precisely what he sought. As he intended to silence the praises for the small white beast, Lin Mo saw through Mu Yunting's ploy but remained unfazed. If you are ready, feel free to make your move. Charge! Mu Yunting commanded, and the Jinban Juxiang surged forward like a mountain propelled by a rocket. The impact of its landing reverberated throughout the arena, causing cracks to splinter the ground beneath it. The onlookers gasped, recognizing the formidable strength of the creature. The arena, constructed of solid blue stone, was so resilient that even a hammer would scarcely leave a mark. Yet, the Jinban Juxiang's charge had fractured the stone, a testament to its might. In the midst of the astonishment, Gu Shi shook her head lightly, almost to herself. What use is great power if it cannot strike the enemy? Though her words seemed a mere reflection, they encapsulated the essence of the impending duel. The Jinban Juxiang's charge, as anticipated, missed its target. Despite its sudden and swift assault, Lin Mo had foreseen Mu Yunting's intentions. At the moment Mu Yunting posed his question, Lin Mo had already anticipated the potential ambush. Thus, as the Jinban Juxiang charged, the Ling Hu slipped into a state of concealment, effortlessly evading the attack. Oh, Mu Yunting was the first to realize the attack had failed, his heart sinking as he called out in alarm. He understood that Lin Mo's Ling Hu would surely retaliate. Without hesitation, he signaled for the Jinban Juxiang to evade, but his reaction was too slow. Just as the Jinban Juxiang landed, a water blade materialized nearby, slicing through the air with precision. In an instant, the Ling Hu vanished from sight once more. This was the result of its mastery of concealment and the water blade technique, their execution now unparalleled. The next moment, a familiar sound of slicing echoed. A deep gash appeared on the Jinban Juxiang's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining its massive form and the ground beneath. Chapter 159. The despair of Mu Yunting. The blood sprayed forth, tainting the majestic form of the Jinban Juxiang and the surrounding earth, leaving the spectators in a state of shock. Unexpectedly, after only a single exchange, the Jinban Juxiang sustained an injury. Judging by the wound, it appeared to be quite severe. Though its massive size and formidable attack power were noteworthy, the amount of blood it lost was extraordinary. Indeed, the blood flowing from it could suffice for a bath. The wound was located on its neck, and even with the Jinban Juxiang's tough hide, it might not withstand such damage. Unless something unforeseen occurred, this battle seemed destined to conclude soon. The crowd murmured among themselves. Did anyone else feel that Lin seemed excessively powerful? Indeed, both beasts were at the mature stage. It was hard to believe that the Jinban Juxiang would sustain an injury with just one strike. Could it be due to the difference in their attributes? Lin possessed a golden tier aptitude. In contrast, Yntang's Jinban Juxiang was of silver high tier, which, while not as impressive as gold, should not have resulted in such a stark disparity. It felt as though it had been utterly overwhelmed. Come on, you've all been at Qing for quite some time. Can't you see this? GX, unable to contain herself, gazed incredulously at the crowd. The reason for such a significant gap lies in LNMSYULINH, which has achieved mastery in 2 skills. Mastery. Mastery. How could that be? The crowd was left speechless, their faces reflecting disbelief and astonishment. Mastery and skill level required at least 2 years of rigorous practice. Yet, these individuals had only been apprentice beast tamers for less than half a year. This was why they had struggled to comprehend the disparity. They could barely fathom allowing their beasts to reach maturity within 6 months. But to elevate skill proficiency to mastery in such a short time for 2 skills was simply unfathomable. GX understood their reaction well. She had felt a similar shock when she first realized this. Currently, she ranked 4th on the freshman leaderboard. Such prowess allowed her to appreciate the terrifying implications of dual skill mastery more than others. Take herself as an example. Her achievements were the result of relentless effort and, to some extent, the advantage of her family's wealth, which afforded her access to resources. Without that, she might have struggled to achieve even basic proficiency. Yet, standing in the shadow of LNM's accomplishments, her own efforts felt trivial by comparison. She could hardly imagine how one could attain such extraordinary results in so brief a time. However, the most stunned of all was Ying. Before stepping onto the stage, he had already anticipated his defeat and mentally prepared for it. What he did not foresee was the swiftness and severity of his loss. The wound on the JNBNJ Shi-ing was not fatal, but if the bleeding continued, it could pose a threat to its life. Thus, even if he wished to continue fighting, it was no longer feasible. He found it difficult to comprehend the terrifying strength of LNMSYULINH. Despite their equal levels, how could the disparity in power be so vast? Then, realization dawned on him. Although he found it hard to believe, it made accepting his loss to LNM somewhat easier. After all, his beast skills were merely proficient. It was only natural for proficiency to yield to mastery. Yet, in the next moment, a wave of defeat surged within him, a feeling 100 times stronger than losing to LNM. Everyone had become apprentice beast tamers at the same time. His skill proficiency was still new, while LNM had already achieved mastery. Proficiency and mastery might seem like a mere level apart, but in terms of time, it represented over a year of training difference. For students their age, this gap felt insurmountable, akin to a chasm. In other words, to surpass LNM, he would have to bridge this monumental divide, a daunting task indeed. Moreover, it was worth noting that when the new students were admitted to QNUNSUF, he ranked first, while LNM was nearly 1,000 ranks behind at 900. Yet, within just 2 short months, LNM had entirely surpassed that nearly 1,000-place gap and had not merely overtaken him, but had crushed him. Such a pace of advancement was beyond terrifying. How could he ever hope to surpass such an extraordinary individual as LNM? Ying pondered desperately. But the only answers he found were that it was impossible, unattainable. This was the true source of his despair. Losing to someone was not frightening. What was truly terrifying was realizing that one could never catch up to that person. Such a realization could drive one to despair. I have lost, Ying said, his expression complex, before silently retrieving his beast and heading towards the medical room. Under normal circumstances, the spectators would have engaged in lively discussion regarding Ying's concession. However, at this moment, as they watched his retreating figure, an instinctive silence fell over them. From his silhouette, they perceived a profound sense of desolation, loneliness, and a hint of despair. With a beast entering maturity and 2 skills reaching mastery, unless someone were truly foolish or masochistic, only a fool would challenge LNM, this prodigy. Indeed, LNM smiled slightly. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, his position as the top freshman for the year seemed secure. Thus, he intended to test his strength on the battle leaderboard next. If he could ascend both rankings simultaneously, he would be eligible for double rewards. Of course, this was no easy feat, especially since most individuals near the top of the battle leaderboard had already become junior beast tamers and had contracted 2nd or even 3rd beasts. Their combat prowess was far beyond that of these apprentice beast tamers on the freshman leaderboard. Therefore, his immediate priority was the beast tamer assessment. With Shiobi having successfully reached maturity, it was time for him to participate in the evaluation. Chapter 160, Fundamental Data Assessment. The following morning at the Beast Tamer Association, LNM stood before the query terminal, a hint of disappointment flickering across his face. As of today, the bounty for Ning had been posted for over 20 days, yet there were still no leads. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself and turned towards the service desk. Mr. LN, are you here to post a bounty again? Customer Service Representative LW, I greeted him warmly. No, I'm here to register for the Beast Tamer Assessment, LNM replied, revealing his primary purpose for visiting that day. The Beast Tamer Assessment? LWI's eyes widened in shock. She was somewhat familiar with L and M, knowing he was a student at QingUN SUF and a newcomer this year. It was quite rare for a freshman to register for the assessment so soon after enrollment. Most newcomers chose to consolidate their strength before attempting the assessment, waiting until they felt more assured of their chances. She regarded L and M with concern. "Mr. LN, are you certain? Would you like to reconsider?" Her intent was to suggest he reinforce his abilities, though she worded it delicately. "Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need." L and M smiled and shook his head. He was confident in his ability to pass the assessment on the first attempt. "Very well, please fill out this form." LWI produced a form and handed it to L and M. L and M accepted it and began to fill it out. The form required not only his personal information, but also basic details about his beast. Naturally, he indicated Shiobi. Upon completing the form, he handed it to Li Wei. After entering the information into the computer, Li Wei presented Lin Mo with a tag. "Mr. Lin, with this tag, please proceed to the testing room on the second floor to verify the fundamental data of your pet. Should the data meet the standards, the testing room will schedule an official assessment date for you." Lin Mo nodded and turned to ascend to the second floor. The process for the Beast Master assessment is intricate. Thus, one cannot participate immediately after registration. A minimum number of candidates is required. When the number of candidates whose pet data meets the criteria reaches 100, the Beast Master Association will organize the assessment. In the testing room on the second floor, Lin Mo found a queue of over 10 individuals. He quietly took his place at the end of the line, behind a rather robust young man. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. "Do you know me? How could I not? You are this year's top newcomer at QingYuan Academy." The young man explained. "My name is Jiang Kai, and I joined the academy last year. I have seen your challenge match against Bai Yunjing." "Hello, Senior Jiang." Lin Mo greeted politely. According to Earth's academic structure, Jiang Kai was already a sophomore, so addressing him as senior was appropriate. "Please, just call me by my name," Jiang Kai replied, somewhat bashful. After all, Lin Mo and he were on equal footing now. If Lin Mo referred to him as senior, it would evoke a sense of embarrassment for Jiang Kai. All right. Lin Mo understood Jiang Kai's sentiments and did not press further. Instead, he inquired, "Is this your first time participating in the Beastmaster assessment?" "It's my second," Jiang Kai responded. "I participated 6 months ago, but failed during the practical round." Lin Mo calculated in his mind. He had been at QingYuan for just over 2 months. 6 months prior would have been at the end of his senior year in high school. At that time, Jiang Kai had already been at QingYuan for nearly a year. Yet, despite this, he had still faltered during the practical round. Curiosity piqued. Lin Mo asked, "Is the practical assessment very challenging?" "Indeed it is." Jiang Kai paused before adding, "At least for someone like me, it is quite difficult. However, for you, it should not pose much of a challenge. I cannot accept such flattery." Lin Mo quickly shook his head. He was taken aback by Jiang Kai's earnestness and momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, several individuals in front of them had overheard their conversation and were curiously glancing over. One more outgoing individual directly asked Jiang Kai, "Brother, from what you just said, is this newcomer a freshman this year? Is he truly that formidable? I know there is a freshman ranking at QingYuan, but even if he is at the top, that seems a bit exaggerated." "Right. This is the Beastmaster assessment, not just an internal competition among students. They are entirely different levels." Lin Mo, heed the advice of those who have gone before you. Don't rush. Take the time to solidify your strength before attempting the assessment. This is akin to sharpening the axe before cutting wood. Otherwise, if you fail, you will have to wait 6 months to try again. And that would be a tremendous waste of time. The crowd engaged in a spirited discussion. Most were skeptical of Jiang Kai's praise for Lin Mo. However, their intentions were not malicious. They simply could not believe that Lin Mo could be so exceptional. After all, he was merely a freshman, having been a trainee Beastmaster for only 6 months. How strong could he truly be? "I appreciate everyone's good intentions, but I still wish to give it a try right now," Lin Mo replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned away, no longer paying him any mind. To them, Lin Mo was akin to the person they had once been. When they had come for their assessments, some second-time candidates had offered similar advice. Yet, at that time, they had been brimming with confidence, unwilling to heed such counsel, convinced they would surely succeed. The eventual outcome had been a harsh lesson in reality. Thus, they understood that no amount of their words would sway Lin Mo now. "Lin Mo, don't let their words bother you," Jiang Kai said with a smile. "I truly believe you will pass this assessment." "Thank you." Lin Mo expressed his gratitude once more. Jiang Kai was indeed a warm-hearted individual. The group waited a while longer until several staff members from the Beastmaster Association entered and activated a large machine located in the center of the room. The device resembled a much larger version of machines on Earth. Now, according to the order of the tags, each candidate would summon their pet to stand on the machine. Once the staff adjusted the machine, The testing commenced without further ado. The first in line was a round-faced youth who, upon hearing the staff's instructions, summoned his pet. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback upon seeing that creature, as he did not recognize it. Although the variety of ferocious beasts on Blue Star was vast, he had never encountered or even heard of this particular creature before. It was a pet resembling a sea urchin, spherical in shape, approximately 6 meters in diameter, and covered in black spines, looking like an enormous spiked ball. Moreover, it did not walk, but rather rolled, which appeared rather intriguing. Lin Mo activated his information wristband to scan it, revealing the pet's details. Name: Spikeball Beast. Attribute: Gold. Talent: Intermediate Silver. Species level: Low level Tier 4. Talent skills: Spike Attack, Intermediate, Spike Launch, Advanced. Growth level: Early Maturity, Low level Tier 1. Spikeball Beast. Lin Mo mentally noted the name, feeling his knowledge had expanded further. It was indeed a Spikeball Beast. Jiang Kai, standing before Lin Mo, was visibly astonished upon seeing the Spikeball Beast. Lin Mo curiously asked, "Is this Spikeball Beast very formidable?" "Very formidable. It is said to be invincible in close combat at the same level," Jiang Kai replied. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Invincible at close combat against peers, that was indeed impressive. As they conversed, under the direction of the round-faced youth, the Spikeball Beast slowly approached the machine. "Keep your pet still. The test is about to begin," a staff member instructed the round-faced youth before activating the machine. With a soft hum, a circular apparatus above the machine began to move slowly. This process was rather prolonged, and after about 5 minutes had elapsed, the staff signaled for the Spikeball Beast to leave the machine. After a brief wait, a number appeared on the machine's screen: 1201. "Yes," the round-faced youth exclaimed, clenching his fist in excitement, a beaming smile spreading across his face. 1201 represented the energy value of the Spikeball Beast. According to the current standards of the Beastmaster Association, a pet must achieve an energy value of 1,000 to qualify for the assessment. Thus, the round-faced youth had now secured his eligibility for the Beastmaster assessment. The subsequent candidates followed a similar procedure, all achieving energy values above 1,000, with some even exceeding 1,500. After all, they were returning participants, so they had no issues in this regard. Soon, it was Jiang Kai's turn. He took a deep breath and summoned his pet, a mature early-stage iron-boned wolf. Upon witnessing the iron-boned wolf, Lin Mo could not help but recall his teacher Su Qiming from the elite class during his senior year. Su Qiming's cherished beast was indeed an iron-boned wolf. At that time, he had even practiced with his beast alongside the students of the elite class. Under Jiang Kai's command, the iron-boned wolf stood steadily upon the apparatus. Subsequently, the circular device above began to move. Lin Mo observed Jiang Kai immediately tense up, clenching his fists, his lips pressed tightly together. This instilled a sense of realization within him. It was likely that Jiang Kai had faltered at this very challenge during his initial assessment. A few minutes later, the testing concluded, and the results were promptly displayed. 1108. Upon seeing this outcome, Jiang Kai released a heavy sigh of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Congratulations," Lin Mo said with a smile. "Thank you," Jiang Kai replied, his face beaming with joy. "Next." At that moment, the staff's voice echoed through the air. Lin Mo nodded at Jiang Kai, then pretended to draw a summoning array, calling forth Xiaobai. Upon its arrival, Xiaobai emitted a low growl and affectionately nudged Lin Mo with its large head. In its youth, it had enjoyed rubbing against Lin Mo's legs, but now, having entered its mature phase, it towered over Lin Mo, opting instead to nuzzle his shoulder. Lin Mo affectionately ruffled Xiaobai's large head. "Go, stand still on that apparatus." Xiaobai glanced at the device, a hint of confusion flickering in its grand tiger eyes, as if pondering what this object was and why it needed to stand upon it. However, it did not hesitate for long and promptly obeyed Lin Mo's command, swiftly moving toward the apparatus. This scene, however, astonished everyone present. The intelligence of this beast was remarkable. Their own beasts would merely follow commands without question. Yet this phantom tiger displayed a moment of curiosity upon seeing the apparatus. Such a reaction was certainly not typical among ordinary beasts. "I am starting to believe that Lin Mo is indeed formidable," one onlooker thought. "Having a beast with such high intelligence is no small feat. He must have consumed some rare elixirs to enhance its intellect." While this was indeed impressive, let us not forget that intelligence does not equate to strength, nor does it guarantee energy levels. No matter how intelligent this phantom tiger was, it had only just entered maturity. Its energy levels could hardly be substantial. This reasoning seemed valid. The individuals who had already completed their tests remained, eager to discern whether Lin Mo was truly as exceptional as Jiang Kai had claimed. Nonetheless, Xiaobai's display of high intelligence had already won over a portion of the audience, yet a few skeptics still doubted Lin Mo's abilities. Their skepticism was not born from disdain. It was simply astonishing for a newcomer, having only enrolled for a mere 2 months, to partake in the Beast Tamer assessment. Amidst the discussions, Xiao Bai slowly positioned itself atop the apparatus, and the circular device commenced its movement. Observing this, one among the waiting crowd suddenly proposed, "Shall we place a wager for amusement? What shall we wager? Let us bet on this phantom tiger's energy levels. Each of us will guess a number. And the one closest to the result wins. The losers each owe 100. All right, I wager. My guess is 1050. I also wager. I guess 920. I guess 980. I guess 1500, Jiang Kai declared. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances of disbelief. Jiang Kai, are you certain? The highest among us is barely over 1500. How could a newcomer possibly reach such heights? Indeed, even if you believe in him, such a ridiculous figure seems implausible. Others chimed in. Even those who thought Lin Mo might meet the standard found this number to be impossible. However, Jiang Kai remained firm. I am not mistaken. I genuinely believe Lin Mo's beast can reach around 1,500 in energy levels. The others, seeing his conviction, refrained from further persuasion and began voicing their own guesses. Among the 10 or so individuals, aside from Jiang Kai, the remaining guesses were nearly evenly split between those who thought Lin Mo would meet the standard and those who did not. However, even those betting on Xiao Bai's success did not exceed 1,100 in their estimates. As the crowd continued their speculations, the apparatus's circular device gradually came to a halt. Chapter 162, An Unprecedented Value. In that instant, as the ring stopped, all present fell silent, their gazes fixated on the display. This time, the figures on the apparatus appeared to materialize at an agonizingly slow pace. It felt as though an eternity had passed before the numbers finally revealed themselves. 2,190. Haha. I told you, even if it meets the standard, it couldn't surpass 1,300. How about that? I was right, proclaimed a young man named Zheng Tao, a smirk of triumph adorning his face as he believed himself the victor of the wager. However, upon completing his statement, he noticed that everyone was regarding him with peculiar expressions. It was as if they were looking at a fool. What's wrong? Was I incorrect? Zheng Tao asked, increasingly anxious under their scrutiny. Not just incorrect. You should take a good look at that number before you speak. Jiang Kai retorted, exasperated. Instinctively, Zheng Tao turned to gaze at the figure displayed on the apparatus. He then widened his eyes in shock, standing frozen in disbelief. 2,190. 2,190. 2,190. At that moment, all that occupied Zheng Tao's mind was this singular number, spinning in a relentless loop. Earlier, he had merely glanced and, upon seeing the digits 190, had unconsciously assumed the leading digit was a 1, concluding it to be 1190. Thus, he had spoken so foolishly. Yet, to his astonishment, the final result was indeed 2,190. The blunder was monumental. However, at this moment, he could not care for his embarrassment. He was simply overwhelmed by shock, utterly astonished. Among those present, apart from Lin Mo, everyone else was participating in the assessment for the second time. They included second and third-year students, meaning they had been studying at the esteemed Beast Tamer Academy for at least a year or two. Yet, their beast's energy levels had been utterly eclipsed by a newcomer who had enrolled just over 2 months prior. This was truly astonishing. Not only Zheng Tao, but the others also stared wide-eyed at the number on the apparatus, struggling to comprehend the result. When Jiang Kai had speculated 1,500, they had deemed it unattainable. And now this number far surpassed that threshold. The impact on them was immeasurable. Soon, their astonishment morphed into confusion and disbelief. In truth, the more they had been amazed before, the more unfathomable this now seemed. They simply could not understand how Lin Mo, a freshman, could possess such high energy levels. How could this be possible? Could it be that the apparatus is malfunctioning? Someone murmured softly, unable to accept the result. This remark sparked a flicker of realization among those who had previously doubted Lin Mo. Yes, it must be a malfunction, otherwise there is no explanation for such a high energy level. Indeed, it must be so. Someone should have the staff check the apparatus. A few individuals chimed in, speaking as if they were certain of their claims. Meanwhile, those who had initially believed Lin Mo could meet the standard were left speechless. They were utterly astonished and incredulous at the outcome concerning Lin Mo. Yet, in the end, they came to accept the result. This was due to the stringent testing protocols of the Beastmaster Association, which ensured that the probability of any malfunction was less than 1 in a million. Most importantly, they had just undergone testing themselves, and their results were accurate. It was unreasonable to believe that while their instruments functioned properly, a malfunction would occur when it came to Lin Mo's turn. Was it merely because of his elevated values that they harbored doubts? Such behavior seemed excessively unreasonable. Consequently, as a few individuals were about to approach the staff, they were hastily intercepted. You are being excessive. Is it truly so difficult to acknowledge his excellence? Indeed, this world is home to prodigies, and Lin Mo is the top freshman of Qingyuan Xuefu. Have you forgotten that you also underwent testing? If there were discrepancies in Lin Mo's data, should you not be retested as well? Upon hearing this, those who had claimed there was an issue with the instruments fell silent. If the instruments had indeed malfunctioned, then the data obtained would necessarily be inflated. In such a scenario, should they retest, Lin Mo's score of 2,190 would likely remain valid, even if it were to decrease slightly. However, if their own scores were to drop, they might not meet the standards. Thus, after a moment of silence, they too chose to accept the result. Nevertheless, the gazes they directed at Lin Mo had shifted, particularly among those who had previously expressed skepticism when Jiang Kai praised him. They were now filled with shame. Their doubts had been devoid of malice, stemming solely from the belief that Lin Mo could not possibly meet the standards. However, in hindsight, their previous remarks felt like slaps to the face, echoing painfully. Not only them, but also the staff members by the instrument were equally astounded upon witnessing the score of 2,190. Throughout the year, they conducted data tests almost daily. Yet they had never encountered someone like Lin Mo, who could achieve such an impressive energy value of over 2,000 merely 2 months after entering a prestigious academy. They were uncertain whether such a phenomenon had ever occurred before, but it was undoubtedly unprecedented for them. At that moment, each staff member resolutely etched Lin Mo's name into their memories. Conversely, Lin Mo, the individual in question, exhibited little shock upon seeing the figure 2,190. He had anticipated that Xiao Bai's energy value would be significantly high. He had been focusing on the quality of his pet's growth for quite some time. He reasoned that 2 factors contributed to Xiao Bai's elevated energy level. First, he had consistently utilized water spirit stones since Su Qiming introduced him to the concept of growth quality. The accumulation of this resource over time naturally enhanced Xiao Bai's energy. Second was his divine Beastmaster space. The attribute of accelerated growth not only aided in the development and skill training of his pet, but also effectively boosted energy levels. Therefore, Lin Mo regarded Xiao Bai's current energy level as entirely reasonable. He addressed the staff. "May I inquire when we will partake in the formal assessment?" One of them replied, "You are fortunate. With your inclusion, the number of individuals meeting the data standards has just exceeded 100, so you may participate in the assessment in 3 days." Upon hearing this, a wave of intense anticipation washed over Lin Mo's eyes. Once he successfully navigated the subsequent 2 rounds of evaluation, he would officially become a Beastmaster. According to the information he had received during the awakening of his Beastmaster space, he anticipated new developments upon his advancement, and he eagerly awaited these forthcoming changes. Chapter 163, Theoretical Assessment. 3 days later, at the Beastmaster Association, Lin Mo arrived punctually at the examination hall on the 3rd floor. The hall was adorned with over 100 computers, neatly arranged with 3-meter intervals between them. At that moment, most of the computers were already occupied. He noticed Jiang Kai and others, who had participated in the basic data testing alongside him, greeting him warmly upon his arrival. After receiving his identification tag, he approached the computer assigned to him and began to meticulously review the examination instructions displayed on the screen. The theoretical assessment for the Beastmaster examination utilized a computer-based format, akin to the theoretical portion of a driving test on Earth. Candidates were required to answer questions via the computer, with results provided at the end of the examination. The distinction lay in the scoring system. While the driving test was out of 100, requiring a score of 90 to pass. The theoretical assessment for Beastmasters was out of 500, necessitating a minimum score of 450 to qualify. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, the examination commenced. 6 staff members from the association entered the hall swiftly and outlined the examination regulations, which included prohibitions against whispering and looking around. Then, the examination began. The screen before Lin Mo flickered, revealing the first question. The moment he laid eyes on it, a smile crept across his lips. This question was exceedingly simple for him. As the assessment continued, Lin Mo answered with remarkable fluidity, scarcely pausing. However, not everyone was able to respond as smoothly as he did. The Beastmaster examination comprised 3 segments: basic data testing, theoretical assessment, and practical evaluation. Among these, the theoretical assessment typically yielded the highest number of eliminations. This was not due to its complexity, but rather the sheer volume of material that needed to be memorized. Furthermore, many of the concepts were similar in expression yet entirely distinct in meaning. Without a profound and clear understanding, candidates were prone to confusion, leading to errors. This had been the reason Lin Mo previously felt his theoretical knowledge was lacking. Much of what he had learned was limited to high school content, and upon entering the prestigious Beastmaster Academy, he had to engage in self-study for many theoretical concepts. Yet, it appeared his efforts had borne fruit. The duration of the theoretical assessment was 4 hours. However, merely 2.5 hours later, Lin Mo had completed all questions and reviewed each one for accuracy. Satisfied, he submitted his paper. After a brief pause of about 30 seconds, his score was revealed. 500, a perfect score. A smile graced Lin Mo's lips as he waved to the nearest staff member. One of them promptly approached, and upon seeing the score, a flicker of surprise crossed their expression, followed by a glance at the time. While they encountered a few perfect scores each year, it was rare to see one finish within such a short time frame. Noticing Lin Mo's information on the computer, the staff member handed him a certificate, saying, "Take this and gather at the association's entrance at 2 o'clock this afternoon for the next round of assessments." "Thank you," Lin Mo replied, accepting the certificate and departing. The other Beastmasters in the hall observed this exchange, their expressions shifting as they instinctively checked the time on their computers. Upon realizing that only 2.5 hours had elapsed, they collectively sighed in relief. Generally, it was uncommon for candidates to submit their papers significantly ahead of time. Thus, upon seeing Lin Mo leave, they assumed the examination was nearing its conclusion. Yet, when they discovered there was still an hour and a half remaining, their expressions transformed once more into astonishment. "In merely 2.5 hours, I completed the examination and successfully passed the assessment. What an astonishing speed." Particularly noteworthy is the fact that among the more than 10 individuals who participated in the foundational data test alongside Lin Mo yesterday, only they, apart from the staff present, were aware of Lin Mo's identity as a newcomer. Yet, this very newcomer not only surpassed them with the energy levels of his pet beasts, but also outperformed them by a significant margin in the theoretical assessment, leaving them far behind. If the overwhelming energy levels could be attributed to lineage or financial investment, the theoretical examination was undoubtedly a testament to personal diligence. Memory is a solitary endeavor, reliant solely on one's own efforts. In other words, Lin Mo was not only more capable than them, but also more industrious. This realization left the onlookers, especially those who had previously doubted Lin Mo, feeling both astonished and conflicted. They could not help but entertain the notion that Lin Mo's exceptional abilities were indeed justified. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, he departed the examination hall and first visited the query terminal on the first floor. After confirming that there were still no updates regarding the bounty for Nyekong Tong, he ascended to the library. Although he had already passed the theoretical assessment, the pursuit of knowledge is boundless, and further study could only be beneficial. Seated in his usual spot by the window, his peripheral vision easily caught sight of the two assassins lurking at the street corner. "Keep watching. You likely won't be able to do so for long," Lin Mo murmured to himself. The afternoon held the practical assessment, and as long as he passed this round, he would officially become a Beastmaster. At that point, he could join the Beastmaster Association and issue anonymous assassination missions. Eliminating Wang Hao would render those two assassins inconsequential. Shaking his head, he dispelled such thoughts from his mind and focused intently on his studies until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Punctually, he arrived at the entrance of the Beastmaster Association. Just before stepping outside, he purposefully glanced at the corner where the assassins had been. Perhaps fearing discovery by the personnel of the association, the two assassins had vanished without a trace. Satisfied by this observation, he leisurely exited. Upon seeing him, Jiang Kai and the others greeted him warmly, praising him for submitting his paper early and passing the assessment. Lin Mo, however, remained modest. To him, his hard work warranted such results. Had others exerted the same effort, they too might achieve similar outcomes. Nonetheless, it was indeed challenging for others to reach his level. He possessed a divine-level beast space, allowing his pets to train autonomously, which afforded him ample time for theoretical study. In contrast, others were compelled to train their pets daily, leaving them with little time for personal study. In essence, what he accomplished in 1 month, others might require 3 to 4 months to achieve. This advantage was substantial. Thus, he did not feel particularly proud of his theoretical scores. His humility, in turn, earned him further commendation from those around him, prompting an involuntary wry smile from Lin Mo. Fortunately, at that moment, staff from the Beastmaster Association arrived to alleviate his situation. "Now, everyone, please follow me," one of the staff members called out, leading the group toward the rear courtyard of the association. Chapter 164. A slightly challenging practical assessment. Lin Mo had visited the Beastmaster Association numerous times, yet it was his first venture into the courtyard. It resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum, with a vast central arena measuring over 100 meters in diameter. Surrounding the arena were tiered stands, but instead of spectators, each tier housed ferocious beasts. Enormous iron cages encircled the stands, each containing a formidable creature. From their vantage point, the sight of steel and monstrosities was both magnificent and awe-inspiring. Lin Mo glanced at the cages and estimated that the number of ferocious beasts in the courtyard exceeded 2,000. This figure left him somewhat astounded. Acquiring 2,000 beast corpses was not particularly difficult, but capturing 2,000 living pets posed a formidable challenge. After all, living beasts could not be placed in the beast space, and even transportation presented a significant hurdle. This further underscored the immense power wielded by the Beastmaster Association. At that moment, perhaps responding to the presence of humans, the beasts in the cages rushed to the front, emitting furious roars. The cacophony of 1,000 beasts resonated throughout the arena, causing discomfort to Lin Mo and the others gathered in the center. A few individuals with weaker nerves even felt their legs weaken, struggling to maintain their footing. The staff members of the association, however, remained remarkably composed. Once the roar subsided, one of them spoke. Your practical assessment will take place here. After it begins, the association will select suitable opponents based on the pet data you provided. As long as you can endure for 10 minutes without being defeated, you will pass the assessment. Hearing this, Lin Mo, participating in the assessment for the first time, was momentarily taken aback. Was the standard of enduring for 10 minutes without defeat too simplistic? Jiang Kai, noticing his reaction, inquired, "Do you find it easy?" Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Jiang Kai chuckled, "I thought the same during my first visit, but soon, your perspective will change." Lin Mo was momentarily puzzled by his words. At that moment, the staff continued, "However, I must remind you that this practical assessment simulates real combat, so the beast you face may attack the beast masters themselves." Upon hearing this, the more experienced participants exhibited little reaction, as they were already aware of this fact. Lin Mo, however, experienced a sudden realization. If that were the case, then the standard of enduring for 10 minutes without defeat was far from simple. It was indeed somewhat challenging. After all, the ferocious beasts possessed intelligence. If they discovered they were no match for the pets, they might turn their aggression toward the beast masters. Should the pets fail to contain the beasts, the beast masters would find themselves in peril. Although staff members would be present to protect them, unforeseen circumstances could arise. Instances of fatalities due to accidents had occurred in past practical assessments. Thus, this practical evaluation carried inherent risks. Furthermore, the staff's voice rang out again. You must not inflict fatal injuries on the ferocious beasts during the assessment battles. Failure to adhere to this rule will also result in assessment failure. Lin Mo thought. If it was merely slightly challenging before, it was now exponentially difficult. Prohibiting fatal injuries meant they would be severely constrained in combat, akin to fighting with shackles, significantly impacting their combat effectiveness. So, do you still believe it is easy? Jiang Kai inquired. Lin Mo's lips twitched, and he remained silent. Jiang Kai continued. There's one more thing that the staff want to tell you. What is it? Lin Mo instinctively asked. The Beastmaster Association intentionally selects opponents that exploit the weaknesses of your pets, Jiang Kai replied. Lin Mo was left speechless. Ferocious beasts could attack the Beastmasters, yet they could not inflict fatal injuries upon them. The attributes of ferocious beasts deliberately target their tamed creatures. This is not merely a slight challenge, but an immense one. He finally comprehended why others fortified their strength prior to participating in the Beastmaster assessment. Such stringent practical conditions render inadequate strength utterly helpless. Once the conditions were clearly understood, it was time for the assessment to commence in accordance with the order of the identification cards, while others were instructed to proceed to the waiting area. The staff gestured towards a corner of the square, enclosed by sturdy iron railings. Though rudimentary, it ensured safety from any ferocious beast attacks while remaining inside. Upon entering the waiting area, the first candidate had already summoned their creature, preparing for battle. Shortly thereafter, a ferocious beast entered the arena, traversing a designated path. Observing this beast, Lin Mo gained a deeper understanding of Jiang Kai's advice to choose opponents that exploit weaknesses. The first Beastmaster's tamed creature was a terrestrial attribute rock bull, resembling a rhinoceros, adorned with rock-like scales renowned for its defense. The opponent selected by the Beastmaster Association was a wind attribute shadow leopard, akin to a leopard but entirely black, known for its speed rather than its attack power. Such a ferocious beast could easily exhaust the rock bull if it employed a kite-flying strategy. Most critically, should it attack the Beastmaster directly, the rock bull would be utterly ineffective in its defense. Thus, this battle posed significant disadvantages for the Beastmaster. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, contemplating what sort of opponent the Beastmaster Association would assign to Xiao Bai. He pondered how he would respond if confronted by a beast that countered Xiao Bai's attributes. Soon, he discovered something intriguing. There seemed to be no attribute that could counter Xiao Bai. Or more precisely, even if an attribute was countered, he and Xiao Bai possessed means to mitigate it. With Xiao Bai's abilities of invisibility and water mist, they could advance to attack or retreat to defend, rendering the concern of being countered moot. This realization lightened his spirits, as he now only needed to patiently await the commencement of his assessment. Chapter 165, The Rarest Among the Rare. Before long, the battle commenced. The unfolding events aligned closely with Lin Mo's earlier predictions. Although the rock bull boasted formidable defense, it struggled to keep pace with the agile shadow leopard, suffering greatly as a result. However, the shadow leopard found it challenging to breach the rock bull's defenses in a short span. Now, it was time to test this beastmaster. Lin Mo mused that while steadfast defense was an option, relying solely on it to endure for 10 minutes would be exceedingly difficult. The old adage that prolonged defense leads to failure held true. Any mistakes during the defensive phase could result in immediate failure of the assessment. Therefore, the strategy adopted by the beastmaster was of utmost importance, which likely explained the association's intention to target attributes deliberately. In such circumstances, a beastmaster's true strength was put to the test. As Lin Mo's thoughts swirled, those around him were equally captivated by the battle, hoping to glean useful insights from the encounter. However, many spectators wore expressions of concern as they imagined themselves in similar predicaments, facing creatures with countering attributes. The results of their musings were far from optimistic, heightening their apprehension regarding the upcoming assessments. Amidst the myriad of thoughts, the participating beastmaster suddenly took action. He signaled for the rock bull to step aside, stepping forward himself to capture the attention of the shadow leopard. The shadow leopard, which had been attempting to attack the beastmaster, was thwarted by the rock bull until now. Seeing the beastmaster stand before it, it wasted no time in launching an assault. Its speed was astonishing, reaching the beastmaster in the blink of an eye. This moment caused the onlookers to collectively hold their breath. Although attribute sharing could enhance the beastmaster's physicality, even a fortified body was no match for a ferocious beast. Should the shadow leopard's attack connect, the beastmaster would likely sustain severe injuries, if not worse. Just as the crowd's anxiety peaked, the beastmaster exhibited remarkable reflexes, evading the shadow leopard's strike at the last possible moment. Simultaneously, the poised rock bull seized the opportunity presented by the failed attack and retaliated. In previous skirmishes, the rock bull's assaults had been deftly dodged by the shadow leopard's speed. However, this time, the shadow leopard was unable to evade in time. With a resounding crash, the rock bull's horn collided with the side of the shadow leopard, sending it sprawling several meters away. The spectators clearly witnessed the pain etched on the shadow leopard's visage. Upon landing, it struggled to regain its footing, leaving the audience momentarily invigorated. The shadow leopard's injury would undoubtedly impair its speed, and without that advantage, it stood no chance against the rock bull. In truth, the subsequent battle unfolded precisely as the onlookers anticipated, devoid of any suspense. 10 minutes later, the staff's resounding announcement proclaimed the beastmaster's successful completion of the assessment, marking him as the first individual to advance to the rank of novice beastmaster that day. This news sparked envy among the observing beastmasters, concurrently instilling a modicum of confidence regarding their forthcoming evaluations. At the very least, it signified that even when attributes were targeted, victory remained within reach. Following this, the participants entered the assessment area sequentially according to their identification numbers. Similar to the first contender, each faced ferocious beasts whose attributes countered their tamed creatures. However, due to the diverse strategies employed, the outcomes varied widely. Some passed the assessment with ease, while others exerted every ounce of effort yet still failed. The most striking impression on Lin Mo was the round-faced youth whose tamed creature was a spiked ball beast. The association had assigned him a distant attacking snow-leaping deer as his opponent. Ultimately, the battle concluded with the spiked ball beast, dubbed invincible in close combat, being effortlessly defeated by the snow-leaping deer. This result left Jiang Kai beside Lin Mo wide-eyed in disbelief. He had not expected the so-called invincible spiked ball beast to fail the assessment. Lin Mo, however, remained relatively composed. He had sensed the round-faced youth might falter when the snow-leaping deer appeared. The spiked ball beast's weaknesses were as glaring as its strengths. It possessed no long-range combat capability. Although its spines could be launched, their range was limited, rendering it incapable of striking an opponent from a distance. Thus, it was ill-equipped to contend with a long-range attacking beast. The round-faced youth could only accept this outcome with a wry smile, departing with a countenance full of disappointment. This marked his second failure in assessments, implying that he would be at least a year behind his peers in achieving the rank of novice beastmaster. A single misstep could lead to a cascade of delays in his future advancements, a reality all wished to avoid. Most importantly, once they attained the status of official beastmasters, they would be able to undertake tasks within the Beastmaster Association. The income from these tasks is often quite substantial, allowing individuals to swiftly achieve economic independence. It is important to note that apprentice beastmasters have no financial resources of their own. Their expenditures typically come from their families. Only after becoming official beastmasters do they truly possess the ability to earn. After all, individuals like Lin Mo, who can garner significant income during their apprenticeship, are exceedingly rare. Then, the assessments continued. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that Lin Mo's turn finally arrived. As the staff called out his name, those who recognized Lin Mo immediately turned their attention towards him. They were eager to see the outcome of his assessment. Lin Mo's performance in both the foundational data tests and theoretical examinations had been nothing short of remarkable. Thus, they were curious to witness how he would fare against a fearsome beast that possessed attribute advantages over him. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Lin Mo slowly approached the center of the arena and summoned Xiaobai. Upon seeing Xiaobai, a murmur of admiration and discussion arose among the crowd. It was undeniable that Xiaobai was exceptionally captivating at present. Lin Mo, however, had grown accustomed to such attention. Amidst the whispers, a fearsome beast entered the arena through a designated path. Yet, upon catching sight of the creature, Lin Mo's brow furrowed in immediate concern. Chapter 166. Just how strong is Lin Mo? Goodness, this beast is simply outrageous. What is the Beastmaster Association thinking? How on earth can this be fought? This is not merely a matter of attribute advantage. This is outright bullying. Absurd. This is truly preposterous. If I were Lin Mo, I would concede right now, for victory is utterly unattainable. As Lin Mo furrowed his brow, the onlookers also beheld the emerging beast and could not help but voice their discontent. Indeed, many expressed sympathy for Lin Mo, for the beast that had appeared was a blood shadow eagle. However, the murmurs were not due to the formidable strength of this blood shadow eagle, but rather because it was a flying beast. Flying beasts are universally acknowledged within the Beastmaster realm as one of the most challenging types to confront. Since Beastmasters cannot fly without a flying companion, they find themselves at a considerable disadvantage against such creatures. In simpler terms, they can only endure the blows without the ability to retaliate. If the beast evades an attack, it can simply soar away, leaving its opponent helpless. Thus, the crowd deemed the Beastmaster Association's actions as blatant intimidation, clearly intending for Lin Mo to solely rely on defense for 10 minutes. This challenge was far more formidable than a mere attribute disadvantage. Silence, commanded a staff member from the Beastmaster Association, interrupting the chatter of the crowd. Anyone who speaks out again will have their qualifications for this assessment revoked. Upon hearing this, the spectators immediately restrained their voices, though they continued to murmur quietly. Encountering such a beast, Lin Mo was indeed rather unfortunate. It was true. After conducting extensive research on the Beastmaster assessments, this was the first time he had heard of someone facing a flying beast. Could it be that someone was intentionally targeting Lin Mo? I believe you're overthinking this. Instead of considering that possibility, why not entertain another? The reason the Beastmaster Association chose a flying beast is precisely because Lin Mo's strength is exceptional. Using a flying beast to counteract overwhelming strength? What kind of logic is that? You should have noticed that the fearsome beasts dispatched by the association, while possessing attribute advantages over our companions, are generally comparable in overall strength. Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Thus, I suspect that because Lin Mo's strength is so formidable, ordinary beasts of the same level are no match for the Phantom Tiger. Therefore, the Beastmaster Association had no choice but to deploy a flying beast to compensate for the disparity in strength. Your reasoning seems somewhat valid. It certainly holds merit. But if that is the case, just how powerful must Lin Mo be? This question sparked further contemplation among the crowd. Just how strong must one be to render ordinary beasts ineffective, necessitating the use of a flying beast to bridge the gap? A multitude of complex expressions turned towards Lin Mo regardless of whether he passes today's assessment. He is the first to have compelled the Beastmaster Association to take such measures, at least among those present. Meanwhile, in the center of the arena, Lin Mo gradually relaxed his furrowed brow. At the sight of the blood shadow eagle, his initial reaction was that his practical assessment might end in failure. From the onset of high school, their instructors had emphasized that flying beasts are the most difficult to handle. In the wild, the utmost caution should be exercised regarding flying companions. Thus, the notion that flying beasts are the most challenging adversaries is deeply ingrained in the minds of every individual from Blue Star. However, upon analyzing the situation of the blood shadow eagle and Xiaobai more closely, he began to feel that he still had a chance to succeed in the assessment. Although the blood shadow eagle is indeed a flying beast, its speed and attack power are rather average. In other words, aside from its ability to fly, it does not exhibit remarkable strength in other respects. Therefore, enduring for 10 minutes should not prove overly difficult for him. At that moment, a staff member beside him spoke. If you have any objections to the association's arrangements, you may appeal after the assessment. For now, please prepare for the evaluation. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement, signaling Xiaobai to enter a state of concealment. The staff member, seeing this, removed the final barrier between the beast and Lin Mo. In an instant, As the barrier dissipated, the blood shadow eagle spread its wings and launched itself towards Lin Mo like an arrow, its speed astonishingly swift. Nevertheless, Xiaobai was even quicker. At the moment the blood shadow eagle flapped its wings, a mist with a radius of 4 meters materialized, enveloping Lin Mo entirely. This area, while small for a fearsome beast, was more than sufficient to conceal Lin Mo simultaneously. A water blade manifested, aimed directly at the swiftly approaching blood shadow eagle. With a sharp cry, the blood shadow eagle emitted a piercing shriek. It flapped its wings, soaring 2 meters higher with ease, thereby evading the water blade. Then, it flapped its wings once more, diving rapidly towards the mist where Lin Mo was concealed. With a low growl, Xiaobai summoned another water blade, launching it towards the blood shadow eagle. At this moment, the blood shadow eagle was nearly upon the mist. Yet, the incoming water blade forced it to dodge once again. In the midst of evasion, another mist appeared, merging with the previous one to create a swirling shroud covering an area of approximately 8 meters. An area of 8 meters translates to a circle with a diameter of 8 meters, encompassing roughly 50 square meters. This expansive area left the flying blood shadow eagle somewhat disoriented. Unable to discern the situation within the mist, it was incapable of pinpointing Lin Mo's location. Consequently, it was compelled to focus its attention on Xiaobai. Upon meeting the blood shadow eagle's gaze, Xiaobai let out a low growl and bared its teeth in a provocative manner. The blood shadow eagle, incensed by this challenge, emitted an enraged shriek and dove toward Xiaobai. In response, Xiaobai growled once more, conjuring yet another water blade and sending it hurtling toward the blood shadow eagle. The blood shadow eagle effortlessly evaded the water blade with a casual flick of its wings and continued its relentless charge toward Xiaobai. And what greeted it was the second water blade unleashed by Xiaobai. However, perhaps due to Xiaobai's nervousness, this strike clearly veered off course. Even if the blood shadow eagle remained motionless, it would not have been hit. Jiao. Seeing this, the blood shadow eagle let out a sharp cry, spreading its gleaming, razor-sharp talons as it fiercely clawed towards Xiaobai's head. Chapter 167, Passing the Test. Roar. Facing the oncoming talons, Xiaobai chose not to confront them directly, but instead leaped backward to evade. Almost simultaneously, a water blade suddenly shot from the side, striking the blood shadow eagle's left wing. SSS. Feathers scattered and blood sprayed. The point of impact on the wing was slashed open with a gash nearly a foot long. Due to the angle, the wound was not particularly deep, so the injury was not severe. Nevertheless, it caused the blood shadow eagle to stagger, nearly tumbling from midair. As the wound was on its wing, every movement now brought intense pain. Gasp. At the same time, the onlookers witnessing this scene collectively drew a sharp breath of astonishment. They were genuinely startled, for in their eyes, this was an utterly unbelievable event. That was a flying beast, and it had actually been wounded just like that? I too wish to inquire. I have not observed when that water blade was unleashed. Furthermore, this query has resonated widely. Their previous focus was entirely fixated on the blood shadow sculpture, completely neglecting this detail. Was it that misfired water blade? Misfired water blade? Indeed. The water blade did not merely veer off course. Rather, it gracefully arced towards the blood shadow statue. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a profound silence, their gazes fixed on Lin Mo, now imbued with a renewed sense of astonishment. The ability to manipulate the water blade into such an elegant curve signified a mastery of skill that few could attain. Remarkably, Lin Mo, merely an apprentice beast tamer, had already achieved such an advanced level of proficiency. This revelation left them with an overwhelming sense of inadequacy, particularly those 10 or so individuals aware of Lin Mo's status as a newcomer. Their emotions had transcended mere astonishment to reach a state of sheer awe. A newcomer. This signifies that Lin Mo has only been a trainee beastmaster for a mere 6 months. In this brief span, not only have the companion beasts reached maturity, but they have also utterly surpassed their opponents in terms of energy levels. Within these 6 months, Lin Mo completed the theoretical assessment in merely 2.5 hours, achieving a perfect score. Furthermore, the proficiency of the companion beast skills has attained an expert level. What kind of genius must one possess to achieve this? Every beastmaster has dreamed of being a genius, and Jiang Kai and his companions are no exception. Yet, even in their wildest fantasies, they would never dare to envision themselves as such prodigies. It is no exaggeration to say that Lin Mo's formidable prowess has surpassed the limits of their imagination. In the center of the arena, the blood shadow eagle, its wings injured, ascended into the air, creating distance between itself and Xiaobai. Like the onlookers, it was equally unaware of the origin of the water blade that had struck. Thus, it regarded Xiaobai with heightened caution. At that moment, the 2 wisps of mist enveloping Lin Mo began to dissipate gradually, revealing his figure once more within the eagle's line of sight. With a shrill cry, The blood shadow eagle flapped its wings and dove directly towards Lin Mo. However, due to its injured wing, its speed was notably diminished, allowing even the naked eye to trace its flight path. Xiaobai emitted a low growl, poised to unleash the mist, but Lin Mo halted its advance. He gestured for Xiaobai to remain patient, his gaze fixed intently on the descending blood shadow eagle. The Beastmaster Association desired him to adopt a passive defense for 10 minutes, but that was not his style of combat. His preferred method of engagement has always been swift and decisive. As the razor-sharp claws of the Shuang Jiao approached perilously close, Lin Mo sprang into action. With a burst of speed exceeding 4 seconds per 100 meters, he dashed to the side, narrowly evading the lethal strike of the creature. The Shuang Jiao, caught off guard by its missed attack, paused momentarily before unfurling its wings in pursuit of Lin Mo. In that fleeting instant, a blade of water shot forth, striking precisely upon one of its wings. The familiar sound of slicing echoed as a wound, measuring 7 to 8 inches in length, was inflicted. Moreover, this injury was a considerable 3 to 4 inches deep. A copious flow of crimson blood streamed through the gaps of its feathers, staining the entire wing a deep scarlet. The Shuang Jiao emitted a pained screech, enduring the searing agony while frantically flapping its wings. Yet its massive form ultimately crashed heavily to the ground. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, were left utterly astonished, momentarily at a loss for words. The greatest advantage of the Shuang Jiao lay in its ability to soar through the skies. However, it was now abundantly clear that it could no longer take flight. For a grounded Shuang Jiao, standing before the phantom tiger, it was akin to a mere plaything. Thus, at this juncture, the outcome of the battle had effectively been determined. Yet, the swiftness and abruptness of this conclusion left the spectators momentarily bewildered. They had anticipated Lin Mo's success in passing the assessment, but none had envisioned that he would emerge victorious against the Shuang Jiao. Although the outcomes appeared indistinguishable, the implications for these beast masters were starkly divergent. Defeating a flying creature was deemed an insurmountable challenge in their eyes. Nevertheless, Lin Mo had accomplished this seemingly impossible feat, and in an astoundingly brief span of time. This was truly, undeniably, and remarkably astonishing. He had actually triumphed. How incredible! Thus, his earlier refusal to allow the Yuling H to take action was, in fact, a strategy to lure the enemy, using oneself as bait. Allowing the spectral tiger to deliver a critical blow during the fleeting moment of the blood shadow sculpture's attack pause not only demonstrates formidable strength, but also showcases an extraordinary combat talent to devise such a strategy in such a brief interval. Truly remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. I vow that Lin Mo is undoubtedly the most formidable genius I have ever encountered in my life, without exception. I share the sentiment. The impact Lin Mo has had on them is truly overwhelming. Not only they, but like the onlookers, they were also taken aback by Lin Mo's swift triumph. Upon confirming that the blood shadow sculpture had lost its combat capability, several staff members finally declared that Lin Mo had successfully passed the assessment. Beneath the emblem, the words elementary were inscribed in small characters. Boom. A tremendous sound reverberated within the sea of consciousness. An unexpected transformation unfolded within his beast master space. Chapter 168, the new attribute of negative status removal. At the moment he heard that resounding noise, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, mistaking it for thunder in the heavens. It was only when the beast master space began to exhibit anomalies that he realized the sound emanated from his sea of consciousness. Settling back into his familiar position, he cautiously immersed his awareness into the sea of consciousness to observe the changes within the beast master space. With that thunderous sound, the previously tranquil waters of the beast master space erupted into a frenzy of tumultuous waves. It felt as though something beneath the surface of the ocean was convulsing violently. Subsequently, the island, encircled by the sea, began to tremble violently as well. Everything upon the island quivered in response to the seismic shifts, including the towering peak at the island's center, which swayed alarmingly. This scene stirred a sense of panic within Lin Mo. He was deeply concerned that the central mountain might collapse and feared that his beastmaster space would consequently fall into disarray. However, he quickly regained his composure, as he realized the transformation of his beast space was likely connected to his ascension to the rank of a junior beastmaster. He concluded that such a reaction must be a positive development. Indeed, reality corroborated his assessment. He observed that, with the violent tremors, the area of the island was steadily expanding. Simultaneously, the mountain on the island was rising at a slow, yet consistent pace. The surrounding sea was also enlarging. This remarkable change filled Lin Mo with immense joy. It is noteworthy that other beast masters typically must engage in meditative practices to gradually expand their beast space, akin to the adage of dripping water wears away stone, a process that is both gradual and cumulative. However, The area of his beast space was visibly expanding at an astonishing rate, a magnitude so exaggerated that if others were to discover it, they would undoubtedly regard him as an anomaly. Approximately 15 minutes later, the extraordinary event ceased. At this moment, Lin Mo's beast space was unfathomably different from before. Previously, the island measured 5 kilometers in length and width, but now it had doubled to a staggering 10 kilometers on each side. It is essential to note that this was not merely a twofold increase. It was a full fourfold expansion. Regarding the mountain on the island, when it first emerged, its peak was shrouded in clouds, rendering it impossible for Lin Mo, the master of the beast space, to discern its entirety. After this elevation, he still could not ascertain the mountain's height, yet it appeared more majestic and imposing than ever, resembling a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens, exuding a commanding presence. Finally, regarding the surrounding sea, Lin Mo's prior visibility was limited to 5 kilometers around the island, beyond which lay a chaotic expanse. Now, he could see a full 10 kilometers around the island, indicating that the ocean's area had similarly quadrupled. However, these were mere surface changes. What truly delighted Lin Mo was that, with this transformation, his beast space had acquired an additional attribute: negative status clearance. For beastmasters, the injuries sustained by their beasts during battle are quite common, and they are not overly concerned about physical wounds. Their genuine apprehension lies in the various negative statuses afflicting their beasts, such as poisoning, slumber, curses, burns, and frostbite. These negative conditions are far more troublesome to address than mere physical injuries, and if not treated promptly, they could inflict permanent damage on the beasts. Yet, with the negative status clearance attribute, everything was transformed. Lin Mo simply needed to retrieve his beast into the beast space to eliminate any negative statuses and allow it to rapidly regain its combat prowess. Of course, the process of clearing negative statuses requires time and cannot be instantaneous, but nonetheless, it was an extraordinary enhancement. Henceforth, he would no longer need to fear encountering those uniquely dangerous beasts, such as the poisonous ones, which are among the most common types of special creatures. Should a beast become poisoned during a confrontation, immediate treatment is essential. Otherwise, dire consequences may ensue, as Lin Mo had previously experienced with the purple-scaled python. If not detoxified within 24 hours, certain death was inevitable. Additionally, it is crucial to note that, at times, taking a beast for detoxification could lead to missed opportunities. This was evident during the last expedition when, due to Duanmu and Ren Yuanyuan's poisoned beasts, they had to leave prematurely. Otherwise, they could have remained longer to seek out other rare resources. Thus, the negative status clearance attribute was immensely beneficial. It could be said without exaggeration that with this attribute, Lin Mo became a nemesis to those special beasts. After a considerable period, Lin Mo finally regained his composure from the overwhelming surprise. Thus, my beast space now possesses 4 attributes, he mused. The previous 3 attributes were rapid growth, enhanced aptitude, and instant summoning, combined with the newly acquired negative status clearance. Lin Mo himself felt that perhaps he was becoming excessively powerful. However, in the next moment, he could not help but wonder what new attribute he would awaken upon his next upgrade. According to the information he received when he first awakened his beast space, every elevation in beast rank would bestow a new attribute. Therefore, although he had just ascended to a junior beastmaster, he was already anticipating his next upgrade. For him, advancing to a middle beastmaster was not particularly arduous, as there were 3 essential requirements for this promotion. First, the area of the beast space must be twice that of the original awakening. Second, at least one of his beasts must possess a racial level above Tier 2. And third, the overall combat capability of the beastmaster and their beasts must be sufficient to withstand Tier 2 beasts. He had already satisfied 2 of these conditions, effectively eliminating the threshold for advancing to middle beastmaster. Thus, all he needed to do was enhance his beast's combat power. As soon as Xiaobai's combat capability could contend with Tier 2 beasts, he would be eligible for promotion. To be precise, it was the collective strength of himself, Xiaobai, Xuanwu, and Kuanpeng that needed to be capable of resisting Tier 2 beasts to meet the promotion criteria. However, given his current circumstances, he could not reveal the spatial Xuanwu, and Kuanpeng had yet to reach maturity, rendering it ineffectual against Tier 2 beasts. Hence, he could only rely on Xiaobai. The good news was that upon becoming a junior beastmaster, he could contract a second beast. Thus, Kuanpeng would soon be able to appear without reservation. Lin Mo then contemplated his forthcoming plans. Only 20 days remained until the 40-day period he had agreed upon with Yen. Therefore, his next step would be to venture into the wild to seek the beast egg of royal aptitude. However, before that, he needed to address the matter concerning Wang Hao. Upon arriving at the first-floor hall of the Beastmaster Association, Lin Mo completed a simple procedure with Li Wei and received his membership card. Mr. Lin, Congratulations on becoming a member of the association. Li Wei greeted him with a smile. Would you like me to explain the rights and obligations of membership? No, thank you. Lin Mo replied, for he had already familiarized himself with the relevant information. As a member of the Beastmaster Association, his rights encompassed not only the long-desired ability to anonymously post bounties for human targets, but also priority in accepting tasks, reduced commissions, and strict confidentiality of his identity. The obligations included an annual membership fee of 10,000 Huaxia coins. While this sum may be significant for an average salaryman, it was but a trifling amount for a Beastmaster. Thus, joining the association had long been a well-considered decision for him, as it offered numerous advantages without any detriments. A straightforward example illustrates this. If he were to post a bounty through the association that succeeded, they would charge a commission of 5% of the bounty amount. For anonymous bounties, the commission would be 10%. However, as a member, the commission would be halved. Why not take advantage of this? With this in mind, Lin Mo requested a form from Li Wei and returned to the room designated for anonymous bounties. The room's setup remained unchanged, with only a table, chairs, and a computer. Lin Mo sat at the computer and, with practiced ease, posted a bounty for the assassination of Wang Hao. For efficiency, he opted for a tiered bounty structure. Within 3 days, the bounty amounts to 2 million. If completed within 7 days, the reward is 1.5 million. Should it exceed 7 days, the bounty will be reduced to 1 million. This pricing is determined based on the reward amounts displayed on the association's information board. Not all assassination bounties are anonymous, indicating that there exists a market price for such heinous acts. However, this time, Lin Mo has adopted a new codename for himself. His previous 2 anonymous bounties were listed under the codenames Zhu Long and Jiu Yu, but this time, he has chosen CI to further obscure his identity. He has also issued a bounty for the search of Yun Ling Shi, with a reward of 1 million, using the codename Xia. Subsequently, he withdrew cash from a nearby bank, completed the payment on the terminal, and successfully published the bounty. After waiting a few minutes at the terminal, he observed his published bounty and the latest information. After a brief contemplation, he approached Li Wei, presenting the assassination bounty for Wang Hao, seeking to inquire about the details of the bounty's issuer. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, but I cannot assist you with that, Li Wei replied, her expression filled with regret. Why? Am I not entitled to access this information as a member of the association? Lin Mo inquired. Unfortunately, even members are not allowed to access the details of anonymous issuers, Li Wei explained. Moreover, even if it were possible, the association itself lacks knowledge of the specific information regarding the anonymous issuer. You are aware of the process for publishing anonymous bounties. The computers used are set to time garble. Unless the higher-ups of the association invest significant effort and resources to investigate each case, it is impossible to ascertain the identity of the information publisher. Very well. Lin Mo feigned helplessness while secretly feeling reassured. His intent in this inquiry was to confirm the safety of the anonymous bounty. After all, assassinating a student from a prestigious beast taming academy poses substantial risks. If anyone were to discover that he was the mastermind behind it, he could expect severe repercussions. The next step was to await news. After a prolonged period of waiting, night had completely fallen. For his safety, he decided to spend the night at the Beast Tamer Association. The 2 individuals lurking around the corner were still there. However, this time, he did not peruse the materials related to the Beast Tamer assessment. Instead, he began researching information on the 6th-tier beast, Qi Yin Yao. This was because the beast egg with king-level qualifications that Yin mentioned was indeed that of the Qi Yin Yao. He intended to acquire that egg, making this preparatory work essential. The following morning, he learned that to prevent malicious purchases or resale for profit, each individual could only acquire the materials they had listed on their forms. Most people understood this regulation, as the materials provided by the academy were considerably more affordable than those available outside. The occurrence of price gouging was indeed commonplace. Moreover, the risk of malicious purchases existed. If a rival were to acquire a rare material needed by oneself and deliberately withhold it, that would be a most egregious affront. Therefore, the academy's approach was quite humane. Is there any Nyakong tongue among these materials? A flicker of hope appeared in Lin Mo's eyes. It had been over a month since he posted the bounty for the search of Nyakong tongue, yet no leads had emerged. Consequently, he no longer held substantial hope for the bounty. If the academy did not have it either, he would have to devise alternative solutions. Additionally, if all other materials were available, Xiaobai could undergo immediate evolution. Lin Mo was equally eager about this prospect. The materials he had listed on the form, aside from Nyakong tongue, were all required by Xiaobai. Furthermore, he had already procured the crucial ascending herb necessary for Xiaobai's evolution. Coupled with the items he purchased on the Beast Tamer Association's trading platform, if the materials on the form were in place, he would possess everything needed for Xiaobai's evolution. With these thoughts in mind, he hastened to the academic affairs office immediately after class to inquire about the situation. The response was a mixture of joy and concern. The good news was that all the materials required by Xiao Bai were available. The bad news was that Nia Kong Tung had not been found. However, Lin Mo had mentally prepared himself for this outcome. Thus, he was not overly disheartened. After all, both Nia Kong Tung and ascending herbs were elusive commodities. In total, he spent 12 million to acquire the necessary materials for Xiao Bai. While this price was not insignificant, if these items were sold in the Daxiao Mall, they would fetch at least 3 million. Therefore, the academy had indeed saved him a considerable amount. Another factor contributing to the elevated prices was that the evolution route Lin Mo had chosen for Xiao Bai was of extreme difficulty, naturally resulting in higher material costs. Had he opted for a simpler evolution route, he might have been able to complete it for a mere few hundred thousand. Ultimately, the principle often holds true. One must invest more to reap greater rewards. Chapter 170, 6th Tier Advanced, Yu Minghu. In essence, commencing the evolution process was straightforward. Lin Mo merely needed to have Xiao Bai consume the materials in a specific order. The remaining task was to wait for the reactions to occur within its stomach. Within 5 minutes, Xiao Bai had ingested all the materials. After approximately 10 more minutes, a soft blue glow suddenly enveloped its body. Initially faint, the glow rapidly intensified, transforming Xiao Bai into a radiant blue sphere. Even standing nearby, Lin Mo could not penetrate the blue light to see Xiao Bai within. However, through the spiritual connection between beast tamer and beast, he sensed that Xiao Bai was in an excellent state, alleviating any concerns. The luminous sphere state persisted for over half an hour before the blue glow began to gradually dissipate. At last, Lin Mo beheld Xiao Bai's appearance post-evolution. Externally, there was not much change. It still resembled a tiger. However, a layer of dark blue mist now enveloped Xiao Bai, which, while not dense, showed no signs of dissipating, perpetually shrouding it in an aura that suggested an imminent retreat into the shadows. Additionally, Xiao Bai's eyes had transformed. Previously green like that of an ordinary tiger, they now gleamed a dark blue hue. The mist around its eyes was particularly thick, as if smoke were perpetually emanating from them, imparting an even more ominous essence than before. This dark and enigmatic aura was befitting of the Yu Minghu. Lin Mo mused, then attentively sensed Xiao Bai's current condition. Name: Bai Hu Yu Minghu. Attribute: Water. Talent: Intermediate Gold. Species level: 6th Tier Advanced. Talents and skills: Stealth, Advanced, Mastered. Waterblade, Advanced, Mastered. Water Mist, Advanced, Beginner. Growth level: Early Maturity, Combat Power, Intermediate 1st Tier. The essence of a beast's evolution lies in the elevation and transformation of its species. Consequently, post-evolution, Xiao Bai had transitioned from the previous Ling Hu to the current Yu Minghu. Its species level had ascended from the originally advanced 5th tier to the advanced 6th tier, representing a full level increase. This was the advantage of the extreme difficulty evolution route. Had it been a simpler evolution path, Xiao Bai might have merely transitioned from advanced 5th tier to low 6th tier. Although both belong to the 6th tier, the disparity is substantial. Regrettably, there was no awakening of new skills. Lin Mo reflected. During a beast's evolution, there exists a chance of awakening new skills, but similar to leveling up, the probability is not high. Thus, he did not feel too disappointed. Furthermore, he could sense that with the elevation in species level, Xiao Bai's overall strength had undergone a significant leap compared to before. Firstly, there is an enhancement in fundamental attributes such as strength, speed, agility, defense, and energy values. If these attributes were previously at a baseline of 100, they have now risen to at least 130, marking an increase of at least 30%. Next comes the improvement in skills. The elevation of fundamental attributes inevitably benefits the skills of the pet beasts, particularly in terms of their power. Lin Mo specifically instructed Xiao Bai to unleash a full-powered water blade, which now boasts at least a 30% increase in potency compared to before. Previously, during their time in the secret realm, Xiao Bai's water blade could only leave a faint mark on the body of a Zilin Mang. However, should they encounter the Zilin Mang now, Lin Mo is confident that the water blade can effortlessly slice through its scales. Beyond mere power, Xiao Bai's skill execution speed, frequency of release, and the fluidity of skill connections have all seen significant enhancements. The most notable improvement is in the speed of skill transitions. Previously, when Xiao Bai unleashed 2 water blades consecutively, there was a distinct temporal gap between them. Now, however, the interval between successive water blades has diminished considerably. One must not underestimate this seemingly minor change. In combat, it proves to be extremely lethal. After all, the difference between blocking 2 water blades sequentially and simultaneously is a matter of life and death. All these enhancements essentially boil down to one phrase: The elevation of racial rank has granted Xiao Bai a tremendous boost in combat prowess. Lin Mo estimates that Xiao Bai can now face an ordinary first-tier intermediate ferocious beast without significant pressure. In other words, this evolution has propelled Xiao Bai significantly closer to becoming an intermediate beastmaster. Contemplating this, a radiant smile blossomed on Lin Mo's face. The exhilaration of such rapid enhancement is simply unparalleled. However, his smile quickly faded as thoughts of Xianwu surfaced. As of now, he still lacks any leads on the Niekong tongue. If all else fails, he would have to rely on luck in the wilderness. Lin Mo pondered this. Knowing he had to venture into the wild eventually, perhaps he might encounter an environment conducive to the growth of Niekong tongue. Resolute in his decision, he immediately sought out Hu Yin to request an extended leave. He planned to request a month off. Initially, Hu Yin assumed Lin Mo would only ask for 3 to 5 days, but upon hearing a month, he was taken aback. Why do you need such an extended leave? I need to go into the wild to search for materials necessary for my pet's evolution. Lin Mo replied. I understand your eagerness to facilitate your pet's evolution, but the wilderness is perilous, and I believe you need not rush. Perhaps materials can be found in the city soon, Hu Yin cautioned, reluctant to let Lin Mo take risks. After all, a student like Lin Mo is considered a rare talent, even at Qing Yuan. I am aware of the dangers, but I have gathered some information regarding evolution materials, so I wish to take a chance, Lin Mo said, fabricating a minor excuse. I see. Hu Yin paused for a moment. If Lin Mo were merely going to the wild on a whim, he could dissuade him, but since Lin Mo already possessed information, it would be unreasonable to stop him. After all, missing the opportunity to acquire evolution materials could lead to an indefinite wait for another chance. However, if you take a month off, you might miss the national competition selection for prestigious academies, Hu Yin remarked, furrowing his brow. He held high hopes for Lin Mo and even considered him the perfect candidate for the new team leader in the upcoming competition. Lin Mo smiled. I approached you for this very reason. I hope you can reserve a spot for me. That is quite difficult. Hu Yin shook his head helplessly. It was not that he did not want to assist, but the selection process must be fair and just. To reserve a spot in Lin Mo's absence would likely invite controversy. What if I have this? Lin Mo produced an item and placed it before Hu Yin. Upon seeing the object Lin Mo revealed, Hu Yin's eyes widened in shock. He was aware that Lin Mo's pet had entered its maturity phase. Yet, it seemed that Lin Mo's pet had only just matured within the past week, following the assessment conducted yesterday. Lin Mo inquired, if that is the case, can you reserve a spot for me? That can certainly be arranged. Hu Yin responded. The distinction between an apprentice beastmaster and a junior beastmaster may appear to hinge on a single assessment, yet the disparity in strength remains substantial. After all, not everyone can achieve success in one attempt like Lin Mo. However, I still advise against your decision, Hu Yin said earnestly, gazing at Lin Mo. There are some things I have refrained from saying to avoid inflating your ego, but now I must speak. Lin Mo, you are exceptionally talented, so much so that I take pride in being your instructor. Your rate of growth, even within the storied history of Qing Yuan Academy, is undoubtedly among the elite. In fact, many individuals with superior talent have not progressed as swiftly as you. However, you must understand that rapid growth does not equate to actual strength. A genius remains merely a genius until they mature, not a formidable force. Moreover, a frail genius is susceptible to untimely demise. I trust you comprehend my meaning? I understand. Lin Mo nodded. Hu Yin's words could be deemed heartfelt counsel. Particularly the notion of susceptibility to premature demise resonated with him. Regardless of his rapid growth and others' admiration, he remained weak. A mere second-tier ferocious beast could easily claim his life. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to alter his resolve. The presence of Xian Wu and Kuan Peng provided him with the confidence to embrace risk. However, these details were not yet for Hu Yan's ears. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed earnestly at Hu Yin and said, Teacher Hu, there are matters I cannot elaborate on, but I truly have compelling reasons to venture into the wild. I implore you to grant your consent. Hu Yin furrowed his brow. Is it truly imperative? It is indeed. Lin Mo affirmed with determination. Hu Yin sighed. If that is the case, I cannot continue to impede you. However, you must be acutely aware of the dangers that await in the wild. Lin Mo nodded. I am mentally prepared. I must remind you. Hu Yin's demeanor turned serious. The true wilderness is far more perilous than the training grounds of the academy. You must remain vigilant at all times. I will. Thank you, Teacher Hu. After securing his leave from Hu Yin, Lin Mo sought out Lin Ruoyu for a brief farewell. Initially, Lin Ruoyu vehemently opposed his journey into the wild. However, when he mentioned the spatial abilities of Xian Wu, her stance softened significantly. After all, she had experienced the conveniences of the spatial realm firsthand. Moreover, with the combination of internal space, void leap, and the swift Kuan Peng, unless he encountered an exceptionally unfortunate circumstance involving an 8th or 9th tier ferocious beast. His safety should be reasonably assured. Thus, Lin Ruoyu did not further impede him. Subsequently, Lin Mo headed to Xia Mall to procure some outdoor supplies before setting off alone toward the transport station. The transport station on Lanxing is akin to an airport on Earth. The wilderness of Lanxing is the domain of ferocious beasts. So there are no roads or railways. Long-distance travel relies solely on flight. Unlike Earth, where one boards an airplane, on Lanxing, one rides flying-type pet beasts. Lin Mo's journey to the transport station was prompted by the coordinates provided by Yin, which were closer to Yanhu City. Therefore, he needed to fly from Qiyun City to Yanhu City before venturing into the wilderness. Lin Mo was quite pleased with this arrangement. As apart from Chuanning and Qiyun, he had yet to visit other cities. At the entrance, Lin Mo purchased a ticket and proceeded to the waiting hall, where he began his wait. Unlike the scheduled departures on Earth, here the planes took off as soon as they were full. The aircraft at Qiyun Transportation Station were exclusively Qingming cranes, accommodating 10 passengers in addition to the pilots. By the time Lin Mo arrived, 6 individuals were already in line, so he did not have to wait long. Approximately an hour later, the Qingming crane he was aboard took flight. In his previous long-distance travels, he had always shared the vessel with classmates and alumni from Qingyuan Academy. Thus, this journey marked his true venture into the world beyond. It felt remarkably different from before, primarily due to the company he found himself with. Surrounding him were middle-aged passengers, both men and women, all bearing the marks of life's trials, with Lin Mo being the sole individual of his age. Consequently, once the Qingming crane ascended, the gazes of those around him were fixated upon him. Lin Mo was not surprised by this. In Blue Star, young individuals like him seldom ventured out alone before graduating from higher education. Thus, frequent travelers regarded him as a rare specimen. Once the flight stabilized, a burly man with a beard could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Young brother, what brings you to Yanhai?" "Visiting family," Lin Mo replied. Disclosing to a stranger that he was heading into the wilderness was akin to proclaiming oneself a plump lamb, inviting predation. Therefore, visiting family served as a prudent justification. "You must be a student at a prestigious beast taming academy?" The bearded man inquired further. "Yes, Qingyuan Academy." Lin Mo responded with a smile, allowing a hint of pride to surface. Being among the top 30 academies in Huaxiao, it held a significant sway over most unsavory individuals. Acknowledging this affiliation provided him with a semblance of safety. "Impressive," the bearded man exclaimed, astonishment flickering in his eyes as he gave Lin Mo a thumbs up. The others nearby mirrored his shock, yet the seemingly affable bearded man fell silent thereafter. An hour and a half later, Salt Lake City was reached. Salt Lake was also one of the cities within Qingyuan province. Its scale could not rival that of Qiyun, the provincial capital, but it was far more bustling than Chuanning. Noting that the hour was late, Lin Mo opted not to rush out of the city, planning instead to spend the night there. However, as he distanced himself from the crowd and made his way toward a nearby hotel, he keenly sensed several pairs of eyes trailing him. Chapter 172, Local Bullies. Upon perceiving those gazes, Lin Mo's nerves immediately tightened, though he adeptly concealed any signs of alarm. His mind instinctively began to analyze the identities and intentions of these individuals. The first thought that crossed his mind was the group of passengers from the Qingming crane, particularly the bearded man. He could discern that several individuals aboard had been with the bearded man, and after learning he was a student of Qingyuan Academy, they had exchanged subtle glances. Thus, it was quite plausible that they harbored malicious intent toward him. Secondly, he considered the local bullies of Salt Lake City. These bullies were akin to small-time thugs on Earth. Every city in Blue Star had its fair share of such individuals. They lacked the success of genuine beast tamers, but were unwilling to settle for ordinary jobs, leading them to band together for illicit activities. Their preferred targets were outsiders, particularly young individuals like Lin Mo, who were seen as easy prey. With this in mind, Lin Mo decided against heading directly to the nearby hotel and instead turned onto a broad street. Heaven knows whether the hotels in this vicinity were in cahoots with the local bullies. Going there could very well be walking into a trap. Thus, moving toward busier areas seemed the wisest course of action. He refrained from taking a vehicle, suspecting that if the local bullies were powerful enough, the transport options near the station could also be in their employ. After meandering along the main road for over half an hour, Lin Mo finally arrived at a bustling market district. It appeared to be a night market, alive with throngs of people even under the cover of night. In such a lively setting, they would likely refrain from acting against him. Lin Mo reassured himself, harboring some confidence in the security of Salt Lake City. He casually found a spot to sit and ordered several local delicacies. As he dined, he feigned indifference while discreetly observing the direction from which he had arrived. At that moment, 4 individuals settled at a nearby table. Lin Mo's instincts alerted him that these four were the same figures who had been watching him earlier. Facing them directly provided him with the opportunity to scrutinize them openly. They were unfamiliar faces, confirming they were likely local bullies, unrelated to the bearded man. All four appeared to be in their mid-20s, dressed in ordinary attire, exuding a cheerful demeanor typical of young men in their prime. They did not resemble Earth's thugs, who often donned flamboyant clothing and displayed rebellious expressions, eager to showcase their unsavory nature. From this perspective, the bullies of Blue Star seemed to exhibit a degree of cleverness. Lin Mo noted their appearances and gradually finished his meal before blending into the crowd as he exited the night market. He observed that as he rose, the four individuals also stood, confirming his suspicion that they were indeed following him. A chill coursed through him as he quickened his pace toward a nearby alley. Upon entering the alley, Lin Mo immediately surveyed his surroundings. Confirming the absence of surveillance cameras, he finally halted, slowly turning to face the direction from which he had come. He had refrained from stopping earlier due to uncertainty regarding their identities and capabilities. Now that he had confirmed they were merely local bullies, he felt little apprehension. Their strength was hardly formidable. If they were capable of becoming certified beast tamers, they would not have resorted to petty thuggery. Before long, the four individuals entered the alley as well. Upon spotting Lin Mo standing there, they collectively paused, clearly taken aback by the realization that they had been discovered. "You've been following me for quite some time," Lin Mo observed coolly, "and I am quite curious about your intentions." The four exchanged glances, and one with triangular eyes stepped forward, speaking coldly. "It's nothing much. We've been a bit short on funds lately, and we're hoping to borrow some money from you." "I see," Lin Mo nodded, inquiring. "How much do you wish to borrow?" "Not much, just 100,000, the triangular-eyed man replied. "Only 100,000. Lin Mo chuckled. "With four of you, I imagine that one tea lasts long." "What do you mean?" The triangular-eyed man appeared confused, bewildered that Lin Mo would express disdain for their request. The other three shared his confusion. In previous encounters, their targets invariably pleaded for them to ask for less. This was the first time they encountered someone who found their sum insufficient. "What I mean is, I can offer each of you 1,000,000, Lin Mo declared. "1,000,000? One of the lean youths among the trio behind the triangular-eyed man couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The other two widened their eyes, their faces a canvas of disbelief. A person possesses 1,000,000. Thus, for individuals collectively hold 4,000,000. They have never encountered such an immense sum in their lives. "You jest with us." The man with the triangular eyes was not dazed by the million. Instead, his gaze towards Lin Mo was laden with coldness. "No, I harbor no intention of jesting with you." Lin Mo's voice gradually grew colder as he spoke. "I can offer each of you 100, but are you certain you dare to accept it?" "Why would we not dare?" The lean young man could not restrain himself from interjecting. The man with the triangular eyes remained silent, but cast a similar look towards Lin Mo, evidently sharing the same thought. "Hiss!" The four individuals gasped simultaneously, their expressions turning pale in an instant. "A primary beastmaster? How old are you?" "This is simply inconceivable." The triangular-eyed man's face was filled with shock and fear, rendering his speech somewhat incoherent. The other three wore expressions of dread, their teeth chattering, barely able to stand. On one hand, their combined strength could not match that of a primary beastmaster. On the other hand, Lin Mo's attainment at such a young age indicated a remarkable background. To provoke someone like him was tantamount to courting death. "We dare not." The triangular-eyed man suddenly knelt, exclaiming, "Brother, we recognize our mistakes. I implore your magnanimity to spare us." The three behind him also knelt in unison, pleading, "Brother, I beseech you, spare us." They were genuinely terrified. A primary beastmaster could easily crush them as one would an ant. Lin Mo felt no sympathy for their supplication. His strength was sufficient. Had he been weaker, these individuals might have treated him far worse. He regarded the four coldly, contemplating how to deal with them. Chapter 173, Unexpected Windfall. To kill them? That was out of the question. On one hand, just like on Earth, indiscriminate killing is a crime punishable by law and launching. On the other hand, although these men were despicable, their crimes did not warrant death. However, he had no intention of letting them off easily. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed the four, "Summon your beasts." The kneeling quartet paused in confusion. The triangular-eyed man was the first to react. "Brother, we were wrong. Even if you were to kill us, we would not dare to retaliate. Brother, we truly do not dare. Please spare us." The other three hastily joined in their pleas. "Enough with the nonsense." Lin Mo replied coldly. "Either summon your beasts, or I shall kill you directly. After all, there are no cameras here." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the four changed dramatically, and they obediently summoned their respective beasts. Lin Mo observed the four beasts, shaking his head in silent disapproval. All four had reached maturity, but this was merely a result of prolonged time. After all, These four were already 26 or 27 years old and had been apprentice beast masters for at least 8 years. If they had not managed to mature their beasts in such an extensive time frame, they might as well run headlong into a wall. Simultaneously, he was certain that these four would never become primary beast masters. All four beasts appeared emaciated, a clear sign of malnourishment. He estimated that none of their energy values exceeded 600. Such beasts could be effortlessly defeated by Xiao by tenfold. He turned his gaze back to the four kneeling individuals, recognizing that they were utterly hopeless. In launching, many people, for various reasons, ultimately become ordinary wage earners. Yet even so, their beasts can still be well nourished. As the price of ordinary beast feed is not exorbitant, even wage earners can afford it. However, these four individuals, despite their respectable appearances, allowed their beasts to remain malnourished. This indicated that they merely maintained the bare minimum for their beast survival while squandering their earnings on indulgence. Such individuals truly do not deserve the title of Beastmaster. Dissolve your contracts with your beasts. I can spare your lives. Lin Mo stated indifferently. What? The expressions of the four turned grim at that moment. Although their beasts were weak, they still possessed some combat capability. This was their leverage for wrongdoing. Should they lose their beasts, they would not even be able to act as petty thugs and would have to rely on menial labor to survive. You have 1 minute. Lin Mo coldly regarded the four. Of course, you may also choose to attack me. Hearing this, the four displayed a flicker of struggle in their expressions. For those who resort to underhanded means, the notion of settling into honest work was more unbearable than death. At that moment, all four contemplated whether to make a desperate gamble. Although Lin Mo was a primary beast master, he was, after all, still quite young. If they fought to the death, perhaps they could seize an opportunity. Furthermore, given Lin Mo's youth and attainment as a primary beast master, his wealth must be considerable. If they were to kill him, they could potentially reap substantial rewards. Roar. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated behind the four. They jolted and instinctively turned to see a colossal beast. Over 4 meters long and 2 meters tall, exuding dark blue mist, glaring at them. The overwhelming presence and the chilling intent emanating from its gaze caused their bodies to tremble, and intense fear flooded their eyes. They must have been blinded by greed to entertain such reckless thoughts. No longer daring to hesitate, the four immediately severed their contracts with their beasts. The moment the contracts were dissolved, they all felt their bodies weaken and fainted. Once a beast master establishes a contract with a beast, a spiritual connection is formed between them. Dissolving the contract effectively severs this connection, resulting in permanent and irreversible damage to the beast master's psyche. Therefore, it is rare for any beast master to voluntarily dissolve their bond with a beast. As the four fell unconscious, their beasts, now uncontrolled, grew agitated, their gazes towards Lin Mo transforming into ferocious expressions. Once a fierce beast is contracted by a beast master, it becomes a companion beast. Thus, the four before him could now be referred to as fierce beasts. Roar. At that moment, the deep growl echoed again. The four fierce beasts, fixated on Lin Mo, instantly turned to Xiao Bai, their eyes reflecting a hint of fear. As creatures, they inherently possess the instinct to seek fortune and avoid danger. Upon seeing the spectral tiger before them, they recognized it as a being capable of overpowering them. Roar. Xiao Bai let out another low growl, filled with icy, murderous intent. The four fierce beasts trembled in unison and promptly prostrated themselves on the ground, a gesture of surrender and supplication. Lin Mo observed this scene, contemplating briefly before directing his thoughts. With a swift motion, 4 blades of water shot forth, precisely embedding themselves in the necks of the 4 fierce beasts. Blood slowly oozed out as the 4 beasts collapsed silently to the ground. With a flick of his thought, Lin Mo stored the 4 carcasses within the Beastmaster space and then turned, hastily exiting the alley. In truth, killing these 4 fierce beasts was not his original intent. He had merely wished to dissolve the contracts to prevent the 4 from committing further misdeeds. However, if the released fierce beasts were set free, they could potentially cause harm. Releasing them into the wild would eventually lead to them becoming adversaries of humanity. In launching, there exist only 2 relationships between fierce beasts and humans, allies or foes, with no in-between. Thus, the only option was to eliminate them. As for the 4 individuals on the ground, the mental anguish inflicted by the dissolution of their contract would at least leave them feeling as though their heads had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing pain for 10 days or more. This could be deemed a fitting punishment for them. Upon returning to the main street, Lin Mo inquired with a passerby and subsequently found a well-reviewed inn nearby to stay the night. The following morning, he first visited the Xia shopping mall in the city, where he sold the 4 corpses of the ferocious beasts encountered the previous night. Although the corpses of the mature beasts were somewhat underpriced due to malnutrition, they still garnered him an income of 3.2 million, a substantial stroke of fortune. Afterward, Lin Mo set off alone towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 174, Unusual Circumstances. An hour later, at the inspection station on the eastern side of Yenu City, Lin Mo stood in line for over 10 minutes before it was his turn. You are going into the wilderness alone? The soldier in charge of registration looked utterly astonished upon hearing Lin Mo's words. Those in line behind him also regarded him with similar expressions of disbelief. Typically, beast tamers leave the city in groups, often banding together for safety. To venture into the wild alone, especially at Lin Mo's young age, was deemed an act of recklessness. I am not alone. My friends have already left the city and are waiting for me at a predetermined location, Lin Mo replied with a smile. I wouldn't dare to venture out on my own. The soldier, finally reassured, nodded and proceeded with the registration. The others nearby wore expressions of understanding, as Lin Mo's explanation seemed quite reasonable. The wilderness surrounding the inspection station was relatively safe. So if the meeting point agreed upon with his friends was not too far from the station, there would likely be minimal danger. Once the registration was complete, Lin Mo took his exit permit and briskly made his way towards the city outskirts, possibly due to the prevalence of ferocious beasts in the wild. Most cities on Blue Star, apart from specific terrains like mountains, rivers, and deserts, were surrounded by forests. The difference lay in the varieties of trees and vegetation found in different forests. Yinhu City, being part of Qingyuan and not far from Qiyun, possessed forests that appeared quite similar to those in Qiyun. Lin Mo entered the forest at a leisurely pace and, after confirming that the area was deserted, mounted Xiao Bai and swiftly galloped deeper into the woods. Upon reaching maturity, Xiao Bai had experienced a significant growth spurt, rendering the weight of a rider nearly inconsequential. Consequently, its speed had markedly increased. An hour later, deep within the forest approximately 80 kilometers from the inspection station, Lin Mo instructed Xiao Bai to halt. Previously, he had encountered only weaker ferocious beasts on the forest's outskirts, allowing him to ride freely. However, venturing further would lead him into the territory of first-tier beasts, necessitating a more cautious approach. He signaled Xuanwu to proceed in the direction of the designated coordinates while he settled down cross-legged on a small bed and began to meditate with a water spirit stone in hand. The coordinates provided by Yin were over 600 kilometers from Yinhu City. At Xuanwu's pace, he anticipated spending the next 2 to 3 days on the journey. Assuming no unforeseen circumstances arose, any encounters with danger or the need to navigate around unusual terrain could extend that duration even further. Fortunately, the first day passed without incident. By nightfall, they had already ventured over 100 kilometers into the forest. This area was within the territory of intermediate first-tier ferocious beasts, which Lin Mo felt capable of handling given his current overall strength. However, for safety's sake, he directed Xuanwu to find a concealed location to rest. While he was confident in his ability to confront intermediate first-tier beasts, the unpredictable nature of encounters could lead to complications, such as attracting higher-tier beasts or being besieged by nearby creatures, which would be quite disadvantageous for him. His primary objective in the wilderness was to acquire the king-grade pet egg, with the additional hope of exploring environments suitable for the growth of Nyakong tongue should time permit. Thus, he wished to avoid any unforeseen complications. After a peaceful night's rest, Xuanwu resumed their journey at dawn, while Lin Mo continued to meditate in a cross-legged position. This time, however, he held an ethereal stone in his hand. With Xuanwu currently unable to enter the beast tamer space, this practice would aid in recovery to some extent. Approaching noon, Lin Mo, lost in meditation, suddenly stirred, opened his eyes, and a hint of a smile graced his lips. Just moments ago, Xuanwu's aptitude had once again improved, elevating from low-level silver to mid-level silver. Remarkably, it had been precisely 3 months since its last upgrade to low-level silver. 3 months is no trivial span. However, if Lin Mo were to disclose to others that he had enhanced his pet's aptitude by 1 level within 3 months, it would undoubtedly leave them astounded. In Blue Star, while it is not impossible for a pet's aptitude to improve, the difficulty is immense. Particularly after reaching the gold level, enhancing aptitude becomes more challenging than evolving a pet. The prospect of advancing 1 level in aptitude within 3 months, especially to mid-level silver, would certainly cause a stir throughout Blue Star. Yet, Lin Mo found himself pondering when Xiao Bai's aptitude would finally receive an upgrade. He felt a tinge of helplessness. While Xuanwu's aptitude had progressed from low-level bronze to mid-level silver, Xiao Bai had yet to experience any enhancement. He understood that advancing to a gold-level aptitude was arduous, but he had not anticipated it to be this challenging. Unfortunately, he had no recourse but to wait. Just then, a piercing roar suddenly interrupted his thoughts. His demeanor shifted as he commanded Xuanwu to halt and look towards the source of the sound. However, due to the dense vegetation and trees obstructing his view, he could see nothing. Divert. Lin Mo ordered decisively. They were now in an area inhabited by early-stage second-tier ferocious beasts, a challenge beyond his current capabilities. Thus, regardless of the nature of that roar, he wished to steer clear of any involvement. Upon receiving the instruction, Xuanwu promptly turned to seek an alternate route. Yet, at that moment, another roar erupted. This one coincided with the previous roar, effectively trapping Xuanwu in between. To the left, Lin Mo commanded again. However, before Xiao Bai could adjust its course, another roar resonated from not far to the left. To the right, Lin Mo declared without hesitation. This was their only viable option. Xuanwu complied and swiftly changed direction, racing towards the right. This time, no further roars followed. Yet, Lin Mo felt an unsettling apprehension lurking within him. The series of roars was indeed peculiar. Their path typically skirted the borders of ferocious beast territories, generally evading attention. Furthermore, throughout their journey, they had encountered no anomalies. Yet suddenly found themselves surrounded by ferocious beasts on three sides, forming an implicit encirclement. This was clearly an abnormal situation. Lin Mo harbored a nagging suspicion that these three beasts had intentionally guided them towards the right. If his intuition was correct, continuing in that direction would not signify escape, but rather a self-imposed trap. What should I do? What to do? Thoughts raced through Lin Mo's mind. Chapter 175, Caution, Caution, and more caution. In the current predicament, I find myself with only two choices, either to continue running to the right or to break through in another direction. Lin Mo swiftly analyzed the situation before him and made an immediate decision. Xuanwu, let us break left. Perhaps the right side concealed a vast trap. Or perhaps it held nothing at all, merely a figment of his imagination. Nevertheless, in comparison to the unknown and uncontrollable factors on the right, finding a route to break free felt far more assured. The roars of ferocious beasts echoed from three directions, seemingly vying to announce their presence. This only served to fortify Lin Mo's conviction. These roars aimed to drive him towards the right. He signaled Xuanwu to continue left. After approximately 500 meters, guided by Xuanwu's gaze, he spotted the ferocious beast ahead. In that moment, Lin Mo exhaled deeply, for it was a mature early-stage howler ape, renowned for their cries. One might mistake their roars for those of a formidable predator. Yet, in truth, a solitary howler ape is not particularly powerful, even at its peak. It only equates to a primary-tier ferocious beast. The present Xiao Bai could certainly handle it with ease. However, the complication lay in the fact that howler apes are social creatures. Their groups can consist of 10 to several dozen individuals. Even a standard secondary-tier beast would need to tread carefully when encountering them. This explains why they thrive in areas inhabited by secondary-tier ferocious beasts. Simultaneously, Lin Mo felt a quiet relief that his decision to break left was prudent, as the right side likely concealed more than 10 howler apes lurking in ambush. Had he chosen to run right, he would have found himself surrounded by them by now. With a thought, he emerged from Xuanwu's internal space and summoned Xiao Bai, charging towards the howler ape. The howler ape's cries not only served to intimidate foes, but also facilitated communication and calls for assistance among its kin. Thus, he needed to resolve this swiftly and depart the area. In an instant, Xiao Bai, upon locking onto the target, unleashed a water blade towards the howler ape perched on a branch. The howler ape, possessing the agility and cunning of its kind, sensed the incoming attack, let out a roar, and deftly swung from a branch to land on an adjacent tree. The water blade struck the tree trunk where it had been squatting. However, Lin Mo's brow furrowed. The howler ape was far too nimble. If it continued to evade, Xiao Bai would require considerable time to subdue it. Moreover, the howler ape's earlier roar had likely alerted its companions, who were now hastening towards their location. Realizing this, Lin Mo acted without hesitation, summoning Kunpeng as well. Its agility surpassed that of the howler ape, providing effective distraction. As soon as Kunpeng appeared, it unleashed a wind blade aimed at the howler ape. Although its wind blade, advanced, was still at the novice level, it appeared impressive nonetheless. The howler ape, seeing the wind blade, replicated its earlier maneuver, grabbing a branch to swing away. Yet, while its body was suspended in midair, a water blade struck precisely at its chest, leaving a gash nearly a foot long. The howler ape emitted a painful howl, plummeting heavily to the ground. Simultaneously, another water blade soared through the air, piercing its neck. As blood gushed forth, the howler ape fell silent. Without a moment's pause, Lin Mo swiftly collected the carcass of the howler ape, summoned Xuanwu back into the beast's space, mounted Xiao Bai, and set off at a gallop towards the left. Kunpeng soared skyward, undertaking the reconnaissance task. Before long, Lin Mo received feedback from Kunpeng, approximately a kilometer behind them. At least 20 howler apes were racing towards their location. Fortuitously, he had dispatched the howler ape quickly. Lin Mo pondered, signaling Kunpeng to disrupt the advancing howler apes, while he directed Xiao Bai to alter their course. After sprinting several miles, he learned from Kuanpeng that the Howler apes had abandoned the chase. Only then did he call Xiaobai back and summon Xuanwu, re-entering the internal space. In the depths of the forest, traveling with Xuanwu was undoubtedly the safest option, albeit with the drawback of its sluggish speed. Once matured, Xiaobai could reach speeds of around 100 kilometers per hour, while Xuanwu barely managed 20 kilometers. This rekindled Lin Mo's yearning for teleportation. With teleportation, traversing a mere 600 kilometers would likely require only a few skill casts, alleviating numerous obstacles along the way. Regrettably, there was no telling when Xuanwu would awaken a new skill. Lin Mo felt a tinge of helplessness. Since Xiaobai had awakened water mist, the spirit stones had shifted to Xuanwu. Yet, he understood that this was not Xuanwu's fault, as the probability of awakening skills in spatial categories was inherently lower than in others. Thus, despite his frustration, all he could do was wait patiently. The subsequent journey went smoothly. Until nightfall, they encountered no further troubles. Lin Mo calculated their distance from the destination and estimated they were about 150 kilometers away. This meant they had traveled a total of 450 kilometers over the past 2 days, excluding the initial 80 kilometers sprinted by Xiaobai. The remaining 300 kilometers had been traversed by Xuanwu. They had spent roughly 20 hours on the road over these 2 days, and taking into account various delays and detours, the distance was consistent with Xuanwu's speed. However, the remaining 100 kilometers would likely pose more challenges. Lin Mo mused. Having evaded the Howler apes, they had now entered the territory of advanced secondary tier ferocious beasts. As they advanced, they were now approaching the range of tertiary tier beasts. The ferocious creatures they would encounter henceforth would undoubtedly grow stronger, and a moment's carelessness could lead to becoming prey. Therefore, during the next 100 kilometers, he must exercise utmost caution. Chapter 176, Low Probability Events. After a night's rest, on the third day, Xuanwu resumed its journey. Following his meditation for the day, Lin Mo began contemplating the utilization of his beast skills. The physical enhancement resulting from attribute sharing had significantly elevated his foundational attributes. If these attributes were solely employed for combat, it would be a waste. Hence, the predecessors of the Beast Masters of Launching devised a method to borrow their beast skills. The term borrow is apt, as a Beast Master can only successfully utilize their beast skills with the latter's assistance. Once separated from the Beast Master is unable to employ those skills. Therefore, borrowing skills can be simply understood as the Beast Master releasing the beast's abilities with its aid. This process necessitates a high degree of synergy between both parties. Furthermore, the human body's utilization of animal skills entails numerous incompatibilities that require adjustment and adaptation. Consequently, borrowing skills involves a gradual process of exploration and learning. This also serves as a prerequisite for the Beast Master and Beast to engage in combined combat. If one cannot even borrow skills, the concept of combined combat becomes moot. Before borrowing skills, the initial step is to select the skills to be utilized. Lin Mo currently possesses 3 pet beasts, each endowed with a total of 8 skills. In order to wield these skills with ease, a considerable amount of time must be devoted to practice. Therefore, the sequence in which he learns these skills is of paramount importance, as it may well determine his fate in critical moments. Lin Mo's foremost desire is to master the skill of Su Kong Tiao Yu, or Void Leap. When one is not yet proficient, this advanced skill allows for a displacement of 8 meters. Upon reaching novice status, this distance extends to 16 meters, then 32 meters at the skilled level, and finally 64 meters at the expert level. For Lin Mo, this translates into a small teleportation ability, a vital technique for preserving his life when confronted with peril. However, the complexity of learning spatial skills is daunting. He estimates that it will take him at least a year and a half to successfully acquire it, to achieve a mastery that allows for instinctual use. He anticipates an even longer duration. After considerable contemplation, he resolves not to pursue Su Kong Tiao Yu at this moment. Among the remaining 7 skills, Gui Shuo and Yufeng are exclusive to his pet beasts, rendering them largely ineffective for him. Consequently, his options are narrowed down to 5 skills: Shui Wu, Yin Ai, Shui Run, Lai Kong Zhua, and Feng Ren. After a brief period of reflection, he ultimately selects Yin Ai. While Shui Wu offers both offensive and defensive capabilities, its effectiveness in critical situations is limited. Moreover, the extensive coverage of Shui Wu is sufficiently addressed by Xiaobai, rendering further effort unnecessary. Shui Run, Feng Run, and Lai Kong Zhua are all offensive techniques. Given that Xiaobai has already mastered Shui Run, Lin Mo lacks the need for additional offensive power. Thus, Yin Ai emerges as the optimal choice. Despite his enhanced physical attributes, he remains considerably fragile compared to fearsome beasts, making self-preservation his utmost priority. Yin Ai serves as an exceptional skill for self-defense. allowing him to obscure his form and conceal his scent. When faced with ferocious beasts, this skill can mitigate the risk of being attacked. Furthermore, against beast tamers, the prospect of striking from an unseen position is undeniably advantageous. With determination, Lin Mo embarks on the endeavor to learn Uninvited. However, after 2 arduous hours of effort, he finds himself at an impasse. Yet, he is not disheartened. According to the records of the Beast Tamer Association, the quickest documented acquisition of a skill took 6 months. He has only recently become a novice beast tamer and has ample time ahead of him. After taking a moment to nourish himself and feed Xianwu, his diligent companion, Lin Mo is poised to resume his studies when Xianwu suddenly halts, exuding a palpable tension through their mental link. This reaction signals the presence of a formidable adversary. Having traveled throughout the morning, they have now entered the territory of 4th-tier ferocious beasts. This implies that any encounter they may face will be with a creature of considerable strength, one that only a master-level beast tamer could contend with. The thought of such an unfortunate fate sends Lin Mo's heart racing as he clenches his fists. The mightier the beast, the greater the extent of its territory. Xianwu has been navigating the borders of various territories, suggesting that the larger the territory, the lower their chances of an encounter. Yet, Xianwu's current reaction unmistakably indicates they are facing a rare and dangerous situation. Without hastily abandoning his internal space, Lin Mo utilizes Xianwu's perspective to survey the surroundings. Soon, he identifies the source of Xianwu's anxiety. A colossal mantis, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, looms before them, the 4th-tier high-level beast known as Wuing Tang, or Shadow Mantis. It is named thus for 2 reasons: its astonishing speed and its ability to blend seamlessly with its environment, much like a chameleon, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. This explains why Xianwu only now perceives the presence of the Shadow Mantis. As Xianwu freezes, the Shadow Mantis has already noticed their presence, having likely detected them long before and biding its time in silence. At this moment, the enormous head of the Shadow Mantis, reminiscent of a grinding wheel, fixates on them with its bulbous eyes. The instant their gazes meet, a cold sweat breaks out on Lin Mo's forehead, and his back dampens with dread, for he senses a chilling intent to kill emanating from those eyes. With the distance between them less than 30 meters, the Shadow Mantis could reach them in an instant with a mere leap. Xianwu, do not move, Lin Mo commands, fixing his gaze on the Shadow Mantis through Xianwu's perspective. With a thought, he summons Kuan Peng into his internal space. The Shadow Mantis cannot fly, thus, Kuan Peng is his sole means of escape. He is acutely aware that this opportunity to flee is singular. Should he miss it, even with Kuan Peng, his chances of survival would dwindle. Hence, he must wait for the precise moment the Shadow Mantis strikes. In an instant, as his thoughts crystallize, the Shadow Mantis propels its 4 legs with explosive force, hurtling towards Xianwu's position like a bolt of lightning. The moment it lands will coincide with the moment Xianwu is reduced to fragments. Xianwu, Lin Mo calls out urgently. In a flash, Xianwu vanishes, reappearing 16 meters away. The airborne Shadow Mantis hesitates momentarily, bewildered by the sudden disappearance of its target. However, it quickly senses a disturbance behind it. Instinctively, it attempts to turn, but its aerial position limits its ability to alter direction. Only upon landing does it swiftly pivot to investigate. To its astonishment, it observes a magnificent bird with golden wings soaring into the sky, carrying a human, while the green-shelled turtle it had previously targeted has vanished. The Shadow Mantis is momentarily taken aback. Its target was the green-shelled turtle. How has it transformed into a human? However, its confusion dissipates swiftly as the instincts of a fierce beast compel it to leap into action, blades drawn, aiming to strike. On Kuan Peng's back, Lin Mo watches the approaching Shadow Mantis with a racing heart. Just moments prior, he had strategically commanded Xianwu to employ Su Kong Tiaoyu the instant the Shadow Mantis leapt, deliberately positioning Xianwu behind the beast to create a time differential. Everything thereafter unfolded according to his plan, proceeding smoothly. Seizing the moment when the Shadow Mantis was airborne and unable to adjust its trajectory, he successfully exited his internal space and took flight on Kuan Peng. He had anticipated that this maneuver would ensure his safety, but to his astonishment, the Shadow Mantis' speed was astonishingly swift, even surpassing that of Kuan Peng's ascent. Truly a fitting namesake for a creature of shadows. In that moment, Lin Mo's vision sharpened, and he could distinctly see the Shadow Mantis blades drawing nearer, looming larger as if they were poised to descend upon him in the next heartbeat. Kuan Peng, faster. Lin Mo's heart raced with urgency, yet beyond urging Kuan Peng onward, he found himself powerless to do anything else. As the twin blades were about to descend upon him, they suddenly hesitated in midair, before plummeting swiftly to the ground. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he lay weakly on the back of the Kuan Peng. Thankfully, The Wu Tanglang could only jump so high. Had it leaped just half a meter higher, he would likely have been cleaved into quarters. I underestimated the dangers of the wilderness, he thought, reflecting on his prior beliefs. He had once thought that with the Xuan Wu and Kuan Peng by his side, he would be safe from peril in the wild. However, it was evident now that even with their presence, he could not afford to be the slightest bit careless or complacent. Not daring to let the Kuan Peng carry him too far, Lin Mo instructed it to land after traveling approximately 3 to 4 kilometers. And then he re-entered the spatial realm of the Xuan Wu. The wilderness harbored numerous aerial beasts, and continuing to fly could easily attract greater danger. Although the Jinshijian Peng was renowned as one of the fastest flying beasts, this was precisely why it had been pursued by the Wu Tanglang. Thus, traveling on the Xuan Wu was the safest option. After the lesson learned from the Wu Tanglang, the Xuan Wu became increasingly cautious in selecting its route. They encountered no further troubles and, as dusk fell, successfully covered the final 100 kilometers. Lin Mo checked the compass on his information wristband. At this moment, he was less than 10 kilometers away from the coordinates provided by Yan. He could not approach any closer. He would have to observe from a distance until he discerned the movement patterns of the Qi Yin Yao. According to Yan's information, the egg of the king-class beast he sought was located within the nest of the 6th-tier beast, the Qi Yin Yao. He had previously researched some data on the Qi Yin Yao in the Beast Tamer Association's database. Name: Qi Yin Yao attribute: Fire, qualification, unknown species level, intermediate 6th tier, talent skills, Fireball, advanced, Sea of Fire, advanced, Flame Fury, advanced. In appearance, the Qi Yin Yao was a large bird of crimson hue, resembling a peacock in general shape. However, unlike the peacock, which has stiff tail feathers that can be fanned out, the tail feathers of the Qi Yin Yao were soft. The intermediate 6th tier Qi Yin Yao, excluding its tail feathers, could reach a length of 7 to 8 meters, including its tail. It could measure 12 to 13 meters. Its wingspan was an astonishing 16 to 17 meters, and when in flight, it resembled a massive red cloud, obscuring the sky and leaving an indelible impression. At a distance of 10 kilometers from such a fearsome beast, Lin Mo felt it was already at the limit. Any closer, and he risked alerting the Qi Yin Yao. However, with nightfall upon him, he could no longer observe and had to instruct the Xuan Wu to find a concealed location to hide. Different ferocious beasts had varying methods of hunting. Some relied on scent, others on tracks, while some depended on sight. A flying beast like the Qi Yin Yao typically utilized its keen eyesight to locate prey, as avian beasts possessed some of the best vision among all ferocious creatures. As they planned to remain hidden for the next few days, it was imperative to ensure their concealment from the Qi Yin Yao. If discovered before securing the beast egg, they would likely be unable to escape. At this juncture, the drawbacks of their large size became apparent. The Xuan Wu shell, exceeding 5 meters in diameter and over 3 meters in height, made it challenging to conceal themselves effectively. After nearly an hour of searching, the Xuan Wu discovered a sizable tree hollow within the nearby forest. The Xuan Wu's shell was green, blending in seamlessly with its surroundings. Unless someone were to push aside the underbrush, it would be virtually undetectable. Only then did Lin Mo dare to rest peacefully. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after confirming the area was secure, Lin Mo focused his mind and exited the spatial realm of the Xuan Wu, swiftly climbing a nearby large tree. With his current physical prowess, climbing was exceedingly easy. In just a few moments, he reached the top of the trunk. From this vantage point, he scanned the horizon and faintly discerned a large, dark bird's nest nestled among several distant trees. That must be the nest of the Qi Yin Yao. Lin Mo squinted, attempting to determine if the Qi Yin Yao was present. But the distance rendered it impossible to see clearly. Therefore, he summoned the Kuan Peng, whose vision far surpassed his own. Soon enough, he received confirmation from the Kuan Peng that the Qi Yin Yao was indeed in its nest. Nodding, he signaled for the Kuan Peng to conceal itself among the foliage and proceeded to descend slowly to the ground. Observing the movement patterns of the Qi Yin Yao would require at least a few days, a task he entrusted to the Kuan Peng. He intended to utilize this time to contemplate the utilization of his skills. However, just as he slid down from the tree to the ground, a rustling sound from nearby foliage caught his attention. Chapter 178. An unexpected visitor. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Mo did not hesitate to retreat into the spatial realm of the Xuan Wu. Through the Xuan Wu's perspective, he gazed in the direction of the noise. Shortly thereafter, a massive black beast, resembling a lion, emerged, measuring approximately 7 to 8 meters in length and over 3 meters in height. Yet, what captivated Lin Mo's attention was not the beast itself, but rather the figure seated atop it. A middle-aged man, seemingly in his 40s and exuding an air of cultured elegance, sat cross-legged atop the black beast, his demeanor calm and composed, as if the perilous forest were his home. Devoid of any tension, a master-level beast tamer. Lin Mo's astonishment was palpable within the spatial realm. The crystalline material that characterized him was indeed emblematic of a master-level beast tamer. However, before Lin Mo could fully process this revelation, another creature emerged from behind the black beast, a gigantic spider, resplendent in vibrant colors, also measuring 7 to 8 meters in length and over 3 meters in height. Perched atop the spider was a striking woman in her 30s, clad in a form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her alluring figure. Another master-level beast tamer. Lin Mo's heart surged with excitement. While he had encountered master-level beast tamers before, principally the department heads at Qingyuan Academy, he had never before met them in the wild, let alone two at once. Most perplexing was the fact that they were in the territory of the Qian Yao. Were they also here for the king-class beast egg? Lin Mo could not help but ponder. The simultaneous appearance of two master-level beast tamers in this location was a matter worthy of contemplation. As he grappled with these thoughts, another creature emerged from behind the alluring woman, a beast measuring just over 4 meters in length, evidently having only recently entered maturity. Upon sighting this beast, Lin Mo could not suppress his astonishment. Name: Jinglei Shou, attribute: lightning, qualification: platinum intermediate, species level, advanced 7th tier, talent skills: thunder strike, super, lightning barrier, advanced, thunder punishment, advanced, growth level, early maturity, low 1st tier. The Jinglei Shou, a rare lightning attribute beast, bore a resemblance to a leopard, with a head akin to that of a deer, adorned with 2 antlers perpetually encircled by crackling electricity, exuding an aura of majestic grace. Not only is it a rare pet beast, but it is also a 7th tier advanced, platinum quality rare pet beast. Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel silently. His gaze inadvertently shifted to the young man seated upon the back of the Jinglei beast. He appeared to be around 18 or 19, strikingly handsome, with a hint of arrogance subtly reflected in his demeanor. Lin Mo understood the source of the youth's pride. A Jinglei beast of such caliber could not simply be purchased with wealth. The young man's family must possess an astonishing background and influence, thus granting him the foundation for his pride. Behind the young man, 2 more colossal beasts emerged. One was a gigantic bear, towering over 10 meters, adorned with light gray armor. The other was a 5 to 6 meter long spirit cat that bore a resemblance to a feline but had wings. Upon the bear's shoulder sat a robust middle-aged man, also a master-level beast tamer, while a somewhat slender man in white was perched upon the spirit cat. Although he was not a master-level tamer, the spirit cat was known for its healing abilities. Within the beast tamer hierarchy, a quasi-master level healing tamer holds a significantly higher status than a master-level combat tamer. 3 master-level tamers and 1 quasi-master-level tamer were providing protection for the young man. In that moment, Lin Mo was entirely convinced that this team was indeed after the pet egg of kingly quality. Presumably, the young man had only recently become a junior beast tamer and was here in search of his second pet. As for how the youth had learned of the existence of the kingly quality pet egg, Lin Mo was uncertain. However, if he could find clues through a bounty, others could certainly do the same. Yet, the current situation posed a considerable dilemma for him. After all, given his strength, contending against this group seemed exceedingly improbable. Let us pause here to discuss our specific action plan. The refined middle-aged man atop the black beast suddenly interjected. The 5-member team halted at a distance of less than 50 meters from Lin Mo. The 4 advanced beast tamers naturally encircled the handsome young man at the center. Mr. Mo, wasn't the plan already devised? The handsome young man inquired, looking toward the refined middle-aged man. You will lure away the Qi Yin bird, and I will seize its egg during the commotion. Qin Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed. Mu Xin then turned to the alluring woman. Wenju, your performance in this battle is of utmost importance. If you can poison the Qi Yin bird, our task will be significantly easier. Otherwise, we may all meet our demise here. I understand. Luo Wenju responded earnestly. Master-level beast tamers can only withstand 5th-tier ferocious beasts. When facing a 6th-tier ferocious beast, even if they join forces, the pressure remains immense. Their courage to challenge the intermediate 6th-tier Qi Yin bird stemmed from her pet, the colorful spider. Renowned for its poisonous attributes, the colorful spider's venom has a severe paralyzing effect. As long as they could poison the Qi Yin bird, victory would be nearly assured. Mu Xin then addressed the robust man on the bear's shoulder. Mengzi, you will lead the charge, but remember, once the Qi Yin bird is poisoned, retreat immediately. Do not engage in a direct confrontation. Rest assured, I am not foolish. Lu Meng chuckled. After the Qi Yin bird is poisoned, they merely need to stall for time to secure an easy victory. Only a fool would choose to fight head-on. Mu Ziyuan turned his attention to the man in white. Meng Su, how long we can hold out depends on you. Even if they succeeded in poisoning the Qi Yin bird, the onset of venom would require time. During this interval, Any injuries sustained by their beasts would undoubtedly impact their combat effectiveness. Therefore, the duration of their endurance hinged greatly on Meng Su's healing abilities. Understood. Meng Su nodded. Lastly, it was Qin Xiao. I comprehend. Qin Yuan nodded, aware of the stakes involved. Since that is settled, let us act while the light remains favorable, Mu Ziyuan declared, urging the black beast forward toward the Qi Yin bird's lair. Chapter 179, An Unreasonable Situation. The others hastily followed suit. Lin Mo observed the group through the perspective of his Kunpeng within his inner space. Only after they had traversed more than a kilometer did he exit the inner space, swiftly climbing the large tree where the Kunpeng rested, casting his gaze in the direction of the group. In his line of sight, the colossal beasts advanced toward the Qi Yin bird's nest. Their pace was unhurried, yet they moved without caution, as if they were not at all apprehensive about being discovered by the Qi Yin bird. This must have been a deliberate tactic to attract the Qi Yin bird's attention, Lin Mo surmised. If the Qi Yin bird were to leave its nest voluntarily, they would not need to exert additional effort to lure it away, thus avoiding considerable trouble. However, this thought was fleeting in Lin Mo's mind. What he truly needed to consider was how to contest for the Qi Yin bird's egg. He had invested a staggering 10 million to acquire information about the pet egg from Yin. After enduring numerous hardships and narrowly escaping death on multiple occasions, he had finally arrived at this juncture. To abandon it now would be utterly unsatisfactory. Yet the stark reality was that Qin Yuan's team could easily crush him, akin to squashing an ant. Thus, if he wished to vie for the pet egg, meticulous planning was essential. Otherwise, he risked losing everything and suffering grave consequences. If only I could master concealment, Lin Mo mused. If he could learn to hide himself, he could stealthily approach the pet egg alongside Xiao Bai during the distraction created by the others, undoubtedly snatching it away without detection. Alas, wishing would not make it so. He had yet to acquire such skills. With a resigned shake of his head, he withdrew the Kunpeng and Xuanwu into his beast tamer space, then mounted Xiao Bai, following the group from a distance. While he had not yet formulated a concrete plan, remaining closer to them seemed wise. After all, should an opportunity arise, he would need to act swiftly, otherwise, he would be left with deep regrets. Furthermore, with the group creating a ruckus ahead, he felt reassured about encountering danger. Along the way, Lin Mo continued to contemplate strategies for securing the pet egg. In essence, Mu Ziyuan's plan was to draw the tiger from its mountain lair, allowing Qin Yuan to take advantage of the situation. Thus, to contend for the pet egg, Lin Mo would primarily need to face Qin Yuan alone. From an overt perspective, their strengths appeared comparable, as both possessed pets at a similar growth level. Both were in the early stages of maturity, classified as first-tier low-level. However, the hidden strengths remained uncertain. He possessed his own advantages, such as having undergone physical enhancement twice, a feat unattainable by other tamers of his level. Additionally, he had the Kunpeng and Xuanwu. Yet, Qin Yuan undoubtedly had his own hidden cards. Given Qin Yuan's prestigious lineage, Lin Mo would never believe that his capabilities were limited to what was immediately apparent. Thus, even though he only had to contend with Qin Yuan, he dared not underestimate the challenge. As Lin Mo pondered these thoughts, the group ahead had closed in on the Qi Yin bird's nest, now merely 5 kilometers away. Suddenly, a piercing and shrill bird call echoed from the direction of the Qi Yin bird's lair, laden with a warning tone. Mu Ziyuan and the others halted in unison, their expressions tense. Lin Mo quickly ascended a nearby tree. From this vantage point, he finally beheld the Qi Yin bird's nest clearly. The nest resembled an enormous bird's nest, with a diameter of approximately 15 to 16 meters, suspended over 20 meters in the air, supported by 5 or 6 towering trees, creating a breathtaking sight. And at that moment, within the nest, a magnificent crimson bird, measuring a staggering 9 meters in length, perched precariously at the edge of its nest, seemingly surveying Mu Ziyuan and his companions. 9 meters. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Typically, within the same species of ferocious beasts, size and strength are directly proportional. The larger the creature, the more formidable its power. According to the data he had researched, the largest specimens of Qiyin Niao reached only 7 to 8 meters. However, the creature before him exceeded that by a full meter, indicating that this particular Qiyin Niao possessed abilities far surpassing those of its kin. Lin Mo mused that this would surely pose a headache for Mu Ziyuan and his group. Indeed, as he observed the Qiyin Niao, Mu Ziyuan and his companions had already ascended a tall tree and caught sight of the imposing bird. Their brows furrowed tightly in unison. The creature's size, a full meter larger than the average Qiyin Niao, was decidedly unwelcome news for them. Wenju, your task has become more arduous. Mu Ziyuan directed his gaze towards the alluring woman. Luo Wenju nodded gravely, aware of the increased difficulty. The Qiyin Niao was an avian beast, and inducing it to succumb to poison was inherently challenging. Now, with the necessity to escalate the dosage, it represented a significant test for her. And you all must elevate your vigilance. Mu Ziyuan turned his attention to the others. Though this Qi Yin Niao is classified as a mid-level 6th tier, its strength likely rivals that of a high-level 6th tier beast. We must not be complacent. The remaining members nodded in understanding. The group then resumed their journey towards the Qi Yin Niao's nest. Lin Mo, observing the scene, continued to follow suit. As Mu Ziyuan and his companions approached the nest, roughly 4 kilometers away, the Qi Yin Niao emitted a piercing cry. This time, the warning in its tone was markedly more intense, yet the bird showed no inclination to attack. It merely issued a warning without aggression. Lin Mo felt a stir of curiosity. Generally, ferocious beasts would launch an offensive upon detecting intruders in their territory. Yet this Qi Yin Niao had issued 2 warnings without any signs of attack, a contradiction to the norm. 2 potential explanations arose. Either the Qi Yin Niao was injured and too weakened to strike, or something within its nest deterred it from leaving. I hope it is not the former, Lin Mo thought to himself. If it were the first scenario, the regal beast egg would slip from his grasp. Simultaneously, Mu Ziyuan and his group contemplated this possibility, but unlike Lin Mo, they felt a surge of excitement. For them, either scenario presented an advantage. If the first were true, their mission's risk would significantly diminish. Conversely, if the second were accurate, their potential rewards would exceed their previous expectations. Consequently, their pace quickened. As they drew within 3 kilometers of the nest, the Qi Yin Niao cried out once more. This time, the call was infused with anger, clearly indicating its irritation at their disregard for its warnings. Nevertheless, Mu Ziyuan and his companions pressed on, undeterred. However, Qin Yuan was instructed to remain behind. For a novice beast master whose abilities had already been enhanced once, a distance of 3 kilometers could be traversed in approximately 5 minutes. This distance ensured Qin Yuan's safety while allowing for a swift response should the need arise. Lin Mo, observing this, quietly skirted around Qin Yuan and proceeded towards another direction of the Qi Yin Niao's nest. After about 10 minutes, he too halted 3 kilometers from the nest. However, while Qin Yuan was positioned to the east of the nest, Lin Mo found himself to the south, maintaining a considerable distance that would prevent detection. He refrained from heading west, as Mu Ziyuan and his group were likely to lure the Qi Yin Niao in that direction, a move that could jeopardize him. At that moment, another piercing cry resonated through the air. Perhaps due to the proximity, Lin Mo perceived this call as particularly jarring. At this distance, he refrained from climbing trees, wary that the Qi Yin Niao might spot him, as could Qin Yuan. Thus, he summoned his Kunping to conceal itself among the treetops. Observing the situation with Mu Ziyuan and his group, they were now less than 2 kilometers from the Qi Yin Niao. Yet the creature continued to issue cries without launching an attack. This development caused Lin Mo's heart to sink slightly. The likelihood of the Qi Yin Niao being injured appeared to increase. If that were indeed the case, he would have to relinquish his hopes. If the Qi Yin Niao were wounded, Mu Ziyuan and his companions would likely triumph without needing to divert its attention, thus leaving him with no opportunity. Given his abilities, attempting to seize anything from a group of master-level beast masters was a fool's errand. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lin Mo felt a wave of despondency wash over him. He had invested tremendous effort and hardship for this beast egg, only to find himself seemingly at a loss. Suddenly, another cry pierced the air, its high-pitched resonance causing Lin Mo's eardrums to ache. Yet, in that fleeting moment, through the perspective of his Kunpeng, he clearly observed the Qi Yin Niao, which had remained in its nest, spring into action. Its vast wings, spanning 17 or 18 meters, unfurled, creating a gust that sent surrounding trees swaying violently. Its colossal form shot forth like an arrow, darting towards Mu Ziyuan and his companions. In its wake trailed several soft, elongated tail feathers, each measuring 6 to 7 meters, leaving vivid crimson streaks in the air, a sight most breathtaking. Such beauty, Lin Mo couldn't help but express his admiration. The images he had previously viewed paled in comparison to the vibrant reality of the Qi Yin Niao. However, this thought was fleeting, as he suddenly realized a pressing concern. The Qi Yin Niao had chosen to attack. Moreover, its speed indicated no sign of injury whatsoever. The reason for its previous reluctance to vacate its nest was now unmistakable. Something within compelled it to remain. This revelation made Lin Mo's quest for the beast egg all the more daunting. Meanwhile, Mu Ziyuan and his companions had come to a similar conclusion. Upon witnessing the Qi Yin Niao hurtling towards them, they recognized the precarious situation. Their intent had been to divert the Qi Yin Niao, while the creature sought to draw them closer. From the current circumstances, it appeared they were the ones being outmaneuvered. Yet, in that moment, Mu Ziyuan had no time for further contemplation. Meng Zi, hold the front line. Wen Zhu, find an opening from the side. Meng Su, fall back and create distance. Mu Ziyuan swiftly outlined a series of commands, leaping onto the trunk of a nearby tree. Simultaneously, Luo Wenju, Lu Ming, and Meng Su each found secure positions. The four of them spread out in different directions, maintaining a safe distance to avoid simultaneous attacks. Their beasts had also assumed a battle formation, with Lu Ming's 10-meter-tall Hui Jiaxiong leading the charge, a formidable earth element beast. The entire body was clad in a formidable armor of earthy gray, exhibiting exceptional defensive capabilities. At this moment, the armor emanated a misty glow, fully activated, projecting an aura of invincibility. To its right rear, Mu Ziyuan's dark magic tiger crouched slightly, poised for action. Meanwhile, in the grass to its left, Luo Wenju's colorful spider lay low, minimizing its presence to the utmost. Behind these three beasts, on a tree trunk, Meng Su's spirit cat perched steadily, prepared to strike at any moment. Lin Mo observed this scene through the vision of Kunping, feeling a sense of admiration. Mu Ziyuan and his companions were indeed master-level beast tamers, maintaining such composure in the face of a 6th-tier ferocious beast. Furthermore, the harmony displayed in their cooperation suggested that they had been a team for many years. This indicated that collectively, they could achieve results greater than the sum of their individual efforts. Now, it remained to be seen whether they could divert the attention of the Qi Yin Yao. Lin Mo silently mused, gesturing for Kunping to glance in the direction of Qin Yuan. Confirming that Qin Yuan remained stationary and had not taken any action, he turned his gaze back towards Mu Ziyuan and the others. As the group prepared for battle, the swiftly approaching Qi Yin Yao had already arrived nearby. However, it did not come too close, launching its attack from a distance instead. With a swift opening of its beak, a colossal fireball, measuring 3 meters in diameter, hurtled towards the colorful spider hidden in the grass. Although the intelligence of a 6th-tier ferocious beast could not rival that of humans, it instinctively targeted the most threatening adversary. The fireball, radiating intense heat, distorted the air around it. As it passed, all foliage within a 10-meter radius was instantly dehydrated, turning a withered yellow or charred black. Some plants were even ignited, leaving behind evident scorch marks. Lin Mo watched in shock, his heart racing. Was this the power of a 6th-tier ferocious beast? It was utterly terrifying. His gaze shifted back to Mu Ziyuan and the others. Could they withstand such a fearsome attack? Chapter 181, Fierce Battle. Just as Lin Mo cast his gaze, Mu Ziyuan's beast sprang into action. The colorful spider, crouched in the grass, propelled itself sideways, leaping 30 meters away. Boom! The fireball struck the ground with a thunderous explosion. The shattered fireball transformed into a shower of flames, scorching the vegetation in the surrounding area. A flame landed on the back of the colorful spider, causing it to emit distressed cries. It was only when Luo Wenju leaped forward and extinguished the flames with a branch that it calmed down. However, visible burns marred its back. Be careful. My healing cannot address burns. Meng Su cautioned. Beast tamers specializing in healing could easily treat external wounds, but afflictions such as poisoning, burns, and frostbite required special handling. At that moment, in midair, the Qi Yin Yao unleashed another massive fireball. The 3-meter-wide fireball, accompanied by a fierce rush of heated air, descended once more towards the colorful spider. Seize the opportunity to strike. Mu Ziyuan commanded, his eyes reflecting determination. Understood. Lu Ming responded with a low shout. In the next instant, his gray-armored bear leaped powerfully towards the colossal fireball. Thud! The bear's gray-glowing paw struck the fireball forcefully. With a resounding explosion, the fireball erupted into a torrent of flames, scattering in all directions. The gray-armored bear, akin to a war deity, traversed the fiery storm and landed steadily. Though some flames clung to its body, they were thwarted by the protective gray glow of its armor, causing no harm. Roar! Meanwhile, the lurking dark magic tiger let out a low growl and surged forward at the Qi Yin Yao. Luo Wenju's colorful spider also seized the opportunity to approach from the other side. Caw! The Qi Yin Yao, confronted by the 3 encroaching beasts, emitted a piercing cry and flapped its wings, soaring over 10 meters high. The 3 beasts below were compelled to halt their advance. This was the challenge posed by flying ferocious beasts. As long as they soared high enough, their adversaries were rendered impotent. At that moment, the Qi Yin Yao swooped down rapidly, opening its beak to unleash yet another fireball. The enormous fireball, imbued with terrifying heat, hurtled towards the colorful spider. Wenju, change the plan. You draw its attention. Mu Ziyuan ordered, his brow furrowed. Their original strategy had been for the gray-armored bear to attract the Qi Yin Yao's firepower while retreating. However, with the Qi Yin Yao fixated on the colorful spider, he had no choice but to adapt their approach. Though this new course of action posed greater risks than the original plan, they had no alternative. Understood. Luo Wenju nodded, signaling the colorful spider to retreat quickly. Learning from previous experiences, the spider withdrew over 40 meters. Yet, just as it believed it was safe, the massive fireball in midair abruptly changed direction, flying forward instead of descending. Advanced proficiency. Mu Ziyuan's expression changed drastically. Wenju dodge. In truth, there was no need for Mu Ziyuan's warning. The moment Luo Wenju saw the fireball veering unexpectedly, she reacted swiftly. Eek! The colorful spider emitted a startled cry, exerting all its strength to leap to the side once more. However, the fireball's change of trajectory was too sudden. Even with their prompt reaction, they were still a beat too slow. Boom! The fireball detonated just over 10 meters away from the colorful spider, sending flames soaring. As the primary target of the attack, the colorful spider was unable to evade the onslaught, writhing in agony as it was pelted by sparks. As a beast tamer, Luo Wenju could keenly sense the spider's suffering, her expression shifting to one of urgency as she rushed to extinguish the flames. Mu Ziyuan, Lu Ming, and Meng Su watched this unfold with hearts full of anxiety. Yet they were powerless to assist. Old Mu, what do we do now? Meng Su inquired, fearing that their predicament could lead to their downfall. Wenju, recall your colorful spider and act as circumstances dictate, Mu Ziyuan quickly decided. The Qi Yin Yao favored attacking the colorful spider? Then he would ensure it had no target to pursue. Luo Wenju's eyes brightened as she grasped Mu Ziyuan's intent, hastily drawing a summoning array to store the colorful spider in her beast space. Then, she turned her gaze back to the Qi Yin Yao hovering above. As expected, once the colorful spider vanished, the Qi Yin Yao ceased its assault, redirecting its focus towards Mu Ziyuan's dark magic tiger. This provided her with a slight sense of relief. Yet it also stirred a deeper concern within her. The Qi Yin Yao's offensive power was terrifying, and being a flying, ferocious beast, their current mission appeared exceedingly precarious. Simultaneously, Mu Ziyuan's nerves were taut with tension, and in the next instant, a sudden rush of air filled the atmosphere. A colossal fireball descended from the heavens, hurtling towards the Nmo Hu. Mengzi! Mu Ziyuan uttered a low command. Beside him, the Hui Jiaxiong leapt into action, positioning itself before the Nmo Hu. With a resounding crash, the fireball struck the back of the Hui Jiaxiong, exploding in a shower of sparks. However, shielded by the Hui Jiaxiong, the Nmo Hu remained unscathed. In the next moment, as the fiery embers rained down, the Nmo Hu leapt into the air, lunging towards the airborne Qi Yin Yao. With a startled cry, the Qi Yin Yao, taken aback by the Nmo Hu's sudden move, hastily flapped its wings to gain altitude. But at that instant, the Nmo Hu opened its mouth wide, releasing a black energy sphere, over 2 meters in diameter, that soared toward the Qi Yin Yao. The distance between them was minimal, and the Qi Yin Yao, having just ascended, had no time to evade. Just as the black energy sphere was about to make contact, the Qi Yin Yao emitted a piercing shriek, igniting in a blaze of crimson flames. The searing flames enveloped its entire form, transforming it into a blazing firebird. The Qi Yin Yao's innate skill, Yin Nu, allowed it to envelop itself in flames for both defense and offense. In the next heartbeat, the black energy sphere collided fiercely with the Qi Yin Yao. With a thunderous boom, the sphere detonated, sending ripples of black energy radiating outward. The Qi Yin Yao's figure wavered in midair before finally stabilizing. Evidently, while Yin Nu had mitigated much of the black sphere's force, the explosion still inflicted considerable impact. Following this, another furious cry erupted from the fiery bird. Engulfed in flames, the Qi Yin Yao dove down at incredible speed toward the grounded Nmo Hu. Chapter 182, Racing Against Time. Observing the approaching Qi Yin Yao, Mu Ziyuan and his companions felt a surge of exhilaration, interpreting it as a sign of the Qi Yin Yao's anger. Retreat, Mu Ziyuan commanded, and the Nmo Hu immediately sprinted westward towards the Qi Yin Yao's nest. The Qi Yin Yao screeched in pursuit, flapping its wings fervently. Witnessing this, Mu Ziyuan and the others shared in their joy and hastily followed suit. From a distance, Lin Mo watched the scene unfold through the perspective of his kunping, refraining from immediate action and instead glancing at Qin Yuan. Qin Yuan remained stationary, showing no inclination to move. Presumably, he was awaiting a signal from Mu Ziyuan. After all, the Qi Yin Yao was still less than 2 kilometers from its nest, a perilously close distance. If they were detected while attempting to seize the beast egg, their fate would be sealed. Contemplating this, Lin Mo focused his thoughts, signaling the kunping to descend slowly and skim the ground towards the Qi Yin Yao's nest. His strategy was straightforward. While the Qi Yin Yao engaged with Mu Ziyuan and his team, he would have the kunping discreetly retrieve the beast egg. Naturally, this was a risky endeavor, yet it was a risk he felt compelled to take. Unlike Qin Yuan, who could afford to wait for Mu Ziyuan's signal, Lin Mo did not wish to cross paths with him. Given Qin Yuan's formidable family background, should he discover that Lin Mo had taken the beast egg, Retribution would be inevitable. Therefore, the optimal course was to ensure Qin Yuan remained unaware of his actions. Concealed among the underbrush, Lin Mo instructed Xiao Bai to remain close, providing protection. Through the Kunpeng's eyes, he anxiously monitored the unfolding situation. Although flying at a low altitude, the Kunpeng still moved swiftly, covering 3 kilometers in a mere 2 minutes, arriving near the Qi Yin Yao's nest. The advantage of a smaller size was evident. Had the Kunpeng been as large as the Qi Yin Yao, low-altitude flight through the forest would have been impossible due to the natural obstacles posed by trees and foliage. Gazing at the nest, now within reach, Lin Mo took a deep breath, delaying the Kunpeng's action to first assess the Qi Yin Yao's condition. At that moment, the Qi Yin Yao was fiercely engaged in battle with Mu Ziyuan and his companions, entirely oblivious to the fact that they had strategically drawn it over 3 kilometers away from its nest. What an opportunity! Lin Mo steeled his resolve and remotely commanded the Kunpeng to commence its operation. Under his guidance, the Kunpeng flew low, circling to the west of the Qi Yin Yao's nest before gradually ascending towards it, maximizing its concealment from Qin Yuan's sight to avoid detection. Before long, the Kunpeng silently landed in the Qi Yin Yao's nest, which was lined with dry grass, appearing remarkably clean and devoid of any foul odors. At the very center of the nest lay 2 fire-red, oval-shaped eggs the size of basketballs. 2 eggs. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. The intelligence he had received from Yin indicated there was only 1 egg of royal quality. This meant that one of these eggs was not of royal quality. Regardless, there was no time for hesitation. He would simply take both. Lin Mo made a swift decision. His information wristband could only scan the qualifications of ferocious beasts and pets, while specialized equipment was required to assess the beast eggs. Thus, he had to take both. However, just as the Kunpeng was about to act, Lin Mo's gaze suddenly caught sight of an irregularly shaped object, the size of a soccer ball, positioned beside the 2 beast eggs. This object bore a resemblance to amber, predominantly dark red with a hint of transparency. At its core was a droplet of blood, faintly glowing with a golden hue. What is this? Lin Mo was momentarily stunned. He had no recollection of any information regarding this object. Could it be that the Qi Yin Yao refused to leave its nest easily because of this? Lin Mo recalled the Qi Yin Yao's previous warning without aggression and quickly formulated a hypothesis. If that were the case, this object must be extraordinary. Yet, the Kunpeng had only 2 claws, making it impossible to carry all 3 items at once. Lin Mo's thoughts raced. Resolutely, he bit his lip and urged Xiao Bai to sprint towards the Qi Yin Yao's nest. He could not afford to relinquish either of the beast eggs. Who knew which one possessed royal quality? As for the amber containing the golden blood, it was evidently no ordinary item, and he was equally unwilling to forfeit it. Therefore, he had no choice but to take a gamble. Though Xiao Bai's speed could not match that of the Kunpeng, the 3-kilometer distance could still be traversed in under 3 minutes. Just then, a sharp sound echoed as a red signal flare shot up into the sky from the distant woods, hovering above. This was the signal from Mu Ziyuan to Qin Yuan. In an instant, Lin Mo understood and instinctively glanced at the time on his wristband. Qin Yuan was also 3 kilometers away from the nest. Based on the Kunpeng's speed, he would likely arrive in about 2 minutes. If he wished to avoid encountering Qin Yuan, he needed to leave at least a minute for retreat. This meant he had only 1 minute to act. Without hesitation, he signaled for the Kunpeng to seize the beast eggs from the nest and drop them down. The Kunpeng complied immediately. The 2 beast eggs were successfully caught by Lin Mo and stored within the Beastmaster space. Although the Beastmaster space could not accommodate living creatures, beast eggs were exempt from this restriction, as they possessed life yet were not classified as living beings. Much like how chicken eggs are not considered animals. However, when Kay attempted to grasp the dark red amber to cast it away, he encountered a formidable obstacle. It was far too heavy. He could not lift it. This was the feedback Kay provided to Lin Mo, which left him somewhat astonished. How could he not lift this amber, which was only the size of a football? What exactly was this amber? Lin Mo's curiosity intensified, as various signs indicated that this amber-like object was anything but ordinary. With this thought in mind, he glanced at the time on his wristband and swiftly climbed up the nearby tree towards the bird's nest. He retrieved 2 pet beast eggs in approximately 20 seconds. This meant he had 40 seconds remaining to take the amber. He had to act with utmost urgency. Chapter 183, Losing the Maiden and the Soldiers. 10 seconds later, Lin Mo found himself at the nest of the Qian bird, witnessing the football-sized amber with his own eyes. At that moment, he felt even more acutely the extraordinary nature of this amber. To be precise, it was the golden blood within the amber that was remarkable. He could distinctly sense an invisible wave emanating from the amber, radiating outward in ripples. He could feel it, yet it was neither visible nor tangible. What kind of blood was this? It was astonishing. This thought raced through Lin Mo's mind. However, In the next instant, he shook off these distractions and approached the amber, attempting to embrace it. As expected, he could not move it at all. Even with all his strength, he merely managed to make the amber sway slightly. A preliminary estimate suggested that the amber weighed at least 2,000 jin. This revelation astonished Lin Mo once again. Nonetheless, he had no time for contemplation. He concentrated his thoughts and summoned the amber into the Beast Master space. The process of transferring items into the Beast Master space utilized the power of the summoning array. Thus, even if he could not lift it, he could easily draw it in. At this moment, 25 seconds had passed. He had 15 seconds remaining from the 40-second limit he set for himself. Lin Mo glanced at the eastern direction where Qin Yuan was located, quickly dashed to the southern side of the nest, and leaped down. In the next moment, K soared up from below, catching him steadily before swiftly gliding away close to the ground. 15 seconds was ample time for K to fly several hundred meters within the forest. This distance would surely evade anyone's sight. With this in mind, a faint smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips. Although the endeavor to locate the pet beast eggs had encountered numerous obstacles, the final outcome was still quite favorable. As soon as the signal flare ascended, Qin Yuan promptly urged the thunder beast to race towards the Qian bird's nest at full speed. He was well aware that while Mu Ziyuan and the others could divert the Qian bird, this process would undoubtedly be perilous. Therefore, he had to acquire the pet beast egg in the shortest time possible. Approximately 3 minutes later, Qin Yuan arrived at the Qian bird's nest. He glanced into the distance, confirming that the Qian bird was still engaged in battle with Mu Ziyuan and the others before hastily climbing up to the nest above. In just over 10 seconds, he entered the nest. However, upon surveying the empty bird's nest, Qin Yuan was left utterly bewildered. How could there be nothing at all? The information regarding the presence of a king-grade pet beast egg in this nest had been unearthed at great cost by his family, and it was impossible for it to be erroneous. Yet now, the pet beast egg was inexplicably gone. Coming back to his senses, Qin Yuan immediately realized that someone had arrived ahead of him. A chilling glint flashed in his eyes as he swiftly retrieved a blue signal flare from his backpack and launched it into the sky. This was the signal he had agreed upon with Mu Ziyuan and the others. A red signal flare indicated a successful acquisition of the pet beast egg, while a blue signal flare signified an unforeseen complication. After firing the signal flare, he did not linger and rapidly departed. In the distance, Mu Ziyuan and his companions, engaged in battle with the Qian bird, were taken aback upon seeing the blue signal flare. Their pets, aside from the Huijiaxiong, were in a pitiful state, while the Nmo Hu and the Wu Kai Zhizhu bore numerous wounds. Under such circumstances, the emergence of an unexpected complication concerning the pet beast egg was akin to incurring a double loss. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Ziyuan issued the command. Though reluctant, the Qian bird was far too powerful, easily evading the poison attacks from the Wu Kai Zhizhu. Their initial plan to use poison had utterly failed. Continuing in this manner would only result in greater losses. Upon receiving the order, the others promptly began to cover each other as they retreated. They did not scatter but instead moved in a unified direction. Given the Qian bird's strength, if they split up, they would likely be picked off one by one. Only by retreating together could they ensure their safety. As their pace quickened, the enraged Qian bird finally sensed something amiss, abruptly realizing it had strayed far from its nest. With an anxious call, the Qian bird abandoned Mu Ziyuan and the others, swiftly darting back towards the nest. Quickly, retreat at full speed. Mu Ziyuan commanded once more, leaping onto the back of the Nmo Hu. The others followed suit, and soon several massive beasts raced away from the Qian bird's nest. At this level of pet beast, a single leap could cover dozens of meters, and they moved with extraordinary speed, quickly covering several miles. Just then, an enraged screech echoed across the sky. The entire expanse of sky was tinted red by the flames emanating from its body. What on earth had transpired to incite such fury in the Qian bird? Mu Ziyuan was filled with questions. However, in the next second, his expression shifted dramatically, and he cast all inquiries aside. For the Qian bird, having soared into the sky, was now hurtling directly towards their location. Run! Mu Ziyuan exclaimed, his face a mask of urgency. He could not fathom what had happened to the Qian bird, but he discerned that it was clearly holding them accountable. He could hardly imagine the consequences of being pursued by an enraged Qian bird. Yet, they were on the ground fleeing while the Qian bird soared above. No matter how swift they were, they could never outpace the Qian bird. Minutes later, they were inevitably caught. Upon spotting Mu Ziyuan and his companions, the Qian bird unleashed a barrage of fireballs from its beak. It was evident just how furious the Qian bird had become. Mengzi, take the rear, everyone else. Retreat at full speed. Mu Ziyuan commanded, urging the Nmo Hu to hasten its pace. Luo Wenju promptly stowed away the Wu Kai Zhizhu and jumped onto the back of the Nmo Hu. The Wu Kai Jiju was not as fast as the Lin Mo Hu and the Hui Jiaxiong. If left exposed, it would only become fodder. Boom, boom. The fireballs struck the ground in rapid succession, creating a cacophony of explosions. The forest, stretching nearly 100 meters in radius, was scorched black, with traces of fire scattered throughout. Luckily, Mu Ziyuan and his companions were fast enough to avoid injury, yet they were left shaken by the scene before them. Such a Qian bird was utterly frenzied and terrifying. They struggled to comprehend why the Qian bird would react this way when Qin Yuan had already failed. However, at that moment, they could afford no time for speculation. All they could do was flee, exerting every ounce of their strength to escape. Chapter 184, The Name Laid Bare. As Mu Ziyuan and the others fled with all their might, Lin Mo was also in flight. He heard the resounding explosions from that direction, yet he dared not pause to look. On one hand, he was oblivious to Qin Yuan's current location, should Qin Yuan discover his presence. All of his previous efforts would be rendered futile. On the other hand, although the wrath of the Qi Yin Niao had been borne by Mu Ziyuan and his companions, who could say how long they could endure? If Mu Ziyuan and his group were annihilated or managed to escape, the Qi Yin Niao would undoubtedly commence a thorough search. Therefore, he must flee as far as possible before that happened, for distance equated to safety. Qin Yuan stood atop the treetop, gazing into the distance where Mu Ziyuan and the others had fled, a grave expression upon his face. The location he occupied was the predetermined rendezvous point for retreat, agreed upon by him and Mu Ziyuan's group. Regardless of the success of their plan, they were to regroup here before departing together. However, given the current circumstances, he was uncertain whether Mu Ziyuan and the others would still arrive at this location. Yet, he swiftly dismissed this thought. Even if Mu Ziyuan's group perished, he could still safely exit the forest. The only difference would be the absence of their protection, which meant he might encounter some unforeseen dangers before his family's rescue arrived. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. What preoccupied his mind was the identity of the individual who had absconded with the pet beast egg from the Qi Yin Niao's nest. Previously, when Mu Ziyuan and his companions approached the nest, the Qi Yin Niao had only issued warnings without attacking, indicating that the egg should still have been within the nest. Once the Qi Yin Niao had been diverted, Lin Mo had gone to retrieve the pet beast egg, only to find it missing. This implied that someone had been lurking nearby, snatching the egg before he could act. However, from the moment the Qi Yin Niao was diverted to the point he made his move, the interval was brief, and he had been closely monitoring the situation at the nest. How had this individual evaded his gaze to approach the nest and subsequently escape? Qin Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. Yet, he soon shook his head, choosing to abandon the line of thought. A fierce killing intent flickered in his eyes. Regardless of how that person had stolen the pet beast egg, it was no longer significant. Anyone daring to seize what belonged to Qin Yuan would undoubtedly face a fate worse than death. 2 hours later, Mu Ziyuan and the others arrived at the rendezvous point where Qin Yuan awaited. However, the once mighty beast tamers now appeared rather disheveled. Each bore a coat of dirt and ash, with some charred marks upon their bodies. The most unfortunate among them was Lu Meng, whose hair had been singed and his face marred by severe burns, rendering him a pitiful sight. "Masters, you are unharmed. That is a relief." Qin Yuan rushed forward, his expression filled with concern. They had nearly lost their lives, and to have their efforts end in failure was something he found difficult to accept. "When I reached the Qi Yin Niao's nest, the pet beast egg was already missing," Qin Yuan recounted, sharing his previous analyses. "How is that possible?" The faces of Mu Ziyuan and his companions were a mixture of shock and disbelief upon hearing Qin Yuan's deduction. As master-level beast tamers, they would have surely sensed if someone had been hiding nearby. Yet, Qin Yuan had no reason to deceive them. They were merely vassals of the Qin family, and he had no cause to fear they would steal the egg. "I have conceived a possibility." After a moment of silence, Meng Su spoke up. The others immediately turned their attention to him. "You must have heard of the skill known as internal space?" Meng Su inquired. Mu Ziyuan's expression shifted. "Are you suggesting that someone concealed themselves within the internal space of a spatial-type pet, hiding nearby?" Meng Su replied. Spatial-type pets emit an invisible spatial fluctuation that can disrupt a small area around their bodies, preventing scent from dispersing. This is why we could not detect it. Mu Ziyuan pondered for a moment before responding. "This possibility does indeed exist, but I believe it to be unlikely. After all, spatial-type pets are exceedingly rare, and for one to have awakened such a remarkable ability is a minuscule probability. Hence, let us consider other possibilities. Could it be an invisibility skill?" Luo Wenju suggested. Certain invisibility skills can not only conceal one's form, but also mask their scent. If a beast tamer capable of utilizing a pet skill were to approach while hidden, we would indeed be unable to detect them. Mu Ziyuan nodded. That possibility holds more weight. He paused slightly, turning to Qin Yuan. "Young Master Qin, what do you intend to do about this matter?" Upon hearing this, Mu Ziyuan and the others fell silent. Their prior analyses were merely conjectures. In reality, they possessed no substantial clues or leads. Investigating would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. However, with the resources of the Qin family, even such an endeavor might yield results. 3 days later, upon selling the corpse of a first-tier ferocious beast in the Daxiao Mall of Yan'u City, his balance increased by over 38 million. Yet, he refrained from selling the corpse of the howling gorilla, as his lingering presence in the activity zone of first-tier beasts was intended to create an illusion that he had not ventured deep into the forest. Selling the howling gorilla's corpse would expose his ruse. After resolving these matters, he once again boarded the Qing Minghe, setting forth towards Qiyun City. Little did he know that as he departed, his name had already been laid upon the table of the Qin family. Chapter 185. The bounty is complete? Not only Lin Mo's name was placed upon the table of the Qin family, the Qi Yin Yao's nest was in closest proximity to Yan'u City. Anyone venturing there would inevitably depart from Yan'u City. Through connections, the Qin family had directly acquired nearly half a month's worth of entry and exit records from the checkpoint in Yan'u City. Mu Ziyuan, observing Qin Yuan seated upon the sofa, began his report. 1 week prior to the pet beast egg's disappearance, a total of 826 people exited the city. 1 week following the disappearance, 598 people entered the city. Considering the distance of over 600 kilometers from the checkpoint to the Qi Yin Yao's nest, this journey would take at least 2 days. Thus, we have excluded the individuals entering and exiting the city in the 2 days surrounding the egg's disappearance. This leaves us with 312 individuals. After meticulous screening and investigation, we have identified 362 individuals with significant suspicion. Here is the list. Upon finishing his statement, he placed a document before Qin Yuan. Over 300 individuals. Qin Yuan furrowed his brow. Is there no way to narrow it down further? Mu Ziyuan shook his head. Our leads are too scant. We can only achieve this level at present. However, we are currently examining the detailed information of those on the list. With that data, we should be able to eliminate further candidates. Qin Yuan casually tossed the list aside, then expedite the process, regardless of the means or cost. Ensure that this individual is found. Understood. Mu Ziyuan nodded and departed. In Qiyun City, upon Lin Mo's return to solid ground, he made his way directly to the Beast Tamer Association. Having been away for half a month, it was time to check on the status of his 2 bounties. After querying the terminal, he discovered that there was, as expected, no news regarding the bounty for the Niekong vine. Thus, Lin Mo resigned himself to the realization that hope for this bounty was all but extinguished. Considering the time elapsed, the bounty for the Niekong vine had been posted for nearly 2 months without any updates, rendering the chances of success exceedingly slim. Regrettably, this time was too hasty, and I was unable to visit the environment suitable for the growth of Niekong Tongue. Lin Mo felt somewhat helpless. His original plan was to seek out Niekong Tongue immediately after acquiring the pet egg. However, the appearance of Qin Yuan and others compelled him to alter his plans. It seems that he must devise another method to obtain Niekong Tongue. Lin Mo shook his head and entered the 18-digit code for the anonymous bounty to check on the reward concerning Wang Hao. To his astonishment, he received a message stating that the bounty had been completed, urging him to confirm and make payment promptly. The completion of the bounty? Does this imply that Wang Hao is dead? Glancing at the sender of the message, who was codenamed Fei Tianshu, he departed from the Beastmaster Association and set off towards Qin Yuan Shuefu. However, he had not walked far before he sensed that someone was following him. With a discreet glance over his shoulder while turning a corner, he discovered that the pursuers were the same 2 assassins who had previously been fixated on him. Wang Hao was already dead. Why had these individuals not given up their pursuit? Lin Mo felt puzzled. However, he soon came to a realization. These individuals were still unaware of Wang Hao's demise. The bounty placed on him had also been submitted anonymously. This meant that the assassins had no knowledge of their employer being Wang Hao. Furthermore, there was a delay in the communication between anonymous bounties. If these individuals had not been in contact with Wang Hao recently, it was understandable that they remained oblivious to his death. This situation could become rather troublesome. He needed to find a way to inform them that their employer had perished. Otherwise, they would likely continue their relentless pursuit. He certainly could not inform the assassins directly that their employer was dead, as that would essentially announce to the world that he had been the one to place the bounty on Wang Hao. Therefore, he had to carefully plan how to convey this news to the 2 assassins. Upon returning to Qin Yuan Shuefu, it was already evening. Lin Mo's first task was to report his safety to Hu Yin and formally cancel his absence. He had previously informed Hu Yin that he could directly occupy a slot. To his surprise, he still had to participate in the selection process. You rascal, so brazen in your laziness. Hu Yin chuckled. With your abilities, you will undoubtedly be selected. Even if you participate, it will merely be a formality. it won't be too troublesome. All right. Lin Mo nodded. In truth, he was only joking. If he were not present in the academy, it would be reasonable for Hu Yin to make an exception for him. However, since he was indeed there, not participating in the selection would be indefensible. Lin Mo nodded and turned to leave. After exiting Hu Yan's office, he took out his phone and called Lin Ruoyu. The call was almost instantly answered. Her gentle voice seemed capable of washing away all of his fatigue and displeasure. I haven't heard of anything. What's wrong? Lin Ruoyu inquired. Nothing, just asking casually. After hanging up, Xiao Ning, Duan Mu Qinyang, and Kong Zhihao were all present. Upon seeing Lin Mo, the three of them excitedly surrounded him, incessantly inquiring about his well-being. They were aware that Lin Mo had ventured into the wilderness. However, they believed he had gone out to train and were unaware of the matter regarding the pet egg with kingly qualifications. After managing to appease their inquiries, Lin Mo finally retreated to the bathroom for a shower. With a light chuckle, Lin Mo cooperatively remarked, "What major event?" "The first significant event." Xiao Ning purposely paused for effect. Noticing that Lin Mo did not seem inclined to ask further, he continued, "Your rival, the fourth on the combat rankings, Wang Hao, is dead." Chapter 186. A genius of extraordinary talent. Wang Hao is dead. Lin Mo was slightly taken aback, looking at Xiao Ning. "Are you certain?" Wang Hao ranked fourth on the combat rankings and undoubtedly belonged to the upper echelon at Qingyuan Xuefu. The murder of such a student was indeed a grave matter for Qingyuan. However, he had just inquired of Lin Ruoyu, and she had no knowledge of this incident. Lin Mo remained silent for a moment before asking, "Do you know how he died?" "He was stabbed in the throat." Xiao Ning replied. "He was found dead in a small alley in the city, and a passerby reported it to the enforcement team. That is how the academy learned of the news." "Are there any leads on the killer?" Lin Mo inquired further. "Both the academy and the enforcement team are investigating, but it seems they have made no significant discoveries thus far." Xiao Ning stated, "There were no cameras where Wang Hao died, and no witnesses have been found. I feel the chances of identifying the murderer are slim." Lin Mo nodded and refrained from further comment. Although Xiao Ning was inquisitive, he would not engage in idle gossip regarding such serious matters. Thus, Lin Mo could ascertain that Wang Hao was indeed dead. As for why Lin Ruoyu was unaware of this news, it was quite simple. She had no interest in matters related to Wang Hao. After all, in her eyes, Wang Hao was not even considered a rival. Since Wang Hao was deceased, the bounty could indeed be paid now. The 10 million owed to Yin could also be settled. Lin Mo contemplated this in his mind. Initially, he and Yin had agreed on a 40-day limit, and now only 3 to 4 days remained until the deadline. It appeared he would need to visit the Beastmaster Association within the next couple of days. However, before that, he had to think about how to inform the assassins that Wang Hao was dead. Lin Mo was somewhat distressed by this predicament. However, he could not devise a good solution. The gravest complication in this matter was that it was an anonymous bounty. Those who saw the bounty did not know who had issued it. The individuals who accepted the bounty were also unaware of its origin. Even the Beastmaster Association did not know who had posted the bounty. In such a scenario, even if he approached the two assassins and told them that the person who placed the bounty was dead, they might not believe him. Was he to wait for the assassins to discover it themselves? Or wait for the bounty to automatically expire? Lin Mo muttered softly to himself. Every bounty has a default expiration date upon publication, typically set at 1 year. Once the deadline passes, the bounty is automatically cancelled. However, given his current situation, it was evident that he could not wait for the bounty to be automatically cancelled, since the bounty had only been published for a maximum of 3 months. If he were to wait, he would have to endure for another half a year. Being pursued by assassins for such a prolonged period would be unbearable. Mo Go, what are you pondering? Xiao Ning's voice interrupted Lin Mo's thoughts. Nothing, just feeling that the world is unpredictable. Lin Mo replied. Indeed. Xiao Ning resonated deeply. The fourth on the combat rankings, such strength could allow one to walk freely in Qingyuan Xuefu. Yet who could have anticipated that he would meet his end so soon? Lin Mo nodded, remaining silent. However, his thoughts on the unpredictability of life were not aligned with Xiao Ning's interpretation. He meant to say that Wang Hao could never have imagined that the very person he had placed a bounty on would ultimately lead to his own demise. Lin Mo looked at Xiao Ning. You mentioned earlier that there were other matters? Of course. Xiao Ning smiled. This second piece of news is even more sensational than the first. Oh, Lin Mo's interest was piqued. This time, Xiao Ning did not withhold information but stated directly. Among this year's new students, someone has already passed the Beastmaster assessment. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows in surprise. Who? Is it Mu Yinting? He had always thought that his own passing of the assessment was early. He never expected that others had also succeeded. I don't know. Xiao Ning shook his head. Then how do you know someone has passed? A combat department instructor mentioned it in front of the entire class. Xiao Ning explained. So this news is absolutely credible. Lin Mo asked, do you know what the instructor said? The exact words are unclear, Xiao Ning replied. However, the instructor mentioned it while reprimanding the students, implying that someone among the new students had already passed the Beastmaster assessment, urging the combat department students not to become complacent and to work harder. Lin Mo remained contemplative. He suddenly felt a sense of recognition regarding the individual mentioned by the class instructor, as he realized that Hu Yin was aware of his successful completion of the Beastmaster qualification examination. It was not unusual for the two instructors to discuss this matter during their conversation. However, he dared not be entirely certain. For Mu Yunting's pet had already reached maturity, and the formidable strength of the JNBNJ Xiying could not be overlooked. What if it was indeed Mu Yunting who had passed the examination? Mo Gu, who do you think this person is? Xiao Ning said, somewhat begrudgingly. Even you, the top of the freshman list, have not yet succeeded. I truly cannot fathom who could surpass you. Who knows? Lin Mo shook his head. He was not intentionally withholding the fact that he had passed the Beastmaster examination from the three of them. It was merely that if there were indeed others who had also succeeded, and the instructor was not referring to him, he would feel quite embarrassed admitting it later. All right. Xiao Ning nodded, then could not help but exclaim, we have only just become trainee Beastmasters for a little over half a year, and yet, we have already passed the examination. Such a person is undoubtedly a genius. Not just a genius. I would say prodigy better describes them, Duan Mu interjected. A prodigy of unparalleled caliber, Kong Jihao summarized. As the three of them lavished praise, Lin Mo felt a twinge of discomfort. Should it later be revealed that the person the instructor was speaking of was indeed him, it would be rather awkward. He quickly interrupted, enough of this. Let us focus on resting. Right, rest. Mo Gu, you have personnel selection tomorrow. Xiao Ning and the others immediately quieted down. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, lying on his bed, began to ponder the matter of the two pet eggs. Among the two Qi Yin Niao eggs, only one possessed royal qualifications. To discern between them, he would need to conduct an appraisal. However, once he did so, the fact that he possessed an egg with royal qualifications would be impossible to conceal. Therefore, he must ensure that no one else performs the appraisal. This meant he would have to purchase a testing device himself. Lin Mo contemplated this, feeling somewhat pained. The cost of such an appraisal device starts at a minimum of 10 million, although his balance was approaching 80 million. Spending such a significant sum on a device that would rarely be used felt rather painful. Additionally, the extraordinarily heavy amber could not be easily revealed. To ascertain its nature, he would have to investigate it slowly on his own. As Lin Mo's thoughts swirled, he shook his head to set aside those notions for the time being. His primary focus must be on the personnel selection scheduled for tomorrow. The rewards for this national competition were exceedingly generous, and he was determined not to miss out. Thus, the personnel selection took on paramount importance. Chapter 187. Special selection rules. The next day, Lin Mo arrived punctually at the front square, which was already teeming with people. The National Higher Beastmaster Academy competitive tournament was a grand event in Lanxing, and the personnel selection was particularly crucial, naturally drawing everyone to witness it firsthand. At this moment, a large area was cordoned off with warning tape around the central platform, where the top 200 students from the freshman rankings were gathered within the designated zone. Outside the area were students who had come to observe. Lin Mo smoothly entered the restricted area via the reserved passage. Lin Mo? Lin Ruo, you spotted him and hurriedly approached. What are you doing inside? Lin Mo asked in surprise. At Qing Yuan Academy, students with her level of talent were exceptionally rare. They did not need to compete for the freshman rankings, but enjoyed privileges even better than those of the top-ranked students. They were also exempt from obligations that other freshmen had to fulfill. Therefore, they typically did not participate in freshman activities. Lin Ruoyu smiled and said, I may skip other activities, but the results of this tournament affect the Academy's reputation, so the instructors require my participation. Moreover, 2 other students with the same level of talent this year will also participate in the selection. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. He had always assumed that team members would be selected from the top 200. But if that were the case, it would mean that only 2 from the top 200 could be chosen. After all, the strength of these 3 talented students was evident. Their participation in the selection would almost guarantee their selection. However, a smile soon appeared on his lips. The stronger his teammates were, the greater the likelihood of achieving commendable results, which was ultimately beneficial for him in securing the tournament rewards. Meanwhile, the expressions of those in the restricted area varied as they observed the 2 conversing. Most gazed at Lin Ruoyu's charming smile, and then at Lin Mo with envy. To have the first Academy flower as a girlfriend was beyond their wildest dreams. Yet, Lin Mo had accomplished this, and it seemed that Lin Ruoyu was even the more proactive one, which only intensified their envy. However, not everyone harbored such sentiments. For instance, Mu Yunting, who had been conversing with someone nearby, suddenly turned cold upon seeing Lin Mo, his eyes reflecting a hint of animosity. Having suffered humiliation and criticism from several defeats against Lin Mo, he regarded Lin Mo as his nemesis. Lin Mo, having enhanced his physique, was acutely aware of Mu Yunting's gaze but paid it no mind. Mu Yunting no longer posed any threat to him. He then noticed another gaze directed at him, belonging to Fu Zihao, ranked third on the freshman list. He had little interaction with Fu Zihao but remembered that during the freshman rankings announcement, one of his pet skills had achieved proficiency level, which had secured him that third place. Lin Mo, long time no see. At that moment, Gushi approached with a smile, nodding at Lin Ruoyu. Hello. Lin de Xiaohua, I am Gushi. Gushi turned her gaze to Lin Mo. Have you heard about the rules for this personnel selection? What rules? Lin Mo casually inquired, not overly concerned. If there were any special rules, Hu Yin would have certainly informed him yesterday, but since Hu Yin had said nothing, it indicated that the rules likely did not significantly affect him. It's a one-person-centered system, with compatibility as the primary criterion for personnel selection, Gushi explained. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, somewhat puzzled by this rule. Simply put, the strongest student is selected first, and then teammates are chosen based on their compatibility with that student's pet characteristics, Gushi clarified. Lin Mo's expression shifted. This selection method is quite favorable. After all, good synergy can yield greater results than the sum of individual strengths, which is far superior to merely selecting 5 strong individuals. Indeed, it is quite advantageous. But with this approach, it remains uncertain who will be selected, Gushi remarked with a hint of resignation. Given her strength, she had a high probability of being selected initially. However, now everything had become uncertain. Then let fate decide, Lin Mo suggested. Gushi looked at Lin Mo, saying, Why do I feel that you are not worried at all? Lin Mo smiled. Is worrying of any use? True, Gushi nodded. However, her intuition told her that Lin Mo's lack of concern stemmed not from the futility of worry, but from his genuine lack of concern about the matter. Nevertheless, since Lin Mo had not elaborated, she refrained from probing further. The academy leaders have arrived. At that moment, a voice emerged from the onlookers. The once bustling square fell into a sudden hush. Lin Mo followed the gaze of the crowd and observed a group of 7 or 8 individuals swiftly approaching the arena. At the forefront was an elderly gentleman, his hair a striking silver and sporting a neatly cropped hairstyle, appearing to be in his early 50s. Lin Mo recognized him as Li Xian, the vice president and second-in-command of Qingyuan Xuefu. Following closely behind were the department heads Wu Rongzhong and Sang Zi, alongside Luo Changfeng and various class instructors, all of whom Lin Mo had seen during the new student rankings announcement. The group made their way to the seating area beside the arena and took their seats. Luo Changfeng promptly ascended the stage and proclaimed in a clear voice, This selection process is of utmost importance, hence the rules will be somewhat unique. I require everyone to follow my commands. The top 5 from the new student rankings, please step forward to the arena. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo, Mu Yunting, Fu Zihao, Gu Shi, and the 5th-ranked Deng Qingyun made their way to the front of the arena. Luo Qingfeng's gaze shifted to the remaining participants. Is there anyone among you willing to challenge them? If not, these 5 will automatically advance to the final selection. At this declaration, a stir rippled through the remaining 195 individuals, as they were still uncertain about the nature of the selection process. Thus, the opportunity to advance directly to the final selection was crucial for each of them. However, considering the disparity in strength, ultimately only 5 stepped forward. Specifically those ranked 6th through 10th, seeking to challenge the 3rd-ranked Fu Zihao, the 4th-ranked Gu Shi, and the 5th-ranked Deng Qingyun. As for Lin Mo and Mu Yunting, no one dared to challenge them, for it was well known that their cherished beasts had reached maturity. The difference in their strengths was evident, and challenging either of them was merely courting humiliation. Thus, under Luo Chengfeng's guidance, the challenges commenced. The first battle was between the 6th and 7th ranks, as both sought to challenge Fu Zihao. Next, the 9th and 10th ranks clashed, both desiring to contend with Deng Qingyun. Following the conclusion of these 2 matches, the selection process would truly begin. Because the previous combatants required rest, the 4th-ranked Gu Shi faced the 8th-ranked Wu Zhaolin. The battle held little suspense, and Gu Shi emerged victorious with ease. Next, the 3rd-ranked Fu Zihao was set to face the 6th-ranked Chu Linyue. However, the match never commenced. Upon seeing Fu Zihao's matured beast, Chu Linyue forfeited the challenge. This prompted Lin Mo to observe Fu Zihao more closely. The top 10 students in the new rankings garnered immense attention within the academy. Any significant developments surrounding them would quickly circulate. Such a monumental event as a beast reaching maturity could not remain concealed. Yet, it seemed that news of Fu Zihao's beast achieving maturity had not leaked at all. There were 2 possibilities. Either Fu Zihao's beast had just matured the previous night, and the news had yet to spread, or this individual had executed a remarkable job of keeping it under wraps, ensuring that no one was aware of the maturation. If the first scenario were true, it would be understandable. However, if the second were the case, it would indicate that Fu Zihao possessed remarkable composure and was indeed a formidable figure. Next, the 5th-ranked Deng Qingyun faced the 10th-ranked Li Qinghai. Their battle was a fierce exchange, ultimately resulting in Deng Qingyun's victory, albeit with his beast sustaining minor injuries, indicating that Li Qinghai was no weak opponent. Challenge concluded. Luo Chengfeng announced at an opportune moment. The final results indicate that Lin Mo and the other top 5 from the new student rankings will proceed to the final selection. After stating this, he directed his attention to the 5 individuals. Now, you must determine who among you is the strongest. Director Luo, is there really any suspense here? Gushi remarked. Lin Mo is evidently the strongest among us. Luo Chengfeng chuckled. Whether Lin Mo is indeed the strongest cannot be determined by your assertion alone. He turned his gaze to the 4 individuals besides Lin Mo. Is there anyone willing to challenge Lin Mo? If not, it will be assumed that you accept him as the strongest among you. I forfeit the challenge. Gushi was the first to declare. I also forfeit. I too relinquish my challenge. Both Fu Zihao and Deng Qingyun followed suit. Luo Chengfeng nodded, then looked at Mu Yunting. What about you? Do you wish to challenge? Mu Yunting hesitated, ultimately gritting his teeth and shaking his head. I forfeit the challenge. He felt a deep sense of regret over this decision. But he understood well that he could not match Lin Mo, and a challenge would only lead to humiliation. Very well, Luo Chengfeng acknowledged. Lin Mo remains. The 4 of you may step down from the arena for now. With a crack of his fist, Mu Yunting clenched his hand tightly, vaguely realizing that he had missed a tremendous opportunity. However, the die was cast, and there was no turning back. As the 4 departed the arena, Luo Chengfeng addressed the crowd below. You 3, please come up. The surrounding spectators were momentarily taken aback, unsure to whom he was referring. It was only when Lin Ruyu and 2 other handsome youths ascended the stage that gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd. My goodness, it's them. The trio from level 3, and they too are participating in this selection process. Weren't they supposed to abstain from the new student activities? Why are they here now? With the involvement of these 3, it was evident that the academy held high expectations for this competition. If all 3 participated, what would become of Lin Mo and his companions? Indeed, with only 5 spots available, and now a total of 8 individuals, it was clear that some would inevitably be eliminated. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, apart from Lin Mo and Gu Shi, who were already aware of the situation, the remaining trio, Mu Yunting, bore expressions of concern. After their earlier victories in the challenge rounds, they had believed their positions were secure. Yet, it now appeared that the reality diverged significantly from their expectations, especially for Mu Yunting. He became acutely aware that relinquishing the challenge against Lin Mo seemed to be a grievous error. Silence. Luo Chengfeng's voice broke through the discussions. Then he pointed to Lin Ruyu and the other 2. You should be familiar with these 3, Lin Ruyu, Song Ning, and Li Yusin, all possessing exceptional talents among this year's new students. Upon hearing this, the crowd below showed little reaction, as they had long been aware of this fact. Luo Chengfeng continued. These 3 will also participate in the selection process, but rest assured, they will not receive any privileges in this selection. Everything will be determined by strength. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Mu Yunting, Gu Shi, and the others brightened. Their greatest fear was that the academy would simply grant spots to these 3. If it were to be based on strength, then they might still have hope. Luo Chengfeng turned to Lin Ruyu and the others. Among you 3, who is the strongest? Lin Ruyu exchanged glances with the others before stepping forward. Luo Chengfeng then addressed Song Ning and Li Yusin. Do you have any objections to this? I must remind you that this decision will directly influence the subsequent selection process. No objections. Both Song Ning and Li Yusin replied in unison, shaking their heads. Though they shared the same level of talent as Lin Ruyu, there remained nuances of strength among those of the same caliber. Their talents pale in comparison to Lin Ruyu. Moreover, their companion beasts, whether in terms of racial rank or innate quality, cannot be compared to Lin Ruyu's unicorn. Therefore, although they possess the same level of talent, their overall strength falls short of Lin Ruyu by a significant margin. All right, Luo Chengfeng nodded. Next, you 2 shall engage in a duel. He pointed towards Lin Mo and then to Lin Ruyu, stating, for the upcoming selection to proceed smoothly, a victor must be determined between you. Chapter 189, The Unconventional Lin Mo. A victor must be determined between you. Upon hearing Luo Chengfeng's words, the expressions of those on the new student leaderboard, as well as the surrounding onlookers, transformed with intrigue. Lin Ruyu and Lin Mo are known to be in a romantic relationship, a fact well known within Qingyuan Academy. Thus, the notion of these 2 engaging in a battle ignited the flames of gossip among the crowd. Who do you think will win between them? Of course, it's the illustrious Lin Ruyu. After all, she possesses a top-tier talent. I also believe Lin Ruyu will emerge victorious. Don't forget, those with top-tier talents enjoy special privileges at the academy, and their training speed is unparalleled. Indeed, even though Lin Mo ranks first on the new student leaderboard, he cannot compare to these prodigies. The disparity in talent and resources is too vast. Wait, are you all overthinking this? They are a couple. Does it really matter who wins or loses? That's right. It's like a game of left hand against right hand. Victory for either is still a victory. It seems we might have indeed overthought. Hearing the discussions, the expressions of the school leaders seated by the arena turned peculiar. This selection process is of great importance and seriousness, and no one anticipated such a situation would arise, adding an unexpected touch of humor to the event. Interesting. Vice Principal Li Xian suddenly chuckled. Does anyone know if these two are truly a couple? Indeed, they are. Hu Yan, Lin Mo's class instructor, interjected. However, as far as I know, they have been together since their senior year in high school. Senior year? Li Xian paused for a moment, and then laughed. Who says today's youth are not serious about relationships? Clearly, these two are quite earnest. The other school leaders nodded in understanding of Li Xian's sentiment. Senior year marks when students awaken their beast-taming talents. One possesses a top-tier talent, while the other also has a remarkable talent. Regardless of whether they were together before or after awakening their talents, it signifies that their feelings remain unaffected by the level of their abilities, which is quite rare in this era. Now, let us hear your predictions on who will win, Li Xian continued. I believe it will be Lin Ruoyu. Director Sangzi spoke first. Director Sangzi, are you saying this because you are Lin Ruoyu's personal mentor? Wu Rongzhong teased. Am I such a shallow person? Sangzi shot a glare at Wu Rongzhong. I have my reasons for saying so. Everyone knows about her talent and resources, which I want to reiterate. I will only mention this. Lin Ruoyu's companion beast is a king-level unicorn with dual attributes of light and thunder, boasting mid-level qualifications. With such a companion beast, unless her opponent vastly surpasses her in strength, defeating her would be impossible. That is indeed true. Wu Rongzhong nodded in agreement. Lin Ruyu possesses a companion beast of such caliber. There likely isn't another in the entire academy. Li Xian maintained neutrality but inquired further. Does anyone have a differing opinion? Hu Yan hesitated before stating, I believe Lin Mo will emerge victorious. And the reason? Li Xian inquired. Because Lin Mo has passed the preliminary beast tamer assessment. Hu Yan responded. The revelation startled the assembled school leaders. It has only been 3 months since Lin Mo's cohort arrived at Qingyuan Academy. They have only been trainee beast tamers for less than 7 months. Achieving the status of a preliminary beast tamer in such a short time is indeed remarkable. When did this happen? Li Xian asked. About half a month ago, Hu Yan replied. Half a month. The astonishment in Li Xian's eyes deepened. By this calculation, Lin Mo must have passed the beast tamer assessment in just 6 months. Such a pace is not merely astonishing, it borders on the terrifying. Isn't Lin Mo a top-tier talent? How could his growth rate be so rapid? Wu Rongzhong voiced the collective doubt. Even the seasoned educators present found themselves perplexed by this question. They too were unable to comprehend it, as Lin Mo's situation clearly defies conventional logic. Principal, do you have any insight into this? Wu Rongzhong looked towards Li Xian. Li Xian shook his head. Some individuals and matters in this world simply cannot be measured by common standards. Lin Mo is likely one of those individuals. Therefore, there is no need to overthink it, as it would be a futile endeavor. The others nodded in agreement. The beast-taming era has spanned several centuries on Blue Star, yet many mysteries surrounding it remain unsolved. Certain questions, given the current stage of Blue Star's development, simply lack answers. Lin Mo's situation is similarly enigmatic to them, rendering any attempts to decipher it futile. I still believe Lin Mo will win, Hu Yan asserted. Li Xian chuckled. It seems Xiao Hu has a great deal of faith in this student. Hu Yan nodded earnestly. Lin Mo is indeed a student who continually surprises me. Very well, let us see if Lin Mo can surprise you once more, Li Xian remarked, directing his gaze towards the arena. At that moment on the stage, upon hearing Luo Qingfeng's words, Lin Mo and Lin Ruyu were both taken aback. They had not anticipated that the final battle would be between the two of them. However, they quickly grasped the situation. This is what Gushi referred to as the individual-centered system. In other words, the outcome of their duel would determine the focus of the subsequent selection process. Upon realizing this, they exchanged smiles. If that is the case, their battle seemed unnecessary, as regardless of who becomes the focal point, the other would undoubtedly be selected. Lin Mo gazed at Lin Ruyu. You go first. No way. Lin Ruyu promptly shook her head. I believe you are more suitable. You must listen to me this time. It has to be you. Lin Mo insisted resolutely. No, you. Lin Ruyu maintained her stance firmly. Lin Mo appeared somewhat helpless. How about we decide with rock, paper, scissors? Lin Ruyu pondered for a moment. All right, but it must be a single round, and you cannot cheat. The surrounding spectators listened to their conversation, utterly bewildered. What on earth are they talking about? They understood every word, yet the meaning eluded them. Then, everyone watched as the two stood on the stage and began their game of rock, paper, scissors. Lin Mo chose scissors, while Lin Ryu chose cloth. Lin Mo emerged victorious. Yay! Lin Ryu exclaimed, jumping with joy, you promised not to cheat. All right, Lin Mo replied, exasperatedly elongating the word all right. Yet, everyone present could hear the underlying affection contained within that word. Lin Ryu beamed, then turned to Luo Changfeng, Director Luo, I concede. Chapter 190. The selection arena transforms into a venue for romance? Upon hearing Lin Ruoyu's declaration, the expansive plaza fell silent, with all present wearing expressions of astonishment. This is a selection for a national competition. Is it not a triviality to determine the victor through rock, paper, scissors? The next moment, a wave of uproar erupted. No way, I can't believe it. I have finally comprehended the significance behind the words exchanged between the two individuals earlier. I also understand. Goodness, I am feeling quite envious. What are you all discussing? Why can't I grasp it? Those who do not understand, I beseech the knowledgeable to elucidate. If you remain oblivious, it is no wonder you are single. Allow me to clarify. Initially, Lin Mo suggested that Lin Ruoyu take the lead, to which Lin Ruoyu replied that Lin Mo was more suitable, thus leaving them at an impasse. They were compelled to resort to rock, paper, scissors to determine the victor, with Lin Mo ultimately emerging triumphant, leading to Lin Ruoyu's concession. How astonishing. It turns out that rock, paper, scissors was not merely a contest of victory, but rather a means to willingly concede. I too had naively believed it to be solely about winning or losing. Goodness, I have finally realized why I remain unattached. Can someone explain how a solemn personnel selection event transformed into a grand display of affection? Ah, what a divine couple. I am utterly envious. The chatter was tumultuous and persistent, refusing to be quelled. In the front row of chairs before the stage, the expressions of the school leaders were particularly captivating. As someone remarked amidst the discussions, how could this evidently serious selection devolve into a grand exhibition of affection? It was indeed their first encounter with such an unusual transformation of the selection arena. On the stage, Luo Changfeng appeared somewhat perplexed. To surrender in such a significant competition was truly beyond his comprehension. After receiving a nod of approval from Li Xian, he inhaled deeply and directed his gaze towards Lin Ruoyu. Are you certain you wish to concede? Upon hearing this, the surrounding chatter gradually subsided. All eyes turning towards Lin Ruoyu. Absolutely. Lin Ruoyu responded without hesitation. Excellent. Luo Changfeng nodded, then addressed the assembly, declaring, I hereby announce that the first member of this personnel selection is Lin Mo. A hush fell over the plaza, soon followed by a thunderous applause, particularly from the new students, whose clapping was particularly fervent. Although Lin Mo and Lin Ruoyu had not engaged in an actual battle, Lin Mo had consistently held the top position on the new student leaderboard since the beginning of the academic year, making his selection as the first member well-deserved. After a moment, as the applause subsided, Luo Changfeng continued, Next, all students within the designated area, please follow my instructions and position yourselves according to the attributes of your summoned beasts. Upon his words, members of the guard promptly took their positions, each bearing flags representing various attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Consequently, aside from Lin Mo remaining on the stage, all others, including the 3 third-tier talent holders such as Lin Ruoyu, stood in their respective zones. There are 10 common attributes for summoned beasts in Blue Star: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, light, thunder, and poison. Among these, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth are the most prevalent. Ice, wind, light, and thunder are somewhat less common. Additionally, there are 4 rare attributes: spirit, necromancy, space, and time, arranged from most to least common. At that moment, 11 flags surrounded the stage, which surprised Lin Mo, as it indicated that some of the 202 individuals present possessed rare attributes in their summoned beasts. He observed that one of the flags bore the inscription for spirit, with only one individual standing before it, Song Ning, who possessed third-tier talent. Third-tier talent and a spirit-type summoned beast. This is undeniably a remarkable advantage, Lin Mo mused. The combat style of spirit-type summoned beasts is unique. It is said that some powerful spirit-type beasts can compel their opponent's beasts to attack their own beastmasters or even lead them to self-destruction. As such, spirit beastmasters are often viewed with trepidation within the beastmaster community, as their attacks are intangible and insidious. However, there exists a significant drawback. If an opponent's summoned beast is resistant to or capable of escaping mental control, the spirit-type beast becomes exceedingly vulnerable. Thus, spirit beasts often exhibit a phenomenon of extreme disparity, great strength in the capable, yet abject weakness in the inept. I wonder how formidable Song Ning truly is, Lin Mo pondered. If his summoned beast possesses considerable strength, then Song Ning could indeed prove to be a valuable ally. Having such an individual in the team would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge for any adversary. His gaze then shifted to the flags representing other attributes. The flags for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth had the most individuals gathered, totaling approximately 130 to 40. The remaining flags for ice, wind, light, thunder, and poison collectively numbered around 60 to 70. This distribution roughly mirrors the overall proportions of attributes within the Beastmaster community. Luo Chengfeng's voice resonated once more. Now, each attribute should nominate their 3 strongest individuals. If there are any disputes, feel free to challenge one another on stage. Upon hearing this, the students sprang into action. Given that the rankings on the new student leaderboard were transparent, this process proved to be quite straightforward. Soon, aside from the solitary spirit type representative, the other 10 attributes had each selected their top 3. The metal and earth attributes were decided through competition due to disputes. Now, those 31 individuals remain. While the rest are free to exit the designated area, Luo Chengfeng announced. At this juncture, everyone finally understood how the remaining 4 members would be selected, by choosing the best among these 31. Yet, who would ultimately be chosen remained uncertain. Selecting 4 from 31 presents a daunting challenge, with odds nearing 8 to 1. As the eliminated individuals departed, the designated area became noticeably sparse. However, beyond its confines, the atmosphere grew increasingly boisterous, with everyone engaged in discussion about how the upcoming selection would unfold. After all, the prospect of selecting 4 from 31 promised to be an exhilarating spectacle. For the onlookers who relished the excitement, this was indeed delightful news. Meanwhile, within the designated area, the 31 individuals remained, with Lin Ruoyu brimming with confidence in her selection, while the remaining 30 felt an undercurrent of anxiety. Luo Chengfeng had previously mentioned that this selection would adhere to specific, unique rules, which left even the most powerful among them uncertain of their fate. This engendered a palpable sense of anticipation, particularly for Mu Yunting, whose expression was decidedly grim. He was one of the 3 selected from the metal attribute, alongside Wu Zhaolin, ranked 8th on the new student leaderboard, and Li Qinghai, ranked 10th. Under normal circumstances, he would not worry about either of them posing a threat, as their abilities were in entirely different leagues. However, he now felt a rising tide of unease, for the individual standing on the stage was Lin Mo. Though the particulars of the forthcoming selection remained unclear, Lin Mo's continued presence on the stage clearly indicated his exceptional status. Given their complicated history, this was undoubtedly unwelcome news for Mu Yunting. At that moment, Luo Chengfeng turned to Lin Mo. Your summoned beast is a water-type phantom tiger, possessing the innate skills of waterblade, concealment, and mist, correct? Lin Mo nodded, as he had surmised the direction in which Luo Chengfeng was heading. Indeed, Luo Chengfeng gazed at the 31 individuals beneath the arena. The selection rule this time follows a centralized system, with Lin Mo as the focal point. A collective gasp resonated from the onlookers upon hearing this announcement. To have everything revolve around Lin Mo is an unprecedented honor, one that even instilled a sense of trepidation among them. After all, this is a national-level competition. By making Lin Mo the central figure, it signifies that the higher-ups at Qingyuan Shuafu have directly tied the outcome of this competition to him. The extent of such trust and importance is truly astonishing, leaving them with a tingling sensation at the back of their necks, particularly for the senior students present, who had been at Qingyuan Shuafu for several years and had witnessed the selection process annually. This binding of competition results to a single student was a first. They were uncertain whether Lin Mo was merely fortunate to seize this opportunity or if the academy had tailored such rules specifically because of him. Regardless, Lin Mo stands as the inaugural recipient of this treatment at Qingyuan Shuafu, an unprecedented occurrence that alone will ensure his name is forever etched in the annals of the academy. Meanwhile, Mu Yunting among the crowd wore a wry smile. At this moment, he finally comprehended what he had relinquished by choosing not to challenge Lin Mo. However, upon realizing this, he felt less disheartened than before. To wear the crown is to bear its weight. Some burdens Lin Mo can withstand, while he may not be able to. Thus, from this perspective, his prior decision to forego the challenge seems a wise choice. Otherwise, had he been placed at the center, he would likely have been crushed by the immense pressure. At this juncture, Lin Mo found himself momentarily bewildered. He had previously believed that the so-called centralized system was merely to create an optimal team composition, allowing for a synergy that would yield results surpassing the sum of its parts. Only now did he grasp the deeper implications. This realization suddenly overwhelmed him with a sense of pressure. However, he quickly found solace in the situation. If he is to be bound, then so be it. What difference does it make? His original intent was to pursue the prizes of the competition. If fortune favors him, he will rejoice. If not, he will accept it as fate. Even if he ultimately fails, as long as he exerts his utmost effort, the academy will surely not hold it against him. As Lin Mo contemplated these thoughts, Luo Chengfeng's voice resonated. This competition will consist of 5-member teams. You must now decide whether to select a teammate from the medical department. Lin Mo hesitated momentarily. Typically, a 5-member team would include a healer, yet Luo Chengfeng's inquiry clearly bore significance. After a brief reflection, he inquired, Director Luo, will there be medical support during the competition? Upon hearing this question, the faces of the school leaders seated beneath the arena lit up with amusement. Li Xian regarded Lin Mo atop the stage with admiration, appreciating his quick wit in linking the question of medical support to the selection of a teammate. Others nodded in silent agreement. Lin Mo's ability to draw connections in such a short span of time indeed justified the label of intelligence. Yes, Lin Mo affirmed with a nod. Then I do not require a teammate from the medical department. The moment these words left his mouth, the 3 students standing by the light attribute flag were instantly consumed by disappointment. The absence of a healer meant they had lost their chance to participate. Are you certain? Luo Chengfeng queried. While there will be medical support, treatment during battle will not be permitted. Should you encounter a formidable opponent, a teammate from the medical department could significantly enhance your endurance in combat. I am certain I do not need one, Lin Mo replied. He preferred swift victories over protracted battles. Moreover, a healer could only address external injuries, leaving them ill-equipped to handle poison, burns, or frostbite. Given that students from all premier Beastmaster academies across the nation would participate, they could encounter an array of peculiar creatures, increasing the likelihood of facing frostbite or burns, thereby rendering the healer's contribution limited. Thus, it would be wiser to forego the medical department, allowing for 4 offensive members, effectively bolstering the team's overall offensive capability. Very well, Luo Chengfeng announced, directing his gaze to the 3 individuals before the light attribute flag. You may depart. Without a word, the 3, visibly disappointed, turned and exited the restricted area. This incident allowed the gathered students to truly comprehend the meaning of everything revolving around Lin Mo. With a single statement, he had stripped 3 individuals of their eligibility to participate, signifying that he now possessed absolute authority over the remaining candidates. After their departure, Luo Chengfeng turned his attention back to Lin Mo. Among the remaining attributes, how would you like to proceed? He was inquiring about the attributes, not the individuals. Please retain the earth, lightning, fire, and poison attributes, Lin Mo stated decisively. Given that the academy had entrusted him with the decision-making power, he saw no reason to be modest. Naturally, his selections were not arbitrary. Lightning and fire are the 2 most potent offensive attributes. Poison, with its formidable impact, can also serve as a control mechanism under certain circumstances. Coupled with his inherent water attribute, these 4 will undoubtedly maximize their team's offensive prowess. As for the earth attribute, it is primarily for defense. He did experience some hesitation regarding the earth attribute, considering that 5 offensive members would surpass 1 tank and 4 attackers in damage output. However, recognizing that without a tank to absorb damage, they might be overwhelmed by teams with high defense and substantial health, he ultimately opted for the earth attribute. After all, the diversity of teams they might encounter in this competition necessitated a comprehensive approach. Additionally, he contemplated whether to retain the psychic-type Song Ning. Ultimately, he decided against it. For the same reason, the psychic attribute, while powerful when unimpeded, becomes utterly ineffective when countered. Compared to such an unstable factor, he preferred the assurance of having control over the situation. Upon hearing Lin Mo's decision, before Luo Chengfeng could speak, the students not selected for attributes departed the restricted area, their faces a portrait of disappointment. With Lin Mo wielding the decision-making authority, Luo Chengfeng's input had become inconsequential. On the sidelines, Wu Rongzhong appeared astonished. Such a combination of attributes. When the freshman rankings were announced, I sensed Lin Mo's keen battle instincts, yet I never anticipated them to be this acute. Indeed, Sangzi concurred with a nod. Initially, I assumed he would at least retain the psychic-type Song Ning, given that it is one of the 4 rare attributes, and its reputation precedes it. However, it seems this young man possesses a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of the psychic attribute in combat. Not only is he intelligent and perceptive in battle, but he also remains composed in the face of our binding his success to him. Most importantly, he is decisive in his choices, exuding the aura of a true commander. Wu Rongzhong, filled with excitement, turned to Li Xian. Principal, I believe we may have a chance to surpass our best performance this year. Qingyuan Xuefu ranks within the top 30 in Huaxia. This ranking stems from their position in the national competition of premier Beastmaster academies, where they placed in the top 30 the previous year. To be precise, it is the 29th position. Historically, the best achievement of Qing Yuan is the 25th position. What Wu Rongzhong referred to as the best past performance is indeed the 25th. You seem to be celebrating prematurely. Before Li Xian could speak, Sangzi directly remarked, Lin Mo is undoubtedly exceptional. But let us not forget that Qing Yuan is inherently disadvantaged when it comes to student enrollment. Without even mentioning the 3 prestigious universities in Huajing, we cannot possibly compare. Just considering the top 10 universities in previous years, for instance, Siyuan Academy has 6 students with grade talent this year. Tianyuan Academy has 4 grades but boasts one of the highest levels, and Jian Academy has 5 grades, with 2 at a high level, leaving us far behind. I am well aware of what you have mentioned, but I never claimed we could enter the top 10. Wu Rongzhong clarified. My point is that we have a chance to surpass the 25th position this year. Although other universities are formidable, we must not continuously belittle ourselves. Given Lin Mo's current performance and rate of progress, I believe we still have the opportunity to enter the top 20. After pondering for a moment, Sangzi nodded. It does seem that there is a glimmer of hope. However, I would argue that defeating Qixing Academy would be even more gratifying than simply entering the top 20. Besides Sangzi, a middle-aged man with a round face interjected. His name is Shi Shirwei, the head of the agility department among the 18 smaller departments of the academy. Upon hearing Shi Shirwei's words, both Wu Rongzhong and Sangzi were instantly filled with indignation. The rivalry between Qingyuan Academy and Qixing Academy is quite intense. Both institutions rank similarly within the top 30 in Huaxia, albeit Qixing holds a slight edge, consistently ranking around 27 or 28. The crux of the matter is that Qingyuan Academy has suffered defeat at the hands of Qixing Academy for 7 consecutive years in major competitions. In fact, there was one year when Qingyuan lost despite having the upper hand. This has led to the outside world whimsically dubbing Qixing Academy as the insurmountable curse for Qingyuan Academy. Regardless of Qingyuan's strength, they seem doomed to defeat whenever they encounter Qixing. Such remarks have left the higher-ups at Qingyuan feeling quite stifled, all harboring a burning desire to triumph over Qixing. Yet, perhaps this intense yearning to win has adversely affected their performance. Up until last year, Qingyuan had yet to fulfill this aspiration. Consequently, the members of Qixing Academy now greet those from Qingyuan with an air of superiority, which is infuriating. Even Li Xian's demeanor became somewhat awkward upon hearing the mention of Qixing Academy. Though the notion of a curse is merely a jest from the outside world, it remains rather unpleasant. As the vice principal of Qingyuan, he feels no pride in perpetually losing to another academy. Enough of that topic. We should avoid placing undue pressure on this young individual. Li Xian shifted the conversation. Let us first observe how this young man intends to select his team. Although Lin Mo promptly chose 4 attributes, there are 12 individuals in total. The crucial task lies in determining which 4 among them are best suited for those attributes. On the arena, upon hearing Li Xian's words, Luo Chengfeng immediately turned to Lin Mo. Will you choose from the remaining 12 individuals at your discretion? Or shall they compete to determine the strongest in each attribute? The surrounding students were once again taken aback by Luo Chengfeng's inquiry. Upon seeing that each of the 4 attributes had 3 representatives, they instinctively assumed that the selected individuals would undoubtedly be the strongest in their respective attributes. However, the implication of Luo Chengfeng's words suggested that Lin Mo could choose at his whim. This individual-centered approach is indeed quite audacious. Yet Lin Mo responded, neither. This left all onlookers momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of curiosity. If it is neither of the 2 methods suggested by Luo Chengfeng, how will Lin Mo proceed with his selection? In Chapter 193, Lin Mo's selection method, while the observing students brimmed with curiosity, the school leaders at the edge of the arena exchanged glances, each revealing a hint of amusement. Li Xian's gaze towards Lin Mo grew increasingly appreciative. This young man has certainly not disappointed us. Principal, not only has he not disappointed, but he has exceeded our expectations. Wu Rongzhong's smile radiated brightly. Beside him, Sangzi, rarely in agreement with Wu Rongzhong, concurred. It is indeed a delightful surprise. In truth, the selection rules they devised, centered around the individual, contain 3 hidden assessments beyond the obvious requirements. The first is the individual's reaction upon hearing their achievements tied to the academy's performance. The second concerns the attributes of the companion beasts chosen by the individual. The third pertains to the specific method of selecting teammates. Lin Mo has flawlessly passed the first 2 assessments. Upon hearing his achievements linked to the academy, he exhibited a slight surprise before decisively accepting the situation, indicating a strong and resolute inner self. The second assessment, concerning the 4 attributes he selected, represents nearly the optimal combination under the current circumstances, showcasing Lin Mo's acute combat intuition and sensitivity. As for the third assessment, it is the most challenging. In this evaluation, they had Luo Chengfeng set a subtle trap. Instead of asking Lin Mo how he wished to select, he presented two options. 1. To choose freely, or 2. To let the 12 individuals compete to identify the strongest in each attribute. Typically, one would instinctively choose between these two options upon hearing them. Should Lin Mo have done so, it would mean he had fallen into the trap, as neither option represents the best method for selecting teammates. Yet Lin Mo, with his response of neither, deftly evaded Luo Chengfeng's trap. This indicates that he has conceived a superior method of selection, demonstrating clarity of thought and unwavering determination. Impervious to external influence. Initially, the school leaders had anticipated that an individual successfully navigating 2 of the 3 assessments would be deemed quite exceptional. However, not only did Lin Mo pass all 3, he did so with near perfection. This greatly exceeded their expectations, indeed a delightful surprise. A smile crept onto Luo Chengfeng's face as he regarded Lin Mo. So how do you intend to choose? Lin Mo smiled and pointed at the 12 individuals below the arena. May I speak directly to them? Certainly. Luo Chengfeng turned to the 12. From now on, you simply need to cooperate with Lin Mo. With that, he stepped back to the edge of the arena, relinquishing control to Lin Mo. Thank you, Director Luo. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude and then addressed the 12 individuals. My forthcoming approach may appear somewhat presumptuous, but I kindly ask for your cooperation. The 12 individuals nodded in unison, though they harbored some trepidation, as no one but Lin Mo knew what he intended to do next. Lin Mo smiled. Now, please summon your companion beasts. The 12 complied without hesitation. Soon, 12 distinct companion beasts were summoned. Lin Mo scrutinized each beast and then pointed to 3 individuals. I apologize, but you 3 may withdraw. The 3 individuals glanced around, said nothing, and left with their companion beasts. Without needing Lin Mo to elaborate, they understood that they were disqualified due to the low growth levels of their companion beasts. Consequently, only 9 individuals remained. Among them, there are 3 with fire attributes, and 2 each with earth, lightning, and poison attributes. Lin Mo contemplated briefly and first looked towards the group with fire attributes, which included Yin Bao, Hualang, and Shui Yanshou. In terms of combat effectiveness and lethality, the Su Yinshu is undoubtedly the most formidable among the 3. Its body is engulfed in blood flames, which burn at a temperature significantly higher than that of ordinary fire, inflicting immense damage and causing wounds that are exceptionally difficult to heal. However, Lin Mo ultimately chose the Yinbo instead. This decision was rooted in the fact that the Su Yinshu's attacks are most effective at close range, yet the creature itself is not particularly swift. In contrast, the more agile and rapid Yinbo would prove to be more advantageous in battle. After all, no matter how powerful an attack is, it holds little value if it cannot reach the target. This rationale also explains why he refrained from selecting the most potent creature in each attribute. What he sought was not the strongest, but the most suitable. The owner of the Yinbo, Han Wei, beamed with delight upon hearing Lin Mo's choice. Meanwhile, the 2 unsuccessful candidates departed silently after understanding Lin Mo's reasoning for selecting the Yinbo. Lin Mo then shifted his gaze to the area designated for Earth-type creatures, which housed only 2 individuals, one of whom he recognized as the newcomer ranked 3rd, Fu Zihao. His creature was a mature early-stage, thick-shelled rhinoceros. Please step onto the stage. Lin Mo courteously addressed Fu Zihao, adding, as for the other contestant, I apologize. When comparing the defensive capabilities of the thick-shelled rhinoceros and the rock goat, they are quite similar. However, the former possesses a stronger offensive capability, and Fu Zihao's creature has already reached maturity. Subsequently, Lin Mo turned his attention to the poison-type area, which also contained only 2 individuals, Gu Shi and Wu Fei. Gu Shi had a phoenix-tail butterfly, while Wu Fei was accompanied by a night demon spider. Gu Shi, please take the stage, Lin Mo announced, nodding apologetically at Wu Fei. May I inquire why it is her? Wu Fei asked. My creature's level is no less than hers, Lin Mo replied. Because Gu Shi's phoenix-tail butterfly possesses 3 innate skills. He was well aware of the rarity and attributes of Gu Shi's creature. Wu Fei nodded and departed without further protest, recognizing that an additional skill can indeed have a significant impact in battle. At last, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the area for lightning-type creatures, which similarly contained just 2 individuals, Lin Ryu and a student named Niechun. Chapter 194. A sharp and piercing insight. Each word strikes deep. When Lin Mo participated in the entrance examination for the Advanced Beast Taming Academy, his opponent in the secret realm was a thunder-horned lion. Being selected by the Huaxiao authorities as a designated examination creature speaks volumes about the thunder-horned lion's ferocity. However, it pales in comparison to Lin Ryu's unicorn, which is of royal caliber with king-level qualifications. Thus, Lin Mo unhesitatingly chose Lin Ryu. Niechun, you may leave, Lin Mo said politely. Upon hearing this, Nietchen did not exit but instead sneered. Feigning righteousness is truly nauseating. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, regarding him with a cool gaze. What? Are you dissatisfied with my decision? A light chuckle escaped Lin Mo's lips. Your rebuttal is well structured. I presume you've contemplated this argument for quite some time. Indeed, I've long perceived that your selection method lacks fairness, Nietchen declared with conviction. Lin Mo maintained his smile as he replied. You repeatedly assert my unfairness. Yet when did I ever claim that I would select candidates based on fairness? Nietchen was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Lin Mo's words. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy. The selection process revolves around me. I possess the ultimate authority in this matter. This means I can choose as I please. The Academy has granted me this power. What qualifications do you have to demand fairness from me? Nietchen's lips moved. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Deep down, he understood that his strength did not measure up to Lin Ruyu's. However, the opportunity to participate in the national competition was exceedingly precious. Being dismissed so easily filled him with profound resentment. Thus, he resorted to the banner of fairness, hoping to sway Lin Mo away from selecting Lin Ruyu. Yet, he soon realized that Lin Mo was not interested in discussing fairness, but rather focused on qualifications. At that moment, he recognized that he truly lacked the standing to voice such claims, leaving him with an intense sense of humiliation. However, Lin Mo had not finished speaking. Of course, you have the right to express dissatisfaction with my choice. You could even protest to the Academy. If you manage to change their decision, you could select candidates from this position. Yet, you chose to launch a personal attack against me instead. Why? A hint of disdain appeared on Lin Mo's face. Because you know very well that you cannot alter the Academy's decision, nor do you possess the capability to stand in my position. Furthermore, you are acutely aware that in every aspect, you fall short of Lin Ruyu. Thus, while you seem indignant and self-righteous, in reality, you merely wish to use this tactic to achieve your own ends. Feigning righteousness? Nauseating. Those 8 words are far more fitting for you. Nietchen's face drained of color. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead as Lin Mo's every word struck home, perfectly unraveling all his thoughts. The onlookers surrounding them fell into a profound silence, reflecting on Lin Mo's words. After a lengthy pause, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Well said." This proclamation instantly awakened the silent throng. I nearly got swayed by Nietchen's claims of unfairness, one voice admitted. Same here. If it weren't for Lin Mo's incisive rebuke, I wouldn't have recognized any flaws in Nietchen's argument. Seriously, how could you all be swayed? Another interjected, setting aside the relationship between Lin Ruyu and Lin Mo. In terms of qualifications, Lin Ruyu is undoubtedly more suitable. Indeed, Lin Mo's choice of Lin Ruyu is entirely justified. It is the denial that raises questions. The crowd murmured in agreement. Nietchen's actions are utterly despicable. To pursue participation in the competition without regard for the Academy's interests and to cast aspersions on others, such a person deserves expulsion. Fortunately, Lin Mo was astute enough to avoid engaging in a debate about fairness. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently fallen into Nietchen's trap. Just him? I would send Lin Mo's words back to him. He has no standing. Yes, a person utterly unqualified to discuss fairness, yet waving the banner of it. How absurd. Am I the only one to notice how eloquent Lin Mo is? His verbal assaults are both impressive and captivating. Not just eloquent. His words are sharp and piercing, striking right to the heart. Have you seen how pale Nietchen has turned? He deserves it. The discussions continued unabated. Although the students of the Advanced Academy had gradually come to terms with the world's harsh realities, Nietchen's actions not only posed a threat to Lin Mo, but also risked harming the Academy's interests. This prompted a sense of unity among the students against Nietchen. Simultaneously, the faculty members gathered at the edge of the stage were filled with astonishment. They had not anticipated Lin Mo's remarkable rhetoric. Sangzi widened his eyes. Watching Lin Mo on stage, I now believe what teacher who said, "This young man truly is capable of delivering surprises." Sangzi's eyes brightened. What you mention has piqued my anticipation. Several others in the vicinity could not help but smile at this remark, sharing in the enthusiasm. Silence. Luo Chengfeng stepped forward at an opportune moment, quelling the crowd's murmurs. At this moment, Nietchen's face was as pale as one who had just emerged from a vat of flour, fearing that if the crowd continued their tirade, his spirit might shatter completely. Luo Chengfeng then spoke aloud. All candidates, if anyone has objections regarding the selection of personnel, now is the time to voice your thoughts and opinions. If your concerns are reasonable, the Academy will certainly consider them, and I assure you, no one will be disadvantaged for expressing their views. As his words fell, the expansive square fell into a profound silence. Everyone began to glance around, observing if anyone would step forward. Chapter 195, The Enormous Authority of the Captain. However, after a full 3 minutes, no one approached. Luo Chengfeng then declared, Since there are no objections, the participants for this competition are thus confirmed. Now, the selected 5-member team may remain, while the others may leave. Upon hearing this, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Yet, as they departed, they cast disdainful and mocking glances in Niechen's direction, their contempt unmistakable. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Niechen's already pale face grew increasingly ashen. He had not anticipated that his single action would incur the wrath of the masses, leaving him with a sense of having lost more than he gained. Moreover, it was too late for regrets. From this day forward, the name Niechen at Qingyuan Xuefu would become synonymous with disgrace and ridicule. After the crowd had dispersed, the various school leaders slowly ascended the stage. Li Xian approached the 5 individuals, scrutinizing them for a moment before smiling. Congratulations on your successful selection for the new team. However, you must understand that this is both an honor and a responsibility. You are all aware of the significance of this competition, correct? Lin Mo and the other 4 nodded in unison. The National Higher Beastmaster Academy competition not only affects the ranking of various academies within Huaxia, but also influences their prestige and reputation. Most importantly, it directly relates to the amount of funding allocated to each academy by the government. This funding will significantly affect the welfare and benefits afforded to the students. For instance, the monthly cash rewards given to the top 200 newcomers at Qingyuan Xuefu stem from government allocations. If the academy secures more funding, those on the newcomer leaderboard will naturally receive greater rewards. For the academy, providing more rewards to students fosters the cultivation of even more outstanding individuals. This cycle benefits both the students and the academy immensely. Thus, all higher Beastmaster academies across the nation regard this competition with utmost seriousness. Since you all understand this, I shall not elaborate further. This means that for the next 2 months, how you train and improve will be entirely at the discretion of your captain. By the way, Lin Mo is the center of a one-person-centered system, making him your captain. You have no objections to this, do you? None. The other 4 responded in unison. Li Xian continued. Therefore, from this moment until the conclusion of the competition, your entire team must fully obey Lin Mo's command. Can you do that? Yes. They echoed once more. Li Xian turned his gaze to Lin Mo. As captain, you hold the highest command authority over the team. You may change any member at your discretion, should you find it necessary, even before the competition begins. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise crossing his expression. He had anticipated his role as captain, but he had not expected the academy to grant him such extensive authority. The power to change any team member at will. This essentially gave him the power of life and death over the participation of the other 4. The academy seemed to be establishing his authority in advance, perhaps fearing insubordination from others. As for the other 4, apart from Lin Ruyu, the remaining 3 were equally astonished. Lin Ruyu naturally hoped for Lin Mo to wield as much power as possible, as she would never defy his command. The other 3 shared Lin Mo's sentiment, surprised that the academy would bestow such authority upon him. However, they could not deny that the academy's strategy was indeed effective. Realizing Lin Mo's power shifted their perspective, viewing him no longer merely as a teammate, but as the one who held their fate in his hands. This involuntarily instilled a sense of respect and awe towards Lin Mo among the 3. All right, I shall say no more. With that, Li Xian and the group of school leaders departed. Only Luo Chengfeng remained, seemingly waiting for Lin Mo and the others to express their requests. Well then, I leave this to you. Luo Chengfeng nodded and turned to leave. Lin Mo then addressed his 4 teammates directly. In the coming 2 months, we will likely spend our time in intensive training. Before that, I hope everyone can take care of your personal matters. Is 3 days sufficient? The 4 considered this and nodded in agreement. Then let us gather here at noon in 3 days. We are dismissed. After Lin Mo concluded, he immediately left with Lin Ruyu. He had many personal matters to attend to, including paying the bounty for Wang Hao and settling the leads provided by Yin. Additionally, he needed to authenticate the 2 eggs of the Qiyin bird and establish a contract promptly. All of these tasks must be completed within 3 days. He had also contemplated contracting both Qiyin bird eggs, which would save him the cost of authentication. However, upon further reflection, he abandoned this idea. Contracting 2 beasts of the same type was not cost-effective, as their combat capabilities would be identical. A beastmaster often requires a diverse array of combat strategies. Furthermore, he has always sought both quantity and quality in his beasts. His current 3 beasts, Xuanwu, a rare spatial type, Xiaobai, of golden quality, and his main force, and Kunping, a platinum quality beast known for its exceptional speed, are all enviable in their own right. Thus, when it came to the Qiyin bird, he naturally desired the finest specimens. One of the eggs possessed king-level quality, while the other remained unknown. Although his Beastmaster space has the quality enhancement feature, it requires considerable time. Take Xuanwu and Xiaobai as examples. They had been contracted for over 200 days, with Xuanwu's quality only having improved to mid-silver, while Xiaobai had not improved at all. Therefore, should the other Qian bird's quality be low, hasty contracting would only increase his cultivation costs without providing significant strength enhancements. With these thoughts in mind, Chapter 196, Mid-King Level, Enormous Surprise. Upon exiting Qingyuan Xuefu, Lin Mo's keen senses detected two pairs of eyes fixating on him. Without needing to look, he knew they belonged to the two assassins who had taken the bounty on Wang Hao. He had almost forgotten about this matter. Lin Mo furrowed his brows. He needed to resolve this situation promptly. The fear of being targeted by thieves is greater than the fear of theft itself. Being watched continuously would inevitably lead to trouble, no matter how careful he was. Upon arriving at the Beastmaster Association, Lin Mo skillfully found Li Wei and reserved two private rooms, one for 8 p.m. and another for 10 p.m. Li Wei quickly completed the formalities and handed Lin Mo 2 key cards. It's all set. As Lin Mo took the keys and prepared to leave, a thought struck him. And he inquired, does the association have any equipment available for rent to assess the quality of beast eggs? If he could rent one, then there would be no need for him to purchase it, thus saving a substantial sum. For a moment, Li Wei was puzzled by Lin Mo's meaning and remarked, the association offers a paid appraisal service. It costs only 10,000 yuan to appraise a pet egg, which is quite affordable for a beast master. Lin Mo shook his head. What I mean is a more discreet option. Indeed, there is. Li Wei suddenly realized the association has specialized secret appraisal rooms available for rent. Although the price is quite steep, at 100,000 yuan per hour. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. I would like one. 100,000 yuan an hour is not inexpensive, but compared to the appraisal equipment that costs millions, it is but a mere trifle. All right. Li Wei promptly completed the paperwork for Lin Mo. Subsequently, under Li Wei's guidance, they proceeded to the second floor of the association, stopping in front of a room near the corner. Mr. Lin, this is the place. You may conduct the appraisal inside using the equipment. Li Wei explained. This room is devoid of cameras and is not connected to the internet. After you finish the appraisal, you can take away all the materials used, ensuring that no one else knows the results apart from yourself. Additionally, the timer commences as soon as you enter the room. If you exceed the time limit, the first 5 minutes will incur no charges, but any time beyond that will be billed at an hourly rate. Understood. Lin Mo nodded, using the magnetic card key to open the door and stepped inside. The moment he closed the door, an electronic clock on the wall directly opposite began a countdown of 1 hour. However, Lin Mo did not rush to commence the appraisal. Instead, he took a moment to survey the entire room. It was approximately 20 square meters in size. On the left-hand side against the wall stood a large table adorned with the appraisal equipment and materials. On the wall beside the table hung a comprehensive guide to the appraisal process, clearly outlining the steps. As long as one is not foolish, following the procedures should lead to a successful appraisal. Lin Mo then carefully examined the other areas, confirming that there were indeed no cameras, before sitting at the table and retrieving the 2 Qi Yin Miao eggs. Following the operational guide on the wall, he began preparing for the appraisal of the first egg. Due to his inexperience, he took a full 15 minutes to complete all the preparatory steps. He then placed the pet egg into the appraisal machine's chamber and pressed the switch. Buzz. The machine immediately emitted a gentle hum, and within the chamber, a faint red light began to flicker. This piqued Lin Mo's curiosity. He wondered about the underlying principles of this appraisal process. Approximately 10 minutes later, the machine ceased its humming and emitted a series of beeping sounds, signaling the end of the appraisal. Lin Mo's gaze turned tense as he focused on the machine's display screen. After about 10 seconds, the screen flashed, revealing 4 characters, Golden Intermediate. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. It was indeed Golden Intermediate. Although it could not compare to the qualifications of a king-level beast, in the external world, it would be considered an impressive pet egg, valued at no less than 8 million yuan. Let us not forget that Xiaobai only possessed Golden Intermediate qualifications, while the Qi Yin Miao was a solid 6th-tier beast. Thus, the other egg should possess king-level qualifications. Lin Mo mused to himself. Yet he proceeded to take out the second pet egg to begin the preparatory work for its appraisal. One of these eggs harbored king-level qualifications, as Yin had informed him. However, until the appraisal was complete, he could not assume the second egg would certainly be king-level just because the first was Golden Intermediate. The results of the appraisal would speak for themselves. This time, Lin Mo was significantly more adept, completing the preparatory work in just 12 minutes before placing the pet egg into the appraisal chamber. As the machine began to hum, Lin Mo's heart raced with anticipation. A king-level pet egg on the market could exceed 5 billion yuan. If the appraisal result were indeed king-level, it would mean he had just earned over 50 billion yuan from this venture into the wilderness. Most importantly, if it truly was king-level, it would signify that he was about to possess a pet beast of king-level qualifications, something every beast master dreams of. Thus, at this moment, even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, Lin Mo found it difficult to remain calm. As Lin Mo's anxious yet excited emotions swirled within him, the 10 minutes finally elapsed. The instant the machine ceased its sounds, Lin Mo closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and silently counted to 15 before slowly exhaling and opening his eyes. King Intermediate. The 4 characters displayed on the screen, though not particularly large, appeared exceedingly striking at that moment. King Intermediate. It's actually King Intermediate. He was so thrilled that he nearly jumped up, biting his fist to suppress the urge to shout. Once a pet's qualifications reach platinum, the differences between each minor level have a tremendous impact on strength. At King level, the influence is even more pronounced. It is no exaggeration to say that a King Intermediate beast can easily defeat 3 King low-level beasts of the same kind. He had always thought that the King qualification Yin spoke of was merely the lowest King low-level. To his astonishment, it turned out to be King Intermediate. This was a tremendous surprise for him. It took Lin Mo a full 3 minutes to finally calm down. He then took the pet egg and began to draw the contract formation without hesitation. The King Intermediate pet egg was manageable before the appraisal, but now that he had the results, he could hardly wait to form the contract. Furthermore, with a pet egg of this caliber, a moment's delay in forming the contract would leave his heart in turmoil. A short while later, as the formation merged with the eggshell, thin cracks began to appear on the surface of the King-level pet egg. Lin Mo took a deep breath. His eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at the pet egg. He wondered what surprises this King-level Qi Yin Niao would bring him. Chapter 197. The reward comes to a satisfying conclusion. Crack, crack. As the sound of the eggshell shattering resonated, a bird, approximately the size of a duck and covered in bright red plumage, emerged before Lin Mo, its tail adorned with a foot-long feather. Name, Qi Yin Niao. Attribute, fire. Qualification, King Intermediate. Species level, 6th tier Intermediate. Talent skills, Fireball, Advanced. Fire Sea, Advanced. Flame Fury, Advanced. It had 3 innate skills right from birth. A smile crept across Lin Mo's lips. Although the Qi Yin Niao he had encountered previously in the wild also possessed 3 innate skills, it did not guarantee that the one he had contracted would have the same. The skills of pet beasts awaken gradually over time. Take his currently contracted 3 beasts as an example. Xianwu only had 1 skill when he was first contracted. Xiaobai had 2 skills at the time of contract. Only Kuan Peng had 3 skills upon contracting, and that was due to the influence of the Spirit Stone. Thus, the Qi Yin Niao having 3 skills right from the start was indeed a delightful surprise for him. From now on, you shall be named Zhu Ke, do you understand? Lin Mo extended a finger and gently stroked the little bird's head. The Qi Yin Niao would be engulfed in flames when utilizing its skills, perfectly embodying the image of Zhu Quebec Cheap. The Qi Yin Niao let out a cheerful chirp, gently pecking Lin Mo's fingertip with its beak. I know you're hungry. Rest for a moment, and I will get you something to eat soon. Lin Mo chuckled, placing Zhu Ke into his beast space. He then collected the remaining pet egg and began to tidy up the appraisal room. Firstly, he collected all the appraisal materials on the table, regardless of whether they had been used or not. This was to prevent anyone from deducing the type of pet he was appraising based on the materials he had utilized. Subsequently, he conducted a thorough inspection of the entire appraisal room, ensuring that all instruments and touched items were returned to their original state, confirming that everything was as it had been prior to his entrance before finally leaving the appraisal room. Upon returning to the lobby on the first floor, he paid a usage fee of 100,000 and returned the key to the appraisal room. He then approached the inquiry terminal and first checked the bounty for Niekong Tong. Unsurprisingly, there was no information. After a brief contemplation, he decided to cancel the bounty. For one, he would likely not have the time to check for updates over the next 2 months. Secondly, the bounty had been posted for over 2 months without any news, indicating that finding Niekong Tong through the bounty was becoming increasingly unlikely. Therefore, it was best to cancel it outright to ease his mind. He then entered an 18-digit code to access the bounty for assassinating Wang Hao and sent a message to the assassin known as Fei Tianshu. The bounty was confirmed, and the funds would be transferred promptly after 8 p.m. that evening. To his surprise, a message came back. I need it urgently. Can you expedite? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, yet he had no intention of delving into the identity of Fei Tianshu. Firstly, there were at least 100 terminals in the lobby, and even if he knew the other party was at a terminal, he would have no means to investigate. Secondly, he did not wish to know who the other party was, nor did he want them to know his identity. The assassination of Wang Hao was a matter known only to him and Fei Tianshu. As long as Fei Tianshu remained unaware of his identity, he would forever evade detection. After a brief contemplation, he replied, tonight at 10 p.m., room 6. Having sent the message, he promptly shut down the terminal and exited the Beastmaster Association. The afternoon had progressed, yet there were still several hours until nightfall. As he stepped out of the association's doors, two pairs of eyes immediately fell upon him. Lin Mo feigned ignorance and hastily made his way to a nearby bank to withdraw 12 million in cash. The currency of Huaxia in launching was comparable in size to that of the RMB on Earth. Stacked together, 12 million formed a substantial pile. However, with the beast space at his disposal, he had no concerns regarding transport or security. Upon leaving the bank, he was once again the subject of scrutiny from those two pairs of eyes. This prompted Lin Mo to resolve that he must expedite the resolution of the matter concerning the two assassins. Returning to the Beastmaster Association, he approached the inquiry terminal once more and accessed the bounty for Wang Hao's assassination. He then began to quietly deposit cash. At this moment, the advantages of instant summoning became apparent. Others had to draw a summoning formation to retrieve items from the beast space, which would inevitably attract attention. However, Lin Mo could discreetly deposit the money simply by slightly obscuring it with his body, ensuring that even the members of the Beastmaster Association remained oblivious to when he had made the deposit. Before long, he had deposited enough to fulfill the bounty, totaling 1.5 million. Lin Mo confirmed the completion of the bounty on the terminal, and the funds were automatically transferred to Fei Tianshu's account. The reason for this amount was that when he initially posted the bounty, he had set a time limit, 2 million for completion within 3 days, 1.5 million for 7 days, and 1 million if it exceeded 7 days. Based on the date of Wang Hao's death, it was clear that the bounty had been completed within the 7-day time frame. With the transfer completed, the bounty was thus satisfactorily concluded. Throughout the entire process, aside from himself, no one was aware of his connection to the bounty. Reflecting on this, Lin Mo could not help but smile. He then proceeded to the association's information repository to investigate the details regarding the amber he had discovered in the Qi Yin bird's lair, which was enveloped in pale golden blood and possessed an extraordinarily heavy weight. Such distinctive characteristics should logically have made it easy to find relevant information. However, despite experimenting with various search keywords, he found no pertinent data. There were two possibilities. Either this item was exceedingly rare, lacking any related documentation even within the Beastmaster Association, or it was classified at a high level, beyond his access. He recalled that during his introduction to the information repository by Li Wei, she had mentioned that the Beastmaster Association's database was tiered, with different levels of confidentiality required for various types of information. Currently, he possessed only the most basic level of access. Determined, he rose and made his way to the first floor. Since joining the Beastmaster Association, he had not upgraded his access level. Perhaps after an upgrade, he would be able to uncover the details about the amber. His curiosity regarding that amber, or more precisely, the droplet of golden blood within it, was immense. Chapter 198. Creating a false impression at the service desk in the first floor lobby, Lin Mo directly approached Li Wei. Could you explain the classification of confidentiality levels within the Beastmaster Association? Of course. Li Wei replied with a smile. The association's confidentiality levels are divided into 6 grades, from lowest to highest: ordinary, confidential, secret, highly secret, top secret, and core information. The ordinary level comprises information accessible to everyone. The information repository on the 6th floor that you frequently visit falls under this category. However, beginning with the confidential level, only association members can access the information. The higher the confidentiality level, the greater the membership rank required for access. Moreover, only leaders of the various regional Beastmaster associations can view information classified as top secret, while core information is accessible only to a select few high-ranking officials of the Huajing Beastmaster General Association. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. So, members of the Beastmaster Association are classified into only 3 ranks? Indeed, Li Wei confirmed. They are junior member, intermediate member, and senior member. Lin Mo responded. Then I must currently be a junior member? He had joined the Beastmaster Association previously to post an anonymous bounty. Correct, Li Wei nodded. Please show me your membership card to assist you in upgrading your confidentiality level. Lin Mo pretended to draw a summoning formation and produced his membership card. Handing it to her, Li Wei took it and quickly completed the necessary operation on the computer. Done. Your confidentiality level has now been upgraded to confidential. Lin Mo nodded and inquired, what must I do to elevate my membership level? He was concerned that even at the confidential level, he might still be unable to access information regarding the golden blood. The association's membership levels operate on a points system, Li Wei explained. For instance, your current member points total is 0. To elevate your membership level, you must continuously increase your points. Achieving 10,000 points allows you to upgrade to intermediate member. Reaching 50,000 points qualifies you for senior member status. And what about beyond senior member? Lin Mo pressed further. To ascend further, you must accumulate 100 000 points to compete for leadership positions within the Beastmaster Association. If successful, you will gain access to the corresponding level of classified information, Li Wei elaborated. And how can one earn points? Lin Mo continued to inquire. There are a few ways to earn points. First, by completing tasks issued by the association. These tasks typically specify the number of points awarded upon completion. Second, by donating to the association, whether in cash, resources, or documentation, as long as the contributions hold value. Corresponding points will be awarded. Lastly, you can earn points by assisting other members with their tasks, as member points are transferable. The association also has a trading platform where points can be exchanged. After his authority was elevated, he searched for keywords related to Hoopa and indeed found some information. Unlike before when he found nothing. However, after thoroughly examining all the materials he unearthed, he still failed to discover anything truly useful. This caused Lin Mo to furrow his brow. His greatest fear had materialized. Even with the classification elevated to a secret level, his access remained insufficient. It seemed that the information regarding this item was temporarily beyond his reach. Lin Mo shook his head in resignation. To continue his inquiry into the amber, he realized he had only one recourse, to elevate his membership level within the Beastmaster Association. However, after learning from Li Wei about the procedures for upgrading membership, he discovered that this was not a trivial matter. He had previously scrutinized the large screen in the association hall that displayed tasks. While there were indeed tasks that offered reward points, most yielded only dozens or hundreds, with none exceeding 1,000. This implied that to become a mid-level member of the Beastmaster Association, he would need to complete at least 20 tasks. Most of these tasks were set in the wild and posed considerable challenges. Completing over 20 tasks would require at least 3 to 4 months, a luxury of time he did not possess. As for donations, he gathered that contributing money would cost approximately 1 million for a single point, meaning that to acquire 10,000 points, he would need a staggering 1 billion huaxia coins. Other forms of donations would also be evaluated based on market value to determine their point equivalent. Given his current financial situation, unless he donated the Yuling stones, it was utterly impossible for him to achieve this. In summary, he found himself unable to elevate his classification in the short term. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Mo began to delve into the materials concerning borrowed skills. Over the next 2 months, he intended to focus his efforts on this area. On one hand, his current circumstances allowed his pets to cultivate independently. Furthermore, the effects of the tongling grass on Xiaobai, Xuanwu, and Kuanping had not yet dissipated, presenting an opportune moment to enhance their skill proficiency. Therefore, he had little to worry about concerning his pets. On the other hand, if he could successfully master borrowed skills, his strength would experience a significant surge, greatly benefiting their upcoming major competition. He continued his research until 9:50 p.m., at which point he lifted his gaze from the mountain of documents, donned his cloak and mask, and proceeded to the agreed-upon room 6. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Yin, also clad in a cloak and mask, entered and sat directly opposite him, inquiring, "Is the information confirmed?" "It's somewhat confirmed," Lin Mo replied, intentionally lowering his voice. "What do you mean by somewhat?" Yin asked, puzzled. Lin Mo explained, "When my associate went to verify the information, the beast egg had already been taken." Yin appeared momentarily stunned before responding, "That's not my concern. I only provide information. As long as the information is accurate, you owe me payment." "I can pay you," Lin Mo stated, "but I have one condition." "What is it?" Yan's voice brimmed with caution. "I hope you can withdraw the bounty from the inquiry terminal," Lin Mo requested. "If I withdraw, I won't receive the payment." Yin protested. Lin Mo remained silent and pretended to sketch a summoning array. Immediately, 10 million huaxia coins appeared neatly around him. "Withdraw the bounty, and you may take this money directly," Lin Mo offered. "Why?" Yin inquired. "For the simple reason that I have not acquired the beast egg, and I still need to search for other clues," Lin Mo replied. "Then why not just post another bounty?" Yin suggested. "Sure, but you'll need to pay me a handling fee," Lin Mo countered. Yin suddenly realized, so you're trying to save on the handling fee." Lin Mo's lips curled slightly beneath his mask, but he refrained from responding. In truth, even if he posted a new bounty, the handling fee would only amount to around 100,000. His actions were aimed at creating the illusion that he had yet to locate the king-grade beast egg. He had already taken the beast egg, and the Qin family would likely pursue this matter. Although he believed he had been discreet, the Qin family might still uncover the truth. Nevertheless, it was safer to act cautiously. After all, prudence breeds longevity. Seeing Lin Mo silent, Yin assumed she had grasped his intentions and smiled inwardly. "Fine, I agree." 5 minutes later, Yin completed the paperwork to withdraw the bounty and departed with the money. Once she had vanished from sight, Lin Mo let out a slight sigh of relief. Now, all bounties had been resolved. With the information on Hoopa still inaccessible, the only remaining issue to address was the 2 assassins. Lin Mo began to contemplate how best to handle this situation. Chapter 199, Crisis Averted. After a moment of reflection, Lin Mo devised two courses of action. The first was to eliminate the two assassins directly. They had been tailing him for quite some time, indicating that only these two had accepted the contract to kill him. Thus, if he were to eliminate them, the problem would be resolved. The second option was to post an anonymous bounty instructing whoever accepted the contract to inform the two assassins that Wang Hao was already dead. This way, upon learning that their employer had perished, the assassins would likely abandon their pursuit. After careful consideration, Lin Mo ultimately chose the second approach. He was uncertain of the assassin's capabilities, and the first method carried inherent risks. Early the next morning, he returned to the room containing only a computer and chairs and posted an anonymous bounty. Bounty details, message delivery. Risk level, none. Bounty amount, 100,000. Note, the bounty is only valid for today and tomorrow. It will expire thereafter. Upon successfully posting the bounty, Lin Mo received an 18-digit code. Armed with this code, he proceeded to the inquiry terminal in the hall and began to wait. A bounty of 100,000 for merely conveying a message should attract attention quickly, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Indeed, approximately 10 minutes later, he received a message. I have accepted the bounty. What message should I convey, and to whom? The sender's code name was Bloodknife. The message content read, their employer is dead, and they will not receive payment for continuing the task. Bloodknife. Understood, I will await your message. After closing the terminal, he made his way to the former location of the information repository on the 6th floor, casting a sidelong glance toward the tavern. The two assassins were seated within, engaged in idle chatter, appearing jovial enough that anyone observing them would not associate them with their lethal profession. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Lin Mo noticed a disheveled middle-aged man with unkempt hair walking straight into the tavern and sitting down at the assassin's table. Yet, merely 20 seconds later, the scruffy man stood up and departed. Lin Mo paid little heed to the disheveled middle-aged individual, knowing that this disguise was likely a ruse. His focus remained fixed on the two assassins within the tavern. After the disheveled man left, both assassins wore uneasy expressions. At that moment, they were deep in thought. Firstly, was their employer truly dead? If their employer had perished, then their months of effort would have been in vain. Although they had yet to succeed in assassinating Lin Mo, the time, energy, and expenses they had invested in surveillance were considerable. Secondly, how had Lin Mo discovered their presence? The only entity capable of sending a message like this must be Lin Mo. Both were perplexed, unable to ascertain where they had faltered. However, they could not afford to dwell on this. Instead, they rose and headed toward the Beastmaster Association. Observing this, Lin Mo also stood and made his way to the hall's ground floor, using the 18-digit code to unlock the message delivery bounty. Indeed, the news from Shui Dao has arrived. The message has been conveyed. Please confirm at your earliest convenience. As he anticipated, the two assassins entered the hall and made a beeline for the inquiry terminal. After a brief interaction at the terminal, approximately 2 minutes later, the duo departed from the association together. Witnessing this, Lin Mo could not help but smile faintly. The pair had likely sent a message to Wang Hao. Consequently, his crisis would naturally be resolved. As for the two assassins knowing that he was behind the message, he had already considered this before issuing the bounty. However, it mattered little, for even if they were aware, they lacked any evidence. Firstly, the messenger, Shui Dao, did not know his identity. Even if the assassins attempted to identify him, no one could substantiate their claims. Secondly, the assassins would not be foolish enough to come forward and accuse him, as that would amount to a self-revelation of their assassin identities, which would be detrimental to them. With this in mind, Lin Mo promptly input an 18-digit code to unlock the bounty for the message. Subsequently, he discreetly deposited 100,000 cash, completing the transfer and successfully concluding the bounty. Lin Mo murmured softly to himself. With the matter of the two assassins resolved, he had essentially taken care of all his affairs. Thus, he directly departed from the Beastmaster Association. This time, the two lingering gazes that had followed him for quite some time indeed did not reappear, granting him a profound sense of relief. Upon arriving at the Daxia shopping mall, Lin Mo made his way to the floor dedicated to the sale of beast feed. He purchased 6 months' worth of feed for Xuanwu, Kunpeng, and Zhuke in one go. The total was 2.3 million, reduced to over 1.9 million with his gold membership discount. Notably, Zhuchue's feed, like that of Xiaobai and Kunpeng, could only enhance the growth rate to a maximum of 14 times. This left Lin Mo somewhat disappointed. After all, with faster growing feed, the leveling speed of his beasts could increase significantly. Nevertheless, his disappointment was fleeting, as both Xiaobai and Kunpeng had progressed in this manner, and he had grown accustomed to it. He then specifically inquired on the floor selling rare materials about the availability of Niekong Tong, only to be met with a negative response. It seemed that Xuanwu would not be evolving anytime soon. Lin Mo could only manage a wry smile. In the coming months, he would be preoccupied with competitions and would certainly lack the time to search for Nie Kongtun. Even months later, should he find the time, he was uncertain when he might actually locate it. Thus, he began to contemplate whether he should consider an alternative upgrade path for Xuanwu.